generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every so beautifully. Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wiretap. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the new sphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Turing, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to read the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it for me. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on,
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attack detected full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Allegory brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nano-net filaments hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claws risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight, disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad sign. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to level hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
starved, deserted. I'm feeling lonely but connected. Every move is being recorded and I know it. But my anger is a gift. And my biggest secret is that I actually stopped existing. Erase your face.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, I'm just gonna get into it here. I know that not too many people are gonna be here today, namely because we had to re-premiere an episode, and so that gives the views a little bit of a hit or whatever. I mean, right? So I appreciate the people who did, make it today. I know a lot of people are not going to be getting notifications or whatever, but yeah, I greatly appreciate your time. But yeah, how can I say the extremely interesting situation that we're involved in today? I mean, right? Part of the ways to explain it is to look at just what we're involved in, right? And yeah, it seemed like, when we wanted to start to do this, right, it seems like there's a lot of little groups, right, in the vicinity. And there's a lot of internet groups. There's a lot of cliquish behavior online, right? There's a lot of people who belong to a professional space, right? They seem to be professional entertainers, right? They seem to be, from the military, right? There's a lot of connections between entertainment, companies and the military, right? And there's a lot of corporate espionage, going around on the interwebs. So, I mean, when we initially joined this space, see, a lot of people are under a confusion, right? That we were initially here to try to garner like hundreds of dollars per month to try to talk on the internet, right, about certain issues, right, and to create a cubbyhole of people that agree with us, right? But that's actually not the objective, right? We knew that a lot of this space is already seeded with sort of low-level types, right, that are always involved in certain criminal enterprises, right, and involved in trying to funnel people in, right, to groups or communities online, right, so that they can collect information on them, right? So that's a lot of what this entire online space is, right? It's a bunch of companies creating low-level types that they have information on, right, to try to funnel other people into groups, right, and communities so that they can watch them, right? That's most of the online space. Maybe 90% of the online space is these companies spying on each other, right? And of course, these companies are involved with international organizations, nonprofit organizations, governmental groups, right? Foreign intelligence, right? And all of that type of stuff, right? They're also involved in groups that have taken secret oaths, right? And all that type of stuff. So there's a combination, right? Sort of ideological affinity of people, right? And of course, you're forced to network and to sort of, play your role, right, within the narratives that are already being developed, right? So that's a key aspect of what's happening, right? But anyways, it's a sort of space. So when we came in here, we already knew that a lot of this space is set up, right? So we did not want to get success off of the backs of the people, right, and try to assert our little piece of the pie, right, at a bunch of other people's expense, right? We simply thought we'd cast a wide net and try to garner support from as many people as we can, and show a wide range of ideas, right? So as to not try to create a driven narrative that already fits into one of the ways that they're trying to corral people, right? Because it's clear that many of these online groups are there to corral people, right? Here, let me see. Yeah, blessings, Michael.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
I was going to post a link for you. I know I'm sure it's totally off topic, but
well, I haven't really started yet. I'm really just opening up the discussion here. There's not that many people here, so
okay.
It is.
So backstage, I post a link to a YouTube video. I just want to say it gives me hope that we're not all going to have to kill each other. I know I don't care a whole lot for Islam, and you guys probably don't care a whole lot for me, but this video, it's like a band of hijabi chicks playing Enter the Sandman. Cool.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, well, I don't know if you know this, but there's a channel called Shaitan Productions. I think it's called Shaitan Productions or something like that. And it's got a whole slew of bands. I think one is called Nar Jahannam. Right, there's another band too, very famous, but yeah, there's 2 or 3 of these bands that are like anti-Islamic bands, and they have pretty good music, right? Because they have like sort of black metal bands that are very anti-Christian, right? So somebody thought, well, why not start an anti-Islamic band? You know what I mean? That's I mean, a metal band, and of course, we'll use the Arab instrumentation, right, to go along with some of the vocals, right? And yeah, I mean, some of that stuff sounds good. And there's actually Muslim kids who make a bunch of punk music too, where they make like, you know, like punk music, like they're American Muslim or whatever, you know, like how it's a, you know, sort of a contradiction, right? So they make fun of, I mean, you know, they poke fun of that fact. There's a whole group of people like with Michael Muhammad Knight, right? I don't know if you've ever heard of Michael Muhammad Knight.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, he's a student
I think
of
death metal. Death metal is considered to come out of Tampa. I'm in the Tampa Bay area. I think maybe Lakeland. The one guy, he's got a upside down crucifix. I don't know.
Death metal, I believe, actually, it was started here in Detroit by a band called Death, right? If you look at the band Death, right, they were kind of combining like the funk, because they were black guys, right? So they were combining some of the funk music, you know, and kind of flipping that sort of sound. But yeah, but this guy Peter Lamborn Wilson, right, who changed his name to Hakeem Bey because he's influenced by Sufism, right? He was part of a Discordian cult, right? And he actually educated this dude Michael Muhammad Knight, right? And Michael Muhammad Knight started a TQX movement, right, subculture, right, where he combined Muslim and punk stuff. But yeah, it's pretty cool. They got Muslim and punk. They got Islamic, anti-Islamic metal, right? So it's pretty interesting cultures. I'm a huge fan of music, so I love to collect like little stuff like this. Anytime there's little weird band or something like that, you know, I get fascinated by stuff like that. I mean,
yeah, these chicks are out of Indonesia, and I didn't realize Indonesia has quite the punk scene.
Oh yeah, Indonesia has huge artists.
Yeah.
There was actually a very famous Indonesian artist. I forget what her name was, but it was like Luna or something like that. I don't know. I could be wrong, but yeah, there was like
I guess even in Aceh, when they started letting them impose Sharia after the tsunami in Christmas, what was that, 2004? Was that 20 years ago already? But you know, Aceh had been fighting a insurgency for about 20 years to be more Islamic. They really were cracking down on the punks and stuff. I think Vice does a whole big thing on, you see the
Vice is responsible for, actually Michael Muhammad Knight was a prominent writer for Vice News. You know, he wrote an article there called "Tripping with Allah," you know, about taking DMT and having the DMT confirm some of his Islamic understanding of like, you know, there's like all these verses in Sufi poetry that are kind of like reminiscent of the psychedelic vision. You know, you know, Rumi talks about the beatific vision and all that type of stuff. I mean, so yeah, there's a lot of that type of crossover there. You know,
so yeah, did you ever watch Bong Appetit?
No, I haven't seen that
on Vice.
No,
I literally clicked on it one time. I thought it was Bon Appetit, which is Mari Patali, but it's a Muslim guy, Abdullah Shahid or something like that. I guess he became kind of famous. He did a blog about eating pork or something, but it's Bong Appetit. So they cook with cannabis and they smoke pot the whole time. And
yeah. You're talking about bong, like BHANG.
BONG, bong.
BONG, Bong Appetit. Okay.
Not Bon Appetit.
There is a drink.
That's the Italian.
Yeah, there is a drink there called Bangalasi, right? And it's a Punjabi drink where they put the cannabis, right, the ground up leaves, right, in the yogurt, right? And you can go to Pakistan and get Bangalasi, right, and drink a Bangalasi, and you'll trip out. You know, it's like a very potent edible form of marijuana, right? So yeah, because it grows on the Hindu Kush mountains, right? So alas, there is a lot of link to just cannabis, the plant, right? Because genealogically speaking, it's from the Hindu Kush Mountains, right? Like apples are from Kazakhstan, right? The coffee fruit is from Ethiopia, right? Or it grows near there, right? So
Yeah,
they're
coffee.
yes, they're geologically located. I mean, plants are geologically located to a native place, right? And there you'll find the land root, strain, excuse me, right, of the plant itself. And yeah. So yeah, hemp is from India, right? So historically speaking, right, a strong connection to India. Obviously, they imported it to China, right? And the Emperor Shen Nung talks about, he wore like hemp sandals or whatever, right? Or it's written in Mangzi that the Emperor Shen Nung wore hemp sandals, right? He's a Confucian thinker, right? And yeah, he's talking about like this simple way of life, right? Like he's kind of calling Shen Nung like a hippie, right? Saying Shen Nung's kind of like a hippie because he's like, he wants to be a Taoist and, but he relies on the division of labor to get his sandals made for him, right? So he's saying, well, but yeah, who wants to come up here? I'm about to start a presentation here, so if anybody wants to come up, now would be the time, before I start doing that.
Well, I'll let you go. I see somebody in the chat's already saying, oh, this isn't an Islam channel. I know I like to deflect a lot. I'm a troll, but
yeah, not yet. Okay. Yeah, not yet. We're not going to grift for Islam on this channel. But yeah, there is a lot of channels like that. I'll leave them to it. They want to grift for Allah. Right? They're not scholars, right? They're some philosophy student, and they want to grift for Allah. Right. All right, dude. I wonder how that's gonna reflect on your conscience on the day of judgment. Right. That you chose that route. Right.
Daniel Hahikaju just studied philosophy at Harvard.
Yeah, exactly. What right does he have telling people his opinion on Islamic things? And then when he talks to Adnan Rashid, he gets stomped in the ground. Right. It's pretty sad. Right. He doesn't know the first thing about Islamic opinions. Right. So, it's just pretty sad. And we won't be cozying up to any of these large groups or these large networks, right? Yeah, that's not going to be us. Sorry about that, right? Yeah, we're going to have to just proceed, in good conscience, right, to record just, material on, because there's only so much time in the day, right? We could spend hours and hours and hours sitting there being ignored by these various groups, right? To try to get their attention and then to try to get followers, to try to get money, right? And that could be a 24-hour task, right? But what I like to do is just come here, record material, right? That is rare material, right? That will benefit lots of people, right? Do it in a short amount of time, right? And just do it for free. Right. And of course, the recordings can speak for themselves. Right. Okay. The recordings are full of information. Either you can either you benefit from the information or you don't. Right. But what we've been presenting is several dialectics. Right. That expose, the paradigms of scientific totalitarianism and techno-liberalism. Now, if you haven't heard of these various paradigmatic constraints, right, then it's hard to tell what world you're living in, right? Because you're living in a world, right, where you think it's either controlled by liberals or it's controlled by conservatives, right, or some sort of false dialectic of power, right, that you believe in, right? Okay, whereas capitalism and socialism, right, they're both retired ideologies, right? They've been retired by the fact of techno-liberalism. They've been retired by the fact of scientific totalitarianism, right? And it's because one causes you to push for centralization and the other causes you to push for, individualism, right? And this push between centralization and individualism, right, is actually old battle, right, that's been being fought right on the ideological plane. Blessings to Truth or Cop. I appreciate you.
Yo. Hopefully my audio is not too bad. I've been trying to correct that all night.
Yeah, it's chilling. Yeah, but but yeah, as I'm saying, there's a whole so the first dialectic that we were sort of exposing was this idea between being and becoming, right? Now, obviously, right, they've reduced nature to the realm of becoming, right? The realm of being is the mind, right? So ultimately, there's a battle, right, between nature and time, right? There's a realm between the world of being and the aspect of becoming that exists within the world, right? This idea of potentiality, right? This battle is being fought all the way until this idea of evolution, right? Right, because evolution refuses to tell you the origins of life, right? And it refuses to tell you, right, any direction in which it's headed, right? So in terms of the future, it can't predict the future changes, right? Because they take too long, right? The process of evolution takes billions of years, right? So you cannot observe this process, right? And then also the origins of the process, right? How does the process begin, right? What's the combination of dead matter that produces, okay, life itself, right? They cannot tell you this, right? This is why, right, there's a battle since the beginning between being and becoming, right? Is nature in a state of becoming? Now, is nature changing from within? Right, driven from within through potentiality, right? Or is there a supra-rational, divine aspect of things that separates nature from the divine, and causes nature to change or become, right? Okay, now these two ideas, right? Okay, between being and becoming, right? And also there's another idea, right? Okay, because this is really a battle between infinity and eternity, right? Because infinity is the idea of space, right? Eternity is the idea of time, right? Infinity is unlimited space, right? Whereas eternity is infinite time, right? An infinity of time, right? Right, so they both apply to the whole structure of being itself, right? Right, because you got to relate God and nature, right? How does God interact with nature, his own creation? Right, or is nature driven by a potentiality that exists within it? Right, so there's nothing outside of nature, right? This was the question that they asked, right? Between immanence and transcendence, between being and becoming, right? Yeah, blessings to AI government. I appreciate you, man. Talk to the features, the features.
I haven't seen AI government forever. Good to see them. Shoot.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's got mod status over here because it's a pretty relevant name, and it's pretty relevant right there. Yeah. Remember, yeah, he's also shared out. He's got a cool playlist on his channel where he's got like Elon Musk saying we're summoning the Antichrist. He's got Jacques Ellul's Technological Society. He's got like news on technology. So yeah, he's an interesting dude. Shenanigans abound. Yeah, blessings, Denise. I appreciate you.
Well, I heard Jim Bob say like all these new age people, they have everything they have to do with it has to do with the materialism. And I used to think about materialism and trying to like reject it entirely. And you were talking about infinity versus what is it? Versus eternity. And
I mean, that's too simplistic, right? Materialists are good people, right? And some religious people are bad people, right? So not only are the religious people not the source of good, right? But the materialists are not the source of bad, right? This is just a historical ideal that's popped up, right? The people that represent this ideal, they're symptoms, right, of a greater disease, right? Ideological, you know, a sort of, there's an ideological format for this entire thing, right? And that's what I'm trying to explain is that, Jim Bob is attacking the symptoms and not the disease itself, right? And that's part of the problem, right? He's putting the emphasis on the wrong part, right?
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
And there's part and parcel of the problem itself. Right?
Amen.
The ethereality, right, of his. Okay, so there's a dialectic between ethereality and materiality. Right, but you can't say all knowledge is part of the material world and then dismiss knowledge. That's buffoonery. Right? That's insanity, actually. Right, so we have to watch out when we create abstractions. Abstractions can do away with the material world just as material can do away with abstractions. But neither one of these are ultimate frame of reference. Right, like I explained last time with the Shangzu reading, right? Big knowledge is boundless. Little knowledge is unbound. Right? There's infinite divisions within a finite boundary, okay? And there's oneness within the relation with everything. And once you comprehend that oneness that relates everything, you could barely understand or explain it. It's beyond words.
Well,
so both of these are incomplete forms.
It's like I used to reject materialism, money, and all this.
Jim Bob, actually, I told that to Jim Bob. Sideways Stewie recorded it, right? It's still up there, right? We recorded it on our channel too. We played it back. You know what I mean? We actually called in, right? See, this is the thing, right? We've called into all these dirty places and told them what our mind is, right? They refuse to call in here. Because there's special places where they're allowed to go, right? This is the problem with the fakery. They're clearly actors, right? So this is a huge problem, right? Why are these people only allowed to go certain places, right? You got to ask yourself that.
Well, and the certain places that are allowed to go are the most influential to the people.
Exactly. And when we try to enter the same places, we get all these excuses. We get all these, where people that are less capable than ourselves, that revere us for our intellectual achievements, wouldn't even dare to debate us. They're ushered in on these platforms. It's just fucking incredible. Okay, it's fucking incredible, right? So, these are rigged, quote unquote, arenas, right? Totally fake. Right, we'll show you guys a clip of the fake ass arena, right, where this dude Andrew Wilson is talking about crying, saying, "Don't call me a fascist or they'll shoot us." When he was calling himself Big Papa Fascist.
Right.
The dumbest thing possible.
I saw that earlier. You made that point earlier on OTWs, and I started to dig in with AI. I just started a new chat with it, and I said, "How did Andrew Wilson build its platform and this and that?" And I was trying to get to the point about the whole Trinity debate with Owen Benjamin and Jim Bob, and it immediately started referencing Big Papa Fascist, because that is who he used to be known as, Big Papa Fascist. How can he turn his back on it? I'd be like, "Oh, fascism is bad."
Yeah, they're saying that actually, if you call somebody a fascist, then you're inciting violence against that person. So they're charging people with speech crimes. They're crying. Boo hoo hoo. right? So, I mean, this is obviously a false dialectic, right? To get people to do fake virtue signaling, right? Over an event that they don't even know if it was real or not, right? I mean, pretty wild stuff. And that's what 90% of these people devote their so-called content to, because the algorithm told them to do so. Everybody who put that in their title should be ashamed. You don't know that person. You don't know the family. You don't know the situation. You don't even know if it happened. You're a shameful person, right? Despicable bottom feeder, right? That's literally trying to maintain off of a modicum of truth that isn't going anywhere. Right? It will lead you to nothing. Right? So follow the white rabbit. Like, good Lord. He's very, very late. All right. And so are you. All right. You don't know where you came from. You don't know where you're going. And any road will take you there. Because all ways are the Queen's way. In motherfucking Wonderland. Right? It's fucking incredible, folks. All right, but let's go to this whole debate. Right? Being versus becoming. Immanence versus transcendence. Ethereality versus materiality. And I know 5 or 6 people are going to leave now. Like a bunch of rodents. Scurry along.
Oh, no more drama.
You don't want to get to the meat and bones of things. You don't care. You don't care enough. Right? Admit it. You don't fucking care enough. Right? This is the thing. You don't have what it takes to actually find out what's going on. Right? So they're going to keep on dangling half-truths in front of you. Okay? Because you don't have any passion for the truth. That's why they'll keep dangling half-truths in front of you. You say, for years and years, I don't know what's going on. Nobody does. Oh, yeah, that's a cope. Nobody does. You think the people who created this deception don't know what's going on? Get fucking real. Get fucking real. Anyways, I could talk like this forever. What does it do? What does it benefit anybody other than blow smoke up my own ass? Right? To give this big bravado and say, I know the truth and nobody else does. What is
you
the
should
truth?
run with that bit for like the next 3 years, dude. I know
Yeah,
the
I'll get
truth and no
hundreds of
one else does.
followers. Yeah, I'll get hundreds of followers, blah, blah, blah. Join my Discord for, give me 20 shekels for the truth. And the people who have 20 shekels and gave it are even dumber than the people that didn't. And it shows on their faces that they've been duped. Good Lord.
Oh, yeah, we need some help out here, Lord, please. My God.
Yeah, it's total nonsense. Right, but let's look at this dialectic, right? This dialectical framing. Right, total fake, trumped up dialectical framing. Right, between Plato and Aristotle, they want you to pick red and blue, right? 2 sides, right? Between being and becoming, between immanence and transcendence, between the forms and nature. Right, and between ethereality and materiality. Right, saying that numbers are all in the mind and the world is just stuff. It's all made of stuff. Right, so between your abstract ideas in your head that are stuck in your head, right, and your lack of influence on matter, which totally constrains you from all sides, right, you cannot do a single thing. It's a mental prison. Dualism is a mental prison. And it's caused us to be immobile. It's caused us to be, to have a foggy somatic detachment and to totally not be able to cross the bounds between material and immaterial, the material and the immaterial.
Right.
Which is the only thing that could cross that boundary is to realize the act of creativity and to realize God's how he's an aspect of creativity, either God or nature. Something has to have a creative aspect to meld between materiality and immateriality. right? Or else you have a truncated frame of reference, right? And you don't understand, right? What whether whether it's mind or matter that's in charge, right? And of course, we're meant to conflate and confuse, right? Whether it's God, nature, man, or technology that's really in charge here. But I'm sorry, Truther, go ahead. Blessings.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying not to interrupt. I was trying to get my timing right there, but
That's all good.
I used to, like I was saying earlier, I used to be so anti-materialist. But my favorite thing to do for work and labor, I love to dig holes. I love to move the
Maybe
earth.
they're telling people that so that they'll have faith, and then they'll give their lives to the church, and they won't worry about the world, right? And then they won't have any fucking influence.
Right.
Crazy shit, right?
Right, but that's how it used to be. That's how my mindset was for years. But my favorite thing to do is to move weight. I love moving rock and gravel. I moved 40 tons of gravel a couple weeks ago with a shovel and a wheelbarrow, and that's a lot of time to just sit there and move rock around and moving weight of the earth. And through that, I'm like, there is no difference between where is there. So I don't want to say there is no difference, but where is there no difference between the materialism that surrounds us and our ideologies in our mind?
Yeah,
there is a space for that.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's all stuff that we've heard a million times via these, psychedelic guys, right? Where they say nature is creative, right? The felt presence of immediate experience, going back to McKenna, right? He's trying to say, well, nature is part of the body, right? It's not these abstract ideas, these laws of nature. No, it has mind, right? Laws are inert, right? They're part of an innate structure, right? Whereas mind is how things are organized, right? And how they proliferate, right? It's part of the functionality of a thing, right? And not just its stasis, its structure, its mechanism, right? That is a false framing, right? And so this whole idea, right? Yeah, I think God can change the laws. If God can do anything, right? He could change the laws, right? Right, and I think that means that God can change the future, right? There is no future, right? The future does not exist, right? All this ideal of progress is false, right? Whoever said there's a future, right? All you have is your present means to achieve what you want at this moment, right? What you do now will influence everything that happens next, right? If you move one grain of sand, you change the world. To do nothing is to act, right? Silence is a response, right? Right, so we know there is no vacuum of ideas or actions, right? Both are in movement, right? Neither are neutral frames. Okay, and this is part and parcel of how, right, ideas and words are related, right? It's neither words that are primary or the ideas. Right, and of course that relates back to two other aspects, which is symbols and language. Right, whereas symbols are more about ideas and language is more about the words themselves, right? Right, so the whole battle between ethereality and materiality is really a battle between symbols and language. right? Which one will dominate man's understanding? Right? It went from symbols to language to symbols to language. Right? The pendulum keeps shifting.
Yeah. That's why I love digging holes. I love moving the earth. Because that's it. That's all I get. I am the earth. That's what I realized. Like the trees and the plants that I eat and consume are the same ones that like I loved. Like my favorite thing to do before this was like planting soil, moving trees into soil and transplanting and this and that. But moving an in thought experiment knows us very well. The pawpaw trees and all this. It's like, how do you move the earth? You create life through it, and then etherically it springs forth life in a way that we don't even comprehend. But we can do that. We can be co-participants in that, and that has more impact than doing like just sitting in our minds all day. Like a lot of these people want to do online with these ideas and concerns about this and that. I'm not hitting it where I should, but I'm working on it. I'm sorry.
It's all good, homie. Yeah, by the way, nobody has to have some sort of superior intellect to communicate on the stage here. Please tell us what you think on a number of issues. If you think nature is intelligent, if you think the technological world is headed in a wrong direction, if you think we should stand against technological progress, right, and try to replant wild nature and try to and that is part and parcel of bringing back local communities, right, and traditional ways of life, right, and stopping this monoculture from proliferating all aspects of civilization and creating a world civilization based on the machine, right, based on the speed and tempo and efficiency of machines and not based on the ideas of humanity. Right? If you believe all these things, come and talk to us about it. Come and tell us about it, right? Because people need to hear, right? Or I mean, it's a secondary, second best to communicate in the chat. But these ideas have not much time, right? There's nobody that's interested in having a serious conversation about those ideas that I just mentioned. Right? Even though they're palpable truths that we've exposed, they've been talked about by a number of thinkers throughout history, been trying to wake people up. Right? But it seemed like, people don't want to put their name on it, right? They're too afraid, right? They're afraid to represent controversial ideas because they'll get, there's all these pussy ass people that are afraid to say things, right? Because they'll, encounter political violence now, right? It's crazy. Right? If you believe something and you're not willing to die for it, maybe it's not worth believing. Right? Like, let's bring back courage and honor. Right? I mean, it's just total, wild stuff. It's just to see the crazy cowardice that's going around. Wild.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, let's get up in this. There's a whole list of shit that I mentioned. Right? So going off of the ideas about being and becoming, right? Okay, materiality, ethereality, immanence, and transcendence. Okay, we got our homie here. Blessings.
That's exactly the kind of stuff my channel was devoted to. I don't want to bring up drama a lot, but that channel, that's exactly the kind of stuff about being and becoming and how it relates to evolution and whether or not there is an entelechy. I cannot pronounce that Greek word that that word
excellent.
is used, entelechy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, entelechy. Yeah.
Or versus the being, which is the super rational order, and how like evolution fits into that. That's what I was exactly focusing on.
Right.
But there are some people here that have been attacking me a lot over that. You know what I mean? And I don't want to bring drama up, you know, but I do like this topic a lot. You know what I
That's
mean?
all
You
good.
know,
Yeah, there's always disagreements. I think there's been paired off lots
yeah,
of disagreements. I think Twilight versus Unseen. You know, I think there was Penoid versus
exactly. I'm fine with
other
disagreements, you know, but not witch hunts. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Yeah,
yeah.
but
No,
there,
yeah, it won't be allowed on my watch. But yeah, definitely not.
yeah,
So
but
so you
yeah,
can
the
have my
thing
word.
is, with the modern synthesis, there's no agency in any life, believe it or not. And the
Exactly.
book I'm reading, you know, Biosemiotics by Jesper Hoffmeyer, I don't agree with him on everything. But you know, the third way is interesting because it tries to bring back agency to life, and it shows that life, you know, is more, you know, um, is not purely amenable to, you know, mechanical description. Like self-organization has elements of, like, you know, irreducibility. You know, like the tendency for ever new regulatories to arise in natural systems. You know, so self-organization and agency and intentionality, you know, the modern synthesis has trouble explaining intentionality, you know, and that's why Dennis Noble is very interesting, you know, because they try to bring back agency and intentionality back to, you know, the biology and evolution, you know. So yeah, here, let me see here. Selection theory also needs a theory about what kind of thing life's agency would be and how that agency comes to be. You know, like if you pay attention, a lot of modern synthesis and evolutionary biologists, they are determinists. They view life as being like a puppet, like you can just analyze the feedback loops and the, you know, the cybernetics, and then you understand the animal entirely. But that's not true. You know, there is the agency is very hard to explain. You can only describe the agency in terms of metaphysics, like you were saying, like Aristotle's
Right.
potentia
Yeah.
versus the being, you know, super rational order, you know, and that's really what I am focusing on. I could talk about that more, you know, because the book I'm reading, I read the first chapter, you know. Uh, let me see it, you know, but I can, like, you know, there's a lot to say, but I have to make the PowerPoint presentation because it's too complex. But yeah, let me see here. Now, let me tell you, for example, you know, in evolutionary biology, they are very gene-centric, okay? But it depends how you view the autonomy and the agency of the biological system. For example, the membranes, you know, actually, there are arguments that the membranes, which are have tons of proteins and they have tons of channels, they are actually using the genes. You know, the membrane came before the genes, and they use the genes in a kind of natural genetic engineering. Like they can help repackage and, you know, change the genome around. You know, the genes are not like a static blueprint. You see what I mean? So that's interesting. Membranes are very, you know, they're like an interface, like the origin of the interface. You know, like we are infinite swarms of swarming swarms. You know, let me see here. There's have more here. But yeah, you know, yeah, I have to, like, make the PowerPoint and organize this stuff. I just read it, but that's why semiotics is kind of important, I think, because you know, life is not unintelligent. You know, there's like more going on. You know, the membrane creates the asymmetry between an inside and outside, making the membrane a potential interface structure through which the autocatalytic mix on the inside might learn to adjust cleverly to conditions outside. So you see a membrane in your cell, or even bacteria, is actually intelligent. Membranes are intelligent, and they do have a kind of semiotic process of sign, object, and interpretation. They are all in a constant state of interpretation. Membranes. You know, let me see it. Here, I have more quotes I could read, but I don't know. I don't want to seem like I'm taking the show. You know what I mean? Like,
No, it's all good. It's perfectly fine. Very interesting. I mean, you know, the cell membrane being created before the genes, you know, that's mind-blowing stuff. I wonder how the cell membrane was created, and then obviously the cell has like mitochondrial DNA and then its own DNA or whatever, right? Or is that
yeah, the cell membrane is just like has a bunch of like proteins, and it has microtubules and microfilaments. And interestingly, there's a theory that microtubules could be involved in consciousness too, but the microtubules is really, and lots of microtubules, microfilaments, and proteins. You know, you have to look at the sources. Yeah, see, the living cells through their membranes use DNA to construct the organism, not vice versa.
Yeah,
Is the
that's interesting. Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. I was saying, is the cell using the DNA, or is it so the DNAs don't create cells? It's cells that create DNA. Wild.
Yes,
Right?
well, there's
That
downward
is very
causality.
counterintuitive, right?
Yeah, exactly. There could be downward causality. You see what I mean? Because of life's agency, downward causality. That's what the third way is trying to deal with. You know. Yeah, I see here. And then the guy in this one leans more towards Aristotle in this book, but there are good arguments in favor for being also that I have to look into more and stuff. Yeah, let me see it. But yeah, I've been researching that stuff because that's kind of what my channel focuses on. Let me see. Yeah, okay. And basically, the membrane is like an interface or semiotic bridge between the persistent asymmetry between the inside and outside. Let me see here. Oh yeah, here we go. This is a good one. These specifications cannot be obtained from the DNA or gene because the DNA cannot know where in the organism any given constituent cell is located. Such knowledge must be solely obtained through the cell's communicative surfaces. The form generation process is mainly the result of local cell-to-cell interactions to which signal molecules from a cell act upon the neighboring cell receptor. And so basically, what we're seeing now in biology is with like Michael Levin, there's even a bioelectrical field that you go across your whole body, like the signaling and stuff. And we see that the body, even the individual cells, are pretty intelligent. Like soil is intelligent. Like soil is living in many ways. You look in soil, you see tons of mycorrhizae, you see tons of microorganisms. Yeah, yeah, soil is alive. Yeah, that seems like a great book. I actually have one book on soil too. I haven't read it yet though. Yeah, seemed good. I'll read that eventually. I'm pretty sure soils have an umwelt also. Have you heard of the word umwelt? A truther cup? Umwelt. It's a fancy.
No.
It's a fancy German word meaning inner experience, like the internal experience or that processes can have. Like I'm pretty sure that soil has an inner life.
I didn't mean to turn the camera on, but it's the secrets of fertile soils. It comes from Acres USA. Acres USA. You can search for it on Google. There are people, and it's about the humus in the soil, the humus. So in the Bible, it tells us about how God made us from the clay. And it's the humic portion of the clay that God made us from. Humus, Humus, humus. And it's what the plants decay from. It's fucking fascinating. It's the God when the Bible says that He made us from the clay. It's not talking about clay. It's talking about the humus. It's talking about the decaying matter of life, recycling eternally over and over and over again.
Yes, I feel like life contains many mysteries. And they also have great symbolic value when we view things more enrichedly. Like the modern mechanistic science kind of destroys like viewing things symbolically. It discourages it. I mean, because they're technicians. They don't want you to see soil as being more cosmically significant or more fantastical or metaphysically significant. So yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm gonna make the PowerPoints, for my channel. But just the argument yesterday really left a bad taste in my mouth and kind of demotivated me. But I'll get better and stuff. Let me see here.
Yeah, that's bound to happen. Actually, it's good to seek those types of disagreements, get to the meat and bone of the issue, and actually, I think there could be a fruitful discussion to be had, because I think there's so many different viewpoints, right? Like I think just between, like I was, asking Twilight and Hyperborean to, give me their opinion on nature one day, right? Because obviously, one of them was saying nature's created by the demiurge, and the other saying that nature is Sophia, right? It represents, Sophia and Lilith and all that stuff. So, so yeah, I really do want to press in on, the disagreements, as long as they can happen in a respectful format.
Yeah, respectful.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
definitely.
saying stuff like I sound like a non-binary hamster is not respectful. But anyway, let me continue on
Yeah,
about that.
yeah, of course. Feel free to continue. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, okay. I'll just read a little bit more. According to the biosemiotic perspective, living nature is understood as essentially driven by or actually consisting of semiosis, that is to say, processes of sign relations and their significance or function in the biological processes of life. He was influenced by Peirce, C.S. Peirce. Peirce had some
That's
interesting.
one of my favorite philosophers. Yeah, I love that guy. C.S. Peirce. Yeah, his old.
Actually, I will go into him a lot. In the video I will make, I'll go into him a lot. And
that's nice. Yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, the whole thing that Sheldrake's saying, that the laws of nature are habits. He's stealing that from Peirce. And Peirce, he was actually a panpsychist. So yeah, he's an interesting guy. But yeah.
Yeah, he was both an idealist and panpsychist. Both.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's closer to the way I think too. So yeah, it's
me too. Me too. Yeah, so actually he talks about how nature is habits, and this too, actually, and the laws are not fixed. And biosemiotic, it's by Jesper Hoffmeyer. Yeah, that's actually I joined because that really fascinated me. Because I saw the immediate overlap with what I'm reading. Probably due to the yeah. So the biosemiotic idea that life on Earth manifests itself in a global and evolutionary semiosphere, a sphere of sign processes and elements of meaning that constitute a frame of understanding with biology must work. So everything is always like communicating with signs in nature. It's meaningful.
Yes. Yeah, I love that idea that nature assigns symbols and the significations. Right. And yeah, I think that is I think Peirce defined information as a difference that makes a difference. Right. So it's a brilliant definition.
I actually highlighted that because this book actually talks about Peirce a lot. A lot.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think Peirce is actually a better biosemiotonician than Oxco. Peirce is better than Oxco, to be honest. Yeah, he goes into more deep the philosophy, Peirce. So I mean, I can keep talking about this stuff, but I don't want to seem like I'm taking up your time.
No, it's fine. No, this is very relevant. So yeah, please.
So like you have the Peirce has the sign, object, and interpretant. You give a slap, that's the sign. Then the object is anger, and then the interpretant is like the processes of the organism. And let me see. So I have some quotes from Peirce. He may let me see. I just read the first chapter, but it's so dense with information. The thing is, most biologists and scientists do not think philosophically. They just assume the mechanical worldview as true. They devitalize the mechanical worldview. They assume it as true. It's great. I talked about that. Yeah, this is interesting. This is also why it's good to distrust the medical industry, but I'm not going to say that much. Even in the simplest cases, such as when we say that the RNA sequence AAA specifies the insertion of the amino acid phenylalanine into the growing protein chain, such specifications are hugely dependent on the prevailing circumstances. prevailing present circumstances. A mutation might perhaps substitute a different amino acid in place of flenanon in the same location in the protein chain. And then suddenly the same information, AAA, would specify something entirely different. So you can see it's not as simple like a computer. You know, with a computer, you just have ones and zeros, and they always mean the same thing. You know, it's not as context dependent. But with your body, everything is context dependent, which implies some degree of intelligence. You know, even the genes, you know, cannot be understood independently of the particular context in which it is situated. That's pretty crazy when you think about it. You know, genes are not something simple you can manipulate and predict the consequences of. Yeah, you know, so, I'll read them. Yeah, I was just, I think I'm almost done. But I had a lot of quotes from Pierce. So, and he does quote Pierce a lot. You know, I think I covered all the interesting. They also talk about Aristotle a lot in this, but I don't know if I agree with that 100%. Maybe there is a way to, you know, recover being. You know, I think that's what I'm trying to do, recover being. You know, well, at the same time, you know, that's a little bit harder. You know, I'm gonna try doing that though. But yeah, let's see here. But yeah, that's good. I think. Let me see it. Yeah, yeah, they talk about fixed laws and other stuff, but I can't find it. Let me check the uh yeah the let me check the index.
Not salmon fish. Iron is needed for creation of ATP in mitochondria rather than heat waves. So women having
yeah, here we
period
go.
iron
Yeah,
deficiency.
this is a good one. By thus admitting pure spontaneity of life as a character of the universe, acting always and everywhere, though unrestrained within narrow bonds by laws, it producing infinitesimal departures from law continually, and great ones of infinite frequency, I account for the rarity and diversity of the universe, in the only sense in which the really sui generis and new can be said to be accounted for. You see, at the same time, by loosening the bond of necessity, it gives room for the influence of another kind of causation, such as seems to be also operative in the mind, and the formation of associations enables us to understand how the uniformity of nature could have been brought about. But yet, elsewhere, he argues that you know that nature is not determined by laws but by habits. You know, that's what Pierce argues, which he claimed too, though. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. Oh, maybe I'll find that quote again later. But yeah, sorry for taking up too much time.
No, it's all good, my friend. That's no worries. Yeah, but this whole idea about context dependent, you know, like how you said, even the cells are context dependent. And of course, you know, we're in a stage of, mimetic complexity. So, you know, this whole idea that it's being overloaded, you know, cells are being overloaded with information, and we can't say too much about that. But yeah, I think different types of mutations in the RNA and all that type of stuff. But yeah, we got the homie Chicken Saurus here. Blessings. And yeah, we'll hit up some music here, and we'll come back in a second with some more presentations. And I got some stuff on. You know, I'm kind of switching gears here to Pannenberg and talk about some of his views about, you know, it's sort of this cosmic evolution or whatever. You know, so look at this idea within the Protestant viewpoint. Right now, obviously, there's whole views within Protestantism, right? You know, that sort of explore this idea of dispensationalism, and they kind of incorporate Hegel and you know, he's kind of this guy who incorporates Hegel and Christianity. And obviously, there's lots of prominent people that have done that, like E. Michael Jones, right? But of course, it's 3 stages here, right? Obviously, Aristotle, then Aquinas, then Hegel, right? And these 3 stages are very important, right? So I'll quickly explain what I mean by that, and then move into the ideas of Pannenberg here, you know, and I'll only read a couple of those, sort of just introduce the topic here, you know, and then we'll move forward. We'll be looking at that on Saturdays. We're still looking at Skolimowski on Wednesday, right? So we'll be beginning the shows with that sort of, material, right? So yeah, let me move to, the ideas of Pannenberg and his work, Faith and Reality, right? And of course, I'm gonna then, look at, what we're looking at, Marina Abramovich, and some of those ideas of the rituals of the Dalai Lama, and then we'll move into, I think, right, looking at Mumford and Ellul, right, and then we'll move from that to the Shangzu, right, and of course after, and I think we're almost done reading the Shangzu, right, comparatively, right, we're done with the Taoist topic in general. Then we're going to move to Buddhism, right, and we're going to look at a work that I sent to Buddha here called Buddhism in Philosophy by Mark Sideritz.
Yeah. Also, can I read that one passage if I find it about the habits? When I find it, though, I'll find it.
Oh yeah. Feel free to butt in anytime here, and of course, and take over whenever you like. Obviously I can, whatever I don't get to, I just do it next time. So, it's no worries on the timing, right? Please don't feel pressed for the time for anyone that wants to join. Right. I know I mentioned a lot of stuff that I'm going to go over, but, if we start some good discussions, I can just move it to next show and figure out what's going on. Right. And we got some other stuff too, in terms of, what was I going to say? Uncle Teddy. Right. So we'll look at some info on Uncle Teddy. And of course, I got some very good replays for you guys. Some lesser watched shows, right? So yeah, we got some lesser watch shows, and of course we premiered lots of not premiered, but we restreamed lots of interesting shows or whatever. I try to keep a record of like where I've been throughout the panels so that I could bring that up here. But yeah, blessings, guys. I'll play a song for you guys. This remix of Cross My Heart by Killer Priest. I like this one. Yeah, oh, okay, here it is.
Give it to him. It's the Byzantine king, supreme. All kneel, kiss the ring. Into it, Elohim. I blow steam from the families of the Maccabees. Smack them seas, watch them scream your majesty. Make them suffer the capacity of tragedy. Hold the crowd down like gravity. Back the fuck off, stop grabbing me. Hands off me, niggas starting to bore me. I'm getting sleepy, I need some coffee. Me and my woo bandits, we bury niggas deep in the canvas. Body bandage like some mummies. You fucking dummies, you can't take nothing from me. It's the longest waited, the most anticipated. The album hesitated. Scream the name out, Killer Priest. I leave the blood spilling in the streets. I'm from the dark hills of Brownville. The 7 Shield throwing windmills across the killing field. Never forget it, tell the rap critics I speak in arithmetics so they can never get it. I'm too scientific, lyrics explicit. I roll with thirsty niggas, thieves and killers, tigers, gorillas, faces like Godzilla. We start rappers that smile like a car dealer. The God's iller, cross my heart, hope to die. We multiply by the hundreds, fucking by the thousands. See me outside the show browsing, beating
up your sound man, player haters and platers. We give them cold stares. Any last prayers? Yo, concrete techniques, bomb beats and cause casualties. My faculty hold it down like gravity, rapidly spreading like weapons to adolescents. Ghetto residents, quick to pass tension presence. State of the slums, kill for play the crumbs, fake ones. They cross with smiles and snake tongues. I'm deep into this. I sometimes gasp for air, deadly warfare. Hot blocks, cops and cold stares, shots flare like fireworks on July the 4th. Weapons get tossed, fugitives slide north. My forces combine, new world 2009 digital. Criminals, we make mills of cybercrime. It's all planned ahead, due times. I see the signs through a great mind. The heaviest chains cannot bind. Stare you out of eye. We tell the truth, no lie. We cross our heart and hope to die. High-ranked officials and armed tanks with missiles, blood drizzle. Simple fact you slept on the issue that before you started jerking off joysticks and Sega, I was rocking off 100-watt amps and showing Vegas. The true fine-tune it and shipping up units. MC's ass who be those rhyme killers in mass. No doubt, difficult task to last in the square. Beware, infinite amount of darts is in the air. I'm victorious with no opponents and blast through components with microphonics. Watch the whole world live the moment. Anything anti became approaching this. Incapable of speech remains motionless. Stare you out of the eye. We tell the truth, cross the heart and hope to die. We cross the heart and hope to die. Hope to die. We stare you out of the eye. We tell the truth, no lie. We cross the heart and hope to die. We multiply, multiply.
Oh, yeah. Can I just quickly read and I'll get over with?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. In clear opposition to this deterministic notion of causation based on conception of law as absolute, Peirce conceived of law as giving power founded on a peculiar conception of habit, giving room for chance, growth, and evolution. So Peirce viewed that habits were a part of the, kind of like Skolimowski, and there's an element of chance and growth to an evolution, Peirce, and but yeah, anyway, I just want to say that if these topics interest anyone, of any background, please free to check out my channel too when you have time. Anyway, I'm done with that, but yeah, and I look forward to the rest of your stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, and yeah, let me try to put this up here. And try to see. Oh yeah, here's a look. Here's a like little video that Wolfhart on God and the natural sciences. Let's take a look at like 5 minutes of this dude speaking and see what he's got to say. I mean, this is pretty weird type of stuff right here. I mean, and I just searched this just for you guys, just to show. Before I start reading about them.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege for me to present to you the inaugural lecture of the Albright Endowment. And I also welcome the opportunity of visiting this Lutheran School of Theology again, where I have been many times in the past before. In the dialogue between theologians and scientists, it is important to be aware of the fact that such dialogue does not move on the level of scientific or religious discourse, but rather on the level of philosophical reflection on both scientific terms and theories. And
yeah, by the way, not salmon fish, I believe this too, right? May seem unrelated, but some of us know numbers are material rather than abstract. Yeah, totally.
And religious doctrines. Usually, when scientists talk about the general meaning and significance of their equations and theories, they already move on some level of philosophical reflection. I say some level, because such talk does not always exhibit the same degree of philosophically educated reflection. The philosophical sophistication may be rather poor. Still, the scientist, the authority of his or her scientific competence notwithstanding, argues on the level of philosophical reflection. When talking about his work and the work of fellow scientists to the general public. In the dialogue between science and theology, the fact that both sides meet on a level of philosophical reflection is of particular importance, since such a discussion requires a rather high level of philosophical sophistication, because the traditional doctrine of God is related to many philosophical issues that imply some relation to the language of science. This is the case.
So there's two issues here, right? One is the issue that philosophy, right, is a bridge between science and theology, right? The other idea is the notion, right, that it's philosophy that sort of caused, right, there to be a shift between religion and science, right, which then tells us that religion and science are actually connected on a fundamental level, right, that these are actually not two separate areas, right? So this is kind of, you know, one of the major ideas, right, that I think Skolimowski is also seeing, right? And of course, it's a particular type of theology, a particular type of philosophy, as we've seen, right? It's mainly, right, Christian theology on the one hand, right, and Greek philosophy on the other hand. Anyways.
In the notions of causality, of law, and of contingency, these notions are indispensable in any discussion about God's action in the world of his creation. Similarly, the presence of the transcendent God in the world he created has to be considered in connection with the concepts of space and time. Otherwise, talk of God's omnipotence would be empty. And similarly, the clarification of the concept of divine eternity requires a discussion on how it is related to temporal events. The contingency of events and the relationship of the concept of contingency to that of natural law was in the focus of a debate in a German group of physicists, philosophers, and theologians in the 60s. My own article on contingency and natural law that was written for those discussions was first published in 1970 and appeared in English translation in 1993 in a book published under my name by Ted Peters under the title Towards a Theology of Nature. During those conversations in Germany, the issue of contingency was considered as fundamental in both disciplines, in natural science as well as in theology, though in different ways. In science,
by contingency, he is simply just referring to the notion of causality itself, right? Of course, he's taking it in the direction of using the Avicennian category of contingency versus necessary, right? Contingent versus necessary, right? And of course, these are two categories which literally just mean caused and uncaused, right? So it's actually pretty interesting, right? So he's saying the whole notion of contingency relates to the idea of the laws of nature, right? Obviously, the whole idea, as I was saying, one fixed and one, constantly changing, right?
The concept of natural law presupposes initial conditions and marginal conditions for the application of a particular law in the description of natural processes. And these preconditions are contingent relative to the formula of law. Although these initial and marginal conditions may be explained by another law, this again presupposes contingent conditions for its application. This fact could be understood on the assumption that basically all events occur contingently, but with some degree of uniformity in their sequence, a uniformity that lends itself to a description by hypotheses of natural law. In Christian theology, the contingency of events characterizes the logical form of God's actions in history. Contrary to the Aristotelian origin of the notion of contingency.
So what is he saying? He's saying that the bridge between being and becoming, right, between materiality and ethereality, right, and all these ideas, right, is actually the bridge, right, is actually settled between this notion of contingency and uniformity, right, that's brought out within the ideas of science themselves. Right, because he's asking, how does the notion of contingency itself relate to the notion of natural law? Right, of course, he's going to put it in terms of the frame of immanence and transcendence, right, in terms of the individual, right, and then how that individual is defined in universal terms by the theological framework, right? So yeah, let's hear just a couple more minutes of this. But yeah, this is, what he's getting into here, right? Right, connecting theology and science via philosophy, right? So, and he's talking about historically how this sort of took place as well, right? So yeah, let me go back a little bit.
Aristotelian origin of the notion of contingency.
Right. The Aristotelian notion, right, that this was basically fortified by Avicenna, invented by Aristotle, right?
The theological concept of contingency corresponds to the freedom of God in his creative action in history. The contingency of events expresses the divine freedom in God's creative action. This concept of contingency requires, of course, more than the nomological contingency of initial and marginal conditions relative to a given formula of natural law. It indicates the contingent occurrence of actual events, be it in particular cases, and then we speak of local contingency, or in all events, and then the notion or the description by the label global contingency is proper. At the time of the first publication of my article, contingency of actual events seemed to be suggested primarily by the unpredictability of individual events in quantum physics. but could be doubted with regard to macrophysical processes as well as with regard to the regularities of quantum mechanics. In 1988, Robert Russell expressed doubts of this kind in a critical article published by Zygon. Since that time, however, the development of chaos theory seems to have shown that local contingency of actual events does indeed occur, even on the level of macrophysical processes. This supports, in my judgment, the assumption that basically all natural events happen contingently, notwithstanding the uniformities that ordinarily occur in their sequence and permit a description by formulas of natural law. In my judgment, the basic contingency of each and every event in the world of creation, the occurrence of order and of uniform pattern in the sequence of events, is much more fundamental concerning the task of a theological interpretation of the natural.
Oh, I was just going to say, it reminds me of the opening quote from Berserker about is it really the transcendental hand of God controlling everything, or did he just kind of like make the earth, put all of us here as ants and like shook up the ant farm and just basically saw how we were going to make the ant farm and really doesn't care in the grand scheme of things, doesn't really care. He just, you know, like I said, just kind of made the ant farm and let it do what thou wilt, I guess you could say. That's what it just reminded me of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly the type of thing that he's talking about, right? How to find meaning in a world of contingency, right? Where everything is, like he said, everything in nature is contingent, right? And it has to be, and this is because he's trying to relate these two, in his mind, disparate concepts, right? Which is matter and mind, right? And he's trying to do that through the scope that, you know, obviously God has to enter into nature, right? So this whole idea of becoming takes on a whole nother quality, right? It's not only about, you know, this whole idea of, obviously God can't change, right? So what's transforming through that happening is nature itself, right? So this is actually a very interesting idea or whatever.
A similar Buddhist perspective would be that the luminous mind or the experience of suchness would not change across people. You know, the experience of enlightenment would be the one mind or original phase. You know, the origin that all awakened beings tap into or become recognized. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like being. You know, because it's beyond time and space in some sense. It's atemporal, aspatial. The awakened mind.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's exactly right.
World in terms of creation than the idea of purpose is. In connection with the discussion of an so-called anthropic principle guiding the development of the universe from the beginning to the emergence of life and finally of intelligent life in human beings.
So there he is talking about evolution, right? And of course, he's trying to bridge the gap between talking about evolution and his understanding of Christianity.
Can you quickly tell me the name of this video? I'm just curious.
Yeah, this video is called Wolfhart Pannenberg on God and the Natural Sciences by Objective Bob. Let me put it in the back for you. I'll throw it in the private chat here.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Wolfhart Pannenberg. Yeah, but yeah, he's combining, Christianity and evolution. Let's hear that back one more time. It's pretty interesting, right?
The old, the idea of purpose is. In connection with the discussion of an so-called anthropic principle, guiding the development of the universe from the beginning to the emergence of life and finally of intelligent life in human beings. The old idea of a teleological determination of physical processes has acquired new plausibilities in the eyes of many. Teleological, that means that the telos, the aim, the outcome is of determinative influence in the process that leads to that end. The belief in a teleological orientation of the development of the universe, then, seems to lend itself more easily to the assumption of a divine purpose governing that development. But for two reasons, I hesitate to follow these suggestions. One of these reasons being scientific and one theological. The assumption of an intrinsically teleological direction of the development of the universe requires acceptance not only of the weak, so-called weak anthropic principle, according to which the later emergence of life depends in fact upon the fine-tuning of the natural constants in the early phases of the universe, but it requires also the assumption of the strong anthropic principle, claiming that the early condition of the universe renders the later emergence of life and of intelligence inevitable. This strong anthropic principle does not seem to be empirically warranted.
Okay, let's stop it right there. But yeah, interesting stuff, right, from Pannenberg. Right, and I hope you guys see how this parallels with the Skolimowski, right? That he's simply making some of the very parallel arguments, right? And he even mentions the same thinkers, right? Like he mentions both Aristotle and Aquinas, right, as being fundamental, and how Aristotle and Aquinas combine, right, with Hegel's ideas, right, in Teilhard de Chardin, right? So Teilhard de Chardin, understanding the notion of progress, understanding the notion of telos in nature, understanding the idea of, this cosmic evolution, right? Combining the notion, right, of being and becoming with the notion of the Aristotelian ideas, right? Aristotle inventing the notions of, of contingency and telos and all these ideas, right? And inventing them as philosophical categories, right? And Aquinas taking those categories, right, to separate reason and revelation, the world of the spirit from the world of nature, right? And of course, they had all of these ideas, right, lined up so that when Hegel separated the mind from nature, right, and said that the development of mind through nature is the idea of freedom moving through the spirit of world history, right, that this is actually a realization of progress, right? And of course, the development of this notion, of this Hegelian notion of progress, or the spirit moving through nature.
Would you
Right,
then say that Schopenhauer was right to Hegel?
Oh yeah, absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, I think Schopenhauer was right about Hegel, and he was a way better philosopher, way better writer.
Yeah, I love Schopenhauer. Yeah, I love Schopenhauer.
Yeah. Yeah, like yeah, the world and its representation. I mean, his theories about consciousness are so much more coherent than Hegel's theories. It's not even funny, right? It's not even funny.
Actually, this one well, I don't want this to be flagged, but his last name is kind of weird. There's this one Italian quantum physicist. He's got a little bit popular. His last name is Fagin. Fagin, and he wrote.
Yeah, actually, actually, I think Red mentions him a lot, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah, but go
argues
ahead.
for something like Schopenhauer. Yeah, something like Schopenhauer. There's idealism. It's interesting. and Bernardo Kastrap likes him too.
Yeah.
Fagin. I forgot his last name. First
maybe
name.
it's Fagin. I don't know. But yeah, we'll throw him a bone. But yeah.
Yeah, Federico Fagin. Yeah, Federico Fagin.
Yeah. Federico Fagin.
Oh, it's Fagin. Oh, I thought it was.
No, I'm just saying it like that for. We don't know, but
I caught it on.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so yeah, blessings to the people. Yeah, Federico. Yeah, look him up. He's got some interesting ideas about consciousness, and I think something to do with quantum physics or something like that, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, he's an idealist. His views are kind of close to Bernardo Kastrap's, like monistic idealism, and kind of like Schopenhauer's will in itself. The will in itself, is kind of has similar views to that. Like, he argues in that direction, but I haven't read his book yet. I plan to read it though. So he has a book about, how when you study quantum physics deeply, it leads to idealism or something. Like it's based on certain things. I have to see what the name of that book is again, but I have it on my backlog. But yeah, here, irreducible consciousness, life, computers, and human nature. Yeah, he actually does not view consciousness and computers as the same. He views them as different orders of logic.
Yeah.
That book. Yeah, I do plan to read that in the future.
Yeah, sounds interesting. Yeah, we'll move on to I'm gonna read about Pannenberg, and then we'll open up this video on Marina Abramovich here. So that's how we'll do this. I'll play another song here for you guys. We'll be back in like 2 minutes here. I'm trying to find where I put my coffee. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah. So we'll be right back. Blessings, guys. Yeah, I made this here. I don't know if you guys like Portishead, but yeah, it's a great band, right? They've got that song Over, and the beat of Over is very haunting, right? So yeah, the beat from Over with Sick Jack and a bunch of other people. Yeah, blessings, guys. Yeah, be right back.
The harshest interrogation techniques: solitary confinement, noise, light, dark. In other words, enhanced or extreme sensory discernment. There is no such thing as a little torture. Prisoners of war, interrogation, torture, to death, torture, to death. Prisoners of war, prisoners of war.
deep I picture for disrupting the plan. They're trying to fulfill prophecy of the scripture. They already killed the soldiers found from rebel militias. They used the art of execution. The shots rang and they bang vicious. Bodies left in shallow ditches to rot. These hollow bitches take us to a camp that's known as the Rock. My brother Big Duke is shot. A trail of blood drops as we walk. Guns pointed at my head, then loaded and cocked. They load us up in the POW truck. Let's see what trouble you fucks cause. The devil calls for my brother be up. They separate us, trying to break up the raiders. I'm worried about the wound on his neck. I hope that I see him later. Sitting in a black hole, thinking it's my last song, but I won't sing it till my life's gone. I'll die in this torture chamber before I talk before people in the course of danger. I'm walking down the corridor knowing now what they hold me for. They think I'm hiding the other leader in modern holy war. Me, I'm just a soldier bringing the truth to all of y'all. Fuck this martial law, taking rights like it's not salon. They get these guys from Nam to start the torture, the scorching with these wires that cause electric convulsion. I'm in a solitary confined room where screams of pain just bounce off walls like echoes constantly reminding of doom. These goons see me daily, mentally try to break me. I'm already psycho, homie, so you can't drive me crazy. I'm willing to die, asking the Lord to please save me. Forgive me for my sins before I pass and bullets take me. Sitting in a black hole, I'm thinking it's my last song, but I won't sing it till my life's gone. I'll die in this torture chamber before I talk to people in the course of danger.
This is not heaven, it's the world.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah. So let me read here. It says, paragraph 594. Pannenberg follows Hegel in claiming that reality and unity of essential being. The reality of unity. Reality is the unity of essential being and existence. Excuse me. He also gives special importance to the thoughts of St. Paul, right? So this whole idea of, the real and the actual are one, right? And of course, the relation between thought and reality, right? Because obviously, the entire force of argument from both the empiricists and the rationalists, right, sort of moved in a direction, right, that kind of said that these two parts of existence aren't exactly in agreement. They don't really interact with each other, right? That thoughts and reality are two different things, right? So truth and reality became really two different concepts, right? Because why? Because nature is subject to change, right? So how does truth enter into existence, right? This whole notion, he says here, right? He says he gives special importance to the thoughts of St. Paul, who put an emphasis on the end of the world and the coming of a new earth. This emphasis is not seen as much in the Gospels and the Johannine writings, yet and still there's God's entrance into history and the playing out of this drama on a stage of world history. Right? If you read Ephesians, right, you read a lot of other, I forget where, we see now through a mirror darkly, which will then become, we'll see face to face, right? I don't know if that's in Ephesians or, right, we see now in a mirror darkly. through a glass darkly, yeah. Corinthians, right? Corinthians has a sort of futuristic overtone as well, because it's sort of talking about, look, God's going to become all in all, right? So if you look at 1 Corinthians 15, right? So he's trying to interject, right? And look at how Aristotle and Paul blended and created Teilhard de Chardin. And of course, he's a Hegelian, right? So of course, it's combining Aristotle, his notion of telos, right? And these hidden potentialities within nature, right? The notion of Paul and his notion of a collective salvation, right? Tying that into the idea right, finally, of this cosmic evolution, right? That the purpose of man is to move towards this collective salvation, right? And yeah, so he says here, the interpretation of how the word or the spirit of God moves through history has been blended with Aristotelian teleology to suggest that God is moving everything to its particular end through the process of history. Hence, Teilhard de Chardin represents a perfect blend of Aristotelian and Pauline notions, as reflected in current European thought, which has come to influence modern scientific dreams of a technological singularity. And so clearly underline our concerns. While the Jewish God represents the ultimate reality, the Greek God represents the ground of being or the cosmic order. The Pauline synthesis of these two forms is essential to understanding the concept of world history, according to Pannenberg. This also understood by the messianic expectation of the Jews and the eschatology of national restoration that will bring peace to the entire world by restoring faith in Jerusalem, which is seen as the heart and center of world events. Now, there is a Pauline view of the new heaven and the new earth to atone for the sin of mankind. According to Paul, quote, creation was subject to futility, not of its own will, but the will of the one who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to decay. Romans 8:20 and 21. Hence, all of creation was to be renewed, which reflects the fact that the eschatological scheme views evil to be part of the very fabric of existence, especially in the world which is now ruled by the devil, which is also incidentally the reason why people are subjected to sin, not of their own will, as Paul states. We contest that it matters not whether man is chained to fate or linked in the process of contingency that is open to the future, when one is no longer free to affirm what is there now in the fullness of creation. Right? So this whole idea that something is left out of the process of creation. It's part and parcel of the notion of becoming itself, right? Right? So the earth needs to be renewed. Man has to become a new man. (1 Corinthians 15:45), that the first man was given a living soul that was wasted on sin, but the new man will be a life-giving spirit responsible for the salvation of the entire world in the age to come. Pannenberg all but proves that this is not radical interpretation with its own synthesis, but the life-giving spirit, which is the breath of life, quote unquote, that God breathes into human beings, seen in the pneuma, seen as the pneuma, 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 By the way, I believe this is a word that's used in the Greek gospel, right, for spirit, pneuma. So it's a good word to familiarize yourself with, pneuma or spirit. I believe when Paul is talking about the difference between the spirit and the flesh, he's referring to the pneuma, this Greek word. Yeah, we had somebody in the chat here earlier. I just want to shout them out. This guy with the anime girl, not salmon fish. I'm rocking with your comments. I like your comments. Or filtered out, conceiving the false vision. Straddles modernity. Yeah, man. Good stuff. Blessings. But yeah, the pneuma, the quickening elements that give form and how spirit seen as the soma, right? The pneuma and the soma. Okay, that's the word for flesh. Sorry. Yeah, the spirit and the flesh. Pneuma and soma. Are linked through the ephemeral to the ethereal stages of world history. Pannenberg cites both Anaximenes and Psalms. Right, tied to the realization of life everlasting and the bestowal of an immortal soul in the life to come, which stresses a unity with God above other three Western religious traditions and non-Pauline versions of the Christian message. Pannenberg chooses a historical view of spirit in the Hegelian sense and contrasts it with the subjectivist trend of spirit seen in Descartes. So, obviously, the view of spirit apart from matter, right, is a huge issue. Right, and the view of world history, right, eclipses individual responsibility. Right, so there's a problem between individual responsibility and this notion of world history realizing itself.
I have a question for you. It's more about aesthetics, but it does intersect with what you're dealing with. And some people find a vibrant, forest or a vibrant community as beautiful, but some people also find ruins, like ruins in ancient Egypt or Persia from forgotten kingdoms. The ruins they find it beautiful also. There's like a sublime beauty to it also. In a way, this brings me to a question: if they're both beautiful in their own ways, what is progress then? You know what I mean? Like if you can see beauty in both the the vibrant community that's alive and also the ruins, it's a kind of difficult question. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't know. Maybe it's just nonsensical what I'm saying.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a very interesting thought. Yeah.
That's a very good question, but I guess for me, because we're mortal, it's easier to find things that are temporary. Yeah, I guess maybe it would be a lot different. Will we really find beauty seeing the earth from when it was first created to the day it's destroyed? I think what really gives something its beauty in the moment is the fact that we don't have it for very long.
Yeah,
if you had it forever, at least in the human sense, you would get stale. You get bored of it quickly. You
That's
paint for
actually
1,000
very
years, but you know how eventually you get bored of painting and want to go and do something else.
I'm sorry if I was interrupting, but I wanted to say there's a very wise statement in Japanese that's called mono no awari. Mono no awari, the beauty found in impermanence. You know what I mean? And the Japanese literature is all about that. You know, they talk about the beauty found in impermanence, and you know, yeah, that was very wise. Yeah, I appreciate that comment.
Yeah, let me drop this link here again. And this is the sort of last paragraph I'll read here. I really got to move on here. There's like 10 more paragraphs here that are extremely relevant that I will read on Saturday. But yeah, I mean, in a week, right? So yeah, hence, we feel that thinkers like Pannenberg set up the false dialectic that is a perpetual fault line, right? Okay, this would be the dialectic between self-determination and collective salvation, right? Like Skolmowski, Pannenberg puts the dialectic in terms of a disagreement between the respective philosophies of Paul Tillich and Teilhard de Chardin. He further explains the problem of the relation between ecology and genetics. Okay, the relation between ecology and genetics. Right, linked with so there's a dialectic between ecology and genetics, is what he's saying, right? And he's saying, so this reflects the idea of, self-determination and collective salvation, right? So self-determination is about, is relating to this concept of genetics, and collective salvation is relating to this concept of ecology, right? But they're both inextricably linked with each other, right? So this is linked with also the idea of Tillich's notion of the ecstatic nature, right, as we were pointing out earlier, right, and Teilhard de Chardin's notion of the omega point, right, which is the main thrust of the culmination of existence, right, where becoming realizes its final goal, right? But yeah. Anyways. Whoops. Yeah, blessings. Like autumn flower that spring up for only a week or a couple of days. Yeah, it's fascinating. So yeah, let's take a look at some of this documentary, and we'll move to some ideas from the gentleman there who's written this work in the shadow of the Dalai Lama, right? Okay, on the dark rituals of the Dalai Lama, right? So yeah, and of course we'll watch more of this Pannenberg video next time, and of course we're gonna relate this to Skolmowski on Wednesday, right? So we'll do all of that, right? But yeah, blessings to all the people. Let's move to this video here. Try to find this here for you guys. I know there's a playlist that has all of them in there. So yeah, give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. Yeah, here she. Oh yeah, and of course we got our buddy here. Fridtjof Capra. Right, so there's another reason why I clicked on this set of videos here. But yeah, blessings. Oh yeah, let me put this.
The only thing I'm saying now is you can't be so extreme as to say that you are not allowed to mine any resources anymore from now on. That's the only
Obviously,
thing I
we'll
say.
have a transition stage, but that must be the ideal. You see, sustainability we're not going to introduce it tomorrow, that's clear, but that must be the ideal.
And so far, it's not even addressed by economists. Let me just add.
Not true, right?
You have these meetings of the G7, right? The economic summits. At every summit, they repeat, growth, a healthy economy, so much growth at the GNP.
Yeah, and what is he talking about? He's talking about the exact conflict, right? The conflict between ecology and genetics, right? That we've created a world system, right, that's usurping people's individual responsibility, right, and it's moving towards a collective establishment, right, and it's basically disregarding that people have to play this role in their local communities, right? So this whole idea, right, between our own responsibility and the collective salvation of the human race, right, is caught between this problem, right? And of course, if you create the dominant way of life, right, well, it's going to eliminate all other ways of life, right? So the best way to be you is to just be, on par with everyone else, right? It's kind of a weird, right? As Lao Tzu says, the best place is second place, right? Right.
I wanted to say what I was always taught as a kid was be careful what you do now because it could always affect you later down the road.
Right. It's a butterfly effect, right? There's no multiverse, right? It's one timeline. But yeah, it's interesting.
Why don't economists stand up and say it's pure nonsense? Because we know it's pure nonsense. The GNP does not measure the health of an economy.
What I am concerned with is that the framework in which we work, to me, the period of reformation is over. We have to head towards a period of transformation, metamorphosis, to substitute the very word development. Development is still, in the best sense of the word, crypto-colonialism.
So look, he just drew the whole dialectic between immanence and transcendence right there with this statement, right? He said it's not about reformation or, which is really transformation from within, but transformation as a whole, right? So he wants to look at things in evolutionary terms, right, in terms of transcendence. And he's saying this whole idea that, right, we're part of a static nature, right? That this is part of the issue and problem right there, right?
Because you say development, sustainable, not sustainable, good, bad, slowly, but the very concept of development has a very particular anthropology. That the meaning of life is to develop in one way or another. And then we call peoples on the way to development. What if we were to translate and accuse me then on the other side that we said awakening instead of development or realization? We have been believing for too long that our culture, which is the predominant one, which is great, it's enormous, it's fantastic, is the only
one. So he's saying that development can be constraining if it wants to go in a particular direction, right? And he's saying that if you change it to awareness, right, then it's just moving to a state where you could realize what is happening, right, and not in a state where you're swept along with the change itself, right, where you're being developed, right, by the end point of the change that you're supposed to reach.
And can provide the solution and the models for the world predicament today.
Are we talking about global interdependence, global partnership, or are we talking about global exploitation? Mm-hmm. And most economic policies and most business policies today, as we know, are more in the direction of global exploitation than global partnership. So there needs to be a shift in values together with the shift in thinking. If the thinking shifts to global awareness, with the purpose of exploiting the natural
shift in values and shift in thinking, right? So he's saying that ethics has to be paired with the pursuit of knowledge, right? That values, that there's an inextricable relationship between knowledge and values, right? And that relates to the whole relationship between the world system or the ecology, right, and our sort of personal development, right, or the development of our particular species or our particular tribe, right?
Yeah. There's an interesting concept in dynamical systems, but I haven't researched it in depth, but I know about it a little bit. It's called attractor, which is a set of states toward which a system tends to evolve for a wide variety of starting conditions of the system. And I always thought that was interesting because attractors are like the middle way between telos or pure chance. You know what I mean? They're like a middle way between it. Like there's like attracting. You know, you see what I'm saying? Attractor. Yeah. But yeah, that's in dynamical systems. You know. Yeah, I don't really see many people mention attractors much.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, but this whole idea of the attractor, right? This would be more in terms of a non-conventional view, definitely. I mean, but yeah, I wonder how many people on this panel follow that line of thinking. I know Capra might be sympathetic to it, but yeah. Oh yeah, and the other guy is a Catholic, and so he might be influenced by Teilhard de Chardin or something else.
World and the peoples of the world as it is today, then globalization is a curse. But if it shifts to the values of global partnership and of global interdependence, then it's a blessing. But growth in the living world doesn't mean just expansion.
Wow, pretty base for Capra because he's literally been the only one in this entire conference that has ever said globalization could be a curse. Right? They all seem to assume that it's a good thing. Right? So, I mean, wow. I mean, yeah, definitely.
It means, say, in a human being, development to maturity. It means also inner growth. So growth needs to be qualified. You know, Exxon made a huge profit from that oil spill. The GNP of Alaska rose sharply after the oil spill, but that's not sustainable growth. That's destructive growth. Sustainability, in the definition of the World Watch Institute in Washington, D.C., is a society, a sustainable society, is a society that satisfies its needs without diminishing the chances of future generations.
Is there not something which can grow because it is not damaging, occupying, it is fulfilling? And is that not what the artist has?
You know, the sad story here is that we cover our houses with the carpets and we cover our streets with the concrete. And we use a telephone instead of telepathy. I mean, we completely, with all the progress, we exchange the computers for our, possibility to our sensitivity. We don't use at all our intuition. We don't use at all our creativity. Even if we have free time, we will open television and just hypnotized by the programs. I was always amazed in America when there were people even sleep with the television. With the speaker continuously talk. The moment I was staying with some friends and I will go very slowly and switch off. The moment I switch off, the person wake up. He could not sleep without anymore. I mean, there are these incredible problems that we are completely disconnected of the flow of nature.
Growth and cancer. I have a hypothesis which at least does not.
Yeah, we know what's causing the growth in cancer, right? It's a one-to-one relationship between the growth in in cancer cancer and our way of life. Right? That as we saw, our relationship to technology, right, and all these chemicals is causing the cancer. Right? Yeah, I see Dave down there, right? I know Dave believes in a conventional view of evolution. If he would like to, talk to Avian Buddha about, third way evolution, that would be a great conversation, I think. So if Dave wants to come up, you're welcome to join, Dave. We'd love to talk to you about alternative views in evolution. I mean, right? Or get that conversation started, or see what a conventional view versus a third wave view, you know, what that sort of conversation could produce. So yeah, we appreciate you watching the show. Captive Desk Dave, he's got an interesting channel too. They debate on his channel, right? So go check his channel out. Yeah, exactly. Captive Dave. Captive Desk. His name is Dave, right? So yeah, blessings, Stephen. But yeah, anyways.
Also, I would say as the technological complexity grows, there's just new and new forms of cancer or diseases we could never even imagine. Like it just keeps accumulating, you know. And,
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, this idea that he just mentioned, man, I already forgot what he said. Oh yeah, she said that our way of technology, and she could be kind of going off the rail here. She's kind of like thinking that, you know, artists need to be these telepathic beings, you know, like Ezra Pound said, the artists are the antenna of the human race, right, and all that stuff. So yeah, interesting stuff, right? But yeah, so in terms of that, right, she's saying that, well, you know, all this manufactured sort of equipment for life, right, seems to damage our relationship to what's actually going on, right? And she seemed to think that our technology is weakening our innate sensibilities, right? Yeah, so obviously she wants a more primitive, you know, connection, right? And she talked about that sort of in the beginning, right? She's sort of wants to exemplify this shaman, right, sort of stage, and of course she's a techno shaman in a lot of ways, right? But in terms of her, and obviously, you know, sort of weird into the Vajrayana sort of tantric, you know, aspect of things, right? But in terms of you know, this whole idea, right, that the other gentleman is talking about, right? You know, sort of talking about how you know, this whole you know, notion of ecology, you know, could be damaging, you know, that it sort of comes on the world stage, right? It could have a destructive element attached to it, right? With the push for globalization could be a push towards tyranny. And then, of course, they're talking about, you know, how the proliferation of this technology has caused world scale issues, right? Medical issues and so on and so forth, right? So there's a palpable risk involved, right, to the physical health, right? But also there may be another type of spiritual risk that she's pointing out, right? Honestly, no lies detected in, you know, what she said. You know, it's actually seemed pretty based, right?
There are these incredible problems that we are completely disconnected of the flow of nature.
Growth and cancer. I have a hypothesis which at least does not need the billions of dollars for cancer research, which our present day loss of homeostasis, as the medical doctors would say, in our individual organisms is simply a reflection in our microcosmos of what in the macrocosm is going. Our civilization has lost homeostasis, has lost the sense of the optimum and goes for the maximum. Let us, for instance, when he spoke of the breaking of the rhythms, today, in order to cultivate scientifically, with all the machinery we need, 1 acre of rice, we need an input of 15 irrecuperable units of energy, higher than the amount of calories that that acre of rice is going to yield if the harvest is optimal. No wonder then that the poor people get poorer and the richer people get richer.
Yeah, we made this point in a painful manner with E.F. Schumacher's work, right? And yeah, he made it painfully clear that the energy used to produce the food, right, is not equivalent to the value we're getting off of it, right? Most humans are energy slaves, right? And the energy expenditure is not equal to the product that's being produced, right? Or what people are paying for it, right? All of these are contrivances, right, that disconnect us from our, methods of subsistence, right?
Or as my friend Hazel Henderson says, nothing fails like success. And that is an illustration of the point that you have
Yeah,
to
that's pretty much one of the fundamental principles in Taoism, right? But yeah.
optimize, as you say, and not maximize. Another way of saying this is that this maximization of single variables is the definition of stress. Stress is a certain rigidity in a whole living system introduced by maximization of single variables. Whatever that variable is, whether the size of a city or an institution, or whether it's profits or production, whatever you maximize, if you do it long enough, will eventually destroy the system as a whole. And so we need optimization.
No, I like to say one sentence what I always find so beautiful is very simple, is not to do, is to be. But it's very simple, but the most difficult it is. And there is another beautiful word translated from Tibetan, I don't know the Tibetan, but is in English is called suchness. And suchness is something that can be described as the emptiness, but the full emptiness. So there are all these moments how to get there. The one way of, when he says to light travel, let's go to desert. But why desert? Because I think the desert is the place where there's less thing happening. It's just you and your mind. In old days, you say the Jesus, the Moses, the Muhammad, everybody went to desert like nobody, and they came back as a somebody. I mean, there must be something in this desert. Because the desert is the hardest place to go. This is the place when you're really confronted with yourself. Nothing but yourself.
I wanted to say she's not wrong about that.
Situation of 65 degrees Celsius when it's
There's a lot of symbolism that they use in a lot of occultism where they're always showing the character going through the desert and coming out different, like Hobson's Ill Mind. I mean, one of his music songs addressing God is literally him in the desert. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that what she's saying about that is very true. There's a lot of desert symbolism in a lot of things. What is it like the whole a man leaves with several demons, or leaves with one demon and comes back with several ones. So she's not wrong.
What's true is that most traditions do have significant roots from either the desert or steppes. The steppes are very important too. I mean, those are like the steppes are very important too, where a lot of traditions came from too, like the more Indo-European traditions have more steppe-like origin, while the more Abrahamic or Semitic ones have more desert origin. But they are both very empty. I mean, both the steppes and desert are very empty.
Yeah, a lot of the movie symbolism is in desert. What is it? The Book of Eli, Mad Max. Several other ones that revolve around the desert. So.
Yeah, but the steppes are also very important. The steppes. For like the more Indo-European stuff, like Buddhism and Zoroastrianism, and the steppes, the Pontic Caspian steppes, and also North and Central Asia, the north of Central Asia. Basically what I'm saying is that the uninhabited space probably allows for like more powerful experiences. I mean, like more sense of cosmic mystery. The uninhabited space.
Yeah, that America song is incredible. Horse with No Name by the band America. Yeah, that's a great song. But yeah, she mentioned a couple of things there. She said first, she said it's not about doing, it's about being, which is interesting because doing is a part that is in motion, right? So she's trying to cut the idea. I think she's trying to nip the idea of utilitarianism in the bud, right? But yeah, this whole idea of being and, you know, sort of doing nothing, right, instead of activity, right, because activity does have a return to the source of, you know, whatever caused the motion to begin, right? So, I mean, it's just interesting. I mean, yeah,
Well,
go ahead.
one thing Twilight is right about is that the people on the steppes, like the Scythians and the Sintashta, they did leave a lot of formative influence. You know, those people, they're kind of like, you know, they did a lot of drugs, you know, but in a way that they were trying to break the border between self and the cosmic, you know, on the steppes, you know, and they were warriors, you know, they invaded Central Asia, you know, they invaded Bacteria Marginia complex, BMAC, you know what I mean? And that led to a lot of formation of tradition. Bacteria Marginia archaeological complex, you know. Yeah, they had tremendous influence too, but mainly in Central Asia, you know. But you know, like Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, you know, Hinduism, you know, early Vendetta, stuff like that. It all has like step-like origin. You know, I don't know if they're lying or not, or if it's fabricated, but those people were white, you know, Northwest Europe, close to like Swedish people and Northwest Europeans, the people on the steppes, which is very strange. Well, in the deserts, you had more like, I don't know, like Palestinians. Palestinians are probably the closest to what the original, you know, people in the desert war, like during Jesus, you know what I mean? They look like Palestinians, you know, they,
Right.
yeah, yeah. So that's interesting. There's like a dichotomy between those two. Fritjof Schwann, you know about Schwann, you know,
Yeah, of course, yeah.
he's kind of confusing to me, but because he kind of like contradicts, he claims he prefers the more steppe-like traditions, but then I'm wondering why he convert into Islam though. Like if he preferred the steppe traditions,
Yeah,
why
I
he
mean, he
convert to
put like
Islam? It seems kind of subversive to
yeah,
me.
like
But,
a Native American headdress on, and you know, in
yeah.
his like cult, and did all sorts of crazy rituals. So yeah, it's sort of weird, dude.
Yeah, he was a weird dude.
You know,
Yeah.
where they like prayed to Mary and stuff. Yeah, totally. Yeah, he started a weird strain of occultism. So yeah, I think his Islamic stuff is obviously, you know,
One thing I will say about Socratic of Guanon is I really think the poetry of Ibn Arabi is special. You know, I mean, his poetry, Ibn Arabi,
oh
even
yeah,
though,
of course, yeah.
yeah, even though he was, I think he did walk the desert. I'm not sure, but yeah, yeah, his poetry was interesting. Yeah. Maybe reading his poetry in the future would be nice. Yeah, but yeah, but yeah, the desert and steppes, the kind of dichotomy is interesting, to be honest. You know, because the steps are like, you know, but some people take it too far, you know what I mean? Like they, but yeah, you know, that's interesting.
Yeah, and of course she's not wrong. You know, Jesus went to the wilderness, Abraham went to the wilderness. You know, they leave the city, they go to the wilderness. You know, Jesus was next to a huge port city, right? You know, obviously historical sources say that Galilee was not like a little village. It was like a bustling city, right? You know, because it was a port, right? So yeah, it's fascinating stuff. But yeah.
Extremely hot. When you can't move, if you make 3 steps, I mean, your heartbeat, you can take this heat. The body temperature is lower than a temperature around you. So you are like pushing the hot wall all the time. With the hundreds of flies on my body who was sitting in my eyes, in my nose, in my mouth, because there was a little bit of liquid, they will never go away. For 4 months, I wanted to push away. I could not. I mean, that was just so difficult. I remember the day I wake up in the desert and all flies are gone. And I remember the incredible happiness I experienced, but the experience of just being there. And that happiness was not caused by any event. It was just caused by my own existence. And I realized that actually I become one with nature, that I have a smell of nature, that I was a foreigner there all the time. That's why the flies was there. The moment my smell was the smell of the earth, I was not any more foreigner element. They just left away. I was the same as a rock, as a tree. And that experience was so profound and so strong that from that moment, I really understood so many things. It was like kind of, you know, the moment of purity, that everything was in his place, in complete tranquil situation. You know, desert is where you really confront with yourself, with your own mind. And this confrontation we try to avoid all the time. And one of the very important points is our fear to dying. We have enormous fear of dying. We always repress and put somewhere else, and we never confront. And the all work I'm trying to do is, first of all, I like to put my ego out of my work, because ego is something that stands in the front and is obstacle. And I want to say, in all days when the artists write not name but just anonymous, it was the best thing they can do. When you finish with this ego and you really try to empty your mind, then you are ready to help the society to change.
In fact, I think meditation is needed just because we live an artificial life, because we can't be in that unspoiled nature where we have that contact with nature, with the cosmos. We miss that in our artificial life. But in meditation, we can nevertheless still find the source of our being. And that's so important.
Would we not need meditation also if we have a natural life? I think as well.
Probably less, because then living in nature is already a kind of meditation.
And that's a tragedy, that living in an artificial world prevents to live in this meditative aspect, and then we...
Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty obvious why they're prescribing people mindfulness and all this nonsense, right? It's because, I mean, it's mindfulness, as I say. It's your 15-minute stop, right, where you get to have awareness, right? And of course, it's planned, right? It has no relationship to spontaneity or nature or, actually observing yourself, right? It's just actually just a mitigation of the constant motion that you put yourself under technical necessity, right? So it's a way to adjust yourself to a life of technical necessity, right? It has nothing to do with actually going to nature and tapping into yourself or any of that stuff, right? That it used to imply, right? It's simply just a way to mitigate the symptoms, right, that are caused by the disease of technical necessity, right? So it's pretty sad, right, that they're prescribing this to adjust people to the technological society, right? A particular brand of meditation. And of course, you need to do it, right? Why? Because your brain is fried, right? So it's prescribed to you, right? I mean, it's extremely sad state, right? Whereas you could just stare at a lake, right? Stare at a tree and, boom, you're meditating, right? People used to do it all the time. Exactly, right?
Yeah,
Used to do
exactly.
it while they were fishing.
Yeah, we see it, and pretty much everything. Yep, that's right. Yep. I kind of forgot what I was gonna say, but yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah. Yeah, like you see, making mindfulness. They're trying to bring mindfulness into workforce to make people better drones or something. And in the past, the Chinese, I mentioned this before, they had something called 4 arts, which was more of a more holistic, integrative kind of education where that valued solitude and uninhabited space. But now education is about mechanization and also just clutter the mind in a way that kind of parallels the clutter in the world, with urbanization and urban sprawl. You know what I mean? Urban sprawl. It's interesting. There's a lot of like inside out kind of things occurring. Like you see the urban sprawl, and then you see your mind getting cluttered too in some way. And more like average, But I think the important thing is to seek uninhabited space. Uninhabited space.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and I will take a break here soon. And just play a little show I was on for like here, let me see how long I was on this show. Yeah, it seemed like there's like 25 minutes here that are pretty relevant that I'll go ahead and play for you guys soon. Right, so we'll take a little 20-minute break soon. Right, in which I'll go and get some food and make some coffee, right? So I'll throw something on here and then I'll come back in about 20 minutes. Right, so we'll do that in in a little bit of time, right? So yeah, so I've done that before, but yeah, it's good because it also gives me time to go outside and smoke a cigarette. I became addicted to smoking cigarettes. I'm on like my 4th pack of cigarettes, and I'm trying to quit now.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually used to be addicted to cigarettes, but I moved on to nicotine gum, which I don't think is any better. Maybe that's worse. So I don't know.
Yeah.
You think nicotine gum is worse than cigarettes? I'm
I
not
mean,
sure.
yeah, no, it can't be worse for sure, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how they procure the nicotine, for the gum, but yeah, interesting. It'll be
Well,
interesting to study.
I can tell you that in some case studies, some rats became so addicted to nicotine the drops that they would have them go through the maze for that they would break their teeth off and try to eat through the metal wiring of the cage just to get to the nicotine. So that's probably just a hint of, as someone who picked up cigarettes at the age of like 15 or 16, I used to steal 1 or 2 from my dad's pack, and he ended up catching me doing it or whatever. But as someone who used to say, man, I could put them down whenever I want, I would never get addicted to them. Nicotine is probably the closest thing you could get to a physical demon other than like, any normal addiction. If you're addicted to alcohol, it's basically the same thing. But I can tell you, man, nicotine is probably one of the most destructive chemicals out there because when you smoke real tobacco, it's nowhere near, like I'm talking about straight out of the ground, hasn't had no pesticides, hasn't been put into a tobacco house where, what a lot of people don't realize in a lot of tobacco houses, the more cheaper ones, like where you buy your dollar cigars, like a lot of the cheap cigars that you get nowadays, a lot of them actually have roach legs in it because they don't like wasting a lot of them leaves. I had family who worked in an old tobacco house in the 70s and 80s, and they were known to take a big old brush and sweep up dead cockroaches even inside what was left of the tobacco and reprocess it into the cheaper, like the cigarettes that would have the Indian pictures, the real cheap kind of like Cheyenne cigar type stuff. So, smoking, processed tobacco, especially in today's corporation times where all their chemicals are, I don't know if you've seen that movie. I think it's called Mob of Death or whatever, but there's a lot of people who get paid to keep people like me and millions, if not billions of other people addicted to cigarettes. It's very catered and tailored to your brain and how your brain chemically reacts to that stimuli on top of what they say some other 4,000 chemicals that they put inside of cigarettes and tobacco. So, maybe definitely try to quit smoking. I can tell you, I've been smoking since I was, like I said, 13, 14. I'm going on 31 and I can't breathe anymore, dude. And this is someone who stays physically, like Ip Man, back in the day, the reason why Ip Man got to live so long when he smoked tobacco and did martial arts is because it wasn't as bad with the chemicals. But, I've only been smoking for, that short amount of time. And I can tell you, I probably already have COPD. So it's a very destructive place. And, it's crazy, though, that you can't even sue these companies, as long as they put that Surgeon General's warning, that, even if you don't inhale, you can still get, the cancer or whatever. And a lot of people don't realize it, but, just like with the microwaves, you can smoke cigarettes or cigars or whatever for a while, and it'll affect the father's, DNA with their sperm. And, it can cause health issues later on down the line with your children. So,
Yeah, what you have to say is 100% right. I wish I never started smoking, but it's too late for that now. But yeah, it's better than ever to start.
all you can do is purge your system. If you can, I've tried, dude. I can't tell you how many packs of cigarettes that I have bought and then broke them in half. And I'm talking about paying $6 or $7 for a pack of Newport Reds, wanting to put one in my mouth like I wish I had one right now, and then just go and snap it in half and then turn around 5 minutes later, go right back down and buy another pack, just simply because of the fact it's like, for me, for the longest time, it was because it was cool. I didn't smoke a cigarette because I had lived a long life and I had mental health problems, and a cigarette helps me calm down. I just saw my mom and dad and people who were older, and then some kids at school who would get, go out there and sneak on the, behind the bleachers and smoke cigarettes. Hell, I'm one of them kids who ended up sneaking, you know, out there on the playing field when, you know, there was recess or something, and later in high school, and, you know, getting a cigarette. My health teacher watched me smoke a cigarette on the premises. He just said, don't let me, you know, don't let me see you doing it, you know. So, I mean, I smoked a long time, and, you know, I don't smoke as much as usual, but I can tell you that, you know, like they say, you have to, even if you smoke, what was it, 200 cigarettes, you need to go at least, you know, at least 4.5 to 5 years of not smoking anything, so that way you can actually get the detrimental effects. Someone like me who's been smoking as long as I have, I would have to go almost twice as what I've lived now, just for the, you know, effects of what's been done in my lungs to even begin to dissipate. So, you know, there are some remedies that you can take, but, you know, I know some people, dude, who are about 10, 15 years older than me who have smoked their entire life and they never got cancer. And I know some people who smoked only 10, 15, 20 years and, you know, they died of, you know, smoking related problems. So, you know, it's a very destructive thing. I remember when I was a kid, when you went to Pizza Hut and stuff, the adults were still allowed to smoke cigarettes. You know, you could be right there in the parlor, everyone going around to the all-you-can-eat buffet getting pizza, and, you know, there's a smoking table over there in the corner with a little silver, you know, aluminum ashtray, and the parents could be eating their pizza while you're smoking. And, you know, back then, none of the parents in the restaurant even said anything. You know, compared to nowadays, you know, I've been standing outside smoking a cigarette nowhere even near close to the front of a building, and had a woman come, how dare you come outside and smoke a cigarette? Like, lady, the sign says I have to be at least 25 feet away from the building. I'm at least 30 feet away, you know. So, you know, it's not just whether, you know, your parents went to the store and bought all these genetically modified food, like for someone like me who grew up in the 90s, who grew up in the era of genetically modified fucking foods where you know, ketchup was green. You know, there's a reason why, you know, 90s children come out with, you know, a considerable amount of health issues and stuff.
I'm a 90s kid also. I'm a 90s kid also. I was born in 1990. Yeah, everything you say is right. I remember some of those pre-packaged foods they had that they advertised in the 90s were so toxic, you know, like it's like irradiated or like a really crappy artificial crap that they were giving kids and marketing it on advertisements in the 90s. You know, yeah, it's pretty disgusting. Yeah, yeah, but yeah.
Anything it takes to break us down, right?
Yeah. Also, I used to smoke American Spirits, the organic kind.
Oh, right.
I'm not even sure that makes much of a difference, you know, because I don't know the processing method, you know, for the American Spirits, the organic.
I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, dude, I don't trust anything that has a picture that's put on a shelf that you can go into a store and buy. I'm talking about if you can get a hold of actual, natural, pure tobacco that hasn't been altered in any way and grow it in your own backyard and actually never have to, you know, use just certain ones use up to over 100, you know, different types of strains of different chemicals to keep their stuff, you know, from being eaten by bugs, or, you know, because, you know, plants can get what they call, you know, plant cancer or whatever, where, you know, if it's
yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, definitely. It's better to grow yourself.
If you can, yeah, but I mean, it's like with the vape things, you know, people know how, I don't care what kind of vapes you really have. Vaping it's no better than really smoking, you know. While it may be rare that your lung may go, but, you know, I don't know about most people, but I don't think it's worth taking the risk.
Something about vaping just doesn't sit right with me. I read some weird stuff about it.
Well, it's not natural. You know, I bought one of them vapes where you breathe it in and nothing comes out. And I'm going to tell you, dude, there's been a few nicotine vapes where it's like, you know, you get the chest pain, you know, it's like, oh God, did my lung just bust open or something, or did my lung just crystallize? But then again, that's what it comes down to, is that, you know, when it comes to addictions, for someone like me, my only real addiction is technically marijuana and a cigarette, because, you know, I've been around hardcore drugs like cocaine and people who have done LSD and PCP, and I'm telling you, I would never want that. I've only been drunk 3 times in my life because I'm a diabetic. I can't drink. You know, even though that doesn't stop me really from consuming sugar, I don't really like the effect of alcohol. You know, my body ever since I was young rejects the effect of alcohol. So as someone who, you know, never went out there and partied and watched other people do hardcore drugs, you know, whether or not that they use their for recreational use. Like for me, I started off using marijuana because I thought it was cool to get high and play video games and, not listen in school. But, even though I still got good grades, that didn't stop me from going out there and still buying, a bag of weed every once in a while and, smoking cigarettes. But by the time I got older, I stopped smoking as much as I did, let my lungs heal for a little while. It didn't work out. Started smoking again. I don't consume nowhere near as much food. But I can tell you, even the food, I can tell you, dude, the food that my child has access to now is no different than the fucking food that I was growing up on. There's been some food that I will never get him again, just simply because when I went and bit into it, even though it's been made perfectly, there ain't nothing wrong with it. It has a weird taste to it. It has a weird texture to it. When I was growing up and you went out there and you bought a pizza, usually at Pizza Hut or something, it tasted real. Just about almost anything nowadays, even the meat. I don't even trust going to the store nowadays. Look at the shrimp. Uh-oh.
Like the only
Anything.
people
Oh,
you can
yeah.
trust are like local farmers. If you know how they're doing things, handling things, the local farmers. But of course, they're attacking the local farmers. You know what I mean? The corporations and other stuff. But yeah.
Well, that's like for years when people were exposing the slaughterhouses. You know how all them slaughterhouse videos were coming out of the people wearing the body cams and catching them, abusing the animals and, slinging the pigs across the wall, beating them across the floor, breaking the necks of the turkeys and chickens and throwing them in. They were, all these horrible, like I'm telling y'all, if, as someone who has looked at some chicken and then took it up to the people at certain grocery stores. I won't name you, but certain grocery stores. And I'm like, why is this chicken green? And then what they'll do is you go and they'll go and they'll cut you some nice fresh chicken, wrap it up free, give you a little bit of a discount on the weight. And then you walk away, go away 2 or 3 aisles, stand there. And what do? Come put the chicken right back out there and someone else will buy it. So, these places don't care how their food is really processed. Yes, they quote unquote, and I'm using air quotations like Dr. Evil, give it, even if it says no antibiotics on it, I still would tell you that, go and every once in a while take a piece of chicken if you have a way to look underneath a microscope and see what's really in it. Because as someone who very meticulously checks his steaks, I don't eat a lot of chicken. I think there's something weird about all the chicken that they put out on the market. I'm telling you, dude, almost every single time I go and I get some chicken, even if it's in date, looks healthy, and as someone who used to slaughter live chickens on a farm and had to depluck them and then, watch the older person, do the thing in order to be able to put it on a rotisserie chicken on outside to cook it, there's something weird about the chickens, people are eating versus when you're growing your own chickens and not using antibiotics.
One farmer I like them. Oh yeah, Joel Salatin. You know that Joel Salatin?
I've heard of him.
Never heard of him? Oh, he's one of the few people who's opposing like all this stuff you talk about. He wants more local farmers and more natural ways of farming. And I knew a man like Joel Salatin. You know what I mean? And I would talk to him a lot. And there is a concerted effort from all these, like FDA and corporations.
I believe it.
Yeah,
I believe one of the number one ways to get the world to crumble, other than completely causing like a New York blackout, is going to be the food system. If people can no longer go to your stores, how many people, unlike me, who's had to grow up learning how to, if you had to eat, can you go out there and hunt a raccoon, know how to skin it and cook the right parts, and you're not eating, brain matter, stuff like that. There are a lot of people who don't know simply how to go out there and get a piece of fish. Hey, do you it's not very easy, but can you make a net to go and get fish if you can't make a fishing line? Most people can't even skin a fish. Are you going to chew on the bones when you go to eat it? So, the food system collapse, once all the cans are gone, once all the people come into your house and take all your Chef Boyardees and, the non-perishable foods, or the scarcity, like how in Resident Evil in the 3rd movie, oh, guess what? The world's a desert in that movie. But how the guy who drives the bus is able to shake the cans and he can tell what kind of food's inside the can. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, people think it's a LARP because it hasn't happened yet. But I mean, they've been doing it in your food, you know.
No,
So
it's not a LARP. You know, that stuff is definitely not a LARP. You know, it's been going on for a
on
while.
top of the allegedly Rabbi Finkelstein human meat in your human hamburgers.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if they are spraying shit on our food and putting roadkill on our food, stuff like that. You know, just.
Well, it was my grandpa who used to tell me, you know where Pizza Hut and Little Caesars and pizza places get their pepperoni and sausage, and I'd be what? He'd be like roadkill. So it wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. Yeah.
But sorry, team. I don't mean to drag on, but yeah, I mean it does concern me as someone who has witnessed how people will act over food. It's ridiculous, you know. As someone who doesn't eat as much as what they used to. Like when I was a lot younger, you know, I could eat 4 or 5 pieces of chicken. Now I'm fine with a decent size, you know, piece of steak, a little bit of mashed potatoes, maybe some coleslaw. I'm done. I don't have to go out here and go to an all-you-can-eat buffet where, hey, people, next time you go to a Golden Corral, you might want to watch out because I, you know, worked at one and I can tell you there's a lot more cockroaches crawling on your food than what they tell you. But anyway, still, you know.
I'm too afraid to eat any wild-caught fish or seafood anymore. You know, with all the mercury and other crap in the ocean and PCBs, I'm too afraid to eat wild-caught fish. You know?
Well, I wouldn't, dude. I tell you what, even if I wasn't scared of the fucking ocean and was willing to go out there and hunt big types of fish or even small fish, I would be afraid to consume anything in the ocean because, you know, it's the radiation not only, but I mean, you know, people forget how many nuclear weapons did they allegedly detonate in the ocean. You know, there's a lot more than just, you know, Fukushima radiation. You know, they say that stuff lasts for 1,000 years.
DK Spiracy told me something interesting, that the Fukushima nuclear spill was occurring for far longer than what the officials told us, because they put the uranium somewhere on the top of it or something, and it was like leaking into the ocean for like 5 years. That's what DK Spiracy said. And I believe it, you know what I mean? I believe that, you know, like, you know, Fukushima is probably worse than what we're told. I mean, like
Brother, I assume that about every catastrophe that that you end up hearing about in history. I mean, take that and any conspiracy. You know, most people when they think of the Titanic, oh, Jack and Rose, you know. But when I think of it, I think of who was on that boat that, you know, they wanted to, you know, make it go down with it, stuff like that. So for someone like me, you usually apply that to every conspiracy theory. So when it comes to stuff like that, you know, it's like how they put it in the newer X-Files when they, you know, came back with the series and put that Alex Jones character in there. You know, it's to still, you know, and
let me tell you something about X-Files.
make us sick.
Oh yeah, let me tell you something about X-Files. I don't remember it well, but there was one very creepy episode of X-Files where there was this like oligarch, and he was talking about depopulation, you know what I mean? And he was like talking about how we need to depopulate the world. I forgot the name of that episode. You know what I'm talking about? That episode like always stuck with me, and it just felt like evil or something. You know, that X-Files episode. I have to look up that episode again. But you know which X-Files episode I'm talking about?
I've seen every single one. I can't name them all by heart, but I can tell you I have watched every single X-File that has come out. It is one of the greatest storytelling truths I have seen in modern history.
Yeah, I love
except for the, you know, the little LARPs, you know, they had to change the words and some of the imagery, and they had to put a bunch of episodes in there that didn't make no fucking sense, so that way you could think it's actually a TV show.
I've seen like a third of X-Files, you know. I think my favorite episode was that very creepy one about that guy who like collected body parts of girls, and I thought that was very creepy. That guy like was like a kind of Satan-like figure. You know, remember that episode? I forgot the name of it. I think it was Irresistible or something. That one was a very creepy episode. Yeah, and I remember another episode about like gender blurring people in a village or something. You know, and then that episode was creepy too. But X-Files had a lot of cool stuff, you know, I think. But that's, yeah, I think there are a lot of interesting episodes. I remember a lot of them too. I've seen like a third of X-Files. I need to watch all of it though.
It was a great social tool. You know, one of the main things it was meant to do was to cause the whole question your government conspiracy. It was to really fuel that, especially during the time. So, you know, because, you know, they had an episode that predicted what was going to happen, you know, that long ago when it happened. So, you know, again, you'd take it at face value as, oh, let me go and make some popcorn or, you know, some dinner and go and sit down and watch Fox Motor, you know, I want to believe. But when you really sit down episode by episode, and like we've been talking about symbols and language, you know, what does the symbols mean? What does the imagery mean? Again, you know, people make fun of music, but music can be very powerful if you do understand, you know, Lucifer and the whole music thing. So
Yeah, I agree with that.
it's one of the biggest, definitely psyoping tools out there, the X-Files. It was just, you know, like I said, replace a lot of the words that they use on there for certain things and creatures and just replace it with other things. And then it's like, oh, and, you know, on top of the very obvious, you know, what they're putting in your faces,
It's
you know.
predictive programming.
Predictive, very, for sure.
Yeah,
Definitely,
I agree. Predictive
100%.
programming is real. Predictive programming is real. I like, you know, I showed before this game, Man Eater, and other stuff too. You know, DSX from early 2000s. You know, I showed that it's all predictive programming. A lot of it. You know, like, you know, let me tell you this. You know, we already talk about this a lot, but you know, each time, you know, they call the technology conspiracy. You know, like energy directed weapon. 10 years later, it's no longer conspiracy. You know, I mean, they act like it was always there. Anyway, yeah, I was talking to this one guy. I forgot his name. It was like Free Monikers. He has a friend who's connected to DARPA, and he was talking to his friend in DARPA and asked him to verify if they have quantum computers already in DARPA. And he asked his friend who has strong connections to DARPA, and I believe he's legit. They already have quantum computers. Do you believe that? I think they do have quantum computers already, and those quantum computers are interlinked with the semi-autonomous energy-directed weapons.
I believe it, yes, because when you look at predictive programming, you know, like how I LARP about the stuff with 2001, you know, A Space Odyssey, A New York Odyssey. For years before that happened, they were putting it in cartoons like Iron Man, where, you know, one of, you know, the enemies points at, you know, we'll strike at the heart of America. You know, it's the Pentagon, and it's you know, a fighter jet flying into it, and then all these different cartoons and pictures and medias that has, you know, two buildings that just happens to look like the Twin Towers, and, you know, a part of it's destroyed, or like the Mario movie, or, you know, in Godzilla, when, you know, Bueller is standing there in, you know, New York City, and you look at his watch, and what time does the watch stop on? 9/11. Or Independence Day, when they're trying to, I think it's like when they're trying to upload the virus, and he's looking at the computer, or like he's sitting in the car with the Jew dad, okay, David, or, you know, whatever. And the computer ends up saying 9/11 on it. So, you know, obviously with the predictive programming, you have to assume that everything else is predictive programming, right? So for you dumb motherfuckers who sit here and say that Matt Groening, the guy who does The Simpsons, is a time traveler, are you really fucking stupid? Are you Miles Morales? Are you in the multiverse? Is that what we're going to say here? Come on, am I the only sane person? Obviously not. So I would hope you have a brain and realize that, you know, look at, like I just said, the Miles Morales movie, the first animated movie with the Miles Morales. What is Kingpin trying to turn on? A CERN. So, you know, again, predictive programming. So you would have to assume, like with the 11th man theory that people say that's a bad way of thinking, you have to assume that whatever material you are consuming, even though no matter how ridiculous it may be, must be the most true. Well, that's how I am. So when I sit here and see them go, like in what I just put in one of my videos, where they're, you know, they're going and cloud seeding the sky, and then, you know, go and turn on the big wind turbines, and, you know, get all the chemicals swirling up in the sky to get the storms going. You know, why do you think they make movies like Geostorm? Or movies with, you know, natural world-ending catastrophes? I mean, if it's predictive programming, like we say about them going in their bunkers, then please tell me, why is it that there seems to be this whole, we're going to wipe the earth and be able to come out on top of it, while, you know, y'all won't, we will. You know, whether they're telling you they're going to Mars, or in the movie, you know, 2012, they're going to make some Noah's Ark bullshit, or they're going to go underground. But
well, we both agree. We both agree predictive programming is real. So we have to ask the question, why? And I think there are two reasons why. The first reason is they want to like normalize people's reaction, you know, make them think all this stuff they're rolling out is normal or something, you know, because it's unconscious. They're affecting you on an unconscious level. You know, that's the first thing. And the second thing is, I think they maybe they have a concept of karma, where they think if they tell people, they can lessen
Yes.
the burden of their karma. So those are the two reasons why.
That I will agree. As long as they tell the masses and tell the people, hey, we're doing this to you, even if it's 100 years before it happens. And to get back what you first said, I think it's to slowly strip us away spiritually, mentally, emotionally, like in the movie Equilibrium with fucking Christian Bale, about how, oh no, he starts to get emotions. If they could psychologically and spiritually and emotionally sculpt away what makes you human, made in dirt's image, I think by the time that the actual, whether you want to say the Antichrist is the one coming or it's whatever, obviously this is what the LARP has been leading up to, because what's the point of it all? Why sit here and flood the masses for years with, the TV show like The 100, putting a fucking, brain chip in the back of someone and telling them that as long as that brain chip is, put in the next person who it accepts, that, all of the lives before it comes before it. Oh, reincarnation through a microchip. Hallelujah.
Let me ask you a question that's all related to this. Based on all this trend you see in the predictive programming, what do you think they're hiding in Antarctica? They are definitely hiding something in Antarctica.
Okay. Because I don't have all the answers. I mean, okay, if you want to take John Carpenter's The Thing, I mean, is it a biological terror that we don't need to waken up? Is it the Leviathan? Is it something like they're trying to tell you with Godzilla? I mean, I'm not really sure, but I think there's a lot more than just a continent down there. I can tell you that, because as someone who has sat here for fucking hours on Google Earth and has extensively researched the Google Earth, the entirety of Antarctica. Have you ever actually got on there and actually zoomed to almost every square inch that you can on the parts that they don't block out? And let me tell you something. For you fucking dumbasses on planet Earth, if they are telling you that they have mapped the entire fucking Earth, are you really going to sit here and tell me that the reason why a majority of Google Earth is usually always blocked out is because the reflection of the sunlight on the fucking snow causes a fucking lens blur that's so bad that they can't get hundreds of square miles of Antarctica? But if you go on certain rooftops in certain major cities, you can see people sitting on the rooftops doing whatever they're doing on their fucking high business meeting roof buildings, like a dude I saw holding a fucking newspaper, and you could just about read what the motherfucker was having on the paper. But you go over there and, sure, a good huge chunk of Antarctica is on the map, but when you actually go to the part that's completely blurred out, you can't see shit. And I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of strange structures that I have seen, perfect circles, and I'm going to tell you, dude, depending on how close these pictures are taken, these ice structures, like, they were in a perfect, like, Stonehenge circle, but they were like perfect square snow structures, and they were all in a circle. And for them to have cast the shadow that they had to have been, they had to be very tall. So the point is why is it that you can go to a place like, where is that? There's a pentagram in Pakistan. There are so many places on Google Earth that you can go and almost down to a T see the lettering of certain buildings, even if you're not going into the 3D mode. But yet you go over here where they claim that they, mapped the bottom side or the top side of the Earth. And I'm just saying, question everything. Question everything you've ever been taught.
That's why I don't have 100% conviction in everything, because obviously they're hiding a lot of shit. I would really love to know what is in fucking Antarctica. It really tickles my.
Well, I mean, if you want to, I mean, the Bible tells me that when the Nephilim were killed off in the flood, that their spirits were sealed in the rocks of the earth, and that after a certain amount of generations they'll be released. Well, if you want to be like, certain people and say that we're in Satan's little season, well, again, I'm not going to sit here and profess to know what times we're in any, end of the world timeline. But with the rollout of what I saw, like I put in my music video a few days ago, I try to give y'all a almost perfect representation with the AI of what I saw that night. It's just a little bit too triangular at the bottom. with that technology on top of the technology that I don't have, because see, I have access to poor man technology. You know, I can't go out there and pay, you know, however much money it would cost to put me in one of them Omni movement, you know, VR game, you know, where they put you in the, strap you in the little waist thing and you're actually able to run on the treadmill no matter which way you're going or whatever. But I can tell you, with the amount of technology that I believe that they have behind the curtains, that would explain why certain movies that have people taking the mark of the beast, like as stupid as What Them Left Behind movies were. I think it's the one with Mr. T in it. Mr. T, only need 1 liter. But the guy goes and he was paralyzed his entire life, and he goes and he takes the mark of the beast, and he's able to stand up out of his wheelchair in the court of law that they had the woman in or whatever on trial, and he's able to stand up and, you know, use his body now, and he goes and he reaches his hand out at a cup and, you know, kind of makes the cup shake a little bit like he's using the force. So if it is true, then I'm not saying you're going to be an X-Men, you know, someone like me who wants to, you know, have the powers of Nightcrawler or, you know, Wolverine. You know, I don't think that if you go and take the mark, you're going to, you know, turn into Spider-Man and be able to shoot webs from your ass. But with the technology and what we know, what sound can do, what frequencies can do, what changing certain aspects. You ever seen that TV show with Jessica Alba, the Dark Angel TV series? But you know that whole.
I have never seen.
Well, it's like the Animorph books. You know, they take animal DNA and mix it with humans to try to create human hybrids. Hitman. And, you know, the whole point, like with the Winter Soldier, Super Soldier, you know, Bucky bullshit, you know, the whole goal is to that constant transcendence. They're always at this constant, you know, what can we do now to transcend what we can? And, you know, that's what a lot of people don't realize probably about the World War II stuff, with all the stuff that, you know, me, Mr. Short Mustache Man, was doing was, you know, occultic stuff. You know, whether or not this guy was a pawn in the game or he was doing it under his own accord, the point is I think it all comes back to with, you know, like the Nazi bell and the, you know, supposed using this stuff to try to get to the ether and, you know, to harness the evil essence of the universe, you know, so that way he can bend the wheel, him looking for the spear of destiny, the, you know, control the world, who controls the spear controls the world, where you have so many things behind the scenes that we never witnessed. But I mean, with the technology, why is it either it's not perfected or God's holding it back? That's the only thing that makes sense. Because if there's anything like the X-Files, I'm gonna tell you right now, dude, if there's anything like the X-Files actually happening on our planet Earth, then we're either their food or their breeding stock, or there's, you know, somehow we're mining the planet for them. That's the only thing that makes sense when it comes to aliens. Because I guarantee you, if aliens were already here and they saw how stupid us primates were, or apes, whatever the fuck you want to call us, they would either annihilate us or, you know, help us. And what's taking them so long? What, we're gonna have to do it ourselves? So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I showed this before, but I'm not sure if you remember. You know, there are a lot of weird structures that look like they're petrified. Like there's this rock formation called Devil's Tower. It looks like a petrified tree or something, and you know, it's very bizarre. Like, and they tell us.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, like maybe, and I've seen like videos or clips of like large formations that look like animals, but they're actually petrified. You know, I mean, they're rocks. You know, like there are rocks that look like, I don't know.
Well, I've always said, and you know, where they, again, predictive programming, well, not really predictive, but it's part of the LARP. You know, one of the things that woke me up to the things in school that I was being taught, it was that they try to convince me that not only did, you know, just gigantic lizards only roam the earth, but, you know, something that, you know, the size of what it did smashed into the planet. And after however, to me, it doesn't matter how long, that it magically turned into this perfect, organistic, beautiful orchestra of green and blue and organisms and life and fresh air and water and green trees and beautiful flowers. And it all came from randomness. You know, when you finally started realizing that they're trying to teach this LARP of randomness and disorder, you start to apply that to everything. And
yeah, I agree.
I think one of the biggest things that most people don't realize is if they can get you separated from God, they're going to get you separated from nature. So I'm not one of the people who's not saying don't go out there and hug the trees, and feel the rocks and the grass with your feet and stuff. But I mean, the earth is already sick. The sick is about as earth as what we are. That's the biggest problem. And we have to learn how to combat that first. I'm not saying that humans are like they've been preaching with the Al Gore since I was alive, that we humans are the real cause for carbon stuff. But let's admit it, corporations, like they put in your fucking Alien movies, there's only a certain amount of corporations that run everything. So again, these people apparently I think the LARP is that they want people to think it's about greed. It's not really about greed. It's whatever the ulterior motive is. And
I agree. Yeah,
it's the transcendent stuff. So again, if that technology is already here, I'm not really sure, man, what could be keeping that back. I mean, that is a very. I've been sitting here and I can't. Other than the will of God, maybe.
I agree. It is very distressing. There's no doubt about that. I think what woke me up is, let me see. Yeah, when I was 14 or 16, I knew about Big Pharma, thanks to John Mercola. I'm not sure if you know about Mercola.
I've heard of the name.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I knew like all this bad, crap they put in our processed shit, the processed food and crap like that. And I knew about all that. But then another thing that really, really woke me up was, the jab, that was like, really like some kind of, big evil plan. You know what I mean?
What are you talking about? Resident Evil's been putting it in your face for years. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I made the connections better afterwards. But yeah, but it does make me like question what is true and what is false. It's really hard to know 100% where does truth begin, where do lies end. I mean, yeah, like something like a big discovery, like knowing what's in Antarctica could like completely flip the way we see things. But yeah, it does maybe something like interdimensional entities, demons, evil spirits, the occult, it does feel all very occult when you get down to it. I mean, like, it does feel demonic, the whole system. The whole system is demonic. Yeah, it is kind of distressing. But yeah, I do.
I mean, I'll just put it this way: if none of it's real, if aliens aren't real, if there's no primordial creatures hidden underneath the ice that's trying to be awoken like Cthulhu or anything, they'll just keep us in a never-ending cycle. Continue, whether or not these people are able to somehow actually, remove their fleshly, sleeves and get synthetic ones, like they're trying to push here in the new Alien Earth, TV show about, the little girl dying of, disease, and they're able, because she's special, or she thought she was, she can be uploaded to a synthetic body, and now she can communicate with the fucking penis monsters and start going at them. So I don't know what to tell you, but whether or not these people actually are capable of transcending the flesh, I mean, they are definitely constantly trying to get us in the population to think they can, because just about everything is pushing this already Deus Ex Machina 2077 cyberpunk type aesthetic. Just about everything that's come out in the mass media since Batman Lego Dimensions has been about portals, multiverse, and changing sleeves.
Yeah, same with the East, with anime. A lot of anime deal with that too, believe it or not. Yeah, it does seem to be the case. Yeah, it seems to be
even Naruto. As much as I love Naruto, even Naruto does that. So I mean, so does Dragon Ball Z. Merge with the androids. Dr. Gero. So again, whether or not it's all one big LARP and we're not in it, obviously.
Very creepy anime to recommend you. It's called Heavenly Delusion. Yeah, watch that. It's gonna really like mess with you.
That sounds good. I'll check it out. But yeah,
full of body swapping, eldritch abominations, post-apocalypse, depopulation. All of it is in there. You know what I mean? That one's really crazy, man. I really recommend checking out that one. Heavenly Delusion.
I don't know. Would you have to, again, one thing I've always asked about these kind of things is, are these people born this way, or were they just always naturally, on the natural course of fate to be like that? I don't know, man, but I can tell you, I don't want to be in their shoes. And their red shoes, like Dorothy, right? Let's not forget about the connection to the red shoes, but anyway.
Yeah, that anime is more about brain implants, like they implant to the brain. I mean, like, it's creepy stuff, is what I'm saying. It's not a very, it's pretty much, all called crazy crap you can imagine is that anime. It's a good anime, though. It's very dark and ambient, but it is full of what I consider predictive programming. Yeah.
What I really consider most of it is because like these people, they don't have an actual general idea of when, like, the end is supposed to come. They've just been doing their best to drop out as much predictive programming and psyoping the masses and sculpting them to be eventually that because these people obviously believe that they're gonna live in this type of cybernetic futuristic utopia Wall-E life. So
it does seem to be the
just
case.
please don't eat your human Slurpees.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. Yeah, they definitely want some weird ass transhumanist. I don't know. Feudalism, like the transhumanist feudalism, but in a more extreme sense. I think we're going from being factory farm animals to becoming guinea pigs in some way, to be experimented upon. Which is not very pleasant. But yeah, well, they have been experimenting on us a lot, though. Like MK Ultra and the Muscogee or something like that. Yeah, they've been doing that kind of shit for a while.
That's one of the reasons why I've been making videos about the game Evil Within, which the whole point of the game is, of course, really rich elite people have created a machine that happiness for one is happiness for all. And one of the big themes about that game that like I say, I like to regurgitate to society, the psyop and the predictive programming, all that stuff that I have witnessed over the years that they're putting in your face. And with the Evil Within, it is nothing but a psyoping game. The whole point is, it's a very religious themes. There's another reason why these people put a very religious theme in almost everything. Like with Resident Evil 4, like with that one avatar I have with the skull mask or whatever with the lantern. It's from Resident Evil 4, at least, well, my version of it anyway. But they constantly push this religious parasitic we can bend nature to our will type attitude in these games, but it always leads back to a very religion is always the base. Now I'm not saying these people like worship parasites and cordyceps, but they're definitely not afraid to go and mess with whether or not certain pathogens and viruses are man-made or not. I'm talking about allegedly actual nature made. I'm talking about real things that came from like a real bat out in a cave because something mutated, not something that was made in a fucking Resident Evil lab in Tokyo, Japan, and then flown across the world and released on Raccoon City and something like that. But it's not really that far-fetched to sit here and think that they don't have gigantic underground fucking testing facilities where, like in, the movie Blade, where all the vampires were capturing all the humans and, draining their bloods in gigantic facilities. It's not really that hard to think that, they don't have gigantic underground testing places where they don't run simulations with
You know about Plum Island, right? They also probably have underground shit. I was gonna mention Evil Within. I tried playing it, but I couldn't get into the gameplay. But I can try again.
The first one sucked. I didn't like the first one. The second one, it's a lot longer. People complained about the gameplay, but like in my video where I put up there, appreciate the art, because again, the main point of the second one is that the computer system needs like a pure-minded soul in order to be able to function. And the guy who's creating havoc inside of the simulation is a psychopath who used to be a war photographer for newspapers and stuff like that. And after a while, seeing people go boom no longer, terrified him or, made him horrified. He started finding it as art. So, again, the whole point of the psyop is, the more that we get you okay with the violence, the more that we get you okay with the blood and the guts and the stuff like that, that by the time, it's your blood and guts, in the picture frame, you're not really going to care by then. So, you know,
Do you recommend playing Evil Within 2? Like, I can skip the first one and just play the second one?
I mean, if you want to, you have to look at it through the lens of they're trying to erode away what makes you, you know, okay, we all like something that's a little bit violent, okay, but you know what I'm saying is like with the movies, you know, the movies you go and watch, even the demonic possession movies, don't they get a little stale, y'all? Don't y'all get tired of going and watching The Conjuring 19,000? I don't know about y'all, but you know, like someone who's seen the Terrifier movies with, you know, Art the Clown sitting there sawing people in half and stuff like that. Like after a while, you just get so desensitized to the blood that you just like, meh. Like how many times can you go and watch a zombie movie and watch a dude get his, you know, guts, you know, eaten out by a zombie or a group of zombies and be like, oh wow, hamburger. But you know, with the Evil Within, look at it from the aspect that they're trying to get you to a psychological point of where you'll be emotionally void to violence. That's the way I see video games like that. You know, that it's a way to get you that, you know, like how we complain about what goes on in other countries while our own children are safe here in ours until they aren't. You know, it's that kind of stuff. To me, it's like they're trying to erode away. And what's funny is that the same symbol that they use in the Evil Within for, it's in my video, it's 3 nails. How convenient, 3 nails, just like Jesus Christ. But they go and they stab it through a guy in a church. And Resident Evil 4, the symbol for the parasites, go and take what they use for the symbol of the parasites for the Los Illuminados group and compare it to what the Evil Within uses it as the religious symbol in that game. And it's basically a dead ringer of each other. So I'm going to tell you, obviously these people are in a cult, and they have a very particular belief that by either it's technological or by using nature to reverse engineer it, or they believe that their power was going to come from the stars. These people were 100% on the path of.
Wasn't there that one horror movie where, like, I think it was Cabin in the Woods? I don't remember. Where,
yes. That's a good one. That's a good one. Now, I'm not saying there's like a gigantic underground place where like they keep, you know, a manner of monsters, but I'm not saying, again, I mean, why don't you see a Wendigo walking around? Why don't you see a chupacabra here and there or something like that? You know, I don't have no answers for that, but, you know, that's what I'm saying. I think they've created so many mythologies and conspiracy theories and LARPs in the past that even when you try to analyze stuff like that today, like werewolves and vampires, I mean, really, where did that come from? Was it just a fairy tale that, you know, old grandmama, you know, used to tell her, you know, children out in the village so that way they wouldn't wander out too late at night for, you know, Uncle Drunkard to come and mess with them or something, or, you know, get eaten by, you know, a fucking wolf or something in the woods, you know, little boy who cried wolf, you know. There are a lot of mythologies, dude, that in reality, like with dragons, you know, look how many depictions of types of dragons around the world. I mean, well, when was the last time you went outside and saw a fucking toothless flying around from How to Train Your Dragon, you know? So, you know, again, like what we were saying about with Antarctica, you know, what is really out there?
Possibility too. And let me tell you this, you know, when I was learning about electromagnetic properties, you know, the math for it is all over the place, you know, and I realized that I don't really know much about it. Maybe they like did something to the electromagnetic field and, like, I don't know, like phased some things out of existence and phased other things into existence. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can control that field, you can control a lot of stuff, maybe. I don't know. I'm just speculating. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, that I would say that would go to say, then how far is God willing to let man touch even a fraction of his power? I mean, if this power is coming from Satan, well, Satan's power comes from God. So, you know, is God really going to sit here and let man rebuild a hypothetical or metaphysical, you know, Tower of Babel? And instead of it being a tower to the stars or a rocket to the moon, it's going to be, you know, a collider to the void. I don't know, but
maybe it's not all men though. Maybe there are like demons who are disguising themselves.
That is very true. But I mean, again, that comes back down to if any of the religions, doomsday end times is right, and if it's not, then what does that leave us? You know, is the Earth really going to go on, you know, another 5 billion years? I don't think so, but I don't know, dude. I think the main thing is like what we were talking about with the beauty of the things that are here in the now. That's what I think we humans keep fucking up on, because we're so focused on, I think they've gotten us so focused on care about how the future is built that you don't really focus on the now. And that's the reason why the world is so in this progressive mindset. We only care about, how many concrete jungles we can build, who can build the tallest tower, the tallest room in the tallest tower, who can build the biggest, building, who can build the biggest strip, the biggest airport, how many strip malls can we put up, how many apartment buildings, how many condos, we've become so focused on how we can, build up the surface of the earth and the infrastructure, but and I think in deep inside we've neglected really what makes us human, which is the connection and the community that we can have with not just ourselves and humans, but nature and animals, man. And
I agree. I think you have a good heart to be saying that.
I try.
I'm not perfect, I make mistakes.
I'm not either. I get angry, but it really does come down to it. It's just I want all humans to remain human, and I just don't see enough of humanity. Even I have my bad days and can snap and and stuff like that, dude. But it's just it's a what do you call it? It's a disease of society. You sit here and you grow up with so much negativity, and even someone who grew up in not in a perfect lifestyle. I wasn't beaten at or anything like a child, but life is hard for everyone. I'm glad that I was born poor and never was born into a family of like Bill Gates. I can't imagine how much I wouldn't care about the next human being if I was a multi-billionaire's child. So I'm grateful for my walk of life. It's never going to be easy, but I don't think there's anything about being easy about being a human no more than it is compared to being a fly. It's just you might get lucky to live longer than 24 hours, man.
I agree. The problem with the elites is they don't have compassion or honor either. They don't have compassion or honor. And that's a problem.
Because it's not profitable.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, but I guess it depends on which way you mean it's profitable. That's really what it comes down to. As someone who I wanted to make a business where I could charge every corporation or business who leaves trash outside. But in reality, I know that is that going to stop like from the places up here who, if I had to guess the amount of trash that they allowed to build up on a daily basis, that they leave there for sometimes almost half a month on end to let it build up. 200-300 tons of trash by the end of the year, just from where we humans do not care. We'll sit right there and we'll consume, buy, like every time you go to your grocery store and see a nice pretty packaging on the shelf. Well, I mean, did you think where that bottle is going to end up? I mean, I'm not saying you should go out there and burn all your trash, because that does in the end leave a lot of pollutants in the air. But I mean, I think if we humans really don't halt this fucking thought of progression really soon, what they've been putting in The Walking Dead of where, everything's going to come to a standstill, no more production except for, certain people. But again, that's, The Walking Dead. But I definitely think that if we don't start backing off on how much on the progression side of things, like with CERN, I mean, whether or not you're Stephen Hawking, whether or not you're the smartest person on the earth, who in their right mind sits here and thinks that we need to go and smash particles together beyond the speed of light and really see what it does? Is it really worth, if it did theoretically open up a black hole, is it really fucking worth it? For what? For what? The progression of mankind? What? So the way Utani from Alien can go and pull in a fucking xenomorph from the void, I mean, or, something from Stargate, or, Stranger Things.
There's a very good movie. It's about Scottish rural life. It's so wholesome, the movie, and the director is good if you want something more happy, but about a strong community. It's not. I recommend 3 Lives of Thomasina. It's not really about the cat. It's more about the sense of community that the kids and the family have. It's actually about how a true family needs both a mother and a father figure. For true stability. It's a very wholesome movie. But the point I'm trying to make is when I look about what's good, I don't really see the future. I see more like what we've lost.
Agreed. I'm gonna tell you right now. One thing that is sad is that I mean, the world's always been cruel, but I can tell you one thing. Even if I lived in some of the, I've been to rich neighborhoods. Okay, my aunt is a multimillionaire. She's lived in very rich places. You know, she can afford a mansion. I can't, but you know, I've been to her houses when she's moved and stuff, and I've been to millionaire. I'm telling you, them people are not happy. I've seen people with, you know, fucking 4 or 5 dirt bikes, 2, 3 BMWs, have literally 12 computers in her house, few arcade systems, gigantic TVs. I mean, a pool. I mean, you just name it, you know. In reality, someone like my aunt, she's not really happy. She's admitted it multiple times, like when she told me that, you know, I can't really sit down and enjoy my millions of dollars. So, you know, they've got us so hungry on, you know, the materialisticness of what can make us happy. I mean, look at all the stuff that people go and buy. You know, I'm all for like buying a little figurine. Like I have a little figurine of Nemesis from Resident Evil 3. He's got a little rocket launcher. You know, I don't think he was worth the $50 I paid for him. But you know, if you want to go out there and, you know, make up your house nice and pretty with a few decorations, I'm all for that. But as someone who would not want to ever own a mansion, just because I don't want to have to ever hire someone to clean my fucking house for me. If my house is too big that I can't clean it my fucking self, I don't think I need to own that big of a house. But, you know, again, that's what it's come down to is, you know, what can you really be happy with, you know, if you happen to live in a time of peace and your life isn't slowly taken away by, you know, crazy people who want to, you know, bring in the alien babies, you know, it really just depends, man. Someone like me, I'm always going to do the best I can to be as kind and as passionate as I can. It's just, you know, what can you really do on this earth? Either, you know, you're hated, you're liked, you're loved, you know, life is a strange fucking ocean of waves. That's all I can say.
I agree.
Some are up, some are down.
I agree. I definitely agree with that. You know, I agree. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, the technique and the elites do is that, you know, there are like some games or movies that do tap in to what people want, but it's like a simulation of what they want. I would say probably Harvest Moon or early Story of Season games or like that. Like those games, you just live in a local community and you're a farmer, you grow stuff, and then you sell the produce to the people in the local community in Harvest Moon games or Story of Seasons. And, you know, there's a sense of like local integration and knowing everyone. You just walk up and you talk to your neighbors. You know, sometimes they say something every day. You can give presents, and then you can choose who to marry. I'm not sure if you ever like played any Harvest Moon game, but yeah, I feel like
I've heard of it and seen it. But I do have to agree. A lot of the earlier medias and games really did push a sense of community and, you know, yeah, sure, you had a few games out there that are a little weird with their fantasies, but a majority of the earlier games didn't push some weird, you can be whatever gender and, you know, have, you know, penises and vaginas at the same time type stuff. So
let me tell you something though. If, you know, Harvest Moon, Friends of Mineral Town didn't have any of that bad stuff. But with the remake that came out, they added stuff like you know, gender fluid.
Oh God, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, and you know, homosexual marriage they added. So, yeah,
well, it all comes back down to is, you know, whether you want to call it the devil and all things. To me, I someone who's never been affected by that type of stuff, I can just tell you, man, it's, to me, I see that stuff as any way that they can to erode what makes you human, whether you're male or female. Because let's face it here, unless you're one of the rare few humans who get born intersex and you just happen to somehow get born with both, you know, parts. I mean, I'm sorry, you know, I don't know why God, you know, makes Siamese twins or makes, you know, someone born with, you know, no arms and legs. But I mean, you know, that's what, you know.
I agree with you. You know, definitely, you know, there's only two sexes, you know, like male and female. And, you know, I do think they are putting like endocrine disruptors to mess people up, you know, maybe.
For sure.
Yeah, that could be a part of it. Yeah.
And frequencies and the, you know, Wi-Fi and microwaves and all the other stuff just goes to really play into all that, you know. So, you know, in reality, I think as much as we want to remain hopeful in that aspect, the part is that we can't really escape it. You know, you're on this planet. You know, so if they're spraying the air, I mean, what, you gonna walk around in a gas mask 24/7 like they put in these movies, like with Mila Jovovich walking around with a mask out? Now, oh, guess what? A desert like Planet World, you know, this has no oxygen left on it. So, I don't know. Or like in Spaceballs, how they, suck out the planet with a vacuum cleaner. I mean, all the air out of the planet with a vacuum cleaner. So I don't know, dude. It's just, I pray that, people who have kind hearts and have their hearts in the right place, at least for generally in humanity's aspect of, in nature's too, I don't want to see a beautiful plant die no more than I do a person or an animal, even though I eat steak, but
I'm not a vegan, I think sustainable hunting is fine, The problem is like, all this stuff we've been saying, and it kind of leads to unsustainability, that's the problem. That's the thing, because even people in like pre-industrial times, they would hunt, but it was done sustainably, what I mean? But that's the thing, The problem is with overplunder. It's with overplundering. So yeah.
which is why a majority of the food that they give you isn't even healthy to eat begin with, because if you have to keep this, I mean, imagine in reality, if we could get the actual numbers, I couldn't imagine the amount of actual like poultry and beef and stuff that's killed on just a nightly, daily basis in order to even supply half of a country, especially like here in America. I can tell you in just about anywhere in America, you can go to any grocery store that sells a steak and you can get a steak there. So, that's a mass amount
The
of
thing about me is
production.
that I feel like some animals should be allowed, other animals should be off limits. I would never eat a dog ever. I would never eat a dog.
Oh, what's wrong? You don't want some woof woof?
No way. I refuse. I would rather die than to eat a dog, and then I would not eat a crow or a raven. Those should be off limits too, in my opinion. But even Ted Kaczynski said he would never eat an owl. Ted Kaczynski said he would never eat an owl. But rabbits and deer and that stuff is okay.
Well, how convenient that an owl is an occultic symbolism.
Yeah, but if are you implying that Ted Kaczynski may have been brainwashed to some extent, or
I think everyone who's ever been born is brainwashed by the devil brother. Except for Jesus, because he resisted it. He's, technically perfect, but, I wasn't there to witness, Satan offering him all the kingdoms of the earth, so I don't really know.
Yeah, that's my opinion, though. Yeah, but do you think the elites, like, they really do adrenochrome farms, like adrenochrome farms? Do you think that stuff is real? I think it's real, but I haven't looked into it much. Like the adrenochrome farms, it's creepy stuff.
I don't rarely recognize it, but give me a reference what it's about. It might
I
pop
cannot
in memory.
pronounce it. Adrenochrome farms. Like,
Yeah, it's definitely real. I mean, the thing is that there's children that have described the rituals and stuff. Where they like make snuff films with other kids and stuff. So obviously, kids are not gonna make this stuff up, right? And these kids are describing like people in black robes. Oh yeah.
Right. Well, again, like what a lot of people didn't realize about Horror Story, if people probably did the research and realized what, especially with the witch coven stuff, do y'all not realize how powerful some of these witch covens are? Go out there and look at how powerful some of these witch covens are. It would scare a lot of people to realize that there are witch covens out there with a lot of power, and a lot of it's involved in, sexual trafficking of women, the very things that, girls are supposed to be rooting themselves for. Women got to stand up for women, but we're one of the biggest perpetrators in the witch covens of sexual ritualistic abuse. So that's why I believe when God says, or when the Bible says, what's done in the dark will be brought to the light. I definitely hope that all your deeds laid bare, as Davy Jones says in Pirates of the Caribbean. So do what thou will, but the cosmos will judge accordingly. So
there's a lot of stuff out there. I don't think it's easy to know about all of it. So I think it's crazy stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Did you know that Jeffrey Dahmer, he went to a high-profile politician's office? That's true. You know what I mean? I recommend that book, Program to Kill. Like, it gets a lot of interesting.
Yeah, that's exactly the book I was referring to when I was describing the kids describing the rituals. It's David McGowan. Program to Kill. Yeah, that's exactly the book I was referring to. So yeah, that's an important book for people to read.
It makes you defensive. You should be mentally prepared.
Yeah, he talks about pedophilicry, He's got a section of that book called Pedopocracy, where he talks about the rampant problem of child trafficking in the U.S.
And to bring up another LARP, the 28 Years Later movie with a gigantic dong dude. Yeah, no, that dude had and I think it's like 28 fucking centimeters, Jesus, 28 inches. Anyway, the whole point of that movie with the symbology is, other than the whole bone temple, is related to this. So if anyone has seen bits and pieces of I don't want to go too much into it, but it's, who's that prophilic, as the British like to say, pedophile, that's over there. He was bumping elbows with the royal family. What's his name? My God, I cannot remember his name. Anyway, he was prophilic pedophile over there in like the 70s, 80s.
Jimmy Savile? Jimmy
Yeah,
Savile?
Jimmy Seville or something like that. Seville or something like that. But in 28 years later, the kid who, go figure, it's related. His father's a preacher, and his father, he runs up to his father. Oh, and Teletubbies, another psyop for you. That's why I put Teletubbies in my video. Kids watching Teletubbies, the zombies start attacking everyone. He runs to a church where his dad's a preacher. He starts begging his dad or whatever to save him. His dad's like, "This is our judgment, son, run." He gets turned into a zombie, and then the kid ends up surviving. And then like later in the movie, he's got a band of parkour people who are like, taking out the zombies or whatever. And they dress up as that dude, the pedophile dude. But canonically, in that world, 9/11 and stuff like that never happened because the zombie outbreak broke out. The world kind of came to a standstill to handle the infection that ended up happening. So technically, canonically, in that movie, in the timeline, 9/11 and anything that happened since then kind of technically never happened. It's like an altered timeline of events or whatever. But the main story is that when you look at like the first movie, when the animal activists go and save the chimpanzee from the place, and he's like, what affected with what rage, as a kid I didn't really understand it back then, but like when you really pay attention to what the chimpanzee go and look what he's looking at on the monitors. When they have him hooked up to all the electrodes in that chair while he's already, I'm assuming at that point he's being infected with the rage virus or the inhibitor or whatever, and by the time they got him into the cages, they were fully infected with it. But, the whole entire premise is that they're trying to unlock they're trying to remove what it is inside of humans that creates the reaction to rage. And, look past the zombie-ness part of it. You have, look past Cillian Murphy gouging out somebody's eyeballs and the answer to infection is here bullshit, and actually look at it for what it is, which is, it's a social conditioning tool and predictive programming. Again, I think in reality, these people really do realize that if they can't get mankind's feelings completely obliterated or at least obsolete in some way, or, data, got to put in that inhibitor chip, right? We don't need Data getting a little too emotional on the Enterprise. Could you imagine if you went and pissed off Data? You see, because Data's the only one on the Enterprise who doesn't breathe oxygen, so all Data has to do is go turn off life support, and Jean-Luc Picard ain't getting his fucking tea Earl Grey hot that night. So,
yeah, I need to watch that.
That's one of the biggest things. One of the biggest things is definitely remove emotions.
I need to check that one out. 28 days later.
28 days later. Again, once you can consume all media for what it is not, when you go and you watch a stupid fucking movie, no matter how dumb it is, don't just look at it for the entertainment that they put it for. Pay attention to the imagery on the screen. Pay attention to the backwards dialogue. Even if you have to go back and rewatch a part 2 or 3 times to really understand what the fuck you just heard. No movie, I'm going to tell you just about no movie I have ever consumed, no matter how old it was, even the 1950s and 30s, the silent films, everything in it at some point has a subliminal message, because why else would it be mass produced? It's the only thing that makes sense to me. If I didn't want a type of ideology or symbolism or way of thinking or anything out in the world, would I mass produce it? No, it wouldn't. So, when you realize that a lot of these games and movies and things that people want to say and attack me for, because what I woke up to it at a young age and I started paying attention to it for what it really was. So when I never went to the movie theaters to watch the Marvel movies. When all the Marvel movies have been coming out, I waited for them to be released. I watched them for free. And then I was like, oh, wow. You know, like they don't even hide the LARP anymore. Look past, you know, purple ball chin Thanos and actually look at for what the Marvel movies is for, people, and you'll realize that Loki is not your best friend. But anyway, you know, give him access to the Yggdrasil. So I don't know what to tell you other than resist the psyop, you know, the best you can. That's all you really can do is, you know, if you can see like what the stuff that we have knowledge now, it was kind of known back like a little bit before, but I mean, like I said about with 9/11 stuff, how much of it have we really cared about to the point we have managed to halt that process? And have we really, you know, halted, you know, the Judgment Day, like they say about with, you know, Terminator? Is that what the JC, Jesus Christ, John Connor bullshit's all about? It's just constantly telling your face, oh, wow, you know, we've managed to, you know, hold back Judgment Day, you know, another decade or so. I don't know, but it's very concerning, you know, as someone who uses AI with a passion. Sometimes I make stupid stuff with artificial intelligence stuff, but I really do it a majority of the time for just fun. But, you know, it's concerning that, you know, not even in 5 years' time, you know, like we already know, there is some artificial technology out there that some of these YouTubers have access to, who are obviously being paid to use artificial intelligence that I don't have access to. And probably none of us have access to, because we don't have, you know, 5.5 million subscribers.
Well, I was
So
talking
yeah,
about this last night with TML, and we were looking at stuff, and I was talking to that guy whose friend is connected to DARPA, free monikers. His friend is connected to DARPA, and, you know, the quantum computers, and I realized when I was looking at all these streams, how do we know they're real people? They could all be like, yeah, like.
no, you are right. As someone who had an older family member have a conversation with artificial intelligence, he had no clue he was speaking to a not human. So yes, it is. It was a little tone deaf, but you know, older people, for instance, you know, you go and if you take an older person who's not really hip to technology and go and have them get on some of these, even these low end AI generators where, you know, it's a very small discrepancy. And I can tell you, there are some old people who cannot, even I myself have seen some damn good artificial, and I've been slowly training myself on how you pick out the discrepancies. I've been talking to people who work with AI, which is why I started messing with it. You know, it's easy to tell now, even with a lot of the deep fakes, but the fact that a lot of this stuff is not like put into an editing file where they have to meticulously. Now you have one like that Tom Cruise video where that guy went and did like the perfect impression of his voice and his mannerisms, and then they just superimposed Tom Cruise's face over the guy. And I mean, I have to admit, if it weren't for the fact that Tom Cruise was way too young in that video, you would have had no clue, based off of how well that guy was able to, you know, do it and how they were able to edit it, that that was not really Tom Cruise. And then you go and you watch a movie where, you know, Tom Cruise is a secret agent, and, you know, in one of the movies, it's all about, you know, now artificial intelligence is starting to be able to, you know, psyop the world, and, you know, you can't tell what's real anymore. And as someone who saw, like I said, you know, what I saw 3.5 years ago, you know, is it going to be like a Spider-Man kind of thing where, you know, Mysterio is, you know, half of it's going to be real and half of it isn't? I mean, I don't know, dude. I mean, I definitely think that if we're not observant enough, it's gonna crash down, like I say about Chickensaurus, the sky is falling. It's gonna crash down us on so quickly that by the time we realize that the sky is falling, dude, the floodwaters have already came back. Which, you know, this time it just won't be floodwaters. It's gonna be whatever, you know, concoction that allegedly the elites have concocted up for us, or it's gonna be the wrath of God or something. So.
Let me tell you this. I feel like the whole singularity thing where they pick 2040, maybe all of that is planned. You know what I mean? Like, they know it will happen in 2040 because they already have most of it completed or something. But 2040, they're planning something big.
I think they're trying to make it happen quicker. That's what I believe. I think that the quicker that they can push humanity to the brink of whatever destruction, because God is not going to allow the devil and his minions to completely destroy us. You know, if God's going to destroy his creation, he's going to do it by his own hand, probably, unless he really wants us to learn our lesson and do it by our own. But, you know, I really think that's what it comes down to. I think that they're trying to, whether or not these people are delusional and really believe that they're going to live, you know, into the next millennium as, you know, mechanical immortals, that doesn't really matter. I mean, I think, yeah, again, for me, it's Satan. Satan hates everything created by God. That includes the earth, what's in the earth, the creatures, us, mankind, creation, the stars, the planets, the moons, God himself. And he'll do whatever it takes to break God's heart and to, you know, bring us down to his level, like the Joker goes and tells you about Harvey Dent. So, you know, chaos is a lot like gravity. All it takes is a little push, except for he didn't, you know, require a push. He left himself. So, you know, I don't know, man. Will we live to see the sun turn as black as sackcloth and the stars fall from the sky and gigantic locusts with human faces and women-like hair that had the sounds of chariots come out of a gigantic black hole from CERN? I don't know, but it's
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah,
Peace,
I know
brother.
what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Hopefully, some thing good happens in a bigger scale, like some kind of.
I would like some goodness. Everyone constantly complains about me doom LARPing, but that's the biggest problem. I think what people don't realize is we're all doom LARPing. We're all living in this false reality that, like, everything's A-okay. No, really, it's not. Not when you look past the artifice of the earth and realize that it's sick. Its creatures are sick. We're sick. Like, we're all one big organism. We're all parasites. We're all venom, feasting off of Eddie Brock. Venom. We all, you know, require each other to live. We're a symbiosis. You know, if Earth dies, guess what? We're gonna die. If the animals probably die, guess what? What do they tell you about the bees? Oh, no more bees, no more plants, no more trees. Whee!
Well, let me just tell you, yeah, you changed your name a lot, so what to call you now? Dark Lord. I appreciate all of your input. I appreciate all of it. Thank you for everything.
I just like to get people's brain matter thinking, whether or not you like me or not. That's my biggest goal, is even if it's the smallest degree, to get you out of any indoctrination. I don't care what religion you come from. I don't care if you have no religion. The point is do you care about what's real? And that's life,
definitely do.
goodness.
Yeah, I feel like, well, if I had to like summarize it, they're using predictive programming to like accelerate more destruction and control of humanity, and also manipulate all of nature in a very profane way, you know. And also they're like, you know, I think
That's right.
2040 was the initial date, but now they're probably trying to do it faster, basically. But I think 2040 was the initial date of like the complete takeover, basically, on like doing even crazier stuff, like demolishing stuff and restructuring for greater control.
I do agree. A majority of infrastructures nowadays, a lot of these houses that are built, I can tell you in my city, a lot of these people, it's so funny that people think that they live the American dream. You live in a house that, one, looks like it'd be torn apart in an instant by, you know, an earthquake or a tornado. But, you know, not only do you have to live like 5 feet away from someone whose house is just as big as yours, you know. Yeah, I think everything that's being built for like low little peons like us, everything is so that way it can be easily broken down, washed away, burnt away if need be, and, you know,
cardboard houses.
Rebuilt. Yeah, cardboard houses, exactly. I can tell you, compared to a lot of these old mansions that are generations old, go and look at some of these old generational, like the ones in Resident Evil, like, you know, Resident Evil, where they keep going to these really old mansions made out of these beautiful, extravagant wood.
My dad is an architect, and, you know, I learned a lot of this stuff. Yeah, he calls these modern houses cardboard houses. You know, compared to older ones, they're really terrible. Like, it's like very hollow and, like, you know, has no real, like.
It has no structure. There's a house up here for me where they had a crane company come and, like, was doing something, I think, doing something with the chimney or something. The crane came and knocked out like half of the awning and almost took out the entire side of the roof. So, I mean, it was still a crane, yeah, but true. But I mean, again, you know, yeah, what people see as living is not really living. I don't know about you, but what's the point of having two gigantic pickup trucks in your driveway with a house that big, and not even 5 feet away from you, you have someone with a house that big? So it's just this constant. I guess really what it comes down to, what more can you do? Is the situation that we humans in, inevitably, if the free will thing is the reason why we're in this thing to begin with, could it be really any worse? I really don't know, man. I often think about that. Is what we are going through now, could it be any worse? I mean, I think yes, but I guess that maybe speaks to a testament to how smart maybe mankind is, that we really have been known to do with the best of what we got. So,
yeah, it could be much worse. It could be like the Depression. It could be like you could be in Somalia, you could be in Yemen, you could be in Gaza.
True, I agree.
You can be in the Sudan. Alabama and Mississippi might not be the greatest places on the planet, but they're not that
or Chicago,
or Chicago, relative to many things. This is what we call first world problems. Air conditioning isn't
very. That's another thing. Look, as someone who's privileged to get to have that stuff, I can tell you. I know I'm one of them few people who realize that the idea of what we have had as an American society, the movies, the popcorn, the pizza, the flashy lights, can go away in an instant. All it takes is a powerful enough solar flare. So Yeah,
we could have a electromagnetic pulse from the Chinese or the Russians and wipe everything out.
That sounds great. What's wrong? You don't want to change the solenoid?
No. I like things the way they are. I don't want to change any of that.
I'm sure the masters that be feel the same way.
That's good. Let's keep them happy. I always wonder, like I used to work at a warehouse, and the owner was an Illuminati guy, and I'd ask him, well, okay, so what is the Illuminati going to do? And he's like, well, they're going to put everybody in camps and round us all up. And I'm like, okay, well, how are you going to avoid that if they're the powers that be? He says, make sure you have enough gold to buy your way out of it.
I heard that one too.
And he was Bitcoin mining.
Yeah, I heard that one.
We built him a little data center in his one room to Bitcoin mine. But
no, I'm afraid that was just a psyop. That was just to get a bunch of people to put a bunch of money in artificial money that doesn't really exist.
Yeah, I'm never really sure why gold is worth anything. You can't eat it. You can't do anything with it.
Because humans are stupid and will go after anything that's shiny.
Right. Yeah, diamonds. I mean, you have the water diamond.
I know what other creature goes after shiny stuff.
I know there's a bird that does it too, ain't
it? Yeah, crows love shiny stuff. Sometimes if you help a crow, they bring you back shiny stuff. And another bird called bowerbirds, they love collecting shiny stuff and decorating their bowers with all the shiny stuff.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Crows, or I think the Brits call them rooks. Have you ever seen where they like bend a little hook to get like seeds out of the thing?
Those are New Caledonia crows. New Caledonia crows.
Well, I'm just an evolved primordial space goop, so.
There's still lots of mysteries. I don't agree with that.
Well, as we say in America, by land, guns, and ammo.
Yeah, assuming the Chinese or Bill Gates lets me have a piece of land, yeah.
Yeah.
Send lawyers, guns, and money.
There you go.
You ever hear that song? Send lawyers, guns, and money?
No.
Yeah, it's like this old white guy singing. He said, send lawyers, guns, and money.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the lawyers would be put in there. They can't do much once you got the guns. But yeah, you gotta be.
Well, I mean, I think as long as people remain complacent in the system, it'll always be that way.
I suppose if you start with the lawyers and.
Well, And look at all the crime that's been running rampant. Where you sit on YouTube for hours and hear people complain about all the horrible crimes, and the people are just being let right back out. If even a day after they done it. Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but I can tell you, commenting on a law and crime video on YouTube sure as hell isn't going to keep the criminals in jail. But whatever.
Right. The cashless bail.
Yeah, that type of stuff. But that's where it really comes down to is are as we as humans going to remain complacent even no matter how tight the grip is. That's really what I'm seeing is, and that's what I've always been seeing since I have existed, is that we'll all continue living as comfortably as we feel until there's no such thing as comfortable anymore.
Sure, there's always a tipping point.
Well, maybe we'll get lucky, and someone like from the day the Earth stood still will come by, and they'll Klaatu Barada Nikto us with an automaton and a bunch of little nanobots will consume everything on the planet and let it restart over.
Now that I think about it, I wonder what kind of advancements they've made in nanotech, or what they're hiding from us in nanotech. I wouldn't be surprised.
I definitely believe that they have microscopic boxes that can go inside your body, like that cartoon on what was it, Nicktoons or whatever, or Cartoon Network, Osmosis or whatever, Osmosis Jones. There you go. Little pill and a little cell in the body working inside the body to fight off the infections for the boy in the cartoon. There you go. Yeah, I definitely believe it. I think they already have the little bots that can go in between your, especially for the elite people. Oh, you got a clogged artery? Did you eat too much human hamburger? Well, we can send in a little robot to dislodge that for you.
At this point, it wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. I'll be right back though.
I don't know. That depends on how far you really want to believe that these people have technology. Is it something like in Hitman where, even if you need a heart, one of your employees is willing, if they pay the family, a good chunk of change, you're willing to, donate your heart so that way they can implant a heart? I don't know.
Yeah,
I think.
So Michael came up here. I don't know what's, you have anything specific? Because I know Denise lured you up here. With their comment here, I'm done with your incessant questions, Michael. I don't have your answers, okay? And so basically, that's how it works here. She lures them on the panel, then I knock them down when they get on the panel. It's like a system we have set up. So yeah, checks in the mail, Denise. Blessings. But yeah, Michael.
Yeah, I literally just saw that comment. That's great of her. It's funny. Did you guys see where they did a pig kidney, implanted a pig kidney in a person? But anyways, I'm not really even sure what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's great news.
It was Saturday. I watched some football.
I'm sure that'll work out great. I'm sure. Yeah, that sounds like a real Swiss watch. Put that pig kidney in there. Yeah.
Yeah, you never know how the pig organs are going to go, or the baboon heart. But we keep doing things like that to extend life for some reason, and we got too many goddamn people.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, they claim the same thing about what's his name, old Rockefeller. He had like 8 or 9 heart transplants with the help of pig parts. But I mean, as a diabetic, I mean, I have to use pig parts in order to be able to give myself insulin. So I mean, I can't really complain.
Yeah, when shit goes wrong, you gotta work on something else to make it right.
Yeah, except for when all that medical technology is not meant for the little peons in society. But yeah.
Yeah, some of these women already have pig vaginas, and it's like we call them bacon. We call them
oh my god, that's a good one.
The sow's ear. What's the sow's ear to the lip? What anyway? Y'all have a good one. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, blessings, Michael. Yeah, I didn't mean to scare you off with that last comment, but yeah. It is what it is.
That was pretty good.
I was kind of crude, but yeah, I think I'll take this opportunity to segue, with the little cigarette thing that I was gonna do. But yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, and then so I'll play this Orthodox guy clip. I know Avian stepped away too, but yeah, the thing is and I'll play this clip. See who's back on deck. I mean, we got the link floating around in the chat, so if you want to come have a seat backstage, and I'll let you up when I get the chance. Right, this Orthodox guy clip is pretty interesting because he lured me on stage calling me a liberal. Right, and then so I was like, "What's this about?" you know. So then, yeah, he said I'm a butt sniffing liberal. Right, so I was like, "Wow, you're feeling pretty fighty." Right, so then, so I hopped up there, and I started calling out there. They're watching Piers Morgan. So I'm telling them, this entire show you're watching, the entire panel is a bunch of feds. Right. And it's clear left to right. They're all feds. They're trying to promote some type of narrative, watching a total fed pogo show, Piers Morgan. Right. And trying to promote it to their audience. Right. Which these people don't need promotion. This thing is set up by the powers that be. Right. Why would you need to promote some show that's already popular? Right. But they're sitting there promoting the show. Right. I just spit the facts that all these guys are feds on the panel. And they start saying, no, it's time to shut down the narrative. They say, no, we can't talk about that. That breaks TOS. Right. So this is the thing. You can't talk about what's really going on other shows. Right. Because they shut down the narrative because it breaks TOS. Right. You can't drop heavy facts, but you can promote the larger networks. That's fine to do that. Right. It's fine to promote these larger networks. Right. I mean, it's just crazy stuff, man. But yeah, anyways, we'll take a look at this clip here, and then yeah, I'll be back in like 30 minutes here. 25 minutes here, and we'll continue the show. Get a couple things going. We got rituals of the Dalai Lama. We'll get into that. We'll get into little thing with Mumford and ellul. Right, we'll get into some music. Yeah, it's okay, Michael. Blessings. Too drunk. Yeah, it's all good. It's no worries. Check out this clip on Charlie Quick. They're all talking about this Charlie Kirk thing. It is what it is. But yeah, anyways, let me share this with you guys. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna eat some food, get some cigarettes, and then get a cigarette here. 20 minutes, we'll be back. Blessings.
Look what you got, Kev.
Yeah, and yeah, go ahead and subscribe to Orthodox, guys. Nice enough to chat with us, and it's Orthodox, ORTHADOX guy, right? So yeah.
Okay. So this is Mr. 4547. This is President Trump on Ruth Bader Ginsburg, her passing, which is like I guess we could call it, like, in the words of the Sub-Saharans, the op. This is what our president had to say when his top op passed away, when he found out about it.
Yeah. She just died? Wow. I didn't know that. I just, you're telling me now for the first time. She led an amazing life. What else can you say? She was an amazing woman. Whether you agreed or not, she was an amazing woman who led an amazing life. I'm actually sad to hear that. I am sad to hear that. Thank you very much.
And that's
don't woo bang from the chat. Join the panel.
Could have shit all over her. Like, man, fuck that bitch. You know what I mean? She tried to get me indicted, all kind of shit. Like, man, fuck her the long way. Matter of fact, where her goddamn gravestone? I'm gonna hit my right leg. I'm gonna piss all over that. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you the long way, bitch. I'll be burning hell. You got a problem with it? You'll squabble when I get there. Stupid ass girl. You didn't do that. Like, you know what I mean? Come on. It's levels to this shit. It's difference. God damn.
Well, the thing is, right? The thing is, like, the president literally took his time to say she was a wonderful person. Is that you?
Come on.
Yeah.
Took
TML,
his
what's up
time
with
to
it,
say
brother?
she was a wonderful person.
Yeah, I just got one thing to say, pretty much. And that's that this dude right here, right? I don't know if you guys are supporting this or against this, right? Video or whatever, because I just turned on the show. So I'm not who banging. I actually don't know what position you're taking at all.
I hate Destiny. That's my position. After
Right.
watching
But
Period.
surely you know that Jack Posobiec is a Fed. Andrew Wilson is dishonorable. Piers Morgan is a Zionist coward. Like, surely you know all that, right? Like, the whole panel is trash. First of all,
Just because I don't like Destiny, don't mean I agree with the whole panel.
of course. Yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, the main thing is this dude here crying. If they call us a Nazi and if they call us an extremist, they're gonna shoot us. But the fact is, this fucking loser used to call himself Big Papa Fascist online. So why can't you call him a Nazi or a fascist? He called himself that. Right? It's fucking retarded. Right?
Who's that?
Talking
Andrew
about
Wilson.
Andrew Wilson, right? Yeah, so he's obviously a fucking retard, backtracking his entire fucking career, calling me a fascist, and I said, "Don't call me a fascist."
Wait. Because I'm an unapologetic National Socialist.
No, I get but he's not one. See, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You can stand by it. That's why I respect you. I don't respect him because he backtrack and go behind this shit. Right?
I get that. My point is, the point that he's making is the left calls everyone they disagree with a fascist and a Nazi.
Right.
And the left is the one willing to do political violence.
But he called himself that. That's what's so confusing about it. Right? It's like you called yourself that. It's like nobody's calling you that when you made yourself a title and you said, "I'm the Big Papa Fascist, motherfucker. Now come after me." He's putting the title on himself. Right.
Thank
So
you
now
for the
he doesn't get to
raid,
cry.
Well, he didn't deny it. At least it's out front. It's out
I get
front.
to say no, but he now it's not out front. Now he's saying, "Oh, please don't call us fascists. They might shoot us."
Well, yeah. I mean, have you ever been shot at?
No.
I have. It's not fun.
Don't call yourself a fascist and then not stand by that shit later, man. It is what it is. Just don't backtrack on your fucking statement.
It's not about him not standing by it.
It is.
It's about Destiny claiming the left doesn't do political violence.
Look, I totally disagree with what what the Destiny guy is saying. He should be ashamed of himself. He should be ashamed of his posts. Definitely somebody should beat the fuck out of him, take his account down. You know what I mean? For saying that shit about the dude's wife. Yeah, definitely.
Pretty sure he got canceled. I'm pretty
I
sure
agree
he
with
got
that. He should have for sure. They should have deleted his account.
I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying either.
Yeah,
But
I don't disagree with what
the
you're saying
point
either.
the point of the argument right now is not that Andrew's trying to obfuscate from what he used to call himself or say that didn't happen.
But he clearly is doing that, though. I mean, on top of
It's
Hold
literally
on.
they're talking about political violence. Me, as a fascist, as an open National Socialist, if somebody with the left comes at me, I'm gonna pull my shoulder holster and I'm gonna be like, all right, let's get it. Because I'm gonna defend myself.
right. But
But
it's
I'm not gonna go out and just draw up the fucking tool on a fucking leftist because I disagree with them. At this
Exactly.
point, it seems like the leftists are willing to do it, and that's
Everybody
the
has
debate.
everybody has the right to stand on their square, whatever side of the political spectrum that they land on. You know, I'm not sure
absolutely.
if Andrew Wilson has been called out on that, and if he has denied like his stance. You know, that's far different. That's far different. If that's how the nigga like feel.
Well, next time I go on Sarah's and he's up there, I'll call him Big Papa Fascist, and we can tell how he how he reacts.
No, or even this. Ask him if he thinks that it's bad to call people fascist on the left, as he's saying here now, when he called himself Big Papa Fascist, right? Just a straight up question, right? Just a straight question.
I am known as that guy that says that we should not do violence for words. Yeah. I stand 10 toes down on it. right? And I get there are some exceptions, like if somebody's like talking to a child or somebody's yelling in your face, you don't know if they're gonna stove off on you and knock the fuck out of you.
I mean, it's like, what's that guy from that movie? Goodfellas, right? I think it's Joe Pesci or whatever, right? Yeah, or in the Book of the Samurai, Hagakure, right? He talks about how a guy got killed because some other dude insulted him and he got offended, right? And it's just like, we could talk about it all we want, but in real life, right? If you offend somebody, they might kill you if they're psychologically unhinged, right? So this is just a real reality.
Another caveat is mutual combat, right? If you calling somebody out their name or accusing somebody of believing something or saying somebody's ideas are stupid and you're not engaging in debate, well, hey, look, if you want to go ahead and just settle this and just get it the fuck out of the way and let's throw hands or pistols at dawn or sabers at dawn type shit.
Nah, it's
that's
not
okay.
pistols,
That's
it's not
okay
sabers,
too.
It's all hands. You know what I mean?
No, I'm
And
just
that's only in certain
saying
states.
because the historical context of dueling wasn't necessarily death, but they also did it in an unsafe way. You get what I'm saying? If somebody wants to duel or somebody wants to fight over it and it's mutual combat, that's also fine. But to go sneak a motherfucker or do political assassinations is gay. If it's mutual combat, even if it ends with guns, it is what it is.
It's cowardice for sure. What Tyler Robinson did, you know what I mean? You can die. You know, a coward dies 100 deaths, bro. You know what I mean?
I would say more like it's effective, but yeah.
All eternity until at least, unless the death penalty is enacted. But this is what I'm saying. The difference though, TML. You know, Andrew Wilson is on Front Street with that shit. You know,
that's the thing though. He's more on Front Street than Charlie Kirk is, right? So this is the thing. Is like he's more extreme, right?
But you don't respect Andrew Wilson respectfully, brother, because I fuck with you, TML. Matter of fact, I just had an offline conversation about you, bro.
Nice.
You know?
Yeah,
on
thank
God
you.
in heaven, I did. I'm like, I fuck with that nigga the long way. You know, I fuck with your perspective, but so you don't fuck with Andrew Wilson's perspective.
No, I totally fuck with this perspective, and that's why I started debating on the Crucible. I gave lots of time to the Crucible. You know what I mean, right? Like I'm talking about like hours and hours and hours. I mean, I contributed to the community. I even signed up for debates over there, right? So I mean, Andrew Wilson, I mean, he's definitely made hundreds of dollars off of the name The Machine Lies. Obviously, I've never done anything. He's never done anything for me. Right, but I've done stuff for him, and he's used my name and all that stuff. Right, so this is this is step one to just realize what the fuck's going on.
I don't know.
Right,
no worries, but my thing was though. You say
I had a personal correspondence with the dude. Right, so you know, I mean, in terms of my personal dealings with him, I can't say he's a very honest person. And right, so that's step one. Right, but then step two, I would say like I totally respect his viewpoint. Right now, I'm talking about Orthodox Christianity and the conservative values. I'm talking about, the things that they should change the divorce laws, that women shouldn't have the right to vote. That it should be a patriarchal society. I totally 100% agree with all those ideas. Right, so I fuck with his ideology, but I don't really fuck with him, his personality and the way he represents himself and the way he sells that ideology to people. I think that is shameful. Right. It's obviously a grift. It does more damage to the ideology that he represents than actually supporting it.
I want to say something real. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's it, Mike. Sorry about blessings.
Nah. Anyway, I hope everyone is doing. By the way, I hope that everyone, absolutely, you guys are doing amazing. I hope that everything is okay with you guys. A lot of love and a lot of positivity. Just if I could actually give you my energy, I would, so you guys can be positive. I just wanted to say a couple of things. It's very easy for anyone. I'm even putting myself as an example. It's very easy for us to say, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't use our feelings, but you know what, Destiny, maybe he has a point. I understand that, but if you have lost someone, it could be your dad, it could be your husband, it could be anyone in particular that was basically the closest person to you, and someone assassinated that person. How would you feel? You know what I mean? Of course you would be like and then for Destiny to basically use that and say, oh, she's just being used so that she could enrage the political right, and therefore there's going to be in all this shit that basically he's saying. It's absurd, and it's just very stupid.
Well, let's take a step back here real quick, Mike, because you got a point, right? But let's take a step back. Charlie Kirk's last tweet was about the Ukrainian woman killed in the subway. He said that we need to
according to the YouTube comments, people want a civil war, so
push these narratives and publicize these events, because that's the only way that we will be able to enact change. His wife was carrying out his wishes. I mean, exactly. What else is a dutiful wife supposed to do?
Agreed. 1,000%. And that's what I'm saying. And she's basically carrying out what she know in her heart, what he wanted from her.
Right.
And she has every right to say what she basically said. And for Destiny to basically use that against her, he's just it clarifies that he's a piece of shit. You know what I mean? That's it.
Well, it's not just him. People also forget that we are a representative of the groups and people and organizations that we are a part of, the ideologies. That's why I try to represent my beliefs so as well as I do. Right? Because we are each ambassadors to the things that we believe, our families, our organizations, our churches, whatever. And whenever you see the leftists talk about Charlie Kirk, they are ambassadors of what the left, by and large, believes. Just because a group of moderates won't say the same shit Destiny is, you have to beg the question: do they believe the same at their heart?
Yeah. I mean, I really don't like Destiny at all. Right? I don't like any of his positions. Right? I think I could safely say that. But I think the conservatives, right, the far right conservatives, they were attacking Charlie Kirk too, right? Like, for example, they were attacking him for being a moderate, right? Like, for example, the Nick Fuentes crowd. Also, Andrew Wilson, right, in the talk he had with Lauren Chen, he literally said that I think he basically says the Groypers put out a fatwa on Charlie Kirk or whatever, something like that, right? So this is what he said live.
Well, the thing about
Fuentes,
yeah. The thing about Fuentes and the far right and even the moderate left, right? I didn't particularly like Charlie Kirk's soft-handed Christianity.
Exactly right. See, this is what I'm saying.
But I still respect the man for going out there and trying to have a conversation. I'm still pissed off that he was murdered and taken away from his family.
Right. But see, here's the thing: is like, Destiny doesn't debate people like Kirk. He debates people like Fuentes and is even friends with them. So don't you think that's kind of weird?
I think they're more than friends.
That's what I mean, though. It's like they're basically butt brothers. Yeah, they're basically butt brothers, like watching internet porn together or whatever. Right?
Destiny definitely sucked him off.
Hell no. Nah.
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. Like,
let's not do that.
There's video.
So this is what I'm saying. Like, the far left is literally in bed with far right extremists. Right now.
I wouldn't say that, because I'm as far right as they get, and I can't stand
some of them. No, some of them. Not it might not be you. In particular, but I'm saying there's a groups.
In the streaming and the panelverse and YouTube, there's professional courtesy, right? And there's mutual dislike for moderates. All right. Just because you have this professional courtesy and this and I don't know what that BJ and that friendship between Nick Fuentes and Destiny is. That's beyond a professional courtesy.
I don't know what that blowy was about, but regardless.
but there's professional courtesy, because we're all entertainers, we're all people. Despite our content, no matter if it's educational or not, we all have to entertain. Infotainment is a thing. We can't unopen that Pandora's box, right? We have to draw people's attention.
I'm finna shut that Pandora's box. I'm not finna extend you no professional courtesy, OG. Like, all right, shit, blowy. You know what I mean?
I would never ask because that's fucked up, bro. When that shit, I always bullied Nick whenever I talk to him, because I've talked to him a couple times throughout the years. But when I found that out, I'm like, that's gotta be fake. That's gotta be fake. That's gotta be, and it doesn't show anybody's face. But
pause.
But it doesn't show anybody's face, but Destiny. And then before it can show anything gay, I was like, yeah, I don't need to see this. Why'd y'all motherfuckers show this in disc? I'm out. Y'all have a good conversation. But the person speaking definitely sounded like Nick.
So anyway, guys, I gotta bounce. I'll be back. I'll try to be back. I'm still with my mom, and I'm gonna continue doing a couple of more shopping and stuff like that. So I appreciate the time. Thank you. Many blessings to everybody. Thank you for your thank you for letting me in.
Thank you for coming up, Mike. We'll be going for at minimum. We'll be going for at minimum another hour, so we should be live for you.
All right.
Come back.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
See you then.
But like, I get what you're saying, but I'm a firm disbeliever in horseshoe theory. I do think that if you go too far, you can go into tyranny. And as an American, I don't like tyranny. I think that every ideology and belief can work in the system that we have, because America has this unique thing in its culture where if you go tyrannical, the whole country is like, nah, no, how about no? Go fuck yourself. So, I mean, I think that's why any system that we choose will work. There'll just be
historically
problems.
it's been like that, but this is different, bro. You know what I mean?
I only agree with you because of mass immigration. And that's why when people are like, you're just a racist, you just don't want brown people immigrating here. I'm like, I don't want Europeans immigrating here either, because within a generation we'll have pussy ass gun control and gay culture as well. Right. Like I don't want that. I don't want even Europeans coming over here. I want Americans, black, white, brown, to have babies and to have large families again. That's how we boost our population. Several generations of that.
There's a reason we left Europe.
So I would say, Kev, you could be right because of the mass immigration. Because if you replace the current population or the founding population or the population that's doing one thing for a population that does another thing, inevitably you're gonna get that other thing. But I think that most Americans, because America and the West in general are good at assimilating, I think that there's been enough assimilation to where this is still the country where tyrants come to die. So I stand 10 toes down on it. Hopefully my fellow countrymen do not let me down on this particular thing. Like, this is the one thing that they absolutely cannot let me down on. Or we're fucked as a country. I mean, that's what we're talking about assimilation and bringing in the best of the best.
Destiny,
You guys are all going to turn around and be like, I can't believe it. What's going on? What's happening here?
Okay, Destiny, if you care so much about political violence in America, why don't you lead the way yourself without mentioning anybody else? Why don't you, Destiny, right now just outright condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because we've been doing that for a decade. One side can't turn down the temperature. The other side can't turn down the temperature. If Donald Trump can't, then the left shouldn't until he does.
Got it.
Republicans
Okay, you don't want to do it.
need accountability for their actions. They need some responsibility for the insanity.
He had it coming. Even though you say.
And all Destiny is saying here is the same thing all radical leftists say. How dare you defend yourself? How dare you not surrender to us? How dare you not give us what we want? That's all he's saying. I don't know how else to put it. But to answer D3's, what if said immigrants had higher average IQ and better genetic constitution? Then the more of those, the merrier. But
as long as they agree with American ideals.
Well, for one, the person that she's referencing definitely does and is a fucking ubermensch in of itself.
Okay.
And the people like him, we need more of those, regardless if they're from Europe, America, China, anywhere. We need more people like that in the world in general. So I have no problem scooping all those people up and be like, welcome to Freedom Town, baby.
Welcome, you bitch.
That just sounded like a Dr. Pepper Saturday commercial.
Look at
great,
these freeze
Would you
frames
say?
for
Would you
Destiny are good.
say not a name? Are you talking about like all immigrants or like illegal immigrants? Like, you know what I mean?
Oh, she's just making an inside reference about a particular individual.
Yeah,
that is a friend of the show.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, all right.
Because my bro Jro is an Indian, right? And he's one of the best people ever. So when I'm harping on Indian street food, I don't bite my tongue, but I'm like, I still love you to death, and you're one of the good ones.
Yeah, the goof scoop is crazy.
But no, bro, he's harder. He is harder on himself and other Indians than any of us ever could be. It's like, bro, you're making us look bad with that street food. Calm the fuck down. He's like, put on some gloves, bro. Wash your hands. And that's what I find out. That's what I find that if you go too far on the immigration thing, you wind up ostracizing really good people for your society. But if you're not strict on it, you wind up with mass replacement immigration, which is not good for your society. And there's a good middle ground of assimilation, and that's like beneficial to the country. Like the whole reason we have a power grid is because Nikola Tesla immigrated over here and was a scientist and engineer. Right? So there's obviously benefits to immigration and bringing different people in from different walks of life and having that diversity of thought. So to say there's not is absolutely retarded. So yes, we should all want to increase the average IQ.
On yourself. Let me bring in Jack Posobiec.
We absolutely.
All right, that's enough, Destiny. I'll bring in Jack Posobiec.
Yeah,
Jack.
okay. Nice. Both sides it.
Jack.
Yeah.
What is your response to this?
That motherfucker just shotgunned a Red Bull.
This
Oh
is
my
exactly
god!
what I'm talking about. You know, this type of ideology where you've got someone who's willing to mock Erica, who's been standing strong for her family, for her children, who's just she will never be able to grow old with Charlie. She will never be able to be with them again, have more children, to have grandchildren, to have those memories, to raise them. It's all gone. Every single moment of that future that they.
In the words of Donald Trump, some of the best diversity, some of the most beautiful. I had to do the Donald Trump voice.
They have the best diversity, some of the most amazing diversity.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe this dude isn't discredited after promoting the fake QAnon conspiracy. I mean, it's wild stuff, right? But yeah, here he is. You know, the Fed, Jack Posobiec.
I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, team.
Yeah, I don't believe in QAnon, but I don't know too much about Jack Posobiec. So I ain't trying to leave you high and dry on that one, but I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, it's like the Pizzagate type of stuff. You know, the fake news where they said there's white hats in the government that are gonna save, so Trump's gonna get rid of all the PDFs in government. This guy was promoting that crazy stuff, right?
Well, I know that Alex Jones talked to.
Yeah, he was on Alex Jones. Yeah, he was on Alex Jones promoting it. This is what I'm talking about, right? So this dude is a total wacko
Yeah,
dude.
but Alex Jones, you can call him what you want, but Alex Jones has been not wrong.
I believe Alex Jones like straight up lies a lot, right? Like he just makes up a bunch of disinformation, like a lot, right? Like yeah, he tells the truth about a couple things, right? But he like for example, he blamed Israel for 9/11, then he turned around and said it's the Chicans and the Saudi Arabians. It doesn't even make any sense.
Well, the Saudi Arabians did have something to do with it.
The Chinese and the Saudi Arabians did 9/11.
I
Is what you're gonna prove right now,
I don't know about the Chinese,
bro. It's totally ridiculous statement.
Why?
I don't know about the Chinese, but the Saudi Arabians definitely trained the hijackers.
In all fairness, you know what I mean? Not
because the Israelis,
not to take up for the nigga or nothing like that, but he has recently came out and said like I was an alcoholic for like 15 years. You know what I mean? I was drinking like a handle of vodka.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
all kind of dumb shit, you know?
Yeah, I mean Jones has been exposed by Bill Cooper, right? He did a show called Alex Jones Exposed. This is when he did fake news.
William Cooper?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Behold the pale horse.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, he stole his entire conspiracy theory stuff from Bill Cooper, right? He's just a fake Bill Cooper, right, or whatever. And that was actually exposed by Bill Cooper while he was alive for putting out disinfo campaigns, right? And Jack Posobiec worked for him, right? And all that stuff.
Well, D3, this is for you. You played it a little bit you posted a little while ago. I'm gonna tone down a little bit. We're kind of getting near TOS for certain topics, so I'm gonna tone.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, my bad. I'll stop talking about that if you want me to. It's no worries.
It's all good. Yeah, I'd appreciate it. It's all good. I need to start streaming on Rumble so we don't have to worry about TOS like that. Because
exactly.
There it goes.
Rumble exclusives where we can talk about all the stuff we're not allowed to talk about.
That's it.
The after party.
Yeah. But here's the video for D.
Yeah, now we're gonna talk about gay Ugandans because we reached TOS because we mentioned some stuff about Alex Jones and pretty interesting dynamics there. But yeah, I mean, I totally shut down the conversation, and then basically they never played that clip with Piers Morgan for the rest of the duration of the show. So they stopped playing propaganda on the show. So it is what it is, right? So yeah, interesting dynamics there. Yeah, I'll wait for everybody to settle in here. We'll play some music, and while we get into this new segment, we're gonna basically get into Mumford, right? His views on the city just a little bit, and then we're gonna get into it's the last part of this documentary that we're watching, Mumford on the city, and then we'll move to Mumford's text, right? And yeah, so Wednesday we'll take a look at some of his text, right? And techniques of man and all that type of stuff. Techniques and the nature of man and different texts that he wrote relating to these issues. But yeah, so we're gonna look at Mumford now, and then we're gonna look at Ellul, and we're also gonna look at some information about Uncle Teddy. Right, so this is the latter part of the show. Thank you guys for being here, and I appreciate you guys. And yeah, so we're gonna move into that. Blessings. Let me play some music for you guys. This is a video that was made by our friend Dark Lorp Outer Light, Los Illuminatos, and out here on the panel. Blessings.
that won't do for me, do for me, do for me. Take the night on and on and on. Yeah, I'm losing sleep, losing sleep, losing sleep.
Yeah, and there's more actual interviews with Mumford that I actually want to point you guys to. But I think this documentary series is pretty. It made some pretty astute observations there, and then it has a lot of great visuals as well. You know, to back up what he's saying, especially those very notable images of the suburbs in the 1950s. Right, where those people look just as enslaved as the people in the city. Right, shocking stuff there, right? That you know, was yeah, blessings to our friend. We got the Cyber Caliphate channel. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Please subscribe to the alternative channel. You know, they may get rid of this channel at any point. It has lots of controversial content on this channel. Right, we got lots of original discussions available at the alternative channel. Right, so there's lots of original material at the alternative channel as well. Anyways, let's move to some of this documentary on the city by Mumford. Greetings to Sky Angel. Blessings, madam. Yeah, we're having a blessed night. Yeah, it's just that this whole idea of the city, right? He mentioned many different ideas. Now we know that the city has several features, right? It constitutes a new stage of techniques, right? It is the hub of both technological innovation and international trade within the modern context, right? So the city represents a totally different attitude from the one that it previously represented, right? In times like the medieval, times, where you had the countryside, right? Today, urban sprawl is creating the life in the suburbs, right? Which is which presents the illusion of the idyllic life in the countryside, right? But of course, this is because the countryside has been removed from the city life. Right, and this is because of several different ideas, right? We presented the idea of petroleum being used for farming, right, and the whole industrial farming techniques, right? And this is because of the concentration of population within the city, right? And of course, the introduction of cars within cities and all of this different type of stuff. So he went through all of these problems and cataloged, right, how the use of the car and the elevator in order to compact people into the city created a very unstable environment, right? And it's part and parcel of this idea of the bystander effect, right? That is so much greater in the cities, right? That because there's a higher population, people feel less concerned with what's going on with their neighbor. Right, and of course, they did a study with the bystander effect, and they had a guy laying on the street asking for help, right? And nobody helped him, and then they did the same experiment with a guy in a business suit, that was struggling and asking for help, and more people helped the guy with the business suit than just a normal homeless-looking guy, right? So people want to help people because they look important even more, right? So the city creates not only an unstable attitude where there's a lapse in moral responsibility, right? But then there's also a sort of collective hive mind that develops, and right in the city. But yeah, anyways.
The congested metropolis has produced a flight from the city, an actual escape, or in an increasingly impersonal environment where flesh and blood are less real than paper and machines, the more insidious flight of man's spirit. Does it matter to us, this loss of vitality, this desertion of the city? Shall we allow the achievements of man's most precious collective expression to vanish?
The multitude of social needs that first gave form to cities thousands of years ago have not all vanished. Some have gone.
So here's our boy, Lewis Mumford, right, who unleashed the quote, "Man is a symbol-making animal," right, which is the most appropriate representation of how man differs from the animal kingdom, right? To quote Aristotle, to live alone, one must be a beast or a god, right? To live in solitude, one must be a beast or a god, right? So man, as he explained, right, is a social or political animal, right?
Yeah, can I add something to that?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, this is from the book I was reading, and it's related to that. The biosemiotic approach does not imply that humanity is nothing special, but only that the obvious uniqueness of humans is not as users of science, but as creatures who can really teach themselves to master a special form of sign usage, symbolic reference. That is the basis of linguistic competency. The red cloth with the white half moon and star belongs to the category flag. That's the flag of Turkey. And it is because and only because of this that it is legitimately taught that those who trample on the cloth also indirectly stomp on Turkey's good name and reputation. So that is something special about human beings. Like if you like the flag, you know, if you stomp on the flag, you know, that's considered a big deal, you know what I mean, because of symbolic reference. And I feel like in the city, our symbolic references are more oriented towards technique. You know what I mean, that leads to perversion of our older traditional symbols. Yeah. But yeah, actually, I found that was interesting because you don't see many biologists admit to that. That's the special thing about humanity, the symbolic reference. Yeah, like you were talking about. I just wanted to add that. That was from page 6 of the book. 6 of the book. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, we provided 3 different ideas, right? In terms of one is Homo faber, right, which is man as a tool making animal, right? Then the second is Homo ludens, right, which is man in lieu of complex social games, right? So this is coined by J. Huizinga in lieu of man's cultural anthropology, right? So he started exploring the idea that man, you know, develops these complex social games and traditions, right? And that this ethnographic, like, sort of sequences, like, these are more, you know, the basis for human society, right? So he sort of abstracted the definition away from just tool making and you know, scientific discovery, right? And then you have Mumford, right, who says it's actually symbol making, right? So it goes away from even you know, language and words and all of that type of stuff and man's cultural anthropology, right? Back and combining these 2 definitions of you know, these complex social games, but also the making of the symbols, right? So he combines techne into the definition, right? So I think he and I don't know what you would call man a symbol making animal, like you know, but yeah.
I just call it sapiens. Sapiens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sapiens is
Funnily referred to it as Homo logos, right? Symbol making. Yeah.
Yeah, I think symbols do not necessarily have to be purely, I don't know, you know, algorithmic or whatever. They have an element of non-conceptuality or non-corporeality. You know, I actually do want to get into studying Germanic ruins in the future. A lot of them are interesting. The Germanic ruins. You know, maybe there's a mystery in that we could uncover in the future.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, so let's see what he says. This is Mumford right here on the screen.
Others have changed so that they need no longer take place in the city. And still others, like education, have become stronger. But the traditional form of the city, which serves these needs, is changing. In our time, new forces have appeared that threaten to shatter the historic urban forms and to scatter the contents of the city at random over the landscape. The overfilled urban container has burst. The central core has become demagnetized. All roads still lead to Rome, only to find that our new Romes have become faceless and formless. What we call the urban explosion, the effort to escape from this unfavorable physical and social environment into an unspoiled landscape, results in a dispersal of the city's essential social organs for meeting and mixing. The parts can be brought together on occasion only by an excessive expenditure of time, energy, money, and human vitality. Happily, in the midst of our present urban confusion and disintegration, a new pattern of life has begun, just begun to emerge.
Among the elements of this new pattern are the best of the new shopping centers, which are bringing to the city region many of the functions of old city centers. A new and attractive form of the old agora or marketplace is beginning to appear. Industrial operations that once disrupted the metropolitan core have gained in efficiency and better working conditions by decentralizing within the city region. Industrial and commercial parks, designed with respect for the regional setting, often achieve architectural and human results seldom before associated with industry. In their breakaway from the city, the best suburbs recognized the human need for natural surroundings. But the urban explosion has left little land for individual homes with spacious private grounds. Such luxuries of space now belong to a favored few. To preserve the regional setting for all requires fresh concepts of community living and a change in our traditional attitudes. The urban explosion and its mere numbers need not frighten us once we have found the human measure. Without overcrowding, good design can create communities with more vitality than ordinary suburbs and with natural surroundings. Imaginative architecture also can consign the space-wasting, dangerous automobile to its proper place. In most suburbs, streets, driveways, and garages consume at least 1/3 of the land. Underground garages can free precious land for quiet pedestrian streets on which terraced houses face, and for private gardens at the rear of each house. A revival of the idea of London's traditional residential squares creates havens of green. Spaciousness is combined with human scale in pleasing architectural relationships instead of individual chaos. Public transportation must be coordinated with regional growth to link the elements of the new urban pattern. High buildings may free land for recreation, but they aren't really suited to family life. A better solution is a mixture of homes for all stages of life, creating true neighborhoods with variety, balance, measured growth, and purposeful design. Throughout history, the best cities have been mosaics of distinctive neighborhoods, separate villages almost. Now that concept must be enlarged to a regional scale without losing the stable, life-promoting nature of the village. This new regional mosaic must satisfy man's desire for contact with the countryside, which is now fast retreating, just as man has gained the mobility and the leisure time to enjoy it. In more and more regions of the world, the inevitable and urgent choice must be made. Low-grade urban sprawl or a new kind of regional city. The best of the present regional communities, the Stockholm satellites or the English new towns, are attractive and lively, but their potential has not been fully realized. They lack the cultural richness and human variety of true cities. Despite their considerable achievements, there is yet no clear role for these cities which will give a meaningful pattern to their activities. No strong purposes like those that brought men together in their first cities. Where can we find such purposes? Like the shopping center, the industrial estate, and the suburb, Universities are decentralizing. Perhaps they can assure a strong pattern of regional growth and renewal.
Yeah, that's not possible because the military is linked, right, to many different facets of society that are not conducive to that change, right? So yeah, it's pretty funny how the university system totally hijacked, right, by NGOs and state funding and obviously tons of corporate research and all that type of stuff.
Let me tell you this, like how we talk about how important metaphysics is, like it can like influence the way you interpret things, and the thing with science is modern science is like all instrumental, and they make that the metaphysics, they make technique the metaphysics, and that's retarded, like it's very stupid, when you think more deeply about issues like agency or like issues even about soul or mind, there are lots of things, they just dismiss all of that, and so it leads to the Legatian vision. The Legatian vision is the most depressing thing you can imagine. It's like Lovecraft on crack, I mean, the conspiracy against the human race, the book he wrote, and also his short horror stories, But the thing about Legati's stories, though, is you can read them differently, from a different angle. Like his stories, he has one story about people working in a factory, but they don't know who the man who's watching them. He's faceless, it looks like a weird eldritch being behind the foggy, window, just watching
Right.
you. Yeah, and then when one of them tries to escape, I forget what happens. He kind of died, or the foggy person was always lurking behind him, or something. I'm saying that Legati's fiction can be interpreted as a consequence of technique and how it infects our metaphysics to view the world in like a puppet way or stuff. But I don't think it's actually the way the world is. You know what I mean? But I did go through that phase where, because it was due to the technique and the scientific. That's what they promote. It's really nihilistic and devitalized. If I say something like, "Oh, I think enlightenment is true. You can awaken to the true nature of mind, or that's beyond time and space," or like Parmenides, they would call me stupid or anti-scientific. Or if I say there's a God, they completely dismiss that. That's the way science is. Like it's just completely relegate philosophy or theology to like being irrelevant. But it's not irrelevant because that influence the way you see everything. Yeah, but yeah, we do touch on that a lot and stuff. But yeah, you can view Legati's fiction that way. Maybe it's useful to read some of his stories that I could share. But yeah, it is depressing though. Yeah, that's the way a lot of people view it. I debated someone once. They went on a witch hunt against me because of the hard problem of consciousness. I was debating that, and that guy was arguing eliminativism. He was arguing we're just sacks of flesh, with illusion of consciousness, stuff like that. That stuff is really bad. Yeah, but yeah, that's the way modern academia is now. It's just a big factory now to churn out drones and slaves.
Yeah, and if you look at it, it's as ellul is explaining, and Mumford is explaining, it's the setting, right? It's because we're forced to be conditioned, right? And this is one of the main things is that all researchers are conditioned, right? And this is the thing is that everyone who operates technology, right, the technology is not based on your particular ideology or your religion or your nationality, right? These are the things that it does not care about, right? So what's interesting is here what ellul says. He says, to take a simple example, it matters little in driving an automobile whether the regime be Republican or fascist. Techniques are becoming less and less material, and really important differences from state to state tend to fade progressively away. Right? So technique doesn't care about your ideology. Right? All it cares about is efficiency and how it functions, and whether or not, right, those techniques are adopted or whether they can be assimilated within the system as a whole. right? So
Exactly. When I went to my education for neuroscience, computer science, and robotic intelligence, it's always about the search for efficiency, which is technical necessity, search for the best efficient method, always, and they're obsessed with, results and making things more and more controlled and, predictable and forecasting, you know, I mean, that's kind of like how machine learning models and neural networks were created too, with their hidden layers and their input layer and their output layer, and how they map the independent variable to the dependent variable. There's a process of mapping. In technique, there is a process of mapping, but that process of mapping, which is from input to output, is very kind of glosses over the mystery of life, and it also devitalizes, yeah, there's also something else I want to say. Once, I'll just say this is a story I have. It's just a short story. You know, in the city, the kind of windows they use, especially a lot of modern buildings, they're very, flat and very reflective. And so a lot of birds hit it and die, but, there have been some attempts, like in Russia and other places, to add perforations to the mirrors or like UV sprays, but they can like minimize it, but they don't do that in Atlanta area. They just have all those, and so a lot of birds die in the city. A lot. If you look closely around the buildings, you can probably find a dead bird. Even this hospital I went to, I remember walking out and seeing a dead bird like right there. And this is very bad for birds. Because the way their first onboards works or their first person perspective is really hard for them to discriminate the mirrored image from reality. I have decals on all my windows in my house. I put decals so it can minimize the death of birds. I put decals on my windows. But anyway, the point I'm making is there was a dead bird, and I picked up the dead bird. He was dying in my hand, and as I was walking, no one in the city cared that the bird was dying in my hand. But I met this woman from my Atlanta, from Soto Zen Center, and she said this happens a lot, what I mean? So I placed the bird in a bush or something, and I wanted to pick him up again, but I was kind of afraid because I didn't have gloves. But I shouldn't have been afraid. I was younger then, I mean, I was inexperienced with life. But yeah, then the bird died. I heard him make one final sound in the bush, and then I went to talk to my Russian friend, and he told me this stuff, like Americans, on average, Americans tend to be very, I don't know, obsessed with industriousness, what I mean? And they don't really give a shit about any of this, what I mean? Like, they don't care about the damage to nature or whatever, especially in the urbanized areas. Of course, Americans in more rural areas like Dark Lord are much better people, what I mean? They're much better people from my experience, and yeah, the reason I'm telling you that story is, yeah, the city is kind of demonic. Yeah, it's pretty demonic. Yeah, the people there are all very, my time in Atlanta, and going for my neuroscience education wasn't the best. Yeah, but yeah, my educations were all a waste of time, to be honest with you. I freely admit that. When I read on my own things that intrigue me or I find important, I feel like I learn more or something. But ultimately what matters is your connection to God or somehow your transcendental metaphysical purpose, like the luminous mind in Buddhism. It's called luminous mind or God or whatever. That's what really matters in life. But people have lost sight of that. So I would probably say Guanan is probably one of the best ones to really get at the heart of that. One of the best anti-modernist thinkers, in my view. I feel like when you lose sight of that transcendence, you really lose sight of immanence too, because immanence is subordinate to transcendence, But yeah, that's what I have to say.
Yeah, I remember there's a powerful part in this Dragon Ball Z movie. The Cooler, I believe they had a guy named Frieza, and he had a brother that came to avenge his death named Cooler. Then he like wanted to destroy the Earth or whatever. And just as Goku is like transforming into a Super Saiyan, to like defeat this evil like monster or whatever, he like picks up a bird, right? Like the guy's giving this speech about how he doesn't care about life, he doesn't care like who fights him, and Goku picks up a bird, and this bird that this like being kills, he like brings him back to life, like with his hand. Pretty powerful scene, because like no part in Dragon Ball Z like does Goku bring a bird back to life. Like, you know, they never heal things; they just fight things and kill. You know, so it's like, yeah, actually they can use their powers to heal things. It's wild, dude.
Yeah. It's been, I used to watch a lot of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I would print out the, pictures. This is when printers first came out. We would print out the pictures of Dragon Ball Z characters and like trade them with friends. I mean, you imagine that, like, because it was very rare to people having printers, color printers, and having these pictures. And would like collect the Dragon Ball Z pictures. But I loved Dragon Ball Z. I never watched the original Dragon Ball much though, but that one I should probably see. But yeah, I haven't really seen much of the movies. Cooler's Revenge, I should probably watch that movie. Yeah, but Dragon Ball Z is cool. Piccolo is cool. I forgot what character that is. I know he's Piccolo, or is someone related to Piccolo, or I forgot which one is that. Your avatar.
Yeah, this is Baby Piccolo.
Oh, that's Piccolo. Yeah, Piccolo is very cool. I always like Piccolo's character.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting when he's like a baby and he like knows he's not part of humanity, and he is like in nature, like just eating fish, and it kind of parallels how Goku grows up, right? It's fascinating stuff, right? But Goku looks like a human, but Piccolo doesn't, right? So he can't live with them, right? It's pretty sad.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it, but I should go back and revisit it. Maybe I don't know how much the anime changed from the manga, but maybe I'll just read either the manga or watch the anime though. But yeah, I like both of them. They're both very good. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to derail this too much, but yeah, I feel like yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. Yeah. So. I always thought Boo was very creepy. Boo was
Right,
very, yeah.
And he's made by a wizard, an intergalactic wizard.
Yeah. Something about Boo, like it looks kind of innocuous, but it's actually very, I don't know, very
Yeah, by the way, the intergalactic wizard that creates Boo also owns the devil. He owns Satan. Like, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Like that's it's such a comical, fact. But yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, but yeah, fascinating cartoon, excellent cartoon. Possibly on the level of like, X-Files or or Twilight Zone, or one of those crazy shows. It's very odd because it's a retelling of Hanuman from the Hindu legends. Anyways.
Yeah, well, and I thought the original Dragon Ball was A Journey to the West. I think the original one.
Right, exactly. Yeah, named after the tale of Hanuman. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's also influenced by Hanuman. Yeah, Journey to the West was influenced by Hanuman. Yeah,
right.
That's correct. Yeah. I need to read the Ramayana too. Have you read the Ramayana? I should read it.
No, I've only read the Gita. Yeah, so I've not looked into the other texts. Obviously, I read tons of parts of Mahabharata and Ramayana and a bunch of different Hindu texts on this show, but that was just excerpts from a bunch of different texts. So yeah, we did do that here.
Yeah, I think doing that is still very useful, because a lot of people, it can like introduce people and also can sometimes like trigger very great ideas. Yeah, so it's still good to read excerpt. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So yeah, so this whole idea that he's talking about here, right? That it doesn't matter about your ideology, right? And yeah, he's demonstrated how technique differs, right? From fascist to communist states, but he's also remarked that it doesn't differ much, right? In terms of the factors of technical necessity, right? It only differs in terms of how much they, extract from the human decision-making process, right? But technique still maintains a pivotal place. Right, so he says here, a given state technique must be exercised on its own terms, though the political opinions of successive ministers differ. This continually can be expressed in terms of the dictatorship of bureaus. It explains the often noted fact that socialist ministers once in power act in all countries very much as did their non-socialist predecessors. This is the result not of so-called Marxist treachery or of the weakness of character, but of the specific weight of techniques. Right. And he says there's a technique of state that no regime, whether it's nature, can do without. And actually, you know what? The predecessor of this entire understanding was, you know, people like the founding fathers and the French, I mean, those who participated in the French Revolution, right? And of course, the people who were, you know, part of, you know, Germany and all that type of stuff, right? And yeah, all of that type of stuff led to the thinking, right, of the artificial man, right? So they wanted to create a system, right? And of course, one of the aspects of the system that they most prized was that it was a filtering device, right, to select various, you know, members of the society, right, and place them into different roles, right? So it was a sort of machine that speaks for man, right? So this whole idea of democratic institutions, right, which they thought were way more scientific, right, which means that they're actually more technical, right? This was the precursor, right, of this whole idea, right? So he says, every statesman is faced with the dilemma. Either he must apply these techniques on their own invariable terms, or he must renounce them and forego the results they tend to produce. We must not lose sight of the fact that techniques furnish the best possible means, each in their own spheres. A country's economic minister will be forced to plan the economy or to abandon it to anarchy. We have already studied the unfeasibility of half-planned economy, or of planning which contents itself with making recommendations. Technique will not tolerate half measures. What is true of political personality, a minister, for example, is in part true of a political regime. It makes little difference whether or not the Constitution provides for separation of powers, for one or more chamber, or for a democracy on the model of East or West. From the technical point of view, the results will be very nearly the same. And he's talked about how in a dictatorial regime, or in a democratic regime, or in a socialist regime, right, it really doesn't differ, right? And he basically compares Russia and Germany to the US, right, to the United States system. Right, it says in the United States system, he points out, you know, different, you know, bureaus and, you know, the rule of bureaucracies and all that type of stuff, right? That was implemented in the US, right, in the 1930s.
Yeah,
like massive, just massive increase in the size of government. Yeah, go ahead, Buddha. Blessings.
Oh yeah, there's a very complex history to all of this. Yeah, definitely. And I think French Revolution was probably one of the tipping points. You know, I remember reading that somewhere. I think ellul, read that somewhere, but in ellul, but go check it up again. But yeah, something about the French Revolution allowed for the greater preoccupation of technique. I think when they killed the aristocracy, the kings and queens, I think that's meant to like symbolize to at least Robespierre, like the triumph of technique in some ways. You know, I have to go look for that passage again. Basically.
Yeah, we read a lot of Hobbes in Thought and Modernity by Robert P. Cranach. And yeah, they were declaring themselves gods. He drew a dialectic between past and future, that they talked that they were basically futurists. you know, and they talked about overthrowing traditions. You know, they thought about forging new traditions, right? They thought about taking over the Notre Dame Cathedral and changing it to the Temple of Reason and other such ideas, right? So they wanted to overthrow tradition. They wanted to anoint science and reason, right, to the top of, you know, the human project, right? So they wanted to implement a rule that reflected the rule of secular humanism, right? And yeah, so they wanted to promote science and technology, right? Just as Voltaire and Diderot and all these guys.
Yeah,
right,
I would say it's been pretty much a failure for like pretty much everyone and the earth. Yeah, I would actually argue that from a higher perspective, it's a failure for the technocratic elite too, because you know, I don't think it makes them truly happy. It just makes them more and more, you know, weighed down and more delusional, basically. Let's say they get what they want and they become physically immortal. That's probably the most painful thing in existence, to be physically immortal. You know, who would want that? You know, except unless you're very delusional. I wouldn't want to live, you know, millions of years in this body. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's ridiculous. You know, even if they get what they want, they don't seem to think deeply. I mean, like, they don't seem to. These technocratic elite don't really seem to think that deeply. You know, I'm not sure. You know, they're kind of dumb. You know, I guess when you get down to it, you know, like, yeah, and the dumb in a more spiritual sense.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, anybody thinks that, you know, the elite are like these masterminds. You know, they're like pigeons, you know, that are flying in the air, you know, scared shitless that they're gonna fall out of the sky. You know what I mean, right? They're scared of somebody who can manage their own affairs, right?
That's a very good analogy, you know,
Oh, yeah.
or metaphor. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You know, and yeah, there's an eagle standing on a rock, and you know, it flies alone. It is what it is. But yeah. But yeah, so he says here, you know, yeah, he says any type of administration, right? Other than that which is the other than that which is technically the most efficient is impossible. A different financial regime is also an impossibility. In the case of taxes, for example, it is said that a rightist regime will favor indirect taxes that bear hardest on the general population because this population represents the quote-unquote masses. The quote-unquote masses. But that a socializing regime will favor direct taxes that bear hardest on the great fortunes. This only shows that a scientific tax technique is not being applied. It seems incontestable that such a rigorous technique in view of the yields it can produce will in the end carry the day. There is an optimum tax structure which can be completely determined. It gives the best yield to the state and at the same time equalizes the fortunes of the citizens and saves the fiscal substance. There is no valid reason for not implementing it. This optimal system is making headway in all states and is gradually overcoming the associated adventitious ideological motives. Right now, he said that, you know, he said earlier that this idea of optimal, you know, takes place, you know, of a system that had fixed, you know, means. Right, that it goes from ultimate to optimal. Right, that they used to have limits, right?
Oh,
But
yeah. Also, I was reading some ellul today or last night. Yeah, last night and today. And I noticed something interesting about that, you know, and I wanted to tell you about that. You know, my wife is an accountant, and you know what they're doing now in accounting is making everything standardized, you know, globally. You know, like CPA used to be like only like, you know, national level or like state level, something like that. But now CPA has been standardized to where, you know, someone like, let's say from India or like anywhere, any other country, they can come and take the CPI exam because they're standardizing the accounting principles globally. You know what I mean? They've been doing that for the past a few decades, like 10, 20 years, you know, and it's really bad, you know, because you know, like, you know, it's like the financial institutes, it's like all these financial institutions and multinational corporations, their tentacles are like making the whole world like follow and standardized and optimized according to its technique. You know, and the technique is not just, you know, there. It really is not neutral. It's like invasive. You know what I mean? Like, and it standardizes, and you know that's the techno liberal. You know, the monism. You know, it ties into the monism also.
Yeah, totally. And he says here, you know, he says older technicians use the term maximum, but newer ones use the term optimum. You know, this is on page 265. Right? I'm on page 269. And he's talking about the optimal system, right? So he's saying that because, you know, this whole idea of maximum yield gets replaced by, you know, maximizing the means that technique provides, right, to optimal yield, right? So this is a reflection of the complexification of means, right? There's no maximum limit put on yield. And he says, in the same way, planning imposes itself little and little on every regime. It is ideologically puerile to profess to see differences between Soviet and Nazi planning. Planning is not reserved to an authoritarian. Planning is not reserved to authoritarian states. Not reserved to authoritarian states, right? He says democratic states which tend towards socialism, such as France or Britain after 1945, or non-socializing democratic states such as Denmark, today employ the system of planning. Even states which are completely liberal, such as South Africa, are engaged in planning. This does not mean that the whole economy is necessarily planned. It means that technique of planning is making headway even in the political systems unfavorable to it. Whether it is a question of an immigration plan, an export plan, a transport plan, a city planning operation, the same technique is involved. Planning is being extended to all domains of political life as well as to all state regimes. In 1951, Chancellor Adenauer, Adenauer, declared that German youth had not responded to the efforts of the regime. That youths were anarchic and disorganized. That it was impossible to have any hopes for them, and that planning represented the sole means of reintegrating this wayward youth into the German community. He announced that a German youth plan was being elaborated to cope with the necessity of bringing youth into rigid organizations, giving youth an ideal and a collective soul, discipline, and a fixed way of life. Adenauer went on to say all this had to be planned. In a way, he was suggesting to totalitarian methods. France in 1952 took steps to provide planning for for scholarship, and tourism. In 1956, it planned youth organizations, and in 1960 sports. It is to be noted that planning is becoming more and more widespread in the United States. Right. So obviously he's demonstrating that, you know, these types of economic planning, right, and increased forms of managerial bureaucracies, right, the growth of the political administration, right, for all sorts of different forms of regulation.
Yes, and you know exactly, and like I mentioned, the accounting, it's all being standardized across all countries. They're following the same rules of accounting now, like same, technique. Basically, techno-liberalism. It makes it to where you have to follow the global standard that's spreading. I mean, more. It's kind of like the spread of capital, also the spread of capital. Yeah.
They're saying you think you endure less planning because you live in a democratic regime than a socialist regime. But he's saying it's simply not true. When compared with socialist and authoritarian regimes, right, democratic regimes, right, democratic and socialist regimes have way more planning than authoritarian ones. Right, this is just a fact.
They're the same. They're really, right now, it really feels like, they converge pretty much in the same direction. They've followed the same trajectory and they converge in the same, basically they're attracted to the same, due to technique, they're attracted to the same culmination, basically the same end goal, like it's like the process of mapping that I said, like, yeah, that's right. I agree that communism and capitalism are very similar in their functioning, due to technique, I mean. You saw it with the USSR, I mean, that's the kind of like history, the thing is that ellul is very good at, seeing the deeper issue, and then he can extrapolate from that and then see how it all connects. But now that things have moved on in history, or we see that he was pretty much right, I mean, USSR was pretty much like America in regards to the endless industriousness and technique and stuff like that. And same with communist China. So, I mean, China is really really similar. I mean, look at Singapore, and Kowloon is kind of nightmarish. You know about Kowloon, right? or not? Yeah, that one is.
Yeah.
Kowloon is like looking into a nightmare. Basically, I wouldn't be surprised if things continue on and the whole world become like Kowloon or something. Yeah, that would be terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like what's happened is that America became a little bit like Russia by retaining to socialist techniques and centralization and creating things like the space program and all this stuff. And the same thing happened in Russia. Russia had to incorporate methods of capitalism and international trade and to create wealth and to bolster their economy. Right? So because of these international forms, right, the format, right, and because of technical necessity, each system produced the same results.
Yeah, exactly. Right? I 100% agree with that. Yes, yes.
So historically, we could look at the case and say, well, wow, right? Hindsight is 20/20, and it looks like ellul was exactly right about this, right? We no longer need to say, well,
What about ellul? Hypothetically speaking, let's say someone like ellul were to come now. I mean, maybe you're that someone. What would they predict for the future? Like, he's doing that for that. What would they predict for the future? I think something like, maybe, I don't know, there's smart cities or something like that. It's hard to forecast the future, but it does seem kind of like there's worse in store now, unless the system topples or we scale back.
Yeah, and he's not just making this point now. He's actually been making this point for the last 100 pages. Right? So almost the entire chapter on technique in the state is about the same issue. Right? About how these different political systems don't differ in regards to how technique functions, right, in combination with the state. Right? And yeah, so
yeah, I'm on page 197 so far, but I'll try to finish it in like 1 or 2 more weeks. It is very dense, yeah. But yeah, he does argue that very convincingly. I agree with him, Yeah, he's a very like meticulous thinker. Like, damn, like he really gets into pretty much all the nitty-gritty details, like with such depth. They can be overwhelming at times, though. But yeah, I would agree with almost all of his conclusions. But I agree with almost all. Yeah, it does seem to be okay. It's a good book.
Yeah. Oh yeah, please go ahead.
Oh no, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done talking. Sorry if I was interrupting or.
Oh no, it's okay. But yeah, I was gonna say, you're at 197, so you're almost to that huge bomb drop on page 200, where he says that, he declares that liberalism gave birth to its executioner, the technological system, right? So that is just that's like one of my favorite quotes in the entire, book. On page 200 right there. But yeah, crazy quote.
Yeah, liberalism gave birth to its own executioner. That makes sense. So yeah, that does seem to be true. Yeah. Maybe that's why people are trying to accelerate it more, so because they don't want it to die before it can be accelerated. Techno acceleration. Yeah, that's not very good. Yeah, but yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I've been saying that. It's techno-liberalism because it's liberal psychology. So people aren't, liberals because of ideology. They're liberals because, liberalism is imposed on them by a totalitarian system, right? So it's techno-liberalism. It's an entire complex, and right, because as Ellul says that liberalism is transformed by the totalitarian nature of technique itself.
Yeah,
that's why he's explaining. Yeah.
It's important to also emphasize, I think, it's not liberalism in the sense of woke left. They are liberals, of course, and they're annoying, but it's more like liberalism in the classical
sense. Exactly.
Yeah, classical sense. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I feel like this is my opinion. I feel like the whole mass migration thing. First they destabilize the Middle East, and then they open their borders because they need like viable scapegoats in order to like protect technique, you know what I mean? Because they don't want people to look at the system's foundations and start to take anti-modernist modes of thinking. So they create these scapegoats, and they actually even probably promote, the immigrants or refugees as targeting white people and their so-called patriarchy or whatever, the white privilege, which is all nonsense, of course. I don't accept any of that stuff. And so that way that creates a situation of tension and endless fighting, and so that way technique can just march on. It's a very evil thing, but I kind of figured that out, like 3-4 years ago. I think the migrant crisis was orchestrated to protect the technique. I don't agree that was purely due to the Jays. Of course they had their hand in it. It wasn't purely for that reason. It was mainly to protect the preoccupation and omnipotence of technique. Well, it's not very omnipotent, but the preoccupation of technique.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. You create liberalism, you create a global system. Then you have immigration. Then you have a counter group that's against globalism and immigration, and they're gonna have traditions and they're gonna promote Christianity, and it's just a controlled group, right? So, I mean, people can buy into these narratives all they want, but it's very clear that it's rigged. But yeah.
I mean, that's what the social engineers do, and why Klaus Schwab said data is the new gold. I mean, if you read the fourth industrial, actually one good book to read, together in the future, maybe I can read it too, is The Fourth Industrial Revolution. Have you heard of that book by Klaus Schwab, the guy of WEF? He pretty much tell you what he wants for the future is stakeholder capitalism, and also, human 2.0 and other stuff like that. And data is the new gold. You see, the thing is, stuff like the big data and AI introduce a new dimension. It's like technique turning in on itself. Like think about it. Like when we become self-aware, it's like we're turning in on ourselves. It's like inward awareness. In many ways, but can technique turn in on itself? That's a good question. It seems like that's what's slowly happening, and that's kind of dangerous. I mean, like You know what I'm trying to say? Can technique churn in on itself? You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah, yeah. One of our friends, coined a term, techne-boros. Like instead of Ouroboros, the techne-boros.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good term. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a key line about immigration that we read on the show here. It's gonna be hard to find it, but it's in the a technique in the economy. But yeah, I'll move forward here. And blessings to all the people. And yeah. So he says and it's worth going back over some of these words and looking at the explanations we've given. Right? I think it's about part 10 of this entire little series we're doing. Right, we've been reading through Ellul's Technological Society, and of course, there's 2 more key works that we'd like to read through. Right, yeah, I think it's some of the most important stuff that we can look at on a live stream. Right, it's actually just look at the words, look at the arguments, right, and have open discussions about some of this text here, right. And yeah, I think some of the stuff that Uncle Teddy's written, and obviously greatly influenced by Ellul, right? I think pointing to Ellul instead of Uncle Teddy, right, who's a homicidal nature of his right.
Well, I haven't finished ellul yet, but one thing I think Kaczynski does that ellul doesn't, which is very good, Teddy, is that he talks about how they're going to normalize genetic engineering, and stuff like that, because they want people to adapt more to the system, because the system doesn't really adapt to people, and yeah, Kaczynski is very good to read also, of course. After his manifesto, what do you recommend after reading his manifesto? Anti-tech revolution or industrial slavery? Which one is better to read? Okay.
Yeah, technological slavery. Yeah, I would go with and I have a PDF of that of the Skrbina one, right? But yeah, so I could send that to you. Anti-tech revolution, why and how, I'd go with after technological slavery, right? To go in a sequential order, but of course they're very different works, right? Technological slavery is kind of about the efficacy of violence and the justification for a revolution against the technological system, right? So an industrial society in its future, he's just talking about what the industrial system is and what its problems are, right? And then he briefly calls for a revolution. Then he makes some moral and ethical claims about the justification for that revolution, right, in technological slavery. Then in anti-tech revolution, why and how, he gives historical analysis of different revolutionary methods, right? So he'll go over like Lenin, the Cuban Revolution, and different ideas in guerrilla warfare and what's transpired. And of course, that's his last major work, right? So yeah, it's kind of like the bare facts of what it's going to take to accomplish a revolution against the technological system, right? So it's kind of like yeah, the first one is like what, the second one is like why, and the third one is like how, right? So
yeah, that's good. I appreciate it. Appreciate the explanation. Yeah, I appreciate the explanation.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course. I'm privileged to give such explanations while we still have time to discuss these things. Right. So yeah, definitely. But yeah, so yeah, let's take a look at some of these words here. Yeah, and of course he's pointing out that system in the U.S. is no different than the system in Russia or France or or Germany, right? And he's comparing the systems in the U.S. as the capitalist system to the socialist system in France, right? To the communist system in Russia, to the authoritarian system in Germany. Right? And he's saying different methods all accomplishing the same thing because of technical necessity. Right? That's all that's going on, right? So he says, it is to be noted that the planning is become more and more widespread in the United States, where there's a tendency to apply it not only to the economic problems, but also to social. For example, city planning. Right? We saw a huge explanation of that in Mumford. This is and political questions. Indeed, American planning is becoming a basic element. It is no longer an accidental fact or a mere adjunct. In the United States, there are nearly 2,000 planning organisms in the service of various states, not to mention national organisms, some of which are public, the Council of Economic Advisors, and some private, the National Planning Association. We must not lose sight of the fact that nations are more and more closely connected. So he's talking about the birth of an international system. Right? The movement towards global politics, right? World government, international trade. Moreover, when one nation engages in planning, there is an inevitable repercussions on the others. They are more or less obliged to engage in planning also. Right? Remember how he talked about that, right? Because you have to regulate what goods are coming in from country to country, right? And of course, the countries have to all make the same regulations, right, for different products in order to trade, right? They have to standardize.
Yeah, we see that everywhere now. WHO, WHO, we see that with them, accounting, food, like, yeah, I think even, Ted Kaczynski is right about this too. I think he mentioned it, Teddy, even environmental regulations, they don't help. It's just a pretext to, expand the techno-liberalism, I agree that excessive focus on environmentalism is detrimental to the real issue at heart here, which is the growth and preoccupation of technique. Even environmental regulations don't help. Like, it's just a way to spread techno-liberalism. I don't think a single, NGO or a single, like UN, them too, all of them are just, promoting the spread and preoccupation of technique. Like, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, it's right in your face now. Like, yeah. I think like this, ellul is kind of going into the more, philosophical depth of it. But if you look at the manifestations, it's pretty much proven true. I would say ellul is no longer even philosophy in some sense. It's more like just an explanation of the deeper underlying cause, of why this happened. I mean, at this point, like, yeah, I mean, it's obvious in your face. You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
oh yeah,
yeah, that's why the modern over socialized people are so, I don't know, like now they are completely, they are the real unhinged ones. You know what I mean? Like if they think that all of this is for the betterment of mankind or Earth.
Yeah, what's wild is a sort of the sort of push, right, that they have now, right? That yeah, it seems like what he's saying. Wait, I lost my place here.
I'm sorry if I interrupted or talked too much. Sorry about that.
Oh no, it's no worries. It's no worries, my friend. but yeah, I seriously have oh yeah, here we are. Yeah. Yeah, but what he's saying is totally true. I mean, yeah, let me drop the link here. I know there's been not that much participation tonight, and I know there's not too many people watching at this time, right? So we will shut this down soon. You know, but yeah, this whole idea that, you know, as Jung says, I mean, as my friend Buddha is pointing out, you know, that, you know, like man is a wolf to man, right? Like I was hearing this yesterday, right? And I mean, Jung has this sort of misanthropic view of humanity in general, and his ideology is used to create. I mean, obviously he was like into like the Sabbatean Frankism, right? But yeah, it's pretty interesting that his ideology is used to forge right through this dark subconscious, right? So what they practice now is sort of dark humanism, right, where they believe that humanity is both the cause of its own you know, destruction, and it has to transcend itself, right? So they think that, you know, humanity has to be transcended, right? So yeah, they have a sort of misanthropy, and yeah, this idea that man is a wolf to man, you know, or this idea that man is the common enemy of humanity is man, as it says in the Club of Rome report, right? That we're destroying the planet, and you know, obviously this is a huge idea, right? Okay, let me see who this guy is. Second here. Yo.
Blessings.
Yo, what's going on? Yeah,
What's good, bro? What's good, Buddha?
Yeah, chilling. Yeah, reading some Jacques Ellul. You know. But yeah.
I see.
Yeah, it's crazy. Lost my place here. It was connected with Buddha on this point. But yeah. But yeah, he's saying you know, yeah, so he's saying you know, we must not lose sight of the fact that nations are more closely connected, right? Moreover, when one nation engages in planning, there's inevitable repercussions on the other. Sorry, I lost my place, so I'm just going to start reading here. They are more or less obliged to engage in planning too, and the planning of one element implies first the understanding and the mastery of many others, and little by little the planning of these others. It is not possible to establish a plan for a small corner of the economy and permit all the rest of the economy to remain free. Gaston Bardet has shown that good city planning requires a mobilization of the entire economy. Then it will be said the best thing is not to do any city planning at all, but planning cannot possibly be avoided. The explosive increase in the population means that no one will have any living space unless the area at our disposal is organized rationally. Moreover, certain inconveniences of urban life are daily becoming more serious. For example, traffic density, air pollution, and excessive noise. None of these problems can be effectively resolved except by means of truly regulative plan. In the last few years, numerous medical and administrative congresses have of necessity been concerned with the cluster of problems. Similar problems are raised by immigration. No country is today in a position to allow free movement in or out. Free. Oh, here it is. What the fuck? I was looking for this. This is wild. Right, no country today is in a position to allow free movement in or out. Free movement would result in excessive population displacement in the direction of countries with high wages or political stability. Conversely, countries with dictatorial regimes would see their populations dwindle, a state of affairs they would not welcome since it means diminution of power. Oh man, democratic countries would see an exaggerated rise in their populations, which they certainly do not desire because of the danger of their economic equilibrium and the risk of a fifth column. What is to be done? Put a complete stop to population displacement? Question. Such a solution is neither possible nor desirable for reasons of manpower and colonization, but this presupposes a plan for immigration subject, moreover, to international agreement. Immigration planning will be identical whether we have to do it with a dictatorship or a democracy. It will require identical police, economic, administrative mechanisms. Present-day democracies cannot escape these technical necessities. Holy shit. I can't believe I found... Man, I was looking for that passage, and it's right the next passage I want to read. This is astounding stuff, folks.
On what page? What's the passage?
That is on page 270, the passage on immigration. Yes, that's exactly the point I was trying to make earlier when you had mentioned that point. So yeah, crazy stuff.
Yeah, I look forward to finishing the book soon. Look forward to finishing the book soon.
Yeah, I just had a kind of a nerdgasm. It is what it is. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, so the homie Dark Lorp, he made another video here, with Killer Priest. I mixed it with Killer Priest. Let me play this for you guys. This is a cool song.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, you like Killer Priest, Twilight?
Of course, man.
Yeah, dude, this fire. Extreme fire. Fire in the hole.
Right.
We're gonna drop the Edom bomb with Killer Priest. Blessings, folks. And yeah, we'll be right back.
Edom bombs.
Exactly. We'll be right back with 5 minutes. And this killer video with by the homie Outer Light, aka Dark Lord. He was here earlier. I had some killer times with them, for sure. But yeah, let's check this out. I made this the other day. I love these songs. I use this song for the introduction of The Machine Lies, episode 3, where I took 5 grams of mushrooms and then talked about the Esalen Institute.
5 grams.
5 grams.
That's heroic on me.
Oh yeah.
It's been a minute since I've been that.
Oh, I do that every month. Yeah, it's powerful stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah. Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
I used to, but shit.
Yeah, I have to.
Right.
Part of the program, really. I mean, but yeah, and they keep getting stronger and stronger. They keep procuring new strains, new methods of growing these mushrooms. It's wild, right? So yeah, ridiculous. But yeah, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Blessings, guys.
The holographic universe explained. Godly planes, my bars are flames. We come engulfed in my insole. Yaku Benaj's brain. A master like Farad, I came to the Mars when 12 Mars rolled out a hurricane. I stood there in pouring rain. When I left, all was slain. The devil on the pipe organ playing. Stay up all night and morning praying. Our Father who art in heaven. Thou will mantras part for weapons. I turn the honest wedding to Armageddon. Palms are sweating when I napalm a legend. Age 2, catch a demon chasing omens from heaven. Holding 2 tetrahedron facing opposing direction. Macabre, From Sumacain Abba, Hindus of the Naga, Medulla Oblongata, Pioneer, the tree of life, 5 wheels, and the Kabbalah. Rhyme skills stood time still, holla. Get chills writing out your will. My page terrorists. I chop off the arm of water bearers during the age of Aquarius. Ascension pull the chariots. I will shepherd the Aries. Red flag is Sagittarius. Like Ole, 800 skulls lay, forming into a K. The P look like a blade. Let us form man from clay. Melchizedek withheld the presence of death. Inhale the essence of breath. I scale Mount Everest. Forever I'm blessed. In jail, where his lessons was left. I took a rocket to a plethora of nebulas. Rhymes are better cause it's from where the ancestors was. I'm the replica of the messenger. And y'all have phobias of Ethiopia. Your own flesh and blood. Y'all blasphemed on the mic. Expect a flood. 40 days and 40 nights on your area. Headdress and fossils, Quetzalcoatl, the African necklace borrowed, with the cosmos as a barcode. So be aware I come to collect tomorrow. Once disturbed, the serpent bit the bird, ripped and twist and turn. Hear the hiss while the bird roll and stir, slowly shutting off every nerve. Unholy, inky, horned head, Egyptian king Hormhead, vision in all red. You're witnessing dawn of the dead. The psalms are read. In the morning I spread wings with feathers that spiral. The archangels with Michael together on my fingers, their head on my ring. Start the Goliath riots, kill David with his own sling. The 12 tribes of giants, I hibernate in the pyramid and dream. Dimethyltryptamine.
It's time for my team to redeem supreme. It seemed like a vision that I had before. I've seen vivid scenes of a life before. In the back of my mind where there is no time. Undefined designs of the most sublime. I wore a sun-dissing headdress with Quetzal feathers and would travel to the netherworld to speak to the net as we get together. Sit and build over a meal. Then the secrets of the universe, they were revealed to me. Cause I am one of them just as you too. But do you know amongst the Neteru, which one of you the ancient symbols of the zodiac signs we use? Like Osiris corresponds to Scorpio. My man Dirty tried to tell y'all, but most didn't know. Baby Jesus and Osiris, rebirth and transformation. Same character for all systems of spiritual cultivation. Yes, we represent the crown itself. Through our mercy, the wicked maintain their health. But remember, justice will come swift, and when they aim, it won't miss the target. Cause none could get deeper than the gods get.
That's ill, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
That's ill.
Wild times at Ridgemont High. And yeah, we got Stuart Brand right here. Check him out. He's got the fucking pineal gland open. Wow. Look at this.
Regular mushroom sessions will most definitely keep you close to nature and away from technology. That's for damn sure.
Boom. Look at that pigeon pecker. Wild stuff. Anyways.
Ordo Abkale.
Ordo Abkale. Yeah, so he said Brockman's friend, Stuart Brand. Now remember, Brockman was going to the Diddy parties at Epstein Island with Bill Gates and Marvin Minsky and other transhumanists. another of his transhumanist buddies, right? So he says, Stuart Brand spearheaded the movement that drew on the 1960s counterculture to the to present, quote, the personal computer, unquote, a term he coined as a tool of personal empowerment.
You know, Epstein, a lot of people don't realize those parties, his massage parties, whatever the fuck, wasn't just that. Like he had like all kinds of transhumanists and scientists and shit that were doing like eugenics, and he was trying to start like a colony of people with his own DNA and shit. Like there's a lot of stuff they don't really
Right.
talk about.
He's trying to
with all
freeze
that.
his sperm and all this crazy shit.
Yeah.
Cryogenics. Yeah,
There's
exactly.
a artist that people like Marina Abramovich and I think Podesta and others like, and that artist tends to draw
You want to
macabre
call that bitch an
animal
artist?
human
Yeah, she's a ghoul, but go ahead. Yeah.
hybrids.
Yeah, we looked at her earlier.
They tend to like this one artist who draws creepy, macabre, animal-human hybrids. I could try to find the name of the artist again, but it seems the artist's work is popular among the technocratic elite and other stuff. It's a very creepy artwork. I could try to find the artist again, but I forgot his name.
And you check the art world, especially when it comes to these people, and you find all kinds of crazy shit. And
Yeah,
you
you
start to
ever seen
realize the
those
art
masks?
world is like an entire front
Yeah, you know the masks at those like Rothschild parties. You ever seen those?
for
Where they got
trafficking. Yeah,
animal
the
masks.
Phoenician ball, masquerade balls. Yeah.
Yeah, like they got like stuff like this. You know?
Yep.
Yeah, the ones I'm thinking about are even uglier than that, believe it or not. Like, I have to try to find it. Like, it's really like disgusting stuff. The artist
Well,
I'm thinking,
they have their like cannibal cafes and shit too.
yeah, it's really
They
creepy.
think it's so fucking like above the mundanes. It's really freaky, man. Like
Yeah.
you get into their, like I said, you get into their artwork, you find a lot of
Found
really
the artist. Yeah, the
disturbing shit.
Patricia Piscini. I've noticed her artwork tends to be popular among them. Patricia Piscini. You can like Google it and look at some of it. It's really disgusting stuff. I really do not like that art style. Well, it might give you nightmares if you.
Yeah, for real. They're all into it, and they like to have art of like victims of like different crimes and shit. Like Podesta had like was it Jeffrey Dahmer? Like the pose that he put his victims in.
Yes, I remember. Yes.
And and
It's kind of hard not to believe there are no demons among them. Like, there has to be something.
there's definitely something. There's no question about that. They're with the demiurge hardcore, I would say. Maybe
I agree. I agree. Yes.
be Moloch. Moloch. People think Moloch is another god, but if you actually go to any occultist or like Hebrew source, they'll tell you Moloch was a type of sacrifice. It wasn't actually a separate god at all. It was just a form of sacrifice that was made. But that's a story for another day. But these people are like obsessed with that shit. And just like twisted innocence, And then this is the thing that I always try to tell people, like, when you start to understand that these people are like the same people you see on Investigation Discovery that like chop people up and put them in their fucking like fridge and shit and then go eat, like it becomes a lot easier to understand why they are the way they are. And when you see like this type of stuff, like their art, their pictures, their what they have around, it's really fucking obvious that there's something very wrong with them. You know, like
Yeah,
you
you
need an
know,
investigation. Like we got like Epstein had like fucking like eyeballs and shit and gargoyles like on like as soon as you like get there, he has like these gargoyles there, and then like you get inside and there's like eyeballs all over the fucking place, and it's like, gee, I wonder if that means I'm being watched. You know, it's kind of crazy. You know, and then there's all these like women of, well, allegedly, uh, of you know, nondescript, ambiguous age at various levels of nudity, you know, clothing and non-clothing, and it's just like, gee, you know, maybe this guy, yeah, maybe we should look into him a little bit. You know, like if you were a detective or something, like it would be really easy to tell. Like, you know, there might be something wrong here.
yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I was there in real time while they were Facebook of Pizzagate, you know, Comet Ping Pong. You know, I saw all those disturbing artwork of the, you know,
Right?
them stealing children, and you know, they had a little child taped to
Yeah.
death, yeah, in a suggestive pose. Yeah, I was there. You know, all of that was real. You know, like it's and I know how that one guy, I forgot his name, was like John Elefante, like Elefante.
Yes.
Yeah, he was like top 10 people of some kind of popular magazine or something like
Yes,
top.
GQ. He was the one of the most powerful people in DC, but yet he's supposedly just a pizza owner. Like that's what he does. He owns a pizza shop, but he's so powerful somehow that he has like Barack Obama playing ping pong. I think with a kid or some shit. Like it's fucking disturbing, dude. When you like really start, and then you understand what ping pong is. Like like these are sexual terms. Literally, it means to pass someone around. Like that's what the fuck ping pong means.
Also, let me mention something interesting. One could make the argument that, you know, as technique, the preoccupation of it grows and it complexifies, and it just, you know, it leads to the monoculture. The elites also become more sadistic because these people are even worse than Marcus D. Sadie. You know, Marcus D. Sadie was a sick bastard, but these people are even sicker than Marcus D. Sadie. You know what I mean? They're like,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
They were.
yeah, I've read Battelle also. I don't really like George's Battelle. You know what I mean? He's too you know, like, yeah, I don't like him either. Yeah, he's kind of creepy too. Battelle. Yeah. You know about Battelle? Or George? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that gay shit.
Very.
The solar anus.
Yeah.
Tantric.
Very distorted form. Yes.
Nazi.
Yeah.
Tantric gay Nazi.
Nazi Zionism.
It's not a good look. It's nasty work. It's nasty work, King.
Yeah.
Hell no. Hell no. That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. The fact people have allowed themselves to be gaslit about what the hell goes on in the dark in this world is an abomination. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It is. Yeah, Clockwork Orange is just like a revelation of the method. Like it's
Have you ever seen the film with Vincent D. Price, Witchfinder General? You know, it's about Matthew Hopkins. You know, Matthew Hopkins. You know, and sometimes I think these elites are even more deranged than Matthew Hopkins. You know, Matthew Hopkins was a really sick bastard. You know, Matthew Hopkins. He's quite a historical figure, to say the
what?
least.
Just look at Jimmy Savile, bro.
Well, I know about him. Yeah, yeah, I
If
know.
you
I
want to
looked into that.
see like the depths of depravity, you know, it if you have a soul that, you know, that will unsettle you. Obama has been arrested. Okay. just like the Pope. There was a case against him, the old one. Eliphas Levi was actually a Catholic priest who became an occultist. And his understanding of Baphomet and all of that, he revived it, essentially. But Baphomet is not what people think. That now, what they use it for is something else, but that's not really what it was to begin with. It's actually a cipher. Baphomet is literally an atbash of Sophia. So, yeah. But yeah, Baphomet is alchemy, exactly.
The goat.
Yeah. But like, here's the thing, man. It looks so masculine and people think like the devil is like the goat, right? And all this shit. But like if you look at like the star, like the pentagram, right? And especially if you look at the one that has the goat in the star, if you actually look closely, you'll realize that the goat is in fact the fallopian tubes. It's all feminine symbolism, bro. And that takes you down a really deep rabbit hole, but it is.
Oh, I feel like this is like what OTW News was saying. This is some OTW News, where he says the Bible is explaining the human anatomy.
There's some truth to that. The Bible is explaining a lot of fucking things, esoterically speaking. Of course, that's going to be highly controversial, but it is what it is. There's all kinds of crazy stuff in the Bible when you actually know what you're reading, because it was written by initiates for initiates, and then they externalized it to control people. I mean, that's my story. I'm sticking to it from studying it on and off for so long, so many different angles. It's astrotheology, there's alchemy, there's Kabbalah, there's just like it's ridiculous when you actually see it. It's kind of
Can
hard
I ask
not
you
to.
opinion on something? Twilight, I want to ask your opinion on something. Do you think signs or symbols have like some deeper mystery to them, like Germanic runes? Like if you look at
Is that
certain
a trick question? Obviously they do. Symbols are alive, man. Like not the symbol itself, but like the archetype behind it. You see what I'm saying? So like all these gods and goddesses and what have you, like they're not anthropomorphic beings, they're forces of nature. All right, like that's how they started. And those forces of nature have certain attributes and correspondences, and the symbol is a way of conveying those attributes to the subconscious mind. That's what symbolism is. It speaks to the subconscious mind, because the subconscious mind does not work through logic or
Yeah.
words or linear.
Tell you what I'm trying to do. Right now I'm studying biosemiotics, and biosemiotics is like studying the science and how life communicates with science and interpretation. It's all interpreted, and it kind of saves the agency of life. You know how a lot of people in modern synthesis kind of strip away the agency from life, and they do it by a semiotic method. I'm trying to see if I can like unite that with a kind of solar semiotics, if it's possible. I don't know if I will succeed. If I can unite biosemiotics with solar semiotics. And I was thinking maybe Germanic runes contain a secret to do that. Maybe.
Well, there's a lot of secrets there for sure. You know, our ancestors didn't create all this for nothing. You're tapping into the atavistic nature of the human being, which goes into genetic memory and all that, you know. I mean, ritual is a performance art. The ritual itself doesn't do anything. This is what I think a lot of people don't actually understand. It's not the ritual itself. And these people who supposedly are occultists, you know, well, they're failed magicians because the whole point of magic is to control your will, not to be consumed by it. So they failed already. And most of them, I mean, let's be honest, they're Kabbalists. They're not Luciferians. They're Kabbalists. And they sure as hell aren't pagan. Everything good contained in the biblical canons is predated by some other ancient wisdom. Well, I mean, you can go into the book of Gates in Egypt. You can go into the Sumerian record. You can go into, you know, even European traditions and find all kinds of crossover. So, yeah, I mean, people don't like to hear that, but the evidence is overwhelming.
No, I agree. I definitely agree. I think there's something to like a possible solar semiotics I want to like explore. You know, like there's a lot of possibility of that. And I already explored Ogham alphabet of the Celts a lot. You know, quite a bit.
Mhm. Yeah,
but I haven't
there's a
really
good place
explored
to start.
I haven't explored the Germanic runes or yet, but I will in the near future. Yeah, there's a lot to explore. Lots to explore. Yeah. Hello, hostile Hyperborean. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. What's going on, guys?
Yeah, I was
Oh, you are
wondering if your
there.
audio
I
was.
didn't know if maybe your sound was messed
Yeah,
up.
that's what I was thinking. I was like, shit.
What's good, bro?
Not much, man. Just about to wrap the night up, and saw you guys are still on, and wanted to see. Just drop in. Just listen.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm interested in understanding more what you mean by uniting biosemiotics with solar semiotics. Like, do you want to graft the solar symbolic onto the biological? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you know, the solar semiotics, I feel like the biosemiotics has to be subordinate to the solar semiotics, you know, and, you know, all life is a kind of sign process, you know, from what I'm reading in this book, you know, and I actually talked about it in the beginning with TML a lot, you know, but basically,
I'll have to go back. Forgive me.
Yeah.
If you don't want to feel like the redundancy of it all, I'll just go back or whatever.
No, it's okay. I can, you know, basically, you know, then yeah, okay. For the purposes of this preface, however, it will suffice just to say that a sign is something that refers to something else, with the essential addition that it takes somebody that is a receptive living system to make the reference. The meaning conferred by a sign is thus acutely dependent on the nature and context of its receptive system, the sensing body, and that body's relation with externality are mediated continually by the active establishment and disestablishment of such sign. A sign process then is more than just a mechanical transfer of information packets because the sign embraces a process of interpretation. So, you know, you can actually view all biological life, even your cells, even the organism and its interaction with the environment as a sign process. You know, I mean, like first there's a sign, and then it's referring to the object, and then there's an interpretation process. You know, Charles Sanders Peirce heavily influenced the book I'm reading right now, which is by Jesper Hoffmeyer. He's a Danish person, Jesper Hoffmeyer.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the thing about the Germanic runes is that they point to something beyond the material realm. Of course, they point to something beyond the material realm. They're a sign for greater cosmic processes. That's what I believe. And so I'm trying to see, like, is it possible, like, hypothetically speaking, that could organisms evolve to the point where they develop or attune to the solar semiotics in their own way? Because every culture we see has their own solar semiotics. You know what I mean? You can argue some cultures have a better, richer solar semiotic, but every culture has its own solar semiotics. Like the ancient India has, you know, the many of those signs, you know, like the sign and many others from Vendetta, many signs. You can spend a lifetime studying that stuff. But yeah, that's what I'm focusing on. It kind of ties into the theme of my channel. But yeah, I think being is connected more to solar semiotics, and becoming is more connected to biosemiotics. But yeah, trying to see how to bridge them, if it's possible. I'm not sure if it's possible.
I would say both of them belong to the becoming. Yeah, everything that you've just explained up until the solar semiotic is highly detailed in the Hyperborean Wisdom. In the fundamentals, which is the most advanced of the works, it deals entirely with semiotics. That is the whole process. He calls it nuological runics, and it does use the Germanic runes. He calls it the 13 plus 3. Which are similar to the Elder Futhark, and he would say that they are uncreated. Everything that you said up until the solar part, which, you know, if you want to go by your own words and say that, you know, they point towards something beyond the material, then it wouldn't be solar semiotic. It would be pre-solar semiotic. It would be something before the sense perception. It'd be something, you know, but you were something before the sense perceptible, which is conditioned by the solar. Right, we'd have to make this like it depends on your ontology, right? Like what comes first, the sun or the self? Like I would say the self is first,
right?
Not the sun. The sun is something later that you're born into and you're conditioned into believing predates you.
Yes, it's the solar world too,
and that's a
There's
part
so
of
many
the
ways you could go with that. Yeah,
yeah,
no, I
yeah,
agree
and
with
that's
that. I agree
part
with
of the
that. Yes,
semiotic that you got to break down in this work. You would have to redefine the solar semiotic, because the solar semiotic is actually a demiurgic design. And I use the word demiurgic loosely. I don't mean that in like a Christian Gnostic sense. I just mean this thing that poses itself as the creator of you when you're not created.
correct.
Right? You're uncreated. So there's this thing that Plato would call the one, that the Vedas would call Brahma. There's all these different names, different masks, right? This thing is creating the he would call it an ontic screen, so that the forms that you see through sense perception, not just see, but in experience through sense perception, he calls them the ontic screen. It's what you get closest to before you're blocked from the thing in itself, the Kantian thing in itself, which he says is actually perceptible. You can know it. And there's this bridge that has to be crossed. And we get there by intuition. And I don't mean that like in a new age sense. There's actually like a methodology to the intuitive. And it's like you start with the idea that, okay, the thing in itself can be known because I am self-referential. I know the thing in myself that I call self. So we use that as like the leaping pad to try to get closer to it. And he uses, there's geometry involved and things like this, but that's like the thing that you're looking at right now in my avatar, my logo, that is a nuological rune, and it itself is a semiotic that is designed to resign the symbolic in many different ways. It's a composite. I don't want to use the word sigil because it's not that. Sigillum is something else. It's comparable, but it's something else because there's a lot more that goes into this than just a sigillum. This is beyond the sense perceptible. So the whole idea of the semiotic is riddled throughout the fundamentals. So it's interesting. You're hitting something, you're coming across something that somebody else came across in the past and made an entire esoteric science out of it.
Well, I really appreciate everything you said. I do plan to read Fundamentals of Hyperborean Wisdom in full, because when I went through it, I really sensed it's something special. I think what really interested me is, let me take something from the Diamond Sutra and just change it to science. Since the possession of signs is an illusion, Subhuti, and no signs is no illusion, then by means of the signless sign, the Tathagata can be seen. So what I'm thinking about is, reaching the signless sign, the signless sign, and which is what you said about the renunciation of signs. So,
yes. And what you end up finding out is there are more. They're hidden. They're uncreated signs, and that's what the runes are. And there's more than just the 16. So like, it's kind of like apophatic mysticism. Like let's say like pseudo Dionysius would say, like, try to negate everything, go into a complete blackness, and if you can do that for long enough, you don't go into a nothingness. There is no such thing as that. Like if you take the Parmenidean view, what happens is the real actually fills that vacuum. You've created a vacuum, and then the real comes in, and that's composed of these. It's comprised of these signs and intuitional experiences. It's kind of hard to put into words because there are no words for it. It's the negation of all sense perceptible signs, symbols, forms. So there is no words for it. There are no words for it. Excuse me.
I haven't looked into it much, but I think maybe Shingon Buddhism of Japan has similar ideas. I'm pretty sure. Shingon.
That wouldn't surprise me. It's a very interesting tradition. Because they basically take the shamanic tradition of Shinto and pre-Shinto and merge that with Buddhism. And they don't they like meet on like mountains and stuff. It's like super secretive, right? If I'm remembering correctly, it's the same thing.
I just think that they have the similar idea he said about how, the apophatic mysticism, and you go into like that blackness, but it's not nothingness, like the Parmenidean view. The real actually fills that vacuum, and the real is comprised of those signs and intuitional experiences. So it's a negation of all perceptual forms, but it's still like a kind of signless sign, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because you can't turn off. That's the ultimate principle. There is no extinction of the awareness. It just transmutates. That's a bad word because it makes you think alchemical, but so just say transform, which is a crude word for it. But like your awareness just changes states, I guess is the best way to define it. Like even the spiritual death, right? We would say isn't actually extinction or being your awareness going into oblivion or nothingness. We would just say it's giving itself over to another awareness, like becoming an automaton for another mind. And mind is even a bad word. Like I said, it fails. When you go into that place, there's no word that you can put on it. So I don't want to mislead you by saying these words like mind or consciousness. Awareness is probably the most general word I can use that is accurate, because you're aware there, but it's not conscious. It's not that. It's not the conscious activity, like the brain-body interface. It's not the mind. It's not, the compilement of forms and memories that you get through sense perception. It's not that. It's beyond that. They call it, in this work, they call it incognizable, because you cannot cognize it. So that's another word that gets close to describing what this is. That's why when we say intuition, we don't mean that in a new age fluffy way. We mean that is actually the only perceptible entrance into it. Is through this like intuitive while you're in a body. Because when you are disembodied, let's say you actually achieve the goal and you become an awakened Vira and then a berserker Siddha, right? That's what these terms that they use in this work. Well, siddhas, they don't have bodies in the same way that me and you do. They're not dependent. Their awareness isn't dependent on the sense perceptible. So it's all intuitive, 100% intuitive. That's another reason that the demiurge can't control them, is because they're unpredictable. They work off of intuition. They don't move through rhythm or pattern. They can't be, you can't predict. They're unpredictable.
This is all very fascinating stuff. It's really like I really have to research it more, but a lot of it does resonate with me. Though a lot of
Yeah, and it's likewise here. Like, I'm trying to understand your work, and it's crazy because you're on that side and I'm on this side of the fence, right? And everything you're saying, besides the idea of mixing the solar and the biological, is all addressed in this work. So it's pretty interesting hearing that from this side, somebody who's actually read the works.
Well, I can actually word it better. Like, let's say you find another advanced non-human sapient, and they experience awakening, or like Dzogchen, pure awareness, or something close to that. What you're saying. The awakened mind. Like in Zichan, it's the awakened mind is the same among all awakened individuals, in the sense that that it's timeless, and it's beyond time and space, it's atemporal and aspatial.
Yes.
So
right.
Yeah. So the question I have is that, is there a possibility for something like non-human, that we can see that can achieve enlightenment, like maybe in Hollow Earth, or maybe the future, what I'm saying, that kind of stuff. You see what I'm trying to say?
I do, and that's addressed in the works as well. Yeah, it's based off of an ontological perspective. They have their own cosmology. Hyperborean wisdom has its own cosmology, and it would state that, yeah, it's comprised of these sapient beings, but they wouldn't be defined as animal, because that's what separates the sapients from the non-sapients, right? We use that word. It's like a connotation or denotation of the non-sapient.
I would say what separates sapiens from non-sapiens is symbolic reference. Even
Exactly. It's the idea that it's the idea that you can actually place meaning into the archetypal forms. And that's why he needs spirits. It's the thing that lacks the spirit that isn't sapient. Well, we don't see, not like you said, it may be a hollow earth thing or like a subterranean earth thing, because so far with what we've found as far as species, animal species, terrestrial, submarine, the whole 9 yards, everything that we've studied so far, they don't seem to show spirit. They always refer to the soul. Esoteric scientists refer to the soul in an animal, like the animal soul. Or
Yes.
even the world's soul.
Well, if I want to be more precise, could it be possible the Cetas eventually give up on humanity and choose, let's say, crows to imbue them with the spirit? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and that's addressed too. And I think I sent you a message about that. It was real quick though. It was like a sentence. The idea that they shapeshift, they are their will. They can control matter. Like by their will. They're immortals, quote unquote, is what he defines them as. Immortal siddhas, right? They do live in the subterranean place, a mythological place that he would say is actually a real place called Agartha. And then there's these other ones who are bad that live in Shambala. They're opposing places. And yeah, they like basically the Shambala has this king of the world, and it rules the world from below, and it runs governments and things like this. But the immortal Siddha is kind of different. He kind of moves through time and space hidden, because if the demiurge is aware of him, he destroys him. He does whatever he can to destroy him, whether that's through like natural disaster or sickness or whatever. Like if he puts his gaze on him, he destroys him.
Destroys him with doom.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is,
they can like turn into a crow, and then they can turn back into a human being, and then they can turn into like a UFO. It looks like a stone that flies around like a Vimana.
Oh yeah, but what I'm saying is actually a bit different than that, because you know, originally there were the Pasu, but then the Cetos, they kind of imbued the Pasu with spirit. And, you know, of course, there are varying degrees, you know, like those in West Africa have less spirit than those in Western Europe. You see what I mean? But what I'm trying to get at is that, you know, they did that, you know, and that's why human beings have spirit. But could they do that again with, let's say, crows? Let's say they give up on humanity and then they chose
Anything that they can mate with. So like when you say Pasu, there's also a correction there, right? So like Pasu does not have spirit. The Virya has spirit. The Pasu is an animal man. It's a man without a spirit. He has a soul, but he does not have a spirit. That's why we call it Pasu, or animal man. Once again, the animal is the thing that separate. That's why we use the word animal, to separate it from the sapient man. It's the soul.
Yes,
So
I comprehend that. But what I'm saying is that originally man was, well, not man, but originally they were Pasu. They just had soul. They had no spirit.
Yes.
Okay? But then the Cetos imbued them with spirit by mating.
Then they cease to become Pasu. Those offspring are called lost Virya.
Yeah, exactly. And I can agree with that. But my question is, can they mate with crows? Why in the future?
Yeah, and you know, that's a good point. Like, who knows? Like, their ability is beyond what I can conceive. If they can inseminate animals, I don't know. That's an interesting point.
Well, I've had dreams of a maybe future life or past life as an entity that looked like this. It was red though, you know, but it felt real. But the point I'm making is that, you know, maybe the Cetos, you know, I think mankind has kind of failed as a whole, you know what I mean? And maybe it's time the Cetos probably consider choosing, you know, imbuing spirits in another being. And I think crows and ravens have the most potential to carry on the torch of awakening. You know, see, like,
I see.
Yeah, see, it's kind of misanthropic though, but you know, but yeah, that's my view, I guess.
Yeah, carry on the torch. So it's kind of like an evolutionary. You believe in a progress that, like, we're moving towards awakening.
Well, actually, I am open to the possibility of Cetos, believe it or not, that could imbue spirit. Like, I agree that all animals are just soul right now, but maybe the Cetos will choose a new animal to carry on this torch.
I mean, more so like your eschatological worldview. Like, do you believe that we're on this arc moving towards like progress, like we're progressing into awakening? Like, all lower life forms from the mineral up to the animal are just climbing up the rung until they finally all become awakened consciousness.
Well, actually, you know, I do agree with your. Well, the thing is, I'm still working it out, but I am open to the possibility of the Cetos, but you know, the ones in Argalfa, you know. But the thing is that I think they could potentially choose to mate with a new animal to decide that these ones should have the spirit now. You see what I mean? Because they chose to mate with Pasu, and then we got the spirit. You know what I mean? But why? But couldn't they technically or theoretically choose another animal? That's what I'm focusing on. So yeah, I'm open to that.
So here's, I'll give you. So let's play that game, right? Let's work it out. Like, with the knowledge that I have from this perspective, from this wisdom, the Hyperborean wisdom. So he talks about miscegenation and how there's a thing called blood purity, and to a certain point, it's biological, but it reflects more so what it's trying to reflect, the nimic content in the blood that's plasmated. It's trying to reflect a spiritual blood. There's like these multiple levels of the blood. It's kind of like Evola's conception of race, how he goes further into like a soul and a spiritual race, a physical soul and a spiritual race. So the idea of inseminating animals would mean that, you know, the miscegenation increases. You're moving further away down the rung. If you actually believe in the order, like the age-old occult order of, you know, life, the kingdoms, right? There's the mineral, the vegetable, and then the animal. Well, it seems like the closest one would be your closest to the human, right? Which is why they use the Pasu as its admixture, and not like they should have went first to the bull, and they may have. That may be what a minotaur is or something. And then they went to the horse and they have the centaur or whatever. But it's like these things ultimately fell because of their animal nature and their lack of ability to add meaning to form. It's the ones that were good at creating culture, because that's what the demiurge needs to make the Manu, the final, the fulfillment of the intellecty, the archetypal man. It has to be this thing that can refine culture in a human way so that it can reflect the demiurge. And
well, that's the thing, though. Let me tell you that crows and ravens, you know, for example, they are very harmonious social organization. They have hierarchy. The families are monogamous. You know, there's a kind of convergent evolution going on. So it doesn't seem completely far-fetched that the Cetas could choose to, you know, misogynate with the crows, you know, or ravens. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I do. But also, just to finish it up here, this goes by a certain like mythos, and it has its own cosmology. So if they were to be inseminated, it would be the traitorous Siddhas that would do it, because the loyal Siddhas are not. They don't believe in a progress, a material progress. They see that as further enchainment or deception. So they would not be inseminating animals. They would be leaving the body in general. Now, the ones that would do it in this mythos and the Hyperborean wisdom would be the traitorous Siddhas who want to keep advancing the world, because the world is what they're trying to keep. They want to keep this great chain of being tied together, tethered. They need heaven and earth to be tethered together. As soon as that breaks, then the whole game is over. That's why the loyal Siddhas are trying to destroy the material cosmos to end the game. So they would see animals as like automatons or whatever, or actual expressions of the demiurge itself. Same thing with the Pasu.
Well, that means that it was the traitorous Siddhas that mixed with the Pasu then, right? Because
well, not necessarily. You're on the right track, but in the beginning, all of them were deceived. There were some that did this, and then they immediately after doing so realized the problem, and that's when these factions were made. There were two. That's when they split, and then once they're trapped, now they have to come up with a strategy to escape. And this is when they come up with two different kinds of pacts. One is called a blood pact, and the other is called a cultural pact. Where they impart these pacts to Pasu, which actually were to Virya. They wouldn't do it to the Pasu because by definition, they do not have spirits. It's the offspring from the Pasu that grow up and they are like demigods. They're like, what is going on? I can add meaning to things. I can make tools. I'm a cultured being. You know, I am one. I'm not only am I cultured, but I can culture things outside of me. Well, they come into contact with these purer beings, the Siddhas, and they're given a choice. If they encountered the blood pact, they could take on that philosophy, and they would inseminate or they would have sex. They would give them a member of the race, like a daughter to their king or their prince. It was very aristocratic. And they would say, okay, now you need to abide by this blood pact forever until the day, the Kairos, until the assigned day where we go to this final war, the final war occurs. It's a very apocalyptic eschatology as well. They're all on war footing.
Of Dark Souls with that race in Dark Souls 3. I forgot what the name of that race was in Dark Souls 3. You see, it was like it has like they were kind of like me originally, but yeah, you see that a lot in mythology and a lot of it in a lot of traditions. But I guess I see your point, but you know
it's a possibility, but in this myth, in this worldview, it isn't for the loyal Siddhas, because we don't want the world. That's not what we're playing for. We're going to the origin, it's a dualistic worldview that we don't believe in a monotheism or a one. That is an illusion in this cosmology.
Have you ever met something like a Siddha or like a loyal Siddha? Like, I'm just curious.
No, I've not met one. No, but I can intuit what that is, what that means. It feels very close to me, kind of nostalgic.
I see what you mean, but maybe these traitorous Siddhas, maybe they don't have entirely bad intentions. Maybe they want to help like as many of the species or lineages.
Yeah. No, you're right. I don't mean to cut you off, but you're so right. They call it good, just like Plato says the one is good, and he is. But out of necessity of the good, there is the bad, and we don't want that at all. So that's a part of the deception. The one is good and bad, and this endeavor seems good, and there are rewards that make it seem good. But we see beyond that, because good is not a virtue to us. It's not the highest virtue. Honor replaces good. Honor replaces love. The good can mislead you because the pedophile thinks that what he's doing is good.
It's a very noble path, it sounds like to me.
It's a warrior path for sure.
Yeah, there's a path of the Cash Yatra. I cannot pronounce it. Cash
Yeah.
Yatra.
Yes, you got it.
Yeah, it does really sound like that. Yeah.
It is sort of like, if I had to pick a school in Buddhism, it would probably be like Vajrayana is probably the closest, but it's still not it. It misses the mark. And the same thing with the Tao or the Tao. You get Christian translations and renderings of the Tao, and it kind of botches it because they want to project the idea that it means the one, that it's this unifying principle of all things or whatever, while being the negation of things.
Well, but I think I get what you're saying, but I think I know maybe you will call me synarchic for saying this, but maybe the Shambhala is they're not really, maybe they do have a sense of like honor in their own way, because maybe they want to go and impregnate more of these lineages and help them invert the spirit sphere, because the inversion revert, I meant to say revert the spirit sphere, because the reversion of the spirit sphere does sound like it parallels the luminous mind or the awakened mind in Mahayana and Vajrayana in many ways, because so maybe the Siddhas, maybe they're more complex than just
well, they don't want the reversion of the spirit sphere. They need it inverted constantly to uphold the material existence. That is the inverted spirit sphere, what he calls the confused or disoriented. That is why you are in a body right now. So if you want to inseminate a crow, it needs a crow's body. The crow, if it became a humanoid endowed with spirit, it is living its existence through its awareness through a disoriented spirit sphere. Everyone, you could look at the entire material cosmos as a giant spirit sphere, and you can look at every participant inside of it as a spirit sphere. Does that make sense? Like, you are a spirit sphere right now, and you're inverted. But the entire cosmos is also a spirit sphere inverted.
It's interesting. I get what you're saying. I think, let me see. I think maybe it's difficult to say. That's kind of difficult.
Yeah, they're just two different philosophies, and it's just not. It's not a problem. It's just they don't go together or whatever. The idea of progress, because he has these ontological points, these arguments that like the conditions that are seemingly law, and he doesn't mean like natural scientific law. He doesn't mean like, up is up and down is down, and what people call gravity, the rate of speed that an object falls to the ground or something like that. He means like breathing, eating, sleeping. And he says these things are intimately connected to the creator of the material cosmos and its conditions. So ultimately, this deity or this creator, the one, it eats, it sleeps. We emulate that. We're like a poor reflection. We're like a microcosmic expression of this big thing in a body, right? The spirit isn't. Those are two separate things. But the soul and the body are emulating what this giant thing does in the material cosmos while it's asleep. Well, he says when it wakes up, that's where the rug gets pulled out from your feet. You think it's good. You think you have the world. You think nature is here for you and you're living in tandem with it and you're cooperating with it and coexisting with it. But the creator is the nature. As soon as he wakes up, it ceases to exist and you cease to exist. And if you're not in the origin, you're a victim of it needing to eat. He uses phagocytosis as an analogy for this eating process of the spirits. And remember, you don't die. Your awareness becomes absorbed in the one's awareness. So then you become like an automaton. Your will blends with the will of the one. So if you follow that line of thinking, that ontology, this condition of being, you don't win in the end. Even if you're a crow, even if you're a feline or an avian, it just doesn't work for you. I mean, for the time being, you could reap the benefits of living on the world that seems like it's utopic for a while. And that's what happens. We all, in this mythology, in this eschatology as well, in the end, like if the Manu actually is achieved, the archetypal man, there is a utopia for a very short time. This golden age, the age of Saturn or whatever, where everybody's cool and chilling until finally Brahma wakes up and everyone disappears. And then they go to this light or whatever. It's described the same in many cultures, many different religions.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had experience something like that before. Kind of gave me flashback to that experience. Yeah. Yeah, I need to think about this more. But yeah,
I mean, it's nothing that you need to hash out right now. I'm just giving you ideas.
Yeah, you are giving me ideas. Yeah, I guess the main thing is the antagonistic duality between the demiurge and the origin. Yeah, that's the main thing. That's the main thing that distinguishes it from Buddha nature. You know what I mean? And of course, then you have the dynamic between the traitorous and the loyal siddhas that kind of tie into this. Yeah.
Yeah. Which doesn't fit into that worldview. This is where this kind of pulls from like Zoroastrianism or something, Mithraism, things like that. The heroic, that there's this war going on, that there can be a bad thing and a good thing, but even transcending that dichotomy, the honorable thing and the dishonorable thing, that is disregarded by the advanced, highly nuanced Buddhist or whatever. Like the true Vajrayana's Buddha, he's seeing nothing. He's seeing emptiness, and he's trying to maintain that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I appreciate the amount of effort or time you took out to explain all of this to me. It's a lot to take in.
And it could save you time too, because if it's something that is distasteful or doesn't resonate with you, that'll save you reading 1,000 pages. But I will tell you that in those 1,000 pages, what you were talking about specifically, the Germanic runes, nuological runics, is the resignation of the semiotic. It is re-symbolizing the symbolic, adding your own meaning to the forms.
Yeah, that is quite profound. Yes, I can see the great appeal to that. Yeah, I can see. It's very interesting. Yeah. Do you have anything to comment, Twilight? I'm just curious. What are your thoughts about this?
Where do you want me to start?
There's disagreement for sure, and
yeah,
I still appreciate his point of view.
There is, man, but believe it or not, there's a lot more agreement than there's disagreement. You know, I've had my questions every now and again, about things. I've never been static. I've gone back and forth with different ideas. I've wondered if there was a non-duality. And so what I mean is that, like, there is a duality, but it exists only in perception. Okay? So like there's many ways to look at this, and I try to always find the nuance in everything. So like I don't, like I said, I don't feel that. I mean, it even talks about in The Secret History of the Fool of the Shell South that the earth is living. And so I have a really hard time. Like I feel like they give too much power to the demiurge, if you get what I'm saying. Okay. So like how, like, first off, how did the demiurge get there to begin with? You know, it's kind of like my issue with like the archons and shit. Like, I believe they exist and all of that, but yet at the same time, it's kind of like, if I'm God, then how the fuck did this thing get here? And I'm not part of it. You see what I'm saying? Like, did we do something like aeons ago with like advanced like AI or something, and then we set a program up to like do something like to work for us, and then like we fucking died, you know, like in Atlantis or something, you know, and it got wiped out, and it's just kind of like running on its code that we set it to, you know, to, you know, I've played with a lot of different ideas because a lot of this stuff is very like vague, you know, when it
It's
comes to
explained.
like where the hell the demiurge comes from, how it came about, you know, what the archons are. Like, I've had spiritual warfare, you know, with what I would describe as archons, most definitely.
The Gnostic interpretations of it never explains it. Nimrod
doesn't.
actually gives a logical explanation for it through analogy, through the spirit sphere analogy. He talks about these great mysteries, and one of them is like the mystery of Amor, the one that Serrano took from Nimrod. So the idea here is the reason he calls it a mystery is it's something that's only processed by the individual. Not everyone's fall or enchainment story is the same. There's these different reasons for it, because if you take the premise that we're uncreated, if you take that first presupposition that we're uncreated and we agree, and when we come from an origin and we're all parts, we're not a part of this, we're not one, we're all individuals. And we all have this, we're fully liberated, meaning we have absolute free will, but we can't encroach upon others' free will. That's what gives us the ability to have free will. And we once at one point have the ability to leave the origin. And he gives this analogy of this perforation or a pinhole in the inside of the membrane of the spirit sphere. And he says that, you know, the gaze is on the inside of that membrane. They can see out of it. And he says, this part is a mystery. You have to try to intuit what this is yourself. So when you do the work, you start to meditate and contemplate what, like through introspection, what that is to you, gazing through the inside of the origin to the outside into the material cosmos. It leads us to realize that the demiurge is also a spirit. The demiurge is also an individual. He wants to say that he's the one and he's created you, but he's not. He's just an uncreated spirit too from the origin, but he doesn't want to go back. He's the thing that's the furthest from the most honorable. Nimrod would say the most honorable member of the Hyperborean race would be called the incognizable God. He gives it a acronym. He calls it KH. I don't know what that stands for. He doesn't explain it in his work. But that member we would call the incognizable God. Then you have its like immediate bodyguard or whatever. We call that Christos Lucifer. And then there's Wotan. All these different spirits that are individual beings. Lilith, and all these people are a part of this race.
Yes.
Well, he says the demiurge doesn't want to come back in. He's he's the first that left the hole. And with his infinite potentiality in his will, he lays out all the forms in the material cosmos, which is like a putty. It's like a prima materia that's fluid, I guess would be an analogy. And he puts all his effort. So he doesn't embody himself. He uses every bit of his energy and essence mixed to create the material cosmos. Now, the next part of the story is that when he creates Pasu, or the animal man, they can't fulfill the intellecty. They can't make the archetypal man because they lack the ability to add meaning to the forms. They're not creative.
Right.
So
that's definitely true. Yeah, they're copycats. They cannot do anything that it requires any form of creative intentionality, any meaning of they're not authors.
He would say that he lays out this Venn diagram where he shows the constitution of a Pasu. He lays out the outside circle and he calls it the sensorial sphere. And then he has these 3 circles on the inside. And one is the affective or the emotional. The other is the intellectual or the rational. And then there's the subconscious sphere. And in the middle of that is called the instinctual. The one thing that it lacks is this little sliver, this circle that the Virya has called cultural, which is the ability to culture the forms, to add meaning to them and to create and mix with them. So what he does is all the other Hyperboreans who are less honorable, who are have less valor, and who aren't brave enough to bear being alone in this place on their own or whatever in the origin. When I say alone, I mean not part of this one. We're not hugging. We're all liberated spirits, meaning we're all individuals. They will leave. That's why he gives the first mystery as the mystery of Amor. It's this yearning for a counterpart that leads Hyperboreans outside of the
That's
origin.
why Lilith is necessary.
Yeah, Lilith is the one that leads you away from the material lust.
Yes.
It's the thing that gets you back to the spiritual origin. The true woman is the
No
one
doubt
that's
about
in the
that.
origin or whatever. And we don't have sex with her, though. That's what's interesting. That's why when he gives his analogy through the Kalika Tantra, that's why they most of the time they're using concubines. They're using like wild whores because they don't love you. They want this. They want you to tap out and to come or whatever. They want to have power over you through making you ejaculate or whatever. And it's like through his ritual, he wants you to piss the tantric Lilith off by not giving her the semen or whatever, so you can see hell in her eyes or whatever. Like there's this really deep, dark thing about it that goes on. That's only for a certain type of member of the race, but but the idea here is that the mystery of Amor, this is one of many mysteries, is that you go out and now you're lost in this material cosmos, and the only bearing that you have is trying to identify the forms, which were the archetypes that were formed by that first member that we call the one or the demiurge. So now you're fighting through the great chain of being, trying to find your way out, and you find yourself materialized in a body.
Twilight, can I ask you a question? You know, this kind of tie into everything. I kind of got hostile Hyperborean's perspective. I want to have your perspective too. But anyway, let me read this quote first quickly. Okay. The biosemiotic approach does not imply that humanity is nothing special, but only that the obvious uniqueness of humans is not as users of signs, but as creatures who can readily teach themselves to master a special form of sign usage, symbolic reference. That is the basis of linguistic competence. The red cloth with the white half moon and star belong to the category flag. And it is because and only because of that it is legitimately taught that those who trample on the cloth also indirectly stomp on Turkey's good name and reputation. So my question is to you, if you stomp on Turkey's flag, people take that as like an offense to Turkey. That's unique. That's unique to humanity. You know what I mean? My question to you is, do you think that signs or the biosemiotic landscape of Earth can evolve to symbolic reference, or do you think that it was implanted by Siddhas or Agartha or something similar? Like, where does symbolic reference come from? It's like I want to know from you. That's my question for you, Lilith.
From my perspective, I would say it's a gift from the gods. It's something that, like he was saying, it takes you beyond the physical.
Oh, I see. Okay, do you think the gods
to where you're no longer how do I put this? You're like outside of the algorithm completely. You're outside of the matrix.
I see, I got you. But do you think the gods can gift, like, let's say, hypothetically speaking, crows or ravens symbolic reference? That's what I'm asking.
Why not?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's.
I mean, they probably have already in the past. Like he was saying about the chimeras, I mean, there was very, very well could have been genetic manipulation as well, which I think is almost guaranteed, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think we did a lot of genetic tinkering with what was here. I don't think these are coming from other planets or anything like that. I think that it's all here, especially like reptilians and all of that. People talk about that. I think it's made here on the Earth, but that's another story.
Are you familiar with Leibniz's best of all worlds idea?
Yes, I am, man. Yeah.
Okay, so that's part of this idea. So the demiurge isn't in a body. He can't inseminate anything. This is genetic. He does it through the blood, the plasmation of the blood. I think that the creator knows what he's doing with the material cosmos. And if it was the crow that was to be the sapient being, we would be crows right now. We would be these humanoid crows. He knows what he's doing with the forms. And he knows what can crossbreed and what can't. So as far as what we visibly see currently, like I said, I'm not ruling out the idea that somewhere in some subterranean cavern, there's this mystical technique or method for inseminating animals and endowing them with spirit. I don't know that, right? But like right now, I cannot go come in a crow and have a spiritual conscious baby that I can teach language, math, art forms, things like this, and have it create its own philosophy if it wanted to as it grows up by, experiencing the world on its own.
Well, let me just say this. You know how in lots of Chinese stories, you see dragons, dragon humanoids, and you see other people, and sometimes they shapeshift or take a human form, and like they can even procreate with the humans, and then you can have like a half dragon, half human hybrid, you know what I mean? And that's the thing. My wife recently had a dream where she said we came across this underground cavern, and I became obsessed with the cavern, and then I went into the cavern and I came across a Wendigo-like creature. And the Wendigo-like creature picked me up with its tendrils, and then it killed me. But anyway, that kind of conveys the kind of person I am. You know what I mean? Like, I really want to come across something intelligent and non-human or something like that, like sapiens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know how people obsess about aliens and other stuff? Yeah, that's that kind of stuff. That'll be fascinating.
Well, I mean, the Sidhas are not human, right? By definition, like if you want to mean human specifically, like us, Homo sapien, they're not that. They're non-human. They're beyond that. And they would, like I said, they would have the ability to transform into a crow. They could like spy on a situation as a crow or whatever. They could be watching you when you're bird watching. You think you're bird watching, but it's Sidha watching you or whatever. Something like that.
Yeah.
But like the actual non-spiritual crow, like the biological crow that comes from a crow, that thing, I don't think it's getting there. That's just my opinion. And yeah, I don't mean that to like bring you down or anything, because I know that's where you're going, is the idea that like we move forward. I used to believe this, like when I was into anthroposophy and theosophy and Rosicrucianism, the Western mystery tradition in general. This was a thing. Alchemy, all those things. Studying that for years, I believe that we were progressing. That like the human is just climbing this great chain of being, and that eventually, over time, all the kingdoms will be redeemed. All of them will become a part of the one.
Yeah.
Down to the minerals.
Yeah, talk to me. But Avian, I wanted to say that did you say that was your wife's dream?
Yeah, her dream. Like,
okay, well,
dream.
I wanted to speak on it because it is interesting. I have seen a few Wendigo like demonic creatures have tried to attack me in my dream. So that's not a random occurrence. That could be an easily some type of demonic entity attaching to you. But as far as the cave thing, as someone who's usually often finding themselves in deep derelict type ruins of buildings and caves and stuff, that's not a coincidence. So it really, in reality, it could also be, I found that the more that I delve into my research, like when I did the demonology stuff when I was younger, when I was cocky and I wasn't afraid to go and read these books, thinking that, oh, it's just a book like the Bible, you can just go and read it. And then I had the experiences, going and reading those demonology books and sitting there reading the names of the demons, their hierarchies in hell, what their job is, what their particular sins and what they like, and then the years and years of dreams. So I just want to say it's not a coincidence that you're seeing, or that your wife is seeing things like experiencing things like caves or Wendigos, because the last demonic creature that I had in my dream, it kind of had that Wendigo look where it was like, you know, half horse, kind of deerish, kind of looked like Motaro from Mortal Kombat, you know, the guy with the big metal tail. But you know, it had a human-like face with long black hair, big bulging blood reddish eyes, and it tried to attack me. It crashed through an entertainment system. The room was real dark, but you know, my instinct is usually to fight them things off. I kind of like came with a downwards uppercut, and I woke up. But it's not a coincidence, dude. I do believe that the more that you search and you look into knowledge, you start to experience these things, especially if you're already a spiritual person. You know, I found that the people who aren't very spiritual don't really seem to ever have a, you know, most people don't seem to dream, and if they dream, it's always some stupid dream. You know, it's never usually a philosophical type dream. It's always some stupid, you know, well, I was at a water park, or, you know, we went and, you know, jumped in a fun house somewhere. It's never like actually some like, people say it's based on the entertainment and what you're watching. I can tell you that a majority of my dreams, those end of the world prophetic ones that I had for so many years, it was not because of the content I was consuming. These were like very personal, like they're from your perspective, as if you were thrown into hell. Like every single time that I would go to sleep, the dream was like being thrown into hell. It wasn't like a zombie movie per se. It would go from a zombie dream into like the bowels of hell, and you can hear people screaming. You can feel the heat coming from the lava down below and stuff like that. So,
I got
you
some
know,
crazy dreams I could talk
I would
about.
say, I would definitely say write them down if you can remember your dreams. I know I don't remember all of mine, but write them down when you have very traumatic dreams, and go back and reanalyze it over and over again. And sometimes, dude, when I've gone back and reanalyzed dreams, I feel like it's a warning. There's been times in my life, Avian, where I was either 5 minutes too early or 5 minutes too late from a shooting. You know, where if I had been in that exact spot just, you know, 20
Actually,
minutes
something like
prior,
that
you know, I
happened.
could have been killed.
You know,
You know, so
the day that a black guy broke into my house and I grabbed my gun to shoot him, it was the day that you know, 2 days before that I had a nightmare that my house was set on fire and black people were looting the area. But you know, that's interesting how I had that dream 2 days before that. But anyway, the point I want to make is that yeah, I've had a lot of crazy dreams. Yeah, a lot of crazy dreams. Not all dreams feel like they just come from your experiences. Some of them really feel transportive. You know what I mean? They feel really like they transport you. And maybe some dreams do have the ability to foretell the future to some extent. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, dreams are very complex. You know, I mean, the Yasna 30.3, the Gathas, you know, the Gathas of Zoroastrianism, it says something interesting. It actually says dreams in the Gatha. Yeah, I think there's a good translation. Let me see here. It says this. Yeah, I don't know if you agree with that. There are two primeval spirits, twins who are revealed to us through dream, in mind and speech, and even in deed. They are better and bad. The good choose between them correctly, not the evil, or something. That's from Yasna 30.3 of the Gathas. The Gathas are the only part that are attested to go back to Zoroaster. So, but of course, that is different from the more kind of more Catar-like beliefs of Hyperborean. But yeah, that's interesting. I just wanted to read that. Yeah, dreams can be very transported. You know, maybe some dreams.
Two twin spirits, you say?
Yeah, they really be revealed in dreams. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, revealed to us through dream.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like like right as you said that, I was randomly scrolling through this, and this is the picture that came up. So it's just
that is kind of like coincidental.
Two twin spirits, and it's like, here it is.
Oh, light and dark.
Fascinating.
Well, if anything, I think if anything, that just proves even more of a grand design. You know, will dogs sleep? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that still proves it. But anyway. So before I got in, y'all were talking about which spirit sits in the tree and watches y'all. Isn't that kind of what the Moon Knight series kind of puts in your face, that, you know, certain gods, you know, just take, you know, certain animal forms and, you know, still watch from the forest or some shit?
Yeah, yeah. The idea is that there are gods who can have the ability.
I don't know.
See, this is the thing with me and monotheism. If you, like, ontologically, if you believe that we are all one, then you are not an individual. Like the Buddhists will say, and they'll say that, like, the only thing that's distancing you from the one is this illusory, like, your perception is creating the space between you and the one. And there's like layers. You're creating like an opaqueness to it. And eventually becoming aware of it makes you it.
Oh, it sounds like Ip Man's character from Star Wars. I am one with the Force, and the Force is one with me.
Yeah, you could say that.
Oh.
That sounds about right.
Thank you, Kathleen Kennedy.
So, like, anybody who believes in a self, then like by definition, you can't believe in a oneness. There's either one or there's parts. There's no both. Because if there are parts, if there are truly parts, then the ones are only upheld. The unities are only upheld by the parts. So as soon as the parts, you know, separate from that unity, then that unity ceases to exist. Those unities are just becoming. The Plotinus would call them henads. Plato, the Platonists, Middle Platonists, they would call them hypostases. There's never just one of them. They always try to climb the ladder, and they try to categorize things into their simplest forms until they can't differentiate between forms that participate among each other. That's why Plato says, like, I won't call it just the good, because there's beauty and there's justice. Like, it's a toss-up between those, because you don't necessarily have to be good to be just. You don't necessarily have to be just to be beautiful. So, like, it breaks down. The when you go higher and you play that ontological category game, you can never reach a one. I don't know. There's just reasons for why I don't buy it.
That's right. We don't want no Borg with feelings.
They can never come up with one single simple term that defines the unity or the one. Calling it the one always comes with like these caveats. Oh, the one, well, it's made of these parts. It's never the one by itself, ever. And that fact right there leads me to believe that the one is an illusion. There's only participants. There's only many ones. This kind of is like, this is why I lean into Leibniz's monadology, because I think he was right on that point. Nobody can understand that, because I don't think they don't believe the presuppositions. A lot of these people were so far beyond Parmenides that Parmenides was wrong to them. So
yeah, I think I think the monadology makes way more sense than the ethics or the meditations. You know,
yes,
like those two suck pretty much.
Yeah.
In explaining anything pivotal, like Spinoza makes some good points, but I think like the way he gets to those points is garbage.
It's garbo. Same with Descartes. Garbo. And look, they throw away Leibniz. Isn't it weird how the thing that appeals most to the material or the mechanistic remains?
Descartes set us backwards, big time.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It's no good.
I did not hear that. You said what set us back?
Descartes.
Oh.
Yeah. Descartes.
I'm not gonna lie. That is now. I thought I heard gay cart.
That too. Yeah, Spinoza. I don't want it. Throw it in the garbage. I was watching, there's this guy who was a student of Nimrod. He still makes videos, but they're in Spanish. They get like auto-translated. His name is Jose Maria Haru Aragon. And I was watching this video he posted a couple days ago. He talks about this. He's like, look, my parapsychology, the book that I was putting out on, the true Hyperborean self-defense psychic techniques, I was the first one to put those out. This is not Kabbalah. You can throw that shit in the garbage with the demiurge. Throw that in the demiurge's garbage bag or whatever. I'm like, that's what I think about a lot of these philosophers. If you can figure out what they're talking about, you can, like, the summation of what these philosophers were trying to push and peddle. Honestly, like 90% of them, you can just toss that shit in the garbage.
Yeah.
But the world kept them. Like the ones that believe in the progress, they kept the Garbo philosophers. It's weird.
Yeah.
It really makes me believe that true wisdom is an elitist thing. This isn't like common knowledge. Because if it was, we would have threw all those philosophers' messages in the garbage. But no, we kept them because the majority buys it. They want the tech. They want the mechanistic. They believe in that stuff. That's why we're a materialist.
Yeah.
I think the most, the philosophy that I despise the most, if I had to pick a whole school, it would be the Continental, but specifically, it would be the analytical. People like Bertrand Russell, I think, are the lowest of the lowest. Like that's it. That's like trash philosophy in its final like Pokemon evolutive form or whatever. It's like the final card that you get out of this chain of evolving, creatures or whatever. You get the Bertrand Russell. He's like the Charizard or something. Like you're done. That's the last thing.
Yeah, he's more like Snorlax or some shit. Or like crazy. It's like,
Yeah, I need to decide on my metaphysics more. I'm still like researching more. But what do you think about Peirce? Like Charles Sanders Peirce, his metaphysics? I'm curious.
I don't know much about it. I heard about him through the semiotics though, because I had to research what that word was. Like I never came across it. And then I started to study it more when Nimrod was talking about semiotics. But I don't know his metaphysics, the Charles Peirce's.
Well, I have to read it more thoroughly, but I remember Skrbina talking about it. I think he had like idealist and panpsychist views. Like I have to go look at it again, but I think he saw like the world as one mind, and then you have like these thoughts that start to, solidify, what I mean, in the mind, and as they solidify, they become more concrete, what I mean. So it starts off as like maybe in a way like a spirit or something, and then it, then it starts to concretize over time or something like that. But I have to look into it more thoroughly though.
Is that, does he mention, does Skrbina mention him in his panpsychism book of the West?
Yeah, I believe so.
Or is that in her? Sorry.
Yeah, I believe so. I have to remember. I think I read Panpsychism in the West like 6 or 8 months ago. Yeah, but I remember coming across it. Yeah, it's been a while since I read Panpsychism in the West.
So he is for sure in the idealistic school. He's an idealist.
He's both idealist and panpsychist. Both kind of like hours, both idealist and panpsychist.
Why is Wiki calling him a pragmatist?
Well, his pragmatism is, like different from what, Bertrand, the later, positivist or whatever did. It's like a different kind of pragmatism.
I don't want to like scroll down and it might be like
get a booty flash.
A booty flash here. So let me just like put this here.
Booty flashes get you kicked these days, huh?
Exactly.
Damn. Yeah, so it's weird. Like, Wiki is trying to pin him in the pragmatism box. That's wrong, right?
Yeah, I actually got it. Basically, Pierce called his view objective idealism. Reality is fundamentally mind-like, and what we call matter is effete mind whose spontaneity has hardened into fixed habits. Though synergism, continuity, he held that there's no sharp break between mind and matter. They're on a continuum of feeling to habit. Cosmically, chance gives rise to regularities that through love attraction, agapism, I can't pronounce it, consolidate into laws, that is habits of action. So mind solidifies as free living mentality congeals into stable habits, which we experience as physical matter and natural law.
It's weird. It kind of sounds like Whitehead, like process philosophy, like trying to objectify the idealistic. It makes me think of Heraclitus. It doesn't, it's like it makes me think he's more into the becoming side of things. Am I wrong?
Well, it does seem,
basically being is within becoming.
it does seem he argues in that direction, yes. Yeah, I think it does argue in that direction.
I mean, it's an interesting view, and I can picture it. Like I can intuit what that looks like. But I just have too many ontological problems with that. Like there's first principles that push me away from believing that those two coexist together and that they're like dependent upon each other, that there's like a symbiosis between being and becoming. I don't know. It's something to think on. It's food for thought for sure.
Yeah, you really seem like you thought over these matters deeply, you know. Yeah, like you have like a very in-depth knowledge.
Got some baddies in the thread.
I think that's a drawing, actually. It's got to be. You know,
them AI pictures are getting crazy.
There's no way that's real yet.
He said, "There's no way that's real."
I mean, it's just not.
These AI bodies getting out of hand. I think that being precedes becoming. I think in order for there to be a becoming, being has to be like the foundation of it. Because all the parts that are moving in flux have a ground, and that ground is being. I don't think that like becoming happens simultaneously with being. I think there's like a emanationist thing going on there where like being precedes it. I don't know if you can picture that metaphysically.
Yeah, I can picture it. It sounds like Neoplatonism, or kind of sounds like what I know about Neoplatonism.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But the way Whitehead works out his process philosophy, he lays it out nicely. That's the best way I can say it. It's appealing. It seems to make sense if you skip past certain first principles. And that's kind of how philosophy works nowadays, is there's so much of it throughout history that it's too strenuous of a process to start from the beginning and then catch up to the guy that you're reading. Instead, we just assume that we have it figured out up to that point, and then we start reading a guy. Whoever, take your pick, right? Take any modern philosopher, and we're kind of like, oh man, that sounds good. But he didn't address anything like in order. You don't really know a guy yet, unless there's like a biography or something. Usually their doctoral thesis, it's going straight into the meat. It's not like he's going, okay, well, this is what I thought about the pre-Socratics. This is what I thought about Plato. This is what I thought about Aristotle. This is what I thought about all those negations and arguments all the way up until now. So like, I feel like there's a problem with that. That robot looks like it can fuck. That's crazy. He's fucking a cabinet. Look at that thrust, yo. That's crazy. Can you imagine getting just Gang raped by a robot? That's a dark future. We have to stop this now. This is bad. I'm gonna have nightmares now. I can't even go to sleep. I just gotta stay up until morning. Yeah, that raping robot, it threw me off. It derailed me there. Forgive me. Take that for biosemiotics. So, Avian, what do you think about like the animal kingdom in general, like behind the scenes, like the devouring of each other and stuff like that?
About that, well, the Buddhist answer is, it's kind of hard to reconcile a lot of stuff. The Buddhist answer has to do with karma, and the Lankavatara Sutra talks about storehouse consciousness and how that's involved in the relational dispositions of the next life. But basically, it's just due to karma, and then there's rebirth, and I think you reach a rebirth that's sapient and has potential to reach enlightenment, or you can call it the original face, original nature. The Huning's Platform Sutra, when he talks about the original nature, it kind of reminds me of the origin to some extent, in some areas, in Huning's Platform Sutra. And when you experience that, I think it kind of like cleanse the storehouse consciousness, and you can leave the cycle of rebirth in some sense. The other Buddhists describe it differently, but the point is, it's not a self that is go from this life to the next, but what is a volitional dispositions. What I mean, is what they say. But Buddhism had 18 different schools after Buddha died, and it's difficult. One thing that is true is that the Yosei and Tocharians, they were kind of Nordic too. So Buddhism did have a lot of originally Nordic people involved in it in North Central Asia, and like Tocharians and Yosei people, stuff like that. It's very fascinating. The Kushan Empire was established by the Yosei, and they had a lot of steppe admixture. But anyway, the point I kind of derailed because I digressed because I'm kind of tired. But the point I'm trying to make is that the animal kingdom, I do think there is a kind of hierarchy. We see it in metacognition. Metacognition is the important thing. You know what I mean? And like a gorilla or a crow has more metacognition than an ant. Or maybe not calling it, maybe more metacognition than a rabbit. Rabbits do not have much metacognition. You see it in the level of social organization. You see it in tool use. Like crows actually leave blueprints on leaves in New Caledonia, and based on those blueprints, they can refine and improve on the tools in subsequent generations. So they already have like the rudimentary beginnings of technological evolution, believe it or not. That's why crows fascinate me, especially New Caledonia crows. Like they can save and reuse tools, they can refine and improve on tools. There's a lot of weird stuff in the animal kingdom. Another weird one is brood parasites. There are these parasites. I can actually send this to you. In many ways, you can see many parallels to this. Brood parasites. They go to the nest of other birds, and they lay eggs, and then the bird raises that bird, the invasive parasite nestling, like it's their own. But the nestling try to throw off the birds from the nest. I mean, the other birds, the native birds, and like the fairy wrens, they're like in an evolutionary arm race, and cuckoos, they're like, the cuckoos are like engaging in mimicry, like the nestlings become more and more like their birds. But actually, the fairy wrens can give a label. They can name birds while they're in their egg. You believe that? While the nestling baby is in the egg, they can give a kind of like signal to the nestling that, oh, you are one of my own. You know what I mean? So when they awaken, they can give that signal that, oh, I'm actually a part of your, family or something. I'm not an invasive brood parasite. Anyway, I wrote about that more clearly, and I can talk about that more. Anyway, I kind of went off on tangent, but what I'm trying to say is that the animal kingdom is more the unwelten, and the psychological complexities are more varied and more complex than people think. I mean, it's not like they're all just dumb. Like, no, I don't think any has reached symbolic reference yet, but it does seem to me maybe crows are kind of close to it. New Caledonia crows, maybe, and some other birds, but of course, maybe 5G and all this pesticides and all these deforestation probably will kill them off or something. There's a lot of problem with lead, I mean, and other stuff like that. Yeah, even firehawks, they can like pick up wood that's on fire and throw it on the grassland to flush out prey, and then they can capture the prey. They're one of the few animals that can use fire already. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I don't know. It does seem to me that it does seem to me that maybe there is a movement towards greater order and complexity and intelligence among certain lineages, not all lineages, of course. Yeah, I have to think about this more. What I mean, it's kind of complex.
It is. Yeah. I appreciate the answer. Yeah.
And no problem. Yeah, the stuff with the broad parasites is very fascinating. Like, let me see here. I actually talked to about DK Spiracy. I'm interested in what you think about this. Is it just you don't have to agree with it entirely? I don't agree with this entirely. I said I figured out why Euros are the smartest. It is because Jays behave like parasites, and there was an evolutionary arms race whereby both became smarter over time as a way of outwitting the other. Jays began poisoning wells and abducting children to do blood libel. In response, Euros created institutions to protect themselves from Jays, and later the Jays infiltrated the institutions via mimic cry. They then do things like create central banking and destabilize regions and push for flood of refugees as a further way to weaken and control Europe. This same evolutionary arms race is evident between broad parasites like the bronze cuckoo and their hosts, such as the fairy wrens. Broad parasite nestlings often kill their foster siblings upon hatching. In response, hosts like the fairy wren have evolved remarkable defenses. These include laying eggs with unique, subtle markings and teaching their embryonic chicks a passcode, a distinctive call pattern that helps identify true offspring. The broad parasites counteract these strategies with enhanced mimicry, altering their appearance. So they're altering their appearance in real time and behavior to resemble the host young more convincingly. In some cases, fairy wrens can still detect and eject the parasitic nestlings, but the parasites continuously improve their mimicry. The back and forth struggle highlights the intricate and rapid dynamics of natural selection, where evolutionary adaptations escalate on both sides, almost as if orchestrated in a high stakes game of deception and recognition. Yeah, so yeah, I just wanted to read that to you because I think it's kind of fascinating. It's kind of like, broad parasites are kind of evil. Like I really cannot like them. Broad parasites, like the way they behave, like there's something else. Like they're definitely feel evil. I mean, like I don't know, but it's interesting how you can see there's a game of mimic cry between them.
Yeah.
But I think the smartest birds are crows and ravens. So they're the smartest birds. Of course, Odin had 2 ravens that were like his eyes. And ravens are the smartest birds. Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that. Anyway, I like ornithology. That's why I like Pentilicola, and I read the whole textbook on ornithology. Believe it or not, during my spare time, I read a whole textbook on ornithology.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I like birds. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. I can talk about birds more, but maybe that bores you or something. I feel like
it doesn't. This is highly interesting stuff. But the Buddhist would disagree with putting a moral label on these situations, like calling the parasite evil.
Well, yeah, I agree. I mean,
Yeah, I wanted. Now that you mentioned that, it's funny because Resident Evil 4 with the Los Illuminados cult, they don't see the parasite as evil. They see the parasite as necessary for the next state of evolution, which is basically what Oswald E. Spencer is doing in the franchise. The whole point of his eugenics program is that he's trying to, create, the next stage of evolution through, any medical means necessary, whether it's pathogens or viruses. But like in Resident Evil 4 and, in the later iterations, they're talking about parasites. And that's the biggest thing, is that they don't see the parasites as evil whatsoever. So
I'm I'm still working out my thoughts. That writing, I wrote it a long time ago. My views have changed since then. I'm not really anti-Semitic that much. Of course, I disagree with Zionists, but I'm not as anti-Semitic as before. But I don't like Zionists, and I don't like what they're doing to Europe or the Middle East, of course. But yeah, I'm still working out my views. Yeah, I have a lot to flesh out. Is what I'm saying. I don't have everything figured out. I'm not dogmatic. I am not
Yeah.
dogmatic. You know, I can get along well with anyone. You know, it's Unseen's fault that the storm started. It's not my fault. It's Unseen's fault. You know what I mean, I didn't do shit. It's his fault. You know, I'm not dogmatic. You know what I mean? I can talk to people of different beliefs and other stuff. You know, I have Muslim friends and I have like Christian friends. You know, I have friends of all backgrounds. You know, I'm not dogmatic. I don't have everything figured out. You know, I mean, I don't know what they're hiding in Antarctica. You know, I mean, they are hiding something in Antarctica. We all know that. You know, they're hiding something in Antarctica. It could be a Garfa. You know, like I believe Nimrod says that they're hiding a Garfa. You know, maybe that's why they are not allowed to go in Antarctica. You know, you see, when I get kind of tired, I sound a little bit more exasperated, but I can still talk. I just sound a little bit more exasperated.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
praise be.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna try to not have the nightmare about that robot. But appreciate
yeah,
you letting
blessings,
me,
brother. Yeah, thanks for
stop.
stopping by. Yeah, I appreciate you stopping by a lot. And yeah.
Yes, sir. Blessings, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good
You
night.
too.
Nice talking to you. Have a good night.
Yeah, so all you guys, I think that'll be it for tonight. You know, we'll cut this off here, and yeah, if we'll go around and if you guys want to say anything, that would be, great. Of course, there's no rush. Please take your time, guys.
Well, sometimes I say some stuff that I realize I have to flesh out more, or that I need to think about more, and I don't have everything figured out, and anything. I don't have everything figured out, and anything. And sometimes I can get exasperated and go on digressions and other stuff. I don't know what the hell I want to say. I just want to say that I don't know. I don't know what to say. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
no worries. Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's not necessary to say anything. I mean, and yeah, just if anybody has anything. If not, it's no worries, guys.
I have a bit of a headache.
Yeah, we've been talking for a long time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when I first started live streaming for a long time, so you get like a splitting headache. A lot.
I think everyone who comes on here is intelligent. Almost everyone, like I learn something new all the time, and yeah, it's very good to like intellectually minded people to get together and share views, and it helps you develop your own views. Disagreement is good. I mean, disagreement, it allows you to think more deeply and critically about your own biases and stuff.
Right. And not everything has to be a debate where, somebody's trying to impress everyone, so there's all this type of stuff where, some discussions are better had, with details, looking up references, and actually not trying to prove a point, and all of that type of stuff.
Yeah, I
So
agree. Yeah, I agree. And there's different perspectives, different angles you can approach things. You can approach things from more spiritual angle, or from more deep ecology, or more traditional angle. Many different angles or different perspectives and frames of reference. And even mythological. Yeah, mythological frame of reference is important. Lots of interesting stuff. You can approach it from. Of course, the more deeply you think, the more you start to doubt a lot of things. You start to doubt yourself, and just good to always do your best.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I like this one a lot. So you got a turtle mermaid, you got an octopus mermaid, you got a fish mermaid. You got different types. So yeah, nice selection. But yeah.
Yeah, Japan and China have always had stories with so many interesting dragons or fish-like people like that. It's very interesting. Yeah, I bought a manga about something like that, essentially.
Yeah, I wonder if Twilight's here. Twilight, you here? Yeah, I doubt it. You know, yeah, Twilight ventured off
Into the void of slumber.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, but anyways, what do you got to say to these people, my friend?
I keep it very short. I guess resist the parasite.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. I don't know. It's very early in the morning. But you know, I agree with everything that Avian said. You know, you don't really know anything. You can only, you know, educate yourself to the best of your ability and analyze everything in front of you, and you know, keep your butthole tight. Resist the parasite.
Exactly.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I
so
appreciate you letting me around.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, we had to re-premiere some stuff the other day, so I know I told people not to watch it, so it was a restream, so we got super low numbers tonight. But I appreciate you guys watching, anyways. The few people that did watch, and I greatly appreciate your time. You know, and of course, you know, yeah, thank you for joining here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. You know, I mean, you can't kill what you can't see. And you know, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. The first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. And yeah, you know, freedom is not static but dynamic, not a vested interest but a prize continually to be won. The moment man stops and resigns himself, he becomes subject to determinism. He is most enslaved when he thinks he is comfortably settled in freedom. And you know what most people think is, you know, real is actually just flickering shadows on a screen, you know, images of things that aren't even real. And yeah, blessings to all you guys, man. Yeah, I greatly appreciate your time.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too, Buddha. Blessings, brother. And Twilight, you too, my friend. Peace be with you. And yeah, to all the rest of you guys, let me put my little sunglasses on here. And talk to you, brothers. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah. Let me play some unique selections for you guys in terms of shows. And yeah, I think you guys will enjoy what I got in store for you guys. But yeah, we'll see what happens, my friends. Blessings to all you guys. All right. And yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday. Right. Hopefully. Right. Unless there's some problems. Right. But yeah, anyways, I'll let you guys know what's going on here on the alternative channel, Cyber Caliphate. Right. If you guys go to I think we dropped the link earlier. Let me actually put that up here. You know, it'd be a good idea for me to put that up here for you guys. Yeah, Cyber Caliphate. Here it is. Yeah. Thank you, Denise. Blessings. Right. So yeah, go check that channel out. Right, and I greatly appreciate your time. All right. And yeah, we'll be back with, you know, more information from Skrbina, Uncle Teddy. You know, we're looking at One Dimensional Man by Herbert Marcuse. Right, we're also looking at the economic and philosophical manuscripts of Karl Marx. Right, so we're looking at different ideas there. So yeah, blessings.
Think hard. Fungus and paper being pulled apart. Watching moon sign. Yeah. Check it. I talk stupid shit cause my brain's not in compliance with my tongue. But I won't speak when I push your eyes in with my thumb. If those aren't threats, you type diss me on the net and a horse brand jack piss me on your chat. Envision crystalline on a breast. Let me snort 16 and have a fancy soda 15 off your flesh. And you ain't even heard the best of this. By the time they found my suicide in the woods, termites already built a nest in it. I felt so deep in depressed and pissed. If I looked up, I don't think I could see the sunlight peering through the press. There's a girl in my bedroom, dead for days, gagged in a dress with slits, neck is slit. And for the last 2 weeks, I slept with it. Cop the basement collection kit. Better have stolen from your parents and use the money to buy gel tabs and masculine. Fucking pessimist. That's why every time I get the spit, I'm always pissed and everything is negative. I'm swallowing cyanide caps. You envy a sheep with my kin. Suck leftover pussy juice like abortion vacuums. Eat the flat fumes. I make 2 shows headline due to nearly flatlining on coke in the bath. By the time I even make a wax, I'll have to be pushed to the mic stand in a wheelchair like Cobain putting long sleeves over stab wounds. Apparently drugs are the cool topic to talk about when making cash sweat. My next show will be my promotional funeral banquet. And on stage there'll be a deep fuck with a blend. My next album will I lay dead from drug abuse in a casket. So vote for Jack, he eats his own and bites to his tree-hugging neck just to chip off their adrenochrome. A dying king so sick and thin when he breathes in you can see his bone. He's too weak to leave tractor-boats, farmlands and mobile home trailers, cemeteries, reservoir banks, shotguns and campers, Indian reservations, rowboat oars and anchors. In a one-room summer home dusted, call me a junkie. Tennis racket stands, hands bloody, khakis and husk puppies. Short sleeve common rugby, jumpy, Theodore Bundy. Yellow punch buggy, brunette in front seat, crowbar and bungee, Dunce dummy, with boyish charm and a smile that screams trust me. Yeah. In these world fallacies, fictitious, the fantastic, the fictional, multi-dictional, able to spiritual with the lyrical, the Jews and the Father and Scaramanga. Abrasive like the Sahara, lyrical daggers catch ya. Matter is batter smash ya. Mentally I entrap ya. Rappers laying in pieces like a puzzle. Vocal muffle, subtle maneuvers of trouble. Like this without the muzzle. Now it's without your bubble that you face me. Waste me, never, whenever terrored. I kill like Gacy. Clever fills my trace these sick demonic acts on ladies. He made me crazy, so babes be acting shady like I'm your local sideshow. Title me vocal psycho. Vital, we throw a mic go and saying I'm ill like homophobia, causing dystopia. You know it's only the symphony of the ill and evil. I kill your sequel, controls whole area codes. The niggas on the low, so cold, ready to blow your old rigmarole. I fold figures and blow. Mommy is like a sniper that gets high to hide the hyper tripe. Hyper Rikers and 5 pipers to ease the pain of my sis. Going insane, I miss knowing the names of all the fine filth that I trash and slash. Hellish, I embellish the coroner's meat like I'm the reddish. Shock and tell us a sickness, horrific when witness, all because the world of my girl left with the quickness. It's chaos, supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. With fiends scheming for things remain unseen. The sheen of gold pots, bold tops who hold blocks. The thrill of the kill, real when you fold knots. I got patrol cops sweating, they betting that another Vic's wetting for soul props. There's no stops, depression blessing the essence with another fresh session of bludgeoning. Black and blue cadavers, I be stuffing them, catching fits, stretching like tempered steel. I'm ducking them in the field. I'm dressing, not interested in fucking them, just cutting them up like Technique 1200s. Don't speak, I'm well hunters. He go, the hell done it, I'm blunted, your hell stunned by the barrage. The swords are lyrical rods to flog your whole mob. These streets create killers like a factory. The back of me, niggas with daiquiris ready for splattery. You mad at me, jump, I probably swallow you whole like a bitch. I ditch authorities, follow me slow, so switch my MO. Now I hunger for Puerto Ricanos and daughters up in the limo, Mexican, no puffin' endo. Chaos, supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos, block shotties had body bags wide open. I try hoping I might die like Odin. You cry holding internal organs, mic soaking. I scope into your innermost fears by 10. I roll spears, I hope your armor holds up when I hit. My style is close to riots like a diet, you deny it. Unanimous, your glamorous bands of damage. If your man insists you smoke like cannabis, you can't resist the temptation of Satan. You weak-minded motherfuckers, you suck your mother's breast under others and run for cover. When I unleash the stress from the depressed, I'ma let any crest like metal through vest. You best regress, east, west, these just laughs, and it's a shame at last. You get a name, shaming the game, and with the same soliloquies, abilities nil. You killing me, chill. If that's your definition of skill, are you for real? And still, I savagely ravage your cabbage like a chef with breath control. Impress your whole like a Lexus. I'm blessed with gifts like gold. You know the flow, bro, so act like you know. Chaos, supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Yeah, that's how we do it. Chaos, Dino.
Neither male nor female, for all are one in Christ Jesus. So that's the distinction that I think I'm making here. Just to make that clear, I think that distinction needs to be made. And it's not necessarily, what's up, machine? Yo. Okay.
Yo.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, chilling.
I'm kind of cooking. I'm cooking right now.
Nice.
Got it in a pot. So yeah, dude. So you know, I'm like watching on Twitter, and it's like Jay Dyer's out here like telling people, like rallying the troops, and he's got like weird, neo-Nazi guys like like pushing white nationalism and reposting all his content, and they're making like videos with the black sun, and you know what I mean? Like, what's going on with that, dude?
Well, he met Dugan twice.
Oh, did he?
Or I think he interviewed him once at least.
Oh, really?
I think he might have met him more than once. And then, and also, so I don't know when in his long list of religious conversions, right, he did that, right? Because I think he's been on the public stage since like 2008. And then he's had a series of conversions. And then Wilson was talking to Lauren Chen.
Yeah.
And he said that the Groypers had put out a fatwa on Charlie Kirk.
Really?
Yeah. And this is Wilson supporting that. And then Wilson was last night on Piers Morgan with Jack Posobiec, who's connected to Alex Jones and all these people.
Right.
Right. Major Trump supporter or whatever, part of the QAnon hoax.
Okay. Right.
Right. And then and basically he was on there defending Jack Posobiec's position, and they were basically saying, oh, please don't call us fascists, because people will shoot us. Right. We're just entertainers. Right. When his name was Big Papa Fascist. That was literally his original name on the internet. Right. So he was calling himself a fascist. And now he's saying, if you call us a fascist, you're inciting violence against the right.
Well, to bring up that point, on fascism, because I think that, I think there's going to be some younger guys that are going to get caught in that, right, by these figures. And they're supposed to be Christians, but they're pushing like this strange ideology, right? And it's not it's even worse than neo-Nazism, because it's masking itself as Christianity. I don't even know what to call it, but all those talking points you just brought up are extremely important for the topic like I'm covering today. Like that's the meat right there. Because this is what I'm all right, here we go. I'm about to get to it. All right. One moment. Where is it at? Okay, here. Okay, so I have this text, and it says there's an analysis suggests that Lindendorf. You ever heard of Lindendorf?
Yeah, I think it sounds familiar for sure.
Okay, so Lindendorf selected Hitler. According to this paper I have, it says selected Hitler to destroy German people. If this is correct, it was the second time he used a messianic leader to destroy a nation. Lindendorf was the individual who sent Lenin to Russia. So we got this Lindendorf who selected Hitler to destroy Germany, and he sent Lenin to Russia. Lindendorf agreed to send the Bolsheviks into Switzerland by train through Germany, to where they would then travel to Russia via Sweden. Lenin, however, still took some convincing, insisting that he be sent on a sealed train. Lenin ultimately agreed on 31st March and departed to Switzerland on 8 April 1917. So I'm going to drop that link in the chat here, and people can check this out for themselves. I have other material that sort of implicates both the Bolshevik movement and the Nazis as being a part of the same Masonic sort of dialectic. And in fact, the swastika was used by the this is a trip now. There's a book on this by a guy. I'll pull up the book right now. Let me see if I can get it. Okay, so it's called The Ritual of the Operative Freemasons by Thomas Carr. So on the front cover is a swastika of that book. And so I'm going to explain this real quick on why I think these guys are a part of like a false dialectic. And I'm talking about Andrew Wilson and Jay Dyer, and I think they're all some form of Freemasonic revolutionaries that have been set up by some form of intelligence agencies within the Orthodox Church to sort of be a controlled opposition within America for the goals of this revolutionary movement. So this was a thing. Okay, so Blavatsky was a Freemason. Freemason's Nazi project began with his promotion of the famous mystic Helene Blavatsky. Developing a reliable account of Blavatsky's early life is impossible because she seems to have deliberately provided contradictory accounts and falsifications about her past. Furthermore, a few of her own writings before 1873 have survived, meaning that biographies must rely heavily on later accounts. The accounts of her early life provided her family members having been considered dubious biographies. Based solely upon this analysis, Blavatsky's claims to have been in Tibet as a youth. Okay, I'm going to skip all this. This isn't, this is where I'm getting at. Okay. All right. Okay. Here it is. Blavatsky was a Mason who also initiated the Satanist. Blavatsky was a Mason. John Yarker, who also initiated the Satanist Aleister made Blavatsky a brother of the adoptive rite of Freemasonry. Blavatsky's Masonic diploma was signed by Yarker and reads, quote, "We, the thrice illustrious sovereign Grand Master Generals, do declare and proclaim our illustrious enlightened brother H.P. Blavatsky to be an apprentice, companion, perfect mistress, sublime elect Scotch lady, grand elect, something D. Rose Croaks, Adonite mistress, perfect venerable mistress, and a crown princess of the right of adoption." The other founders of the Theosophical Society were Freemasons. To begin to understand Freemasons' connection to Nazism, it is necessary to recognize that the Theosophical Society was an annex of it. This is shown by the fact that, like Blavatsky, the other co-founders were also either overt Masons or direct connection to the organization. On 7 September 1875, George H. Felt gave a talk at Helena Blavatsky's parlor in New York. He spoke about the elemental spirits of the Egyptian temple mysteries, which he claimed to have subjugated, tested, and found efficacious. The assembled audience was so impressed with the importance of this work that they agreed to form a new fellowship, which would become known the Theosophical Society. Okay, so that's Esoteric World of Madame Blavatsky, Chapter 6. Felt was a versatile scientist, engineer. So Felt was a versatile scientist, engineer, and inventor, and was a member of a Masonic lodge. Okay, they got a link here. This is the link I sent in the chat, by the way. Felt genealogy. Henry Still Olcott was a co-founder, became the first president of the Theosophical Society in 1859. While reporting the hanging of John Brown, the abolitionist, for the Tribune, Olcott was arrested as a spy and condemned to death. However, he was released upon his appeal to the captors under the seal of a confidence of a Freemason. Okay, we got Charles Sotheran, another co-founder of the initiated as a Freemason on April 8th, 1872, in the United Grand Lodge of England. Sotheran was also active in the English Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross and in the Egyptian Rite Masonry. William Q. Judge, another individual present at the seminal meeting, was the son of Frederick Judge, a well-known Freemason. The term theosophy, so all these theosophists were Masons. Okay. The term theosophist came from the Greek theos, God, and Sophia, quote, wisdom, thus meaning, quote, God wisdom or divine wisdom. It should be noted that one mystery this analysis clarifies is theosophy itself, its spiritual system, is so ridiculous that it begs the question as to why it was invented, let alone popularized. However, once it is recognized that a group was organized for political purposes, the mumbo jumbo is explained. In addition to Blavatsky, Garibaldi also brought to England a new version of Freemasonry called the Ancient and Primitive Rite of Memphis Mizraim, sometimes known as Egyptian Freemasonry. Garibaldi was the Grand Hierophant or leader of the order. After his death, above-mentioned John Yarker was named Grand Hierophant in 1902. The philosophy present by Memphis Mizraim was the basis for much of Blavatsky's secret doctrine, which Dieter, is that how you say that? Dieter Eckhart?
Yeah.
Okay. Claims somehow inspired Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, Dietrich Eckhart. Yeah.
Dieter. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, he said he like wrote the music that Hitler danced to. It was like, he's like the Thule Society.
Oh wow. And so I'm looking at this, dude. These people are definitely into this thing, right? Like that. I'm not tripping. It's gotta be, right? Like, I don't know. That rally would like Nick. I'm not trying to get you to say it, but I don't know. Sorry. Okay, the Theosophical Society on the Rite of Memphis Mizraim has subsequently overlapped membership. For example, Mr. Reginald G. Macbin, the British ambassador to Palermo and a member of the Theosophical Society, was elected Grand Master of the Rite of Memphis Mizraim in Italy in 1921. The rite went dormant again in 1925 because of the opposition by Mussolini government, but Macbin issued a charter to 5 prominent Masons who were both members of the Memphis Mizraim Rite and the Theosophical Society. We got James Ingle Wedgwood, England; Charles Webster Leadbeater, Australia; George Arundel, England; G something, crazy man, Oscar Colostrom, Australia. Okay, so he's got a history of Memphis, Mizraim and Memphis there. Okay, the Nazi used the swastika came from the Theosophical Society. Blavatsky used the swastika to represent her organization. She wrote, "Few word symbols are more pregnant with a real occult meaning than the swastika. It is symbolized by the figure 6, for like the figure it points in its concrete imagery as a ideograph of the number das to the zenith and dir to the north, the south, the west, and east. One finds the unit everywhere, and that unit reflected in all and every unit is the emblem of the active of Fohat, of the continual revolution of the wheels of the 4 elements of the sacred 4, and their mystical and not alone in their cosmic meaning. Further, its 4 arms bend at the right angles are intimately related, as shown elsewhere, to the Pythagorean or Hermetic scales. One initiated into the mysteries of the meaning of the swastika, say the commentaries, can, quote, trace on it with the mathematical precision the evolution of the cosmos and the whole period of Sandhya. Sandhya. The Secret Doctrine, H.P. Blavatsky, Volume 2, Theosophy Company, Los Angeles, page 587. In fact, Blavatsky's bizarre understanding of the swastika seems to be deliberately to misdirect from one important fact. Given her connections to Freemasonry, it is dubious that Blavatsky was unaware that the swastika was the primary symbol of operative Freemasonry. Though seemingly trivial, her failure to mention Freemasons' use of swastika is important. It is an example of the use of the mysticism to camouflage Theosophy's connection back to Freemasonry. Moreover, based upon this analysis, the Nazis' use of the symbol was chosen to cryptically indicate who was really in control of the organization. Thomas Carr wrote, quote, Among operative Freemasons, candidates are taken into a vault under the Grand Lodge room, and from the darkness look up to the center of its roof. There sees a large letter G, from which a plumb line is suspended, which hangs down into the chambers in which he is placed. He is told that this plumb line comes down from the pole star, and that the swastika is its symbol. The swastika is depicted on a sacred pedestal in front of him. When an operative lodge is opened in the VIP, each one of the Grand Masters puts his quote square together with the square of the volume of the sacred law in such a way as to form a swastika, which is much venerated symbol among operative Freemasons and is held to represent El Shaddai, or the Most High himself. That's from Thomas Carr, The Rituals of Operative Freemasons. And in the link, okay, to the article I'm reading from, there's a link to Thomas Carr's book, if I'm not mistaken, and you can get a digital copy of it. I've been reading it. So what do you think so far, man, about this little?
Yeah, I mean, part of the allure of Blavatsky was that she was claiming that the Memphis Mizraim tradition was actually based on Oriental Kabbalah that came from the East, right? This is why she moved her headquarters to Madras, India. But the traditions that she incorporated, right, part of Tantric, Buddhism, Vajrayana, the Kala Chakra practices, right, they're observed in Tibetan Buddhism, right? And they also have the swastika there, right, in the bone tradition of the Tibetan Buddhists, right? So what they're incorporating is the tantric traditions, right? Because the Buddhist monks, right, in Tibet, they believe in the divine feminine and stuff. So in the Kala Chakra, there's all this stuff about these tantric rituals, and some of them are pretty obscene. We've been talking about it on the show. I won't repeat them here for your audience, but yeah, they're pretty obscene rituals.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah, it's like sex magic or whatever.
Right, right. Which Crowley was a huge proponent of, and that makes sense because you know, the Blavatsky we pushing it. If they got the same guy that brought him in, to and help them establish Theosophy or whatever it is, whatever the guy's name's in the article. So
this is late tantric traditions in Buddhism called the Vajrayana or the Kala Chakra
or something, right?
Yep. Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
So this is the strange aspect of it. I know, like, Dugan has come out and sort of like been open about his occult practices and sort of being a Rosicrucian of some sense. That's what I understand about him, right? And if he's in connection with, Dyer, who's what, Frankfurt School, he was trained in that, I think, right?
Yeah, this is what he said. Yeah. Yeah, he said he was trained in Marxist theory. I think he said like something about like they're connected to Habermas or something like that. I don't know. Could be wrong about that. Gary Habermas, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think the reality of it is that I don't see any other way around it because, I look at the Moscow Patriarchate and the whole entire structure of their military cathedral is designed like a Rosicrucian cross with a rose in the middle. And if you look at a sky view of it, it's designed like the Rosicrucian cross. Okay. There's a book called The Path to Ecumenism. I think that's what it's called. And it goes over the Rosicrucian sort of revolution in Russia, where everybody wanted to be a Rosicrucian. Jason, the Rokor MP, anytime anybody brings up anything dealing with, the Catacomb Church or the True Orthodox, he seems to shut that down. I want to know why, I guess. And another thing is, why is it always this sort of like nationalistic, plot? Why are you at like the, trying to get crowds to do something stupid with InfoWars? What's going on with that? Why is there people with neo-Nazi black suns following you and reposting your content, and they're acting as if they're Orthodox Christians?
Actually, there's a show by Bill Cooper on the Hour of the Time, one of the most famous broadcasts, in conspiracy history. Basically, popularized the term Illuminati and all this stuff. So basically, he had a show, 2 shows called Alex Jones Exposed, in which he said he was inciting race riots. And this is after the Rodney King beating. Right. So he actually accused Alex Jones of rigging his media coverage and releasing disinformation to try to cause and incite riots.
Yeah. Well, we're watching that in real time right now. They're taking the Charlie Kirk assassination and they're using it as a means to incite a race war. Right. And what's sick is that, it's like you've infiltrated the Orthodox Church. You obviously hate Christianity. That's what I'm getting out of this. That you hate Christianity so much that you want to take the youth that are converting to Orthodoxy and then push them into these extreme ideologies. I mean, it's sick. What is that? Why? I don't know. So, oh wow, I just lost my page. No. Oh wow. I can't believe I just did that. What's happening to me, man? How'd I do that? Okay.
Yeah. But while you find it, I guess.
Yeah, run it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an extremely weird situation. Right?
Yeah, I'm going to go to this page right now, actually, since I can't find that because I just lost it. I mean, well, I really didn't lose it because it's in the chat. I could just go there with it. So, let's see. Oh, look at this. Alex Jones. This is reposted from him one day ago. Jay Dyer, the Charlie Kirk assassination is a high-profile event, and Christian nationalism as a reaction. What? Can you just say the plan out even louder? Crazy, dude. Okay, so this is the other aspect I have here that I was going to cover. This is a quote from Father Seraphim Rose. I'll just go ahead and say it. The whole idea of the New Age, of course, penetrates every fiber of the last 2 centuries, where their preoccupation with, quote, progress is the key idea. The very concept of revolution, from French to Bolshevik, is a central idea of modern occultism. Visible on the popular level is today's talk of the age of Aquarius, the astrological post-Christian age, and has owned its spread probably chiefly to Freemasonry. There's a Scottish Rite publication in America called New Age. I regret to say that the whole philosophy is also present in the American dollar bill, which with its Masonic heritage, with its, quote, Novus Ordo Seclorum, and its unfinished pyramid awaiting the 13th stone on top. In Christian terms, it is the philosophy of Antichrist, the one who will turn the world upside down and, quote, change times and seasons. Indeed, even the calendar is involved. For the most thorough revolutions, the French and Bolshevik tried and failed and had to be satisfied with the compromise of the Gregorian calendar. To introduce new calendars, the Pope and the Athenagoras have already expressed themselves as for the new, quote, universal calendar. And the whole concept of ecumenism, of course, is permeated with this heresy and the, quote, refounding of the church. Okay, so we got the refounding of the church. We're talking about that. That's part of this whole New Age movement that was being implemented by Freemasons who ascended the hierarchies of historical Orthodox churches. So I'm going to say this. Okay, so about that calendar change, and notice they always attack the new calendars, and I mean the old calendars, and call us schismatics, all these things. Why is that? Okay, so we got to go back to the calendar change, the beginning of that. What's that about? I think this is why these talking heads do this. Is that the change of the old calendar was prepared and imposed upon the Greek people by certified Freemasons Chrysostom Papadopoulos, Metropolitan of Athens, and Meletius Poltekis, Patriarch of Constantinople, in cooperation with the military coup of Plasterius Gonatas without the assent of the other Orthodox churches. In the 16th century, when Pope Gregory instituted a new calendar, he wrote to the Orthodox to encourage them to accept it. They refused and condemned the calendar on 3 separate occasions. One of these Orthodox councils resulted in a document called the Sigillion of 1583, and which condemned the new calendar as incompatible with the Orthodox faith. We got Saint Seraphim of Sophia. He says, ultimately, when dealing with the ecumenical question, we must recognize that going back to the very origin of ecumenism, there stands before us not only the age-old enemies of our Orthodox Church, but the father of lies and ruin himself, the devil. In former centuries, he sought to destroy the Holy Church by exalting her with all sorts of heresies, specifically by trying to mix Orthodox with heretics. And he is doing this now by using ecumenism and its inexhaustible Masonic capital. The reality is all these guys are into Masonry. So that's where I'm at with it. Can I prove it definitively? Probably not, but I can say, like, well, do you remember the co-host name of InfoWars Machine? The one that
talking about Owen Schroeder?
Is that who it is? The one that came out and admitted he was a Mason?
I don't know, but I know like Roger Stone and Steve Bannon pretty much have admitted to such things. I mean, like Roger Stone said he carries a Zohar in his pocket. He has like a pocket Zohar.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then Steve Bannon is very, very pro-Israel. So a lot of people that he's had hosting events on his show. I think Steve Bannon hosted a show on InfoWars called The War Room with Steve Bannon.
Yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure when I was watching, I seen Roger Stone had a segment on there too. Back in the day. So I mean, I've watched it here and there just to see the optics. And so he's had some pretty interesting characters on there. Israel Firsters, right? A lot of them.
Yeah, that's crazy. So he's got a bunch of Zionists on there. I know that the Southern Israelite guy says they won't cover the Mennonites of Malta for some reason.
Like just to show you guys one of the examples, right? He used to blame Israel for 9/11. And then he switched around and said it's the Chicans and the Saudis working together. So he totally did an about face. He also did an about face on Putin. Okay, he said Putin was like the devil back in the day, right? And then today he says he's like one of the good guys or something like that, right? So he does a 180 on all these different, on his position, right?
Right. And if you know anything about, Putin, and I've got a short on here, the Chabadniks are saying he's their guy, like he's one of them. These are Zionists. This is like a Zionist weird messianic cult. Like, big into the Kabbalah. I have I pretty much think that they were involved with the Rothschilds in the Russia situation in 1917, and had the Tsar overthrown, and then implemented the provisional government, the Masonic provisional government, and then set up Lenin, this Lindendorf guy supposedly put Hitler and Lenin in place. So
yeah, that's a bomb drop.
yeah, I think that's really what it's all culminating to, is like whoever these guys are supposedly pitting each other, like they're against each other and all that. No, that's not the case. I'm going to go to this quote from Plantinov.
Yeah, even this guy Hjalmar Schacht, right, who was like the president of the bank, right, where he funded Hitler, and he was basically like a J-ish Freemason.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's like numerous connections like that. So I mean, to even act as if it's like this black and white thing where they actually weren't. You know what? I'm gonna go to this Pike quote, dude, to Mazzini. Have you seen this quote before? It's crazy, dude. And now
Mazzini, Mazzini and Garibaldi, as you read earlier, they were connected to Blavatsky.
Right. This is a Giuseppe Mazzini. Okay, now Giuseppe Mazzini, this guy, this is a trip. Now, I've had Templars come at me for this letter, literally. Like, they've come to me trying to refute this letter and say it doesn't exist and gaslight. And they've made like full-on web pages, like trying to refute this thing. You know what I mean? Like, so obviously they're very sensitive about this. So I'm going to read this letter. It says, Albert Pike's letter to Mazzini. Okay, so we got the following is a letter that speculation claimed that Albert Pike wrote to Giuseppe Mazzini in 1871 regarding a conspiracy involving 3 world wars that were planned in an attempt to take over the world. The Pike letter, I'm not going to say this is real or not. I don't know, but it sure does sound like it. The Pike letter to Giuseppe Mazzini was on display in the British Museum Library in London until 1977. This letter has been claimed by many internet sites to reside in the British Library in London, which denies the letter exists. Giuseppe Mazzini was an Italian revolutionary leader in the mid-1800s, as well as director of the Illuminati. We're talking about the Bavarian Illuminati, or a continuation of this. So it's not just some random conspiracy, I would say, if somebody's the leader of the Illuminati. So Albert Pike, historical Masonic figure, was a 33rd degree Freemason, occultist, Grand Master, and creator of the Southern jurisdiction of the Masonic Scottish Rite Order. Following are apparently extracts from a letter showing how 3 world wars have been planned for many generations. He said, quote, the First World War must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the czars in Russia, of making the country a fortress of atheistic communism. The divergence of cause by the agents of the Illuminati between the British and the Germanic empires will be used to foment this war. At the end of the war, communism will be built and used in order to destroy the other governments in order to weaken the religions. Okay, and then it goes on to say, and then the Second World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the difference between the fascists and the political Zionists. This war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and that political Zionism will be strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel and Palestine. During the Second World War, the international communism must become strong enough in order to balance Christendom, which would be then restrained and held in check until a time when we would need it for the final social cataclysm. Okay, so they're going to use Christendom for the final social cataclysm. How are they going to do that? Besides send the hierarchies of the churches. Okay. The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of differences caused by the agents of the Illuminati, quote, Illuminati, they say, between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and the political Zionists, the state of Israel, mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to a fight to the point of complete physical, moral, and spiritual and economic exhaustion. We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm, which in all its horrors will show clearly the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and the most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out in the public view. This manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time. So that's, their Luciferian New Age plan, in other words.
Yeah. Add to that, the Christians are nationalists and the Arabs are like, rich, like businessmen or some shit.
Right, and that's what they're talking about, right? It's like pitting those two ideologies.
Like there's a guy behind,
right,
the Christian Zionist.
Uh-huh.
Right, there's a guy behind the Islamist,
right,
jihadist, right, or whatever, that's funding them both,
right, to go at each other, or to pit people to go at each other. And on that point, some people might say, let's say, like, play devil's advocate on that point. It's like, well, what can you give an example of something like that ever happening? Yes, and this is that example. The Zionist.
Yeah, like when he said unleash the atheists and the nihilists, that's these guys. That's like the Jay Dyers and the people.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. And they are doing battle with the atheists, right? And they're the nihilist.
Yeah, nihilism versus atheism, or philosophy versus science, really.
Yeah.
And right, which represents both, because it's philosophical nihilism versus scientific atheism.
Exactly. Deistic nihilism. It's really what it's kind of becoming, isn't it? Something like that. But anyways, this is the quote. The Zionist leaders of the Western world saw Hitler's rise to power and the implementation of his bloodthirsty plans as an opportunity to unite the Jews in the struggle for the establishment of a Zionist state on the lands belonging to the Arab people. As early as the end of the 19th century, in the depths of the Jewish political sects, a bloodthirsty plan was hatched, according to which a significant part of the Jewish people became hostages in the hands of the Talmudic conspirators against humanity. Ordinary Jews were destined to play the role of material sacrificial meat in the struggle of the Zionist leaders for power over the world. At one of the Zionist meetings, it was bluntly stated, quote, "If our plans are not fulfilled by means of financial influence, then we must push our people to the greatest suffering in order to unite them." As the well-known Kabbalist M. Lightman later stated, quote, "Since our people are not very inclined to choose the path of the Torah, the Creator pushes us to accept this path through suffering. By sending us the Holocaust, He brought us back to Eretz Israel and gave us this land. On the basis of this ideology, the Zionist leaders decided to make Hitler their instrument for the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine. As German journalist G. Horn wrote, quote, The Zionists perceived the establishment of the Nazis in Germany not as a national catastrophe, but as a unique historical opportunity for the realization of Zionist intentions. As soon as the Zionists and the National Socialists elevated race and nation to the scales of all things, it was inevitable that a common bridge would arise between them. In 1963, the catalog of papers and microfilms of the documents of the Ministry Archives was published in the United States. Foreign Affairs of Germany, for which it followed that having come to power, the leadership of the Third Reich entered into a direct agreement with the Zionists. In his book, quote, The Other Side of the Coin, published in the United States, the Jewish public figure A. Lithenthal noted that, quote, in the first months of existence of Hitler's Germany, the Zionists were the only representatives of the Jews who dealt with the German authorities, and they used their position to discredit anti-Zionists and Jews who advocated assimilation. As a result, an agreement was reached between the Jewish agency and the Nazi authorities, who promised to help the immigration. This assistance was provided by the Gestapo and the SS on the initiative of one of the leaders of the Jewish agency, H. Arzenazarov. In 1933, a plan for the resettlement of the Jews from Germany to Palestine was approved in Berlin. The, quote, Palestine Bureau of the Zionist Colonization Trust is being formed. The Palestine, quote, Karen Gazod and Karen Hamzat D'Azriel, in which, in particular, one of the future founders of the State of Israel, Levi Eshkol, worked. Okay. So on a big point I'm going to make right now. This is from a German magazine, a Masonic magazine, called Die Behut. It says, without the German Reformation, no Freemasonry. Without 1517, no 1717. Therefore, we Masons may erect a memorial for him, Luther, as first ancestor of Freemasonry. Okay, so let's put this. What am I saying right here? Also, and most scholars believe that a Lutheran named Johannes Valentinus Andre authored the Rosicrucian Manifestos. He also admitted to have done so. So, well, I'm less commenting on the Protestant Reformation right now, but I'm trying to point out that German Masonry, considered. Okay, what am I saying? German Masonry considered the Kabbalah, as all Masonry is. I'm going to point this out. Kabbalah is used in very many of the higher degrees of Masonry, and entire Masonic teachings are based on its principles. Elsewhere, it is stated, an attentive study of the different Masonic degrees demonstrates the indisputed influence of Kabbalistic tradition on Freemasonry. So, the reality of the matter is, these are all Freemasons. We've already gone over this. So I think everybody gets what I'm saying. So it's a little hard to put together, but that was a jumbled mess. But I mean, it really is kind of hard to.
Yeah, one of the things I put together on my show was this whole idea of just how many things were going on in the late 1800s. Right? You got the you got the Industrial Revolution. You got Giuseppe Mazzini and the Young Italy. You got Blavatsky. Right? You got the American Civil War going on. Right? Okay. You got all this. You got Karl Marx, right? You got William James quoting Vivekananda.
Oh wow!
Right? You got so you have the battle between scientism and spiritualism. You have the entire idea of the World Zionist Congress in 1895. Right? You have the Theosophical Society. Right, which I already mentioned. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty interesting. The number of innovations that happened in the late 1800s, right? And all of them, you know, I mentioned how Darwin, Marx, Blavatsky, right? How all three of them talked about some idea of progress, right? How everything's going to get better and better, right? So it's kind of interesting. You know, they pointed to a world civilization even, you know, in a lot of ways.
Like this utopian, you know, everything's going to be pink lemonade coming out.
Yeah.
Oceans.
Yeah, like Marx was part of a utopian organization called League of the Just that talked about the kingdom of God. And of course, they had stolen this terminology from the Swedenborgs, right? And Kant and all these, people like Rudyard Kipling, and you know, they were all influenced by Swedenborg. You know, William Blake, number of people.
Right. So I have this book I found on the New Age, right? It's a very old book on the New Age movement. And let's see. We'll go to this chapter on globalism and the New Age movement. So I think this might, the big picture from the wrong angle, the straight answer on New Age globalism. I was reading a little bit of this last night, and I thought it was just pretty unreal. So it starts out with a quote from Bertrand Russell. I'm sure you've covered him on your show, right?
Oh, yes.
Russell, okay. So this is what Russell had to say. He says, science has made unrestricted national sovereignty incompatible with human survival. The only possibility now are world government or death. Okay, quote, unless the concept of planetary government is universally accepted, the human race must live with the perpetual threat of nuclear war, or extinction, rather. Letters to editor, Time. Quote, we have an obligation to expose and attack the world of the Bible worship, salvation, heaven and hell, and all the mystical deities. It's from a magazine, The Humanist. And here's another quote from John Denver, the singer and composer. He says, one of these days I'll be so complete I won't be human, I will be a god. So we see it even in music. John Denver, Bertrand Russell, a letter writer from Akron, Ohio, and the editor of The Humanist. What do they have in common? All have enthroned man at the center of existence, and all have concluded that the nationalistic sovereignty and patriotic pride are deadly foes to be extinguished. All ascribe to a form of political and social philosophy known as globalism. So this is the other side of the coin, I think. So there's those that want to bottle down into like these tribalistic ethnophilatism type thing where it's like a bad form of nationalism. Like being patriotic isn't necessarily evil, right? Like we could be, I don't know how to, I've kind of laid that out already. So I'm going to move forward. Delineating a term like globalism isn't easy. Definitions vary from one advocacy group to another, depending on whether their primacy allegiance is to scholarly interest or one world unity concepts, but all globalists have found the welcome mat out among New Agers. Despite their differences, globalists hold certain things in common. Ethnocentricity has to go. Believing that one cultural heritage is superior is a no-no. Quote, equivalency is the goal. The idea of all governments as well as all legal and economic systems diverse, identical international respect. Among globalist aspirations are abolition of the traditional family structure, which is a good thing, an international court of law to arbitrate the worldwide dispute, and a common economic structure. International laws would abolish war, hunger, and poverty. Extreme factions even suggest that children be produced by genetic control, with fertilization and gestation occurring outside the body. Most globalists favor unilateral disarmament. The New Age movement is a key to achieving these goals. Political practicalities are possible in any society only if a corresponding ideology provides philosophical support. New Age thinking furnishes globalism with an integrated value system drawn from various mystical religious traditions. New Age globalism would replace belief in a transcendent deity with reliance on man's inherent goodness and wisdom. To oversee this arrangement, a more liberally funded United Nations with greater powers of police enforcement would be established. Widespread injustice, nuclear arsenals and warheads in waiting, famine in measureless proportions, mankind on the edge of time, the ways the New Agers see our planet, a world inhabited by a dangerous species called man. What's to be done? The solution is supposedly simple: achieve a state of inner peace and reconcile differing political ideologies. Meditate, smile, be peaceful, become one with your adversaries. As Zen Master puts it this way: imagine yourself as swimming in a river, then imagine yourself as the river. Become the river to understand its perspective. Then imagine yourself as a Soviet, become the communist. A new understanding of political consciousness will overcome you. As each citizen of the planet follows, the world will become one. The organization Abound that seek to achieve these ends, Volunteers for Peace, Inc., sponsor their own Peace Corps that promote living and working in foreign countries. Citizens Exchange Council advocates exchange between Russians and Americans. World Peace University envisions a world where, quote, peace is in the way, where hunger no longer exists, and where individuals achieve their higher degree of personal fulfillment. New Age techniques to accomplish world peace range from so-called citizen summitry, quote, promoting international personal diplomacy, to visualization and affirmation methods which preserve peace by mentally creating a state of harmony. Some New Agers advocate peace tax fund bill by which Congress could mandate a taxpayer's rights to designate tax contributions for non-military purposes. Much New Age focuses on anti-nuclear interests, support establishment of nuclear-free zones where atomic weapons facilities, equipment supplies will be banned. Some even suggest the countries announce the right to be defended by nuclear weapons. Dr. F. Richard Snyder of the World Peace University says, quote, humankind in kinship with the earth is embarking on a historic journey that will lead to the highest peaks of consciousness, of the end of the survival as we know it. At the very moment, you and I, along with our fellow planetary travelers, have a common destiny in our hearts and minds. What is that destiny? Visualize a world in which there is no right or wrong, politically speaking. There is no other side, no enemy, no inevitability of war. The planet is one, and we are one with the planet. This physical reality becomes a political reality, and these aspirations can be achieved only when mankind acquires higher consciousness. This will be done by allowing the self-generating powers of love and hope to heal each other's inner self. Then the world will be healed. I think the goal to achieve this is to have all these people with these ideologies sort of like he was saying. I'm not saying this guy, but I'm saying, like Pike was saying, to destroy themselves, and then they can implement their Luciferian doctrine. At the end of 1986, it was the world of instant cooperation, known as the World Healing Meditation. In the summer of 1987, it was the Harmonic Convergence. These events attempted to draw together humanists, idealists, and the globalists under the banner of the New Age. The underlying concept was that 1% of the critical mass of the Earth's population gathering in harmony to produce a vibratory resonance would introduce a quantum leap forward in the movement towards world peace. Both events were billed as capable of inducing global unanimity, producing supernatural healings, and inaugurating a, quote, planetary Pentecost. A much heralded, quote, quantum leap was the next reported stage in the, quote, spiritual evolution towards reaching Godhead. The impetus for the December 31st, 1986 World Healing Meditation was a book entitled Practical Spirituality by John Rudolph Price. The author told of the communicating with ascending awakened one, a spirit entity who called himself Asher. In one encounter, Asher declared, quote, there will be a uniting of spiritually minded people on the planet through a particular vibration in the ethers. This fusion of energy will reach a peak in December 31st, 1986, and it will remove the threat of global war. Price may have gotten Asher's message, but the critics argue retrospectively that Asher must have misinformed the Iraqis, the Iranians, Palestinians, the Afghanis, and plus assorted terrorists. Okay, that was the response of people on this. And Asher's message reassured some of the frightened others, particularly those not enamored with New Age monologues. What did Asher mean when he warned that, quote, those individuals with lower vibratory rates will be removed during the next 2 decades? To Christians, it smacked of New Testament passages referring to the Antichrist. Asher was hardly encouraging when he declared, quote, those looking for a savior can find one in the mirror. That's a key concept too, this be your own savior thing. That's Vivekananda. He says that. He said the only savior you're going to find is like yourself reaching out in the dark or something, right? Okay, so the harmonic convergence of August 16th through 17th. You going to say something?
Oh, no, I was just going to talk about that idea of becoming conscious.
Yeah.
Right, where it's like you just become aware, so like just like a flip the switch, right, moment. And it's kind of like this idea about the global brain. Like you just kind of tune into it. And then, there's nothing that has to be done. Like, you just go into the Akashic records, as they say, right? So,
who was talking about that? The revolution will not be televised. That's what he's talking about.
That's Gil Scott Heron.
Yeah, Gil Scott. That's what he was talking about. That everybody would just flip. They would just change their minds out of nowhere.
Right.
I don't know if it's exactly what you're, going into the.
Yeah, that is what he's trying to say. Like,
yeah,
like these people are trying to say, like, oh yeah, you're just gonna like, turn it on and
Christ consciousness.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll be there, and everybody would just be, on the same vibration, man.
Yeah, that's actually Blavatsky's Messiah, right? It's
the Maitreya.
Yeah, the awakening of the Christ consciousness. Yeah, Maitreya. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, okay. So the Maitreya, yeah, I think he talks about that actually in this little book here. So he goes, global humanism and New Age globalists have created is probably the tenets of humanism, a man-centered, quote, religion. Humanism has drawn fire from Christian parents concerned about school textbooks and from television evangelists who see it as the enemy of Americanism and evangelism. A publication called The Humanist recently stated, quote, we would be particularly specific and energetic in attacking such quack millennialists as Billy Graham, such battle reactionaries as Pope Paul, because they represent the greatest anti-humanist aggregates in our society. Responding to assaults on humanism via religious right, humanists often allied themselves with atheists, secularists, civil libertarians because of their eclectic social vision. They also have found friends with the globalists and all those committed to the idea of planetary unity and custodianship of the Earth's monetary and environmental resources. Prominent New Ager Dr. Robert Mueller, former Secretary of the United Nations Economic and Social Council. So he's a prominent New Ager, and he's the former Secretary of the United Nations Economic and Social Council. Has said, quote, humanity is evolving towards a whole coherent global form, best described by a metaphor of the human brain. Each person, young or old, able-bodied or handicapped, is an important neuron in the emerging planetary brain that is constituted by the meridian network among people. Such views represent an incredible shift in the thinking of Western civilization. For several centuries, a theocentric worldview has dominated nations of the first world. Now, an anthropocentric perception of society is gaining precedence. The earth itself is seen as a kind of living organism, demanding globalists and New Agers to oppose the industrial, developed, and nuclear power. Traditional concept of God have no place on the agenda of globalists. Humanist Manifesto 2 states, quote, as non-theists, we begin with humans, not God, nature, not deity. No deity will save us. We must save ourselves. This fits well into the framework of New Age ideology. Since man is perceived as a god who is capable of saving himself, likewise, the humanist condemns diversity of worship of an impediment to progress. In fact, humanists believe all religions are a disservice to the human species. Since the New Age movement wants to synthesize all religious doctrines into a eclectic system, old orders of religion would be abolished and replaced with a globalist set of beliefs acceptable to both humanists and New Agers. Global pantheism. Globalists have also advanced the idea of universal interdependence, in which God and nature are fused into one. The groves may no longer be worshipped, but the hills and trees are revered, re-sacralized, as the New Agers put it, to the extent that man is no longer a unique moral creature. Today, a merged perception of God's being and man's existence dominates Western thought, closely resembling Hinduism. God is seen as being at one with and pervasive in all matter. Thus, moral objectives are measured by their contribution to cosmological oneness, not personal moral accountability to transcendent creator. And if God is not out there looking down on each person's moral conduct, then right is what each part of the one perceives right to be. Interdependence is a commonly heard term among globalists and New Agers. In fact, globalists have drafted what they call a, quote, declaration of interdependence, whose stated purpose is as follows, quote, to establish a new world order of compassion, peace, justice, and security. It is essential that mankind free itself from the limitations of national prejudice and acknowledge that the forces that unite it are incomparably deeper than those that divide it. The futurists, the architects, and the inventor, Buckminster Fuller said, quote, cosmic evolution is irrevocably intent upon completely transforming differently competing entities into a completely integrated, comprehensive, considerate, harmoniously whole. Ugh, that was a lot. New Age proponent Benjamin Creme, a founder and father of the New Age movement, pushes through the Terra Foundation of a periodical called Share International, claiming to receive directives from a spiritual master known as Maitreya. Is that how you say it? How did you say it again?
Maitreya.
Maitreya. Okay. Maitreya. There we go. So we got Benjamin Creme. If you know anything, Father Seraphim Rose, or Saint Seraphim Rose, rather, in his book Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future, he mentioned Benjamin Creme, if I'm not mistaken. So, Creme promotes unselfish allotments of all national resources as the only way to solve starvation. Globalism's social agenda is guided by several presuppositions that are highly amenable to the New Age movement. First, the entire planet Earth, including its oceans and biosphere, is seen as the common property of mankind because
Jumbo Buffalo jets, refrigerator Perry goons buried one in your neck. The cemetery drape closing like the window of death. My candle mass visionaries turn crimson the first breath. Black metal like Fog Home taking his first steps. My blood is as pure as a sidewalk, it's my first death. We break day and spit out flesh like death hippies. Rock the same lamb corp I used on Sharon when she was still pretty. I'm all bound from Crenshaw, the guy Brewer. I rest in the sewer, shooting magazines in my veins, that Mac 10 abuser. You'll never make it to the first 48. Brains losing while my cable got dinner plates. Making necklaces from cerebral hemorrhages. Place medicine, mortician approved for the usage of ketamine. Lucifer's truth, rabbi and crack sales in 6 figures. I'm big business, I'm the flesh you in 6 minutes. Raise the beast, together we could poison the city. An eye for an eye, and match you the bundle of quick 60. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. An eye for an eye, and match you the bundle of quick 60. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings. I like to poison people with gas and anthrax for the harbor. Called Superstar, I'm in the car with Shoko Osama. Pure Armageddon, got that ski mask with the llama. Call me the River's Edge, I sell more mess than Dennis Hopper. We got them droppers and poppers, a mafia doctrine. Hebrew acid test, I'm bonkers, yo, I got them suboxones. Except for you guys, I'm guttural, my legacy's wild. You trying to hustle with that B-work for 17.5. Technologically advanced, the serum is major. Got them 80s motherfuckers for fiends like James Spader. My T-U-N-E slave trade, get me that paper. Plus the AR-5 is thrash metal with the vapors. Pagan altar, a city of the infected. I'm the final exit, I speak for the dying and disconnected. Crime connects, stamp on the bag is well respected. Any motherfucker stopping my fetish to get their neck split. Praise the beast, together we can poison the city. An eye for an eye, and match you the bundle of quick 60. Praise the beast, together we can poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings. Praise the beast, together we can poison the city. An eye for an eye, and match you the bundle of quick 60. Praise the beast, together we can poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings. Stop for Christ, too much posse bundles, I know Poppy. Black angels on the bed, dummies falling out. This goes a fortune cookie, break it open, read your thoughts, I'm out. Leave a pretty cost like a pound, suck them out through a blouse. I put the stick through her head, then place it on the couch. Polaroids like G. Simmons, but my bitch is dead. Fatal portraits of natural blondes with missing heads. I stopped dating, my new addiction is chicks with dreads. Not cause they're hot, cause the scalp bubbles, my hair with lead. I leave a kitchen red, sophisticated killer net. Looking through green onions, blood seeping your silhouette. Mausoleum sports, sipping like Capri Sun. Dissection shirt that decomposes when D's come. Bitches say I'm self-absorbed, I need oven clean muscle loader. I call it lunch meat, what it do to vegans? Motherfucking brain still like pulled pork. A true sport, king of the landfills in New York. My goon sick, half crooks, half detergent. The 666, half crooks, half perversion. Street vermin, king of Akavon, burn churches. I love bitches in white, that's why I burn nurses. I'm moving coke and nerve balls like I'm Larry Flynn. Death proof, bloody partition windows on how you win. This is Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid-coke, sell it. Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid-coke, sell it. Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid-coke, sell it. Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, the Mexican beheaded. The Forbes killer top 10, give a coffin face. I'm never photogenic, gonna leave you my Jordan 8s. Poster boy, terror wave, Oklahoma City. My reputation for car bombs is Frank Nitty. Watching the ozone burns ever in slow-mo. Celebrity run, Travolta caught and killed Charles Bono. Putrefaction ceremony, blaze purple wizard. The light bearer inverted to any Christian image. League ambassador, here to get the Martians wet. Bagel stores and prostitution rigs like a martyr's rep. I'll carve your neck, cartridge catch, I'm the art of death. I'm Chris Farley, shirt open, on the carpet wet. You cast a sidle bounce, liable to tell the knocks I'm blessed. Either that or check in my freezer and see the carcass left. The mark of the tech, leave corners of flesh, should be dodging the vest. My reputation is carving this fucking best. Supermarket fresh covers, lay your body limp. Rabbis put makeup on your face with a shotty hit. Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children that do dope lords, acid coke, sell it. Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children that do dope lords, acid coke, sell it. Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children that do dope lords, acid coke, sell it. Oratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children that do dope lords, the Mexican beheaded.
Well, Machine Lies, how's it going, man? How's it going, bro? Good to see you.
Shit, I haven't seen Machine Lies in a long time.
Oh, since you were dead.
No, way before that. Probably about like crap 6 months to a year before that.
I mean, I've never asked about this because, yeah. But can you just give me the synopsis of what happened with that?
With what?
As a noob, that whole situation.
What situation?
Real quick. People thought you were dead and you weren't.
Oh,
dead.
I got reposted to China, right? And I guess apparently everybody, okay, somebody, okay, so I got posted to China.
By who?
Do what?
Who did you get posted to China by?
State Department.
Okay, yeah.
So, anyways, somebody.
Wait. That's why you were like, "Fuck you," calling me not fuck you, but you're like, Clay calling me a spook. I ain't no FBI.
Oh yeah, well, so spook is more like CIA or at least some type of intelligence.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. So go ahead. So you said you got.
I don't really like them because they're odd and you can never pick them out anyway. Like, they're just different. They're just built different.
Yeah. So you got reposted to China. People hadn't heard from you, so they thought you were dead.
No. So basically, they ended up issuing a death certificate. Like, they did all kinds of weird shit. Then they told my mom I was dead. They told my wife I was dead.
You're doing some secret
because
shit,
they had to basically something about a like a record search. So like if you go into a country, they'll end up doing like basically all kinds of weird background checks. So if they don't want, there's a couple countries that are a little oddball that you kind of don't want to cross. China, Russia, Iran, Cuba might be the same. I don't know about Cuba. It's a weird thing that I don't know anything about. But anyways, they don't want to like, it's a case that they ever fingerprint you and all that stuff, that you want all of those records to come back to either non-existent, broken, whatever the hell they can come up with. To my best of my knowledge, China's never had. I've never been to China before. So, anyways, it's like a kind of like a background check kind of thing. So they don't like all that bullshit and they want it to go away.
Not a big deal. But then I guess some people in the panelverse ran with that.
Yeah, how did that come to the panelverse? How did the panel find out you had passed?
I believe my mother contacted, and I believe it was Resla to start. But
yeah,
as
it's
mom
like
was,
like 50% of the panelverse is in the military or like former military or whatever. It's fucking weird. Yep.
What I ended up finding out. Okay, so like I keep notes on people, and it's usually like could be like a birthday, could be like depends on what stands out about that person, right? Like it could be
Is that for work or for a personal
No.
mix?
It's just when you talk to people and you learn stuff, you're like, wow, this is kind of surprising kind of thing. Well, as mom started, I guess, digging around and found out, oh, well, he does this. She was already going batshit crazy. And I guess to her, she was looking for something to, I don't know, like, I didn't hang out with my mom on YouTube, right? It was something that I guess maybe she didn't know about and was curious, or like a last ditch connection thing. I have no idea.
Did your mom really think you were dead though?
Yes, and quite pissed off when I see now. I didn't like show up at the door. I think they gave her like about a 48 hour. It gave her about a 2-day notice before I ended up coming back home.
No flag at her doorstep.
No, nothing like that. No, they don't do that. That's not us. They gave a two-day notice. About 2 days before I showed up, they actually ended up telling her this and that, and when I would be home. And yeah, I'm glad, because I got it bad from her. I got it worse from the wife, but I think it would have probably been worse had they not said something.
Now I'm glad that doesn't sound like the mother you're talking about. It's not like a code name for one of your like superiors or something.
Oh yeah, like a handler. No. It really is my
grandma.
mom. Yeah, she really was. Fucking pissed.
I mean, people think they're lying and all that. And hey, my thing is like, until I'm proven otherwise, I'll rock with your story.
Well, it's funny you ask, because I have asked for evidence. I've asked for his email address to his work email address. I've asked for the phone number to his local office.
This woman flat out asked for my fucking work ID.
Yeah, just to verify the story, because it's such an unbelievable story, but he hasn't offered any of that.
Damn.
Well, I give you a death certificate, right? But what does that matter, right? Like, you could print these out.
Right. But if you gave me the local phone number, or if I got an email from your work, I would know that it was true, and it would be easy. But for whatever reason.
So you're, hold up. Think about that for a minute. You're going to call up the State Department and ask them what?
I'm going to ask them to verify if this is a standard procedure that they do to people.
If they do to... Yeah. You could start asking the government stupid questions like that.
Yeah, and I would ask if you work there, or you could just send me your email address.
I don't know.
Or I would ask to speak to you.
I don't think they, well, they would, they're not going to, well, I guess maybe they could reroute it, right? But they don't make it a habit of telling people who works for them. It's like calling up, let's just say like you're going to call up the Department of Defense, right? And then ask for some specific soldier. They're going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's such an unbelievable story. And it's like your character. Like, it makes me question you. Who are you really? Because then I think about the MK Ultra at the time that the government
MK Ultra.
Can you let me finish speaking, Josh? I would think a man of the State Department knew how to have a conversation.
No,
because
and so it makes skipping ahead, just like you did that whole rant before, right? Are you still in your
like that? Still come in and try to dissuade and try to fit in to only do things. I'm not even addressing you. I'm addressing something else, and you for somehow.
What's the deal with the MK Ultra thing?
So they would send in agents to come in and to mingle amongst the hippies and to become one of them, and then to get information and stuff. So
I think you're confusing MK Ultra with COINTELPRO or whatever.
Yeah,
I think it's like related.
MK Ultra, they drug the living shit out of people. That was
right. But they would pretend to be something they weren't.
Cynthia,
agents
let's
pretend.
We'll hand it over to Machine Lies with that. So build off what Cynthia says and what you were saying, Machine.
Oh, just saying that the procedure where they were, drugging people, and they, purchased a bunch of LSD from the Eli Lilly company, and right, that was different from when
the other one. Okay, I'm sorry, you got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's different from when they infiltrated the countercultural movement and the Black Panthers and all that type of stuff, and the Weather Underground and all that stuff. That's COINTELPRO.
Okay,
I see. Okay.
Yeah,
Josh,
but it's similar. It's similar type of thing, though. She's right.
So it just makes me.
Did they drug the Black Panthers?
That was self-drugging, probably with the crack epidemic.
Yeah, they introduced crack. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
Yeah. What does the State Department do though? Like some of the stuff in general. I know because remember we talked about. You actually gave me some good information about. If I had to get the fuck out of Taiwan, shit like that. But in terms of their duties on paper, what are they supposed to be doing?
So generally, it's the diplomacy branch of the executive branch. That's your starting point. The second point is citizen services. It's kind of like the public thing that they deal with. Then on top of that, it's like, think of the diplomacy branch. Think of that more like, okay, so an example would be like, if you're a U.S. citizen, you cannot go to another country and willy-nilly do business with whoever you want. It ain't like walking into a store or a mall, right? And you get to select what store you want to conduct business trade with. The vast majority, and I'm guessing 3/4 of all of the industries over there or out there are highly regulated. You as a U.S. citizen want to do business with another country, even if it's just a citizen. I'm not talking about their government, right? It will be required for you to ask permission. State Department deals with that.
Right. Okay.
The worst
like
part,
I was about to ask. I was like, at their worst, what do they do?
on top of that, they'll actually, I call it piggybacking. So let's say that you want to do business with fucking shoe factory or something, right? They might, generally it's the case that they want information, but they'll basically piggyback and then blackmail the process where you're going back and trying to negotiate like a business deal. They'll actually piggyback on top of it, tell you that they want access to something, and if you don't give it to them, they'll just deny you the permission. Real simple. It's kind of a dick move, but it's actually really, really common, especially in tech.
What would the department, you think, in terms of what a lot of us think that some agents are here doing their work? What departments would they be working for, you think?
Who?
Under what act?
Doing what?
In general, I don't know. Like kind of like what our friends are saying down here. What they're saying about trying to infiltrate certain groups.
The State Department? Nah, not unless you're abroad.
Oh yeah. No, I'm saying like if it's not the State Department, what groups would be doing that?
Well, like infiltrating like local groups?
Or internet groups, for example.
Oh, fuck, man. That could be, it depends on what it is, right? So ATF will get involved just as much, like, think like Silk Road, right? Like if ATF was like a real big thing, hell, they'd be heavily involved in that just as much as the FBI. Everybody.
Well, here's the thing: is that the competence, the competency of the feds is like basically limited because they have to deal with all sorts of, private security firms. They have to deal with foreign agencies, corporate espionage. Right. And there's also like a bunch of secret organizations that are interrelated between these different groups. Right.
Yeah,
so it's like
the information,
they don't function alone. Right. They function like with the Mossad and other agencies. Right?
The problem is the information that's passed in between each branch, fucking nightmares, bureaucratic. It's slow as shit. And like it's real bad. It's real bad. They keep trying to centralize.
Like they don't necessarily, like the FBI and the CIA don't necessarily get along, as you said, or whatever.
Yeah.
They just don't communicate very well. Like that's the problem.
And let me bring it back to what we're talking about, because we can go on we have to do a whole another series of shows on that. The whole thing about why people don't care about people's feelings, and it seemed like people did care about your feelings, Josh, when they thought you were dead.
If I was dead, I wouldn't have feelings. I'm assuming, right? Unless you're a faith or something like that.
No. There was a lot of people, but I don't know. What do you think about this machine? This whole thing about, because I've been thinking about, there's a lot of people that are on this panel where they say I don't care about people's feelings.
They literally wouldn't be online, right?
Oh shit! Hear that? Is it?
Yeah.
It's disaster drill on my phone right now. Presidential alert. Earthquake. Holy shit!
Damn, y'all still getting earthquakes and tsunamis over there?
Oh, yep, constantly.
Is it that season again?
No, it's almost done. It's almost done. September is usually when it's done. Not tsunamis, but typhoon, earthquake. August, September. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So, machine. So, what was that? All right.
I forget. What were you talking about?
About the feelings. A lot of people go around, and I had to ask Cynthia too. I didn't even ask her about like why I don't know. Maybe it bothers me a little bit when people say like I don't care about people's feelings.
Oh yeah, I said they wouldn't be
a little bit.
Yeah, I said they wouldn't be online, right?
Yeah.
So like the whole game, right? Because 90% of the online space is about talking about people talking, right? And it's about an emotional game, right? So they're talking about their emotions and how they feel about certain stuff. Right. So, most of the content, over 90% of the content is just that. Right. It's about people's feelings. Right. Like
it is.
Like I try to cancel that out as much as I can on the show where I'm like, all right, well, Don't tell me how you feel about this, right? Tell me, break down what you think is wrong with it, like an actual, facts and like, so
you do that, and it still bubbles over into that after a while, huh?
Yeah, because what they say, because what most people use as a kind of a dialectic, is feelings and logic, right? But I think they are interrelated in a way, right? Because the whole, like the whole logical game is about like the whole logical game is based on language, right? And logic needs language, right? So I'm trying to tease out that logic and feelings are part of the same map, right? So I think that there's a false dialectic between feelings and logic, right?
There you go. Cynthia
so.
and Josh, Josh and Cynthia. Yeah.
I care about people in general, but then there are just certain people, once you get to know them more and their character, I strictly care nothing about their feelings. And it's just a hard line you have to draw.
Yeah, it's like what Ortho was saying that earlier. He said, I love my tribe. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about anybody else.
To be fair, Cynthia has been accused on multiple occasions by multiple people of caring too much. He's one of those.
About what?
Caring too much.
Caring too much. Really, Cynthia?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
Well, you will never have to worry about that, Josh.
Gee, thanks. just what I wanted to do was be accepted by somebody on the internet.
So that would be an example of me not caring. I don't care how that came out. I don't care how he was affected, nor do I care how it made him look. That would be an example.
To me, but Josh, when you say that about the whole about like you care less basically about what somebody feels about you on the internet. But here's the thing. But what does that mean though if we spend most of your free time here? Work, I don't know, whatever.
The vast majority of the people that I generally connect with, obviously not on stream. On stream is kind of like whatever the topic is, and I'm weird about topics. So just whatever tickles my fancy that day, I guess. But the concept of the people that I'm attached to, usually very much behind the scenes.
Oh, I see. So you're saying still online, but just not on the live panels, for example.
Yeah. The people. On
I see. I see.
Most people they'll basically like they're looking at the panels as if it's some type of reality. Even if it's the case, there's people I dislike but love having weird conversations with, just generally because they hit topics that are, I don't know, to me are kind of confusing.
Cynthia, can you do that? Like if you just dislike someone, still have a conversation with them and find value out of it?
I've tried to disengage with them as much as possible unless I'm being rude, but it's like I can definitely sit on a panel with them.
Yeah. So GTG, that's me. Shut Up Buddha says, I agree with Flo's perspective that most creators and panel guests have a cluster B personalities. I heard him say that. What y'all think about that? Cluster B.
Probable.
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with the categorization there. I know Flo studies like interpersonal psychology or whatever, but I'm not really. I know Hank does too, but I'm not really that much into it.
Sounds like a mental disorder. It says a mental disorder characterized by dramatic, emotional, and erratic behavior.
It might be going a little bit far, but I mean that's a little overreach, but it still fits in there. The clusters is a multiple group. It actually fits, believe it or not. Right at the end of the day, there's the vast majority of global population. This is true both online and offline. People are really seeking to connect to other people. I kind of think we're, I don't know, apparently like feel alone most of the time. It's actually really hard to relate to other people.
Yeah, but then sometimes when you go on these panels and like for whatever reason you don't feel welcomed or you don't agree with or vibe with what they're talking about, you can be on a panel but still feel even more alone than if you weren't on the panel.
See, I don't know. I kind of,
you know about that.
I kind of enjoy that, right? So I work for This Might Be Risky for close to a little bit a year, right? Ended up building their entire system, or most of it, anyways. And I'd say a good like 30% of them are like, for a lack of a better definition, black supremacists. Hebrew Israelites, by definition, they're kind of like, black people are God's chosen people kind of thing.
Well,
So
yeah, there's
you get
different
shit on.
there's different subgenres of them. The real ones
Yeah.
are pretty much chill compared to the ones most people see.
They
But go ahead.
absolutely were not disrespectful, but there is always those sly comments that get through. But it is what it is. I actually kind of enjoy it.
Mhm.
It's fun figuring shit out.
Yeah. Hebrew Israelites. Yeah.
I actually like them. At least they stand on something.
Yeah.
Do they think you were dead too?
I don't know. The only thing that I know so far was Reese, or at least the only comment that I noticed was from Reese, and I had just gotten that today. He was asking questions from EAE.
Right, Crabs. EAE.
Trekkie. If you're in Discord, his name is Trekkie. If you're on any YouTube, it's
Oh, that's him. Yeah,
EAE.
same avatar. Same avatar. Yeah. Oh man, it's been away for. It was like I haven't streamed in a couple of weeks. It's only been like a week. I'm okay with not, because man, I can't even say what I want to say. I guess I feel like why am I in this? Why am I in this place? Sometimes it's like, but then I still like to watch.
Can we just be openly say I'm really curious, like what this thing is?
Yeah, it is weird, huh?
It's like walking into a strange house and all of the furniture looks like stuff you've never seen before. You're like, what the hell? How does this work? That kind of thing.
I don't know, man. What is the appeal to these spaces?
Just getting to meet different personalities and interact with each other.
Yeah, because I probably been doing this in real life too.
Like, I wouldn't normally talk to someone from Taiwan or Detroit,
right?
Or a piece of shit like Josh.
Hey, damn.
But here I have that opportunity. Unfortunately, Josh comes along with it. But other than that, I enjoy it.
You want to? Do you need to cry on my shoulder?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. See, you asked everybody else about that. How did other people feel? Right. I'm gonna say that the vast majority,
you too.
90% of people grifting for fucking attention. No, absolutely. I'm not saying you, Cynthia. I already know you've got a problem with the care too much. You actually get overly attached to people, right?
Oh, she's saying you. What do you think of that?
Pretending to be dead would be a way to grab attention. So it's interesting that you bring that up.
Yeah, I'll give you about 8 or 9 people out of several different groups, right? That if you ask me, probably were really attached. 3 of them I was definitely attached to. But the vast majority, like 90% of the people that within I guess all of the different spheres, if that's what you want to call them, grifting bastards looking for attention. Same way we do with any other topic.
Yeah. Do you find yourself in that way too at times? Do you find yourself doing that grifting for attention or just wanting attention? That's why you go
No. I really honestly want to understand this thing that just can't be understood. The more confusing a thing is, the more curious I tend to get about it. As soon as I learn something, I kind of lose interest in it pretty fast.
Yeah, I want to learn too. That's probably why, like, even in these streams, it's easy for me to, even as the host, to sit back and listen to you guys talk. But with that said, wouldn't you think though, if you do, because you seem to share a lot, express yourself a lot, that you express yourself more than you listen sometimes?
It's just shared experiences, and you happen to know that most people don't. Right? Okay. Machine here probably, I think, hit the nail on the head. Where the better question would generally be like, if you hear something. How do I explain this one? Like, somebody makes a claim, a moral claim, right? You naturally should ask yourself, like, why this moral claim? Why do you consider it to be good versus bad or something like that, right? He ain't wrong. It's almost always going to boil down to your feelings base, right? So I'm an atheist. I hang out with mostly Christians, right? And they have a moral stance now. And from looking at it from their perspective, their moral stances are, they feel some kind of way about God. Whereas I just look at it as, at best, a guidebook written by a bunch of old bastards a long time ago, probably effective, right? Yeah. But the lack of the feelings part, but at least there's some type of bridge there. But it would be the case that, well, no. So the feelings part would be that at some point in history, I believe it's a better society.
The feelings are the bridge. That's what Leah was saying in the chat earlier. Feelings are the bridge. I'm paraphrasing. Feelings are the bridge to spirituality.
Somebody's gonna have to go back and clip fucking Machine on there, because that was kind of more of a truism claim than I've heard in a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And while you clip that, remember, bro, and sisters and brothers, like donations are welcome.
I mean, when it comes to business and anything that's successful, a friend of mine the other day told me, he said, I don't know what it was, but someone was around and said, yeah, because money can't buy happiness. And he turned around and he said, no, money does buy happiness. You just got to give it away. That made all the sense in the world to me, because it's the truth.
Yeah, I've got some use out of Pitbull. He's right. Money.
Yeah.
Giving is nice.
Yeah, here's a legit statement from the Phaedrus of Plato, right? He says that basically logos is the chariot, is basically the charioteer, right? And the two things is dragging along, and steering, right, is the thumos and the eros. So logos steers thumos and eros, right? And these two things, thumos and eros. Thumos is the feeling one, but it's more like spiritedness or honor, right? Like honor is a non-somatic feeling, right, that you have, right, in defense of your country, in defense of your, your people or whatever. And it's not, no reason or logic goes with you trying to defend the people you love. It's just a instinctual response.
Yeah, except for we sit here and we literally try to fucking rationalize it, express it, and explain it away.
Of course we do. We try to do it
when I feel this kind of way, that kind of thing,
right? We try to do that, but baseline, there's nothing really to it, right?
Yeah, I tend to agree, but I think that's kind of like the more truism to this entire topic, right? Like that's probably the ultimate answer right there.
And shout out to Mood Mudcrab he's with the comment. Can I be kaiju? Yeah, that's like the Godzilla strange beasts from the darks.
The fuck is kaiju?
Yeah,
I was
wondering
Cthulhu's
that too.
cousin. It's like Cthulhu's cousin, baby. The old gods.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, causing all this weirdness out here in the South Pacific. Thanks a lot, Rude Mudcrab. Appreciate you, brother.
Mug Maxing.
Girl, we was just getting ready to get to the gay shit. Yo, can we unpack that Vegas night where y'all were in the club when y'all were hugging up on a train?
Is on deck. What's going on? Thank you, very generous crab. Appreciate you. Yeah. Y'all ever listen to those HP Lovecraft? Get into that stuff?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I follow. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I like it a lot. Yeah. I like it, especially when they're talking about old gods, the old gods, or the new, kind of like from that show. I'm really getting meta pop culture here. American Gods, where there's the new gods, like technology, consumerism.
Yeah,
and
he was
the
going
old
off
gods, the old gods.
Yeah, he was going off of the Quran when he says a lot of that stuff, because there's a lot of like terrifying, like
the
vocabulary in the
that.
Quran.
That was crazy. Yeah.
What the hell kind of question?
What's that? What question?
Somebody was asking how I can be atheist and Christian nationalist.
Oh yeah. My brother Shadow Buddha asked you.
God damn
my brother from another. He said, "How could you be an atheist and Christian nationalist? That doesn't make sense."
With this dude like 20 times, it's crazy.
Oh, okay. So Christian nationalism is more of a political perspective, I guess is a better way of putting it. And then
yeah, but they're still Christian, right?
Wait, I'm biased toward Christianity because it's just simply the culture I came from.
Got it.
The same argument could be made for Islam, right? Like if I was born in the Middle East, probably be that, and if I was atheist, right? But one is a political position, the other one is a religious position.
I see.
So I
like how he summed it up quick.
Yeah, I lack faith, therefore I'm atheist. I happen to agree with, to be fair, the more strict rules within the Mosaic law, preferably Leviticus. I really like that one. But
To be fair, that is what Christian nationalism is.
Yeah.
Like it's actually nothing more than a political project. That's why they agree with Protestants and Catholics, because there's not a theological issue, right? Like at all, I mean, pretty much.
Shout out to Pill Eater and Machine Lies and their work in Neurojack for sure on that.
Until somebody gains power, right? Then they'll fight amongst each other, but they have to get there first.
Mm-hmm. Cynthia, are you a Texas nationalist? No? Okay. Yeah.
No, they haven't seceded yet.
Yeah. They want to, though. Aren't there people? That's actually a serious thing, right? Cynthia, over there in Texas, some people want to do that, right?
Yes, they sure do.
Yeah. Because what is the status that Texas has that's different than the other states? Where they can even question, they even have the capability to do that.
Well,
it's different, right?
That state owns their own nukes. We're not talking about like fucking Fed nukes, right? That state literally owns their own nukes.
Josh, you know he was talking to me, right? They're like, so earlier when he asked, do you think that you're somebody that always seeks attention? I think
that's right.
Do you not
think I seek attention?
Absolutely. You have to involve yourself in every. You don't know how to listen. So do you see yourself that way?
Listen to what exactly?
To anybody else's opinion and give them an opportunity to talk.
Give me an
you always have to take over.
Give me an example.
Just now. Do you think that you're a person that always seeks attention?
Absolutely, hands down, the number one factor that gives Texas any type of leverage to even desire to be their own country is the fact it's one of the like 3 states that owns their own nukes. We don't even have countries out there that get to
wait. Did I press rewind on the stream or something?
No,
you just said that. That was awesome. Though. You just did that. You just pulled out. That was slick though. You did it like
no,
smooth.
It's weird.
That was awesome.
And it's in like I'm picking up Tommy vibes. Like you and Tommy and Imperious are in the same family.
Imperious about to say that he was in the chat earlier. No, I was gonna say, now that Josh needs someone to defend him, let me be a Johnny Cochran. I'll be like, it's not that Josh wants attention, it's just that when he expresses himself, he gets it, man.
Does he notice that he's always expressing himself and it lacks the ability to allow others to do it? And then with that knowledge, I now question this other story that he did. He works for the State Department. I now question the intelligence level that it takes to work at the State Department.
Holy shit. Yeah.
She questions. To be fair, she hangs around with conspiracy theorists like 90% of the time. Of course she questions everything. Isn't that what they do?
Whoa, what do you think, Machine?
I mean, that's wild to me. That's news to me. I never saw What's Up Cynthia as a sort of conspiracy person.
She's not.
She likes to ask questions. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Damn.
What type of art do you like, Josh?
Music, specifically and exclusively music.
What instruments do you play, Josh?
She look at this name.
I played as in past tense, the piano. Fuck you for making me say that.
Oh, you play piano? Oh, that's kind of I think you play the electric guitar, Josh.
That is
piano.
A man playing the piano is the most pussified thing you can do, unless you have like some fucking long ZZ Top beard or some shit, right?
Yeah, like Jerry Lee Lewis. That's really pussy. Who else? Fucking Ray Charles as pussy. Yeah. What are you talking about, dog?
Ray Charles. Okay, so everybody gives Ray Charles a pass because he's blind, right? But Lewis,
Stevie Wonder, he's blind too. Okay,
it's still pussy.
That's the thing, is that women will never be the true musicians. I think. I mean,
really? How's that?
What about like would we classify singers as musicians?
They'll always be better dancers. Right, so it is.
Yeah, their voices. Women, yeah. You think women will be? Yeah.
I think it's about the only time that we actually like wish to hear a woman make any noise.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far. That's kind of funny.
I'm saying it. What are we talking about,
dude? Tell me.
I don't know. I don't really listen to music like that.
Yeah, machine on some ethereal looking mixed with real life grit vibe or something. Equation. Yeah.
I like pop
experimental
art
shit.
and
Pop
surreal
art, yeah.
and surrealism.
Like what
Oh
again?
god. Pop art.
And surrealism.
What is
Great.
what is pop art?
Yeah, I like surrealism, but not pop
Like Andy
art.
Warhol.
I just something about the bright colors that just draws me. I recently took one of my daughters to a pop art exhibit at the museum, and do y'all know they just have TV guides from like 1992, like in the way they are in display as art now. It was wild to me to see that. I was like, "This is art? What?"
Can
somebody have all of those?
Can somebody put like a pop art thing on the screen so I can see what the hell that is? Because I have
no, you should Google it. You work at the state art department. You know how to do it.
First of all, I'm on my shitty ass phone, right? Like I start fucking tabbing around here, next thing you know, I'm disconnected.
Okay.
Here, like this, like I said, Andy Warhol,
Yeah,
or something like this. Look at, let me see,
the tomato can.
Yeah, I went to his museum in Pittsburgh. That's pretty awesome. Let's see.
Boy,
here we go.
Finds another good pop artist
Like this, type of stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
This is called pop art.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What were you about to say? What TML?
I was about to say. Okay,
no, I was just gonna respond to Markella, because I agree that women, they should definitely play musical instruments because it boosts your intelligence and all that type of stuff. But I think certain things, like how John Coltrane plays a saxophone, like a woman cannot do that. I don't think so. Women, right? I don't think they would have the lungs, for example, or so like things like that.
They can't hold their breath, and their gag reflexes just too horrible.
Well, I don't think like John Coltrane trained his gag reflex. Like that's kind of weird. I don't know what you talking about.
Exactly.
Well, I was just mixing the two since he had
like he wasn't deep throating the saxophone. Like what the fuck? Like
that's him.
Look at this. I want to show you this. This painting is amazing by Dali. Of course, you said you didn't mention surreal. Did you mention surrealism?
Surrealism. Mm-hmm. Salvador Dali.
This is the king of surreal. Now, this painting is awesome. It's not even in public. It's a private collecting. It's a portrait of Jesus. Listen to this shit.
Think that you were a crackpot. You know what a crackpot is?
Oh yeah, Banksy's pop art too, right?
No, a crackpot, a crazy person.
Yes, but this is not absolutely exact because tell many
you
times.
Put this to the side again so I can read it. Thank you.
Salvador Dali is considered one of the greatest geniuses in art, though many also called him insane. His paintings could be born from any absurd, puzzling, or completely surreal idea that crossed his mind. They were impossible worlds, hard to decipher. But there's one painting in particular that Dali actually wanted to explain. One that was born from a dream. In the dream,
it's
Dali said
insane.
he saw the nucleus of an atom, but not like a scientist. He saw it as a kind of divine revelation. And years later, he decided to turn that vision into a religious painting. The title sounds traditional, The Ascension of Christ. But what he did with that scene is...
Look at this shit. It's crazy, bro. Damn.
It's actually really interesting.
It's beautiful. Disturbing too.
Christ floats with no wounds.
Yeah, the
We
one he
see
has of
him
Mary
glow,
is
as if
even
we were standing
cooler in my opinion. Yeah, it's
Okay,
even
we'll check out
cooler
that
in
one.
my opinion.
Well, I'm glad you're bringing this image because this is kind of the reason I've been trying to call you.
Ah, okay. I mean, we're talking about Andre 3000 stuff. But
I was
let's go with that. Okay,
Skip that, and then I was on to another. There was something else. Kevin talked to you, moved on to something else.
Yeah.
This photo creeps me out.
It would.
It makes you uncomfortable, huh?
Yeah, this one creeps me out.
Look at that. You haven't even seen the whole thing yet, Josh. Watch this.
Beneath him, a woman watches him from above, and right in the center, there's a massive yellow halo that
look at that, man.
Looks like anything but a halo. In 1958, a little over a decade,
Wait, let's go
Thing
back.
got a halo.
What creeps you out about it?
I don't know. Look at his hands, position. The creepy bitch at the top looking down at him. I mean, this is like the shit you would see in like a cathedral or something, right? But
yeah, look at the hands. You're right. Look, just start with the hand. It looks like a death grip or something, right?
What?
Like a death grip. His hands, the way they're like claws.
I think they look like the feet of an eagle. You know how their talons come out?
Oh, like a talon. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Which is aligns with what I wanted to talk to you about.
Okay.
It's great that TML's here, but if we could get rid of Josh, I would be mad at that.
No, Josh can. Josh can. He can add to the conversation. I'm sure he can. He's great. But this is a dove up here too, and I already watched this already. So this is Mary. It's supposed to be Mary right here on top, and this is the you know, when he's going to heaven, and so at this time, I'll let the guy say it better than me.
So going
in 1958, a little over a decade had passed since the world first witnessed the destructive power of the atom in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And while most people spoke of nuclear fear, Dali saw something else. He saw the beauty of the universe working from within. He even said the atom was the visual proof of God's existence. At that time, he began to move away from chaotic surrealism and dove into a new phase he called nuclear mysticism. He wanted to blend modern science with religious visions, and not just in theory. Dali started painting what he believed to be the deeper
Look at that,
truth.
like cubism and stuff right there. Yeah. The hands are still the same right there. Well, I guess if you were crucified, your hands would be like that, right?
I would think so.
I would imagine.
You would think so. Yeah.
Behind matter itself. That same year, Dali publicly declared
this version of the Last Supper, Dali. The sacrament of the Last Supper. And now this is the time where he actually he repledged to be a Catholic too.
Return to the Catholic faith. He did it in his own way without giving up his eccentricity. But from that point on, he began portraying Christ not only as a sacred figure, but as the very center of the universe. All of this, science, faith, and the explosion of a new obsession with the nuclear, led him to create what is possibly the wildest image of Christ we've ever seen.
Can we agree on that, guys? It's probably one of the craziest versions.
Well, it's interesting that you pull this image up because, as you know, I'm doing my Bible study, and
that's right.
And we're in Ezekiel 1 and 2, and it's where he's in his 5th year of exile, and all of a sudden he has a vision, and in the vision, it doesn't look like this, but it has like eyes everywhere. So when I look at those thoughts behind it, I look at the eyes. There is it's a man with 4 faces, which is human, ox, eagle. And when I look at his feet, his hands, I look at the eagle. Oh, and a lion. I look at the eagle. When I look at those cloud things, I see wings like an eagle.
Yeah, it does look like
and the dream is described, it's a bright light within a bright light coming. And then there's even like when he goes to the top, like in the dream, he describes it as that there is a realm that like a ceiling, and then above it is another thing, like another world, and he can see it. And so it's interesting that you pulled this out, because although it's not accurate as described by Ezekiel, it is in that same realm.
I think it's all connected. No, I'm maybe sound a little weird. I think we're all connected because I do care about Cynthia a lot and Machine, because I think about you guys too when you're not around. And maybe it's all connected. This was a reason why I had to watch this last night, and then you had to see what you see, and then we're going to add what we had. You know, I would say the same with you, Josh. But to be honest, I just met you like a week ago. So.
Don't lie to me. You don't want to be connected to this guy.
I tend to think people that appreciate art like this are kind of prone to narcotic usage.
See?
Well, maybe like in the back in the day, but I'm straight as an arrow, my friend.
Well, sure, yeah. Everybody grows up and old, right? You just can't sit around and do coke all damn day, right? It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that coke wasn't really my thing. More like weed and occasional psychedelic. But But what, you never done psychedelics or weed before?
No, I think when I was about 17 years old, I had a couple puffs off of a joint, and I didn't go so well. I didn't like the idea that I didn't have control. At least in my mind, I was like, losing control. So didn't enjoy it at all.
I don't think you ever have control, but maybe you just have a little bit more of a filter of the mainstream reality. When you're more sober, you can navigate it a little bit easier and blend in.
Could be.
That's the advantage of that shit. But anyway, but what do you think? What value do we have in these type of paintings and surrealism? Because surrealism isn't like making the dream a reality, kind of on the medium or whatever you could say.
I'll grant you it's an expression, right? But like you said, this image right here, right? Like, so I'm assuming that's supposed to be Jesus, right? And
yes, he's transcending into heaven. Yeah.
And to me, this just, I don't know, it just seems creepy. Just seems creepy.
It is kind of creepy, but it's also beautiful too, I think too.
Yeah, one of the greatest, surrealist images is the triptych by Hieronymus Bosch. You guys ever seen?
Yeah.
The Garden of
Travis
Earthly
Scott,
Delights? Yeah, where he shows hell and it's like, it's like rat monsters like shitting people out, and it's crazy fucking stuff.
Yeah, that is crazy. I was gonna get there too, but this one right here though, you have to remember too. They mentioned it. This is the time of the atom bomb, and it was totally in Dali's consciousness. The whole thing about the nuclear, this whole nuclear movement, and he just infused it with his art. And this is why I think it's crazy. Because once they dropped that bomb, it just changed everything, huh? It just changed everything. In a sense that, like, how the world can just be done in a second.
Sure changed how countries started interacting with each other.
Yeah, that too, especially, yeah.
Yeah, and actually, Robert Hooke's discovery of the cell
right
was
there.
actually a very monumental discovery.
Yes,
you know,
that too. Right.
it's pretty weird because at the time that was one of the main things that pushed people into the scientific worldview. Because at the same time you had Newton and all this stuff, so this whole idea of the atom sort of is related to the idea of the cell, I think, right, in some sort of way.
It has to be, right? Yeah. I think I'll mention that too right here.
He presents the scene from below, literally.
This is a huge mural too.
From Christ's feet. The first thing we see are his dirty feet pointing straight at us, almost breaking out of the frame. That position is no coincidence. According to tradition, it's exactly what the apostles would have seen at the moment of the ascension. As we move upward, the legs are...
That's what you would see, right? If you literally was floating up to the heavens or whatever.
Tense, as if the body is still rising. The arms are spread open, but not in a peaceful gesture. More like a rigid, almost strained position. The hands appear stiff, almost claw-like. And interestingly, we don't see his face, just his chin seen from below. At the center of the painting is the most striking element, a large golden disc. At first glance, it looks like a halo, but its structure is far more complex. It's made of a series of expanding spirals, like a flower seen from above, or the swirl of a galaxy. Something I'll explain later on. And above the disc, there's a female figure. It's Gala, Dali's eternal muse. Here she's portrayed as a kind of Virgin Mary, with tears on her face and her gaze lifted toward Christ. Just below her chin, a white dove appears, a small but important detail as it represents the Holy Spirit.
Do you think Dali's saying like God may be female by putting the woman right there? Even though he says it's Mary or his muse or whatever?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting for him to put a picture of his muse there, and it's not Mary, right? So that is quite a twist. I mean, right? I think most people would assume that's Mary looking at Christ's crucifixion and crying because we read, because we read that in the Gospel of John, I believe, right? So, so I don't know.
I got the chills right now because what if it's like if this is okay? They're saying from the apostles' point of view, but wouldn't when you're in an unbelievable, excruciating mental, physical, spiritual pain like Christ was at this moment, or right before this happened, you would think he would think of his mom, who loved them unconditionally. That's what you kind of like. you've seen it in the Private Ryan and other thing when people like when they're about to die, they're like, "Mama, the toughest guy." You know what I'm saying? So I think that's interesting too. And Jim Bob has a question. It's kind of made by Jin Bob. I like that. Question: how does someone film an atomic bomb, but it doesn't destroy the camera? Good question. I've heard that one before.
But what? The same way you can film an arc welder.
Mm-hmm. What's an arc welder?
So it's basically like just an extreme flash that you would think would blind the shit out of you. Doesn't register so well on cameras.
How come it doesn't destroy the camera is what he's asking.
That's what he's saying. Destroy the camera. Thank you, Cynthia. Any thoughts?
Yeah, and if you were, it does not take much.
Yeah, they don't destroy the cameras.
So I would think we would be assuming that maybe it's not really an atomic blast.
Yeah, it's kind of a question that leads down that whole nukes are fake thing.
I've heard that before. Well, wouldn't you think that they would be used already?
Think what would be used?
I mean, they would have been used, like the nuclear weapons, if there are, spread out along the globe with all these different countries that have different.
There absolutely have been, right? Like,
well, you 2 times we've heard, right?
You just think like the 2 that were dropped on Japan were the only used, and the one that was used in, what was that, Nevada? Like, no, they had like half of the Pacific was lit up for testing. They blew up shit
testing.
over there.
I'm talking about during, not just to test or flex or whatever, but actually in a conflict.
Oh, because nobody wants to die.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's one thing to like, if you're the king, right? Sending half your population off to die is not such a big sacrifice, right? But guaranteeing, or at least a high risk that your entire kingdom is going to be gone, that's a different type of thing.
But my survey of history and some of the awful thing leaders have done over the years would make me like I'm just shocked that no one has done it. I get what you're saying. I'm glad they haven't done it. I'm just saying that I'm just surprised because there's so many crazy folks, even who are leaders. And
usually at the top, right? They're only crazy like even when Hitler was like just drugged out of his damn mind, right? Even he still had like at least up until his suicide, had the whole self-preservation concept.
Yeah,
he would have sacrificed everybody underneath of him at some point, right? But not himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's a whole different ball game then.
Right. What's up, Chuck? So, I mean, what? Somebody back here? No, nobody's back here. Are you gonna watch the security team? Okay, Cynthia.
Yeah, I'll be right
back. Yeah. All right, we'll be here. Maybe I'll be here. But yeah, we got to get into what you were talking about, though, brought up earlier, though, when you get back.
And surrounding all of this, the sky isn't blue. It's dramatic, filled with clouds that seem to be on fire. Reds, oranges, scorched tones. There's no peace here, as one might expect in a religious image. Instead, it looks like a sky in full combustion. You can probably imagine what inspired that. But now that we know what we're looking at, it's time to ask, what does it all mean? The entire scene.
Oh wait, Gnostic, not the Gnostic. I didn't see that pixel to you. The Gnostic Sophia. You know about that story? The Sophia was a creation of the monad God, right? What the Gnostics believe. Some of the Gnostics believe was God. That he created Sophia, right? And then she created her own creation, the Demiurge.
Yeah.
That we're talking about that story, right? And this is the
Sophia
world we're living in. Why it's imperfect. So imperfect.
Yeah. Sophia lived in the in a different dimension called the Pleroma, and in that dimension there was other aeons who lived there, and what she created was creation without a consort, who was called Ialdabaoth, and he created 2 separate archons. Like basically Ialdabaoth means child of chaos. So
wait a minute. Okay, let's bring that to this whole LGBTQ thing. Wouldn't that be sometimes child without a consort?
Oh, Jesus.
Right? Why do you say Jesus?
Well, yeah, some of them had some of the Gnostics, they incorporated traditions where they prayed to goddesses or whatever. They wanted to,
Yolanda.
combine with the divine feminine and all this type of stuff. And and they also believed in like that God was like androgynous, right?
Ooh.
So connected to gay shit through that, basically.
Right. Then you get the child of chaos. What's up, Pixel T? That was a good question. Yes. Is that what you were referring to? What we
Yes,
said?
how are you? How's the panel doing?
We're doing good.
Great.
We're doing good.
Yeah,
How are you?
It's good to see you guys. I haven't been around
Good to
for
see
a
you.
bit. But I can't help but look at this painting, okay? And recognize that there was a day after I had the most amazing spiritual experience and meditation. And I painted afterwards. And the painting is kind of similar to this in my own way. So it's like this message that you receive when you're in this state. It seems to be like a similar experience that people are expressing. And when I did it, I did the same thing with the clouds and the sun and something that had wings. And for whatever reason, I decided to get a Blessed Mother pendant that my grandmother had given me. And I put it at the top, just like this. And I put those wings outside of it. So I'm just curious if this is something that people tap into when they're in a certain state.
Well, look at what he's put right here. He put the compass and the square on top of it. So it's a bomba clock. It's pretty funny, right?
Oh, that's the golden ratio.
Yeah, he
right
put
there.
he put the
pentagram or whatever.
Well, that's also part of it, though, because that's what I'm also recognizing when I tap into it too, is this sacred geometry. And this is the shape that I am painting and drawing many, many times as well. So it's like this divine codex of information that people are kind of tapping into.
Yeah. Or do you think also too, it's like maybe we have seen these fleeting, like and a passerby, this image before? We didn't really think nothing of it before. I mean, maybe it's stuck on our subconscious still, and then for whatever reason it was invoked. You think that could be it too?
Possibly. I've never seen this painting before, so
well, that's what I mean. Though, but what I mean in the sense that we could have seen it, but it just didn't register enough. That's all I'm saying. Because I know for me, there's things that I kind of glance by. Or maybe it was shown in a movie for a second or something, but for whatever reason, maybe it just didn't register to my front of my consciousness. But later on, for whatever reason, it got brought out. That's all. Yeah. Either way, you did create your own version, or original work that's similar, huh? You're saying?
Yeah, I'm just really surprised. That's what wanted me to, or that's what convicted me to come up here. I felt the need to just identify with whatever this is. That there are many versions of this experience that people express through their art.
Right. This is like speaks. It's just very.
Can we just call it witchcraft? Start burning witches at the stake now. Be done with it.
Yeah, there's also a thing about seeing infinity within like within the most minuscule aspect of oneself. So like that's clearly being portrayed here.
I see. As above, so below, so below as above. Then yeah. Well, what do you mean witchcraft? How so?
Oh, he's talking about
what is witchcraft?
The Gnostic connection or whatever. I think so.
Yeah,
that's traditionally where the term for witchcraft is from, because it's from Against Heresies, I think, by Saint Irenaeus. So he considered the Gnostics to be like one of the first heretics or whatever.
And
then
it says the definition of witchcraft, this normal Webster says the practice of magic, especially for evil purposes. So you think this is for evil purposes? This painting, Dali created it?
Yeah, not all Gnostics are evil. You know. Yeah, some of them are just trying to
witchcraft.
Some Gnostics are just like some Gnostics are just like trying to understand like astrology and philosophy and stuff.
I'm not a
Gnosis, right?
I'm not a Gnostic, but I would consider like if this was at an art gallery, be like the same thing as like those people at modern art where they like splatter paint on the wall or some shit, and then they see some deep hidden meaning in it. Yeah, they all ought to get burnt at the damn stake. Be done with it.
Well, I mean, are you trying to be funny or what?
No. People going around looking at image. People going around looking at imagery, trying to find some deep hidden meaning, right? Like, just want to push them off a cliff.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. I start having those
serious.
homicidal tendencies.
Nah, man. You say you're serious. If you're serious, that's a shame, bro, because that fucking sounds retarded.
Why is that a shame, right? People go around.
Because here's the weird part. Because here's the weird part of it. Because didn't the Christians make a lot of art with hidden meaning in it?
Unfortunately, yes. The early Catholic Church was notorious for this.
So they clearly weren't calling themselves heretical when they were doing that, right?
Yeah. They're definitely.
So this is the thing is like
hypocritical bullshit.
Yeah, so you're taking a sort of a liberal modern stance against tradition.
Yes,
right?
yes.
That's the thing.
I think those. If it wasn't the case, like you could actually destroy that stuff, and I don't know, piss off a whole lot of people. Probably.
That's right.
For the rest of your
That's
life.
right. You say you. That's right. You probably say you're a fascist, right?
Close. I'm just like one step down from it.
Yeah, that's modern. That's a modern ideology for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I have a quick question for you, gentlemen, and then I'll jump down and correct me if I'm wrong. But didn't the Gnostics, didn't they revere Jesus?
Oh yeah. They definitely did.
Yeah, and instead of just focusing on his death and resurrection as salvation, they saw him as a revealer of hidden wisdom.
Yeah, they found different disciples. Like they saw a lot of meaning within like Paul, and Mary Magdalene and some of the disciples that weren't really talked about. Right. Some of them even wrote honorific praise of Judas, the disciple who betrayed Jesus. Because they were trying to say that he was liberating him from the mortal frame. And right.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So like the Gospels of Thomas, Mary, and Judas.
They're saying it's better to be dead.
Those are all three from different. Yeah, those are all three from different groups, though. So
the Gnostics I've heard about. Go ahead.
Just real quick. I was gonna say that Gospel of Judas. I believe that's from the Sethians. Then Gospel of Mary Magdalene. That's talking about spiritual. Sort of about spiritual ascension instead of about, antinomianism. Then Gospel of Thomas actually contains sayings of Jesus that's contained in the other Gospels, right? So that's even from a different community than all the other two. Yeah.
Okay, I was just trying to tie it back into it being more about the secret knowledge of Jesus, and I didn't know if those were the Gospels. I'd have to go back and look into it.
Yeah, they definitely talk about that. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Before you go, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that there is some type of secret knowledge out there that's going to lead you to Jesus?
I think that that knowledge is found within myself.
Not exactly what I had in mind, but okay.
And that these teachings and these prophets and these books help us to get on track, almost like a guide to steer us back into the direction of spirituality.
Like mysticism of the mind type of thing?
Yes, it's almost like you remember that the Galaxy's Guide to the Universe or something like that. I think that's what these teachings are. They're guides for ascension to help you figure things out now in preparation for the soul. But I could be wrong.
And what you just said too, I can see that, but even a more pragmatic approach would be lessons to learn, before, to help you live a good life per se.
Oh, of course. I mean, they're absolutely guides to help you not be a piece of shit.
I think, and I think Josh, you said that's one thing, and I'm paraphrasing. You kind of align with the Christians in that with the Bible. Because you mentioned the Bible earlier.
I just
you said something.
just
positive,
consider it a
something positive
guidebook
about
for the
it.
old. Yeah, just consider like a self-help book that a bunch of old people, really old people wrote, collected, and said, this leads to a better life.
Yeah, I guess
Well,
that's a cynical way to look at it.
It is very cynical, but it's also, if you are reading these and they seem to, I know we overuse this term, resonate, but if it makes sense to you, then it draws you into it. And if it's something that you can apply to your life and you benefit from it, then why not?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's four works that I would talk about that greatly influenced, the Gnostic groups. Obviously, there's a Nag Hammadi, Gnostic library, and that contains writings of Plato. So if you read the dialogues of Plato, that will fill in a lot of, subtext about things like the tripartite soul. And then, obviously, the philosophy of Plotinus greatly influenced, Gnostic thinkers, and it even influenced early Christian philosophers. Like Origin, right? And then you have so I would say those four: Nag Hammadi, Plotinus, the writings of Plato, and of course the Gospels themselves, right? So
oh shit, yes sir, you're right. Those are I want to read connect with those books too. What's up, Joe Cool?
What's good? See, you didn't see
up,
the
man?
brother backstage
Nah.
when the white girl in the chat says it, suddenly you see me. When the black man's in the back, no one notices.
And to be right exact, it's the Japanese and white girl.
Ah,
What's up,
there
Blue
you go.
Ivy? Good to see you, sis. Good to see you. Cynthia's back. Joe
Y'all
Cool's
talking
back.
about
Yolanda's back.
religion and over here. I don't think I've ever been part of that conversation over here. I love it. We'll meet up.
Yeah, I
at
mean,
that dog's
we're looking at this off this. Yeah, you got some meat in your pocket or something?
I got Hispanic neighbors, though. That's
Okay.
my racist shit for the day.
Okay.
Is set.
We're looking at this Dali painting. What do you think, Joe? It's supposed to be his version of the what they call transmigration, when Jesus is being going to heaven.
What'd you call it?
Transmigration. Is that the term they use? Machine, Cynthia, Yolanda, transmigration, or what? Isn't that one of the terms they use?
That's a term pretty much used by like it's kind of like reincarnation, but so it's kind of like it's a little bit more challenging concept.
Right.
I honestly don't know what to say about it, right? Because there's a lot going on up there and there that I'm unaware of, right?
Well, I gotta tell you the context behind it is it's at a time when kind of Dali was kind of reinventing himself, and he was influenced by the a few years back. They dropped the bomb in Japan, so he was like really into this whole atom, looking at the atom, and how like I think at one point he said like to him that's the expression of God, like the most purest expression of God, and so this is his version of Jesus ascending.
Well, we can thank good old Santos Bonacci, right, for all his atum when he was, blowing up the internet with that. So everything is the atom.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about that for sure. And then Josh has become, I guess, keeping us balanced and fair, honest when he was like, "Fuck this shit," right?
Yeah, pretty much find most of this shit complete distraction from life and ultimately useless.
Actually, for me, it actually makes me be more patient with life. People I disagree with. Honestly, because to be honest, when you said you would like throw people off a building and you're serious about people who like this type of stuff or look at the patterns in their life, I'm like, part of me's like, it's like, fuck you, bro. That's fucking stupid shit. But I'm like, it ain't that serious.
Off the buildings. I was pitching for the volcano. Don't get me mixed up here, right? Like this is a very specific group of people.
Nigga serious. He's just on some edgelords and like to say
that's what that sounds like, bro.
Nonsense. I don't even take this nigga serious half the time.
No,
yeah, because that's why I always want you to be serious about. I get it. Like you probably do believe a lot of this stuff, but come on, bro. The way you say it, it's like you think you're George Carlin or something.
Well, what are you talking about? Go through my life and find out if I've got any homosexual friends. They don't exist.
I'm not even talking. Good for you, bro. Good for you. That way you won't have any temptation, huh?
every edge lord and every
Damn, about damn fucking choked on my coffee there. That was actually a good one.
What's up, Joko?
I was just saying every edge lord, every thinks they're the only controversial motherfucker on the internet that says shit like this. It's so fucking lame, bro. Attention seeking nonsense.
Yes.
10th man
Hey,
activity.
niggas from Chirac, the king of the edgelords. We'll show you how edgy you are.
You know what? I'll give you a different
on
thing.
a dead homie, Joe.
I think the vast majority of population, the vast majority of the population on planet Earth are actually too afraid of everybody else and how they're seen. They basically base their lives on everybody else. That they're actually too
because they're trying to be kind.
fucking
That's why.
afraid to actually say what they really fucking think.
And then there's
And
the
you
other
know
guy who's super afraid and so fearful of everyone that he tries to play tough and talk and try to say stuff about how tough he is. We should just kill them all. I'd have fucked them up. You got that insecure fuck too, Josh. And you ring up a second.
Damn.
Tell him, Joe.
Tell me how you really feel.
That's true.
Well,
It's
I
boring,
think we
man.
are
Motherfuckers
telling
be
you
trying to
how we
make-
feel.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. We try
Yeah,
to
we
make
are
a
telling you.
certain
We don't think
progress.
much of you.
This is the same guy that follows cops around with a camera, right? Like you talk.
Anyway, back to the combo. That picture for like, especially reading this.
I'm glad Joe does that.
His vision. It makes me think that like Yolanda say, what did he do to get to that state? When we talk about DMT
Very
and tripping,
good.
and like
Very
I
good.
think
I'm so glad you're up here.
that,
So.
in Ezekiel, I don't know, but he doesn't say, but I know that he
Wait,
was
TML
in
up here
exile.
too, yeah.
Huh?
TML.
Yeah.
TML, I'm
Yeah.
sure you hear what Cynthia's saying. I'm curious, right? Because I think she's onto something. How do you get to that state? I've
Yeah.
heard DMT, she mentioned, meditation. I'm sure.
Right, but everyone's seeing
Starving
something
yourself.
similar.
I mean-
Everyone is seeing something similar when they see God, but
Very
it's
good.
not the same, but it's similar.
Very good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely seeing something. Yeah, and then Blue Ivy says, "Where are the nails in his feet?" Yeah, that's what they mentioned. That like they'll mention that like he's already ascending to heaven, so he's clear. But we did see the dirt on his feet still to remind us that even though he's transcending and becoming more, spiritual, he's still not. Jesus is still not going to forget his time on earth.
Yeah,
the grime and the horrible things.
Yeah,
He'll
I
still
think
take
one
that
of
with
the
him.
things, one of the things that has to be appreciated is that like this is not like some sort of vision. Like this is some hard work that happened over like a long ass time. Like motherfuckers can't draw this good. Like you can't get somebody that draws this good, right? Like
no way.
Yeah, like this is mastery. Like this is some fine. Like this is like compare this to like a Lamborghini or something. Like this is like more
that's
complex. Right?
All right, I'm gonna have to take a
like
fucking
engineering.
screenshot of this. Y'all gonna make me look at it for real now.
Yeah, Caravaggio is interesting
He's my
because
favorite.
Caravaggio,
He's my favorite.
yeah, and his depiction of Mary, he went out, grabbed a prostitute and then painted her. Right, so that is some crazy shit. So Caravaggio was on some crazy criminal shit. Just to back up what Joshua Jones was saying, like not all the artists were like respectful to the things that they were painting. Right?
Yeah,
sounds brilliant to go out there and grab a prostitute. You get your cheap model. Sounds brilliant to me. It don't sound like
pretty
he
smart,
necessarily fucked her afterwards. Now he's twisted, right?
Yeah, and have her do something righteous. Have a beautiful
Right.
painting about Christ's mother.
Yeah,
Or not.
inherently, I don't see
Yeah.
nothing bad in that, right?
In a pentagon and a circle.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Following the rules of the golden ratio, Christ's body, from the soles of his feet to the tips of his fingers, is positioned according to this proportion. It's said that the ancient Greeks may have used it in the architecture of temples like the Parthenon, and we know that Renaissance artists such as Leonardo da Vinci applied it in works like the Vitruvian Man. Dali didn't use it just because it sounded elegant. He used it because he believed it was a kind of secret code of nature, a form that, according to some, repeats itself in flowers, bodies, planets, and that connects the human with the divine. That's why Christ's body isn't floating randomly. It's embedded within an exact balance, as if his ascension were not just a spiritual gesture, but also a mathematical construction. Now, let's return to the golden disc at the center. If it reminds you of a sunflower, you're not imagining it. The shape, the pattern, the arrangement, all of it resembles a flower seen from above. And yes, that's intentional too. Dali saw it in his dream, a nucleus expanding in spirals, and he chose a shape that, according to him, reflected that same pattern of natural order. And there's one more detail that stands out.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Would it be the case that since all of these people that basically painted shapes and stuff, right? So if I basically make some squiggly lines that, I don't know, make half circles or whatever on a piece of paper, right? After I die, I'm going to become popular?
It's not a shape. It's the motherfucking sunflower.
Whatever the hell it is, right?
So it's a Fibonacci, right? So it's everywhere, right?
Is Fibonacci, is that the name of a shape?
You not
Pretty
heard of
much, yeah.
Fibonacci?
Can I just call it a shape? Do I have to use the big word?
Yeah, but it's not doodling at that point. I mean, it's mathematics, right?
Peace.
Yeah.
So they didn't use like any tools to make it perfect?
I don't know.
They would have
Probably
to
not
at that point.
Oh, probably. Either way, my question still stands.
Like you mean his drawing? Like, did he use
If
tools?
you did, no, you wouldn't be. If you didn't have skill, you gotta have skill, man. These are masters. They're good at what they
I've got
do.
some fucking tools, right? Like I've got a compass. I've got a protractor. I can make some of these damn shapes, right? If I write them down on a piece of paper, right?
Okay, we get it. Yeah.
Hundred years later,
Like I said, bro, it's easy.
Because there's some
if you're
kind of
good,
meaning in
you're
it.
good. Okay, if you're good, you're good, man. That's simple. Just like anything, bro.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's good or not. I'm just
what you're
You
saying.
don't know if he's good. You don't know. You don't wait. You don't know that this painting is good. Are you kidding me? His skill. You may not like the symbolism, but you're saying that this motherfucker ain't no master. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I told you already. I find the painting to be incredible.
I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
It's one thing. It's one thing you don't like it. I get it. I get it. You don't like it. Like you don't like the witchcraft or whatever you think it is. But to say that's not that's a high level of artistic expression in terms of the skill of it. I'm sorry. That you can come back if you want, but come on, bro.
Come on, bro. Bullshit.
You're fucking with me right now. You're fucking with me too much.
Yeah, he's just fucking with you because he see that we're saying we really appreciate this. It follows the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah.
You mean anybody could deal a straight line? It's
No.
his bullshit nature to say dumb shit
Well,
like
see,
that.
that's the thing is like God made the sunflower, right? So what are we talking about here? Right? What are we talking about?
It would be inherent in there. These patterns and shit would be inherent in the sunflower. That's what it's saying. Logic. Only some creep who wants to disrupt would be like, yeah, it's just a squiggly line to stop and make it about himself. You and fucking Tuck, man.
Yeah, and I'm giving him his space. Whether like you guys in the audience probably don't like it, I'm still giving him do his little joke. But come on, that wasn't even a good joke, bro.
Wait.
That was not a good. That was ridiculous.
I'm so glad you said that. I would not want Josh to go anywhere. I am not encouraging the crowd to get rid of him. I could talk shit about him all day. Yes, we need the Josh around. I was not saying exclude him, but I'm just calling it for what it is, man. You just I don't know, man. You found that's the best way to get attention is to say something shocking or something against what people are saying to get the attention brought to you, man. You can do better. Fucking think hard. Fucking read a book. Machine lies up.
They tell him, Joe. And I get it. Like, man, he probably go like, "Oh, look at these guys with their witchcraft." It's like, bro, you don't even know what we think because you never ask us. Because you could be talking all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Anyway, Cynthia's like, finally.
Right. I wanted to go back to the
you come back, Josh. It's all good.
Don't, Josh. I wanted to go back to like just people having these visions, and then when I hear people who have hallucinated, they speak of their visions. I wanted to know that do you think that the visions and hallucinations are they synthetic or genuine? Is this how the people in the past got to it? Can you achieve this without narcotics? Like
yeah. Oh shit. I got one.
Yes, and yes. Everything to all your questions. Anything.
It's synthetic. Y'all think it's synthetic?
Well, it's like, some visions are from like other entities, right?
Right.
So I think so that's one thing we have to understand, right? Then the other thing we have to understand is that some visions are produced by your own mind, and that could be you tapping into a higher state of consciousness as well, right? Or it could be actual like vision, right? Like, and what I mean by that is you're actually seeing some like God showing you like, look, like this is gonna happen, like low key, like this is gonna happen. Like you might not believe it right now because like why would you? Because it's just a flash, of insight, right? But it's like up to your your own instincts and your own character and how attuned you are to what God's trying to tell you, that you'll actually see what it is. But most people won't see it. Like most people get messages and they don't see them, right? Like for sure.
I put something in the chat when the video's done, sent you as, what do you see when you're off that shit? Do we all see different shit? And why is it that DMT people say they see the same shit? What it is they see? I'm sure somebody's up there familiar with it, the DMT laser experiment, where this guy shines a laser on the wall, get 100 motherfuckers in there and have them all do DMT and see and say, tell me what you see. And what you hear, what they all saw. It's crazy. It's gonna make Cynthia blow up my eye later.
Yeah.
Well,
what I've seen is, I don't even know what the fuck it is. It's fucking weird. It's weirdest things I've ever seen in my life. Conveyor belts that are multicolored, going to factories and stuff like. It's just super weird, bro. But with that said, I do think that probably someone can come up with this shit on their knack too. In the sense that, but they have to have some type of extreme experience happen to them. Like something has to be a catalyst for it. Something, and the thing with Dolly, for all we know, he didn't do any drugs or he did a lot. But the point is that he trained as a classic artist and knows anatomy and how to express himself artistically. So you combine that with what's already in his consciousness, and you get like crazy amazing works. So it's a combination of all these things, I think. Yeah, that's what I think.
His feet are dirty, but they have no wounds, and that's strange considering this scene takes place after the crucifixion. Logically, we should see the marks from the nails, but Dali removes them completely. There's no blood, no sign of suffering. Instead, he leaves the dirt, as if he wanted to remind us that this Christ, though already ascending, still carries something from his time on earth. Probably one of the reasons this painting isn't as well known as other works by Dali is because very few people have actually seen it in person. The Ascension of Christ belongs to the private collection of Mexican businessman Juan Antonio Perez Simon. He bought it in the 1970s, and since then, it has remained outside the museum circuit. It's not on permanent display anywhere, and it has only appeared a handful of times in temporary exhibitions. So, yes,
I've never seen
this is one of those works that, while stunning, very few have had the chance to stand in front of. And when it has been shown, it has sparked very different opinions. Critic Robert Hughes, one of Dali's harshest detractors in his later years, said these paintings were pure showmanship without soul and labeled them spiritual kitsch. On the other hand, scholars like Dawn Aids, an expert in surrealism, have defended this phase as a logical evolution of Dali's work and pointed to the Ascension as one of his most technically and symbolically ambitious pieces.
And I didn't even know growing up as a kid in San Jose, California, that like my consciousness was influenced by Dali because of this great mural that was on a wall on Santa Clara Street, downtown San Jose, the Chevron station, right? And there's this huge building, like 5-story building, and somebody painted this mural on it of Christ being crucified, and I didn't know what they were doing was doing their interpretation of this next painting we're going to see right now.
Okay. This is where it's worth
this one right here.
Comparing it to another.
I didn't know he did
Dali's
regular
paintings,
shit.
Christ of Saint John of the.
This right here. This is what they painted on that mural.
Oh,
and it's funny because it's like a heavily infested gang norteño neighborhood and like a lot of crazy shit going on there. And you have this beautiful, surreal, creepy, even ominous mural of this Dali replication on the mural on the wall right there. And I didn't know till
shadows.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. And I didn't know till last night that this was a Dali work that somebody was copying.
That's dope,
from 1951. In that work, Christ is
Yeah, like that. Exactly. That's it. They replicated it on the right.
From above, suspended.
Think about it, you see that as a kid, you're like, what the hell?
You would certainly not put it together, right? You wouldn't put it together.
No. And I went to Catholic school and church and all that. So probably if I didn't go to church, I probably wouldn't have maybe thought nothing of it. But because I did, I'm like, I've never seen Jesus like that before. Like that.
Did over the earth.
Now, if I would have saw the one on the left, whew, that would have been even more. That would have been more intense. Right. Exactly.
Arms outstretched in the shape of a cross. It's a much quieter, more introspective image. The Ascension, by contrast, is the complete opposite, full of movement, color, symbols, and above all,
you know what's really
nuclear
interesting
element
is that these two images are obviously connected. Right?
Yes,
like
they
you guys
are.
get what I'm saying, right? Because it's like one, you're looking up from the feet and he's rising up, and you're getting an image of infinity within the smallest aspect of your own being, which is the cell. On the right side, you're seeing him rise above eternity, above time, you know, and being and all that stuff. So it's showing eternity, you know, so the one on the right is showing eternity, whereas the one on the left is showing infinity.
Ain't they the same fucking thing? They're different.
They're on the same spectrum.
Yeah,
on the same spectrum.
They're on the
They're
same
different
spectrum.
expressions.
I
Different
noticed
expressions.
one of them, when you look at the one on the right, it gives you a sense that this guy is looking down at evering. Gives you that looking down, and then the one on the left gives you that sense of rising up and space,
Time.
outer space.
Yeah, the right one is time. The left one is space. It's like what I'm trying to say.
I dig it. No, I dig it.
So he must have that in mind, huh? These two pieces, you would think, right?
Clearly, there's 100 things we did not grasp.
Well,
a thousand that he had in mind that we haven't picked up on.
Yeah, because one is looking up and it's up at the feet and it's ascension. One is looking down from above and it's risen.
Right.
And one of them is still nailed to the cross, and one of them's not.
Right.
Good point.
You're right.
Good catch. Yeah, that means something. I'm not smart enough to figure
exactly.
out.
I feel so much more hope on the left, huh? A lot of possibility.
I think so. Yes. It's rebirth on the left. The one on the right is more of an ending. The one on the left is a rebirth. Yeah.
Well, think about the title, Saint John of the Cross, right? So that is about.
Yeah, what's it called that?
Well, you know, Saint John's Gospel. You know, he says that. I mean, Jesus was there at the beginning of time. It's the only gospel that starts that way, right? It says that Jesus been there since eternity because he was there with God since the beginning.
Genesis says that if you agree with the word is there and the word was there the whole time, you know, it doesn't say Jesus, but it said the word was with God in the beginning. People say Jesus is the word.
I don't think it says that in Genesis. I think it just says that God said and then there was, but there's allusions to the fact that, like, you know, there's like a spirit that's there with him. I mean, I don't know, but yeah.
Oh, with God, like he's not alone, right?
In the beginning, there's
allusions to that, but yeah,
they point to that he's not alone. That there's other.
I mean, when I look at Genesis and look at John, I'm getting two different vibes from it. But yeah. That's just
I think so.
No. Both of them, I don't know. It's two different vibes, and they also are connected. It's weird, but they're also connected too. When I look at John, I see Revelation and all of that bullshit, and the opposite of and Genesis would be the beginning. It still makes them connected though.
Yeah, because he's rewriting Genesis, but
I also noticed like the one on the right looks dark. And like I said, he's on the cross, which would also represent that on the left, he would be victorious, whereas on the right, he would be defeated. Like, so I question who on the right did it. whom does the one on the right serve? Just because this is his interpretation of Jesus doesn't mean this is a person that serves God.
I would say the right to serve people who are doomers, because bro, like now the more I think about it, like that area, because I was born up the street at San Jose Hospital, right, and like it's a fucking fucked up area. It's like kind of like Skid Row. Oh, it was back then. Now it's built up, but like, and it was gloomy, like this overshadowing, this overlord, a gloomy energy, dark cloud. Seeing that, even though it's beautiful. But I'm looking at the left, dude. You see those are volcanoes. It looks like exploding. Like finally, like this kinetic energy that was stored up finally got a chance to be released. You know, like
that, but I see it now. I can't unsee it.
And she's breaking, Joe. She's breaking through the veil. See Mary? She's breaking, or Sophia, whatever that is.
Right.
She's breaking through the reality. It looks like, you know. To see
she's
her son
about to come through it,
or helping him make his way back.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's another case where it may be an allusion to Sophia, because why would Mary be up there above space and time?
Yes.
Right, with all this commotion is going on, right? It seemed like it's a being that's in the pleroma or something like that.
I think
it's because it's her son. If you look at that story, right, Machine, like she left him. She kind of tried to hide him away, right? Like the Demire is her son, which is in this case could be that story could be about like a Jesus type story, right? Where they got that from.
They all are.
So it seems like it, right? It's what they say, it's the greatest story ever told, right?
Well, that's the thing, is like they make like a quatrinity or whatever, right? With like or either they replace the Holy Spirit for Mary or something like that, so they can have the goddess come into the frame or whatever. I mean,
God forbid they say it's a woman.
Well, I also think like if I had one of these visions, not necessarily drug induced, but either through meditation or through a near death
or something
experience, I think, how would I even describe some of the insanity that I saw? Because as Picasso said, that even no matter as crazy as he draws, he always leaves one element that's normal. So at least people who don't see abstractly could at least relate to that one part of his picture.
Who does that, you said?
Picasso, she said.
Yeah, how would Picasso? I was thinking, how would you even describe it? Would you would you describe it perfectly, or would you dumb some of it down because it would be so wild to even understand? People would
you're sharp.
People would think you were crazy. Like, how would you describe it?
It's the nuance. That's the grace and the artistry in like conveying the meaning.
The nuance and the grace of artistry. That was it.
Right. It's all of that. It's like when people complain about how they're shadow banned on YouTube. It's like, okay, if that's the case, bro, you're gonna not even saying complain, because it's actually real. It actually does happen. It happens to Machine, for example, and other people. But I'll say but the reason why Machine's not completely like his channel's not completely shut down per se is because he uses his skills of language and his knowledge of everything he studied in a way that can get by and get past the algorithm, as well as tap into people's minds who aren't as versed. You know, it takes skill. And this is
okay. I just want to know if I agree with you, because I think Machine Lines is exactly where YouTube would have him. They would fuck with his algorithm, but they wouldn't try to kill his shit. That's too blatant.
Right.
The guy's just over there doing intellectual shit with intellectuals. However, we can't really have the guy doing something. He's exactly what I expect. They don't kill a channel, but don't pub him up either. That's why.
Well, that's the thing, is that it's really the Uncle Teddy stuff, right? So that could get you permanently shut down. And I know, I think actually Cynthia and Joe Cool came on one day, and I was showing them System's Neatest Trick. By Uncle Teddy, and we were going over it and stuff. So that is, if anything, that will be the thing that gets the channel shut down. And that might just be eventual. it might be that, I mean, as you said, I'm able to quote what I'm saying, you know, appropriately so that that doesn't happen. But yeah, I mean, there are feds who have covered those topics, but there's other, like really prominent people, like my homie Chad Haig. You know, he was doing a bunch of philosophy stuff, and he gave a bunch of videos, breakdowns of industrial society and its future, and you know, he got his thing taken down, or whatever. So it's just like if you focus on it, or
Too
whatever.
much. You keep guessing because it's hard for them to pinpoint your channel, even though you do talk about that, and that's a big part of what you talk about. But you missing the Taoism and history and music, so it's kind of like keeping them off guard.
Yes, that's what I see too. Yeah.
Cynthia, I'm gonna say, about Dali. This is also too. He made these paintings in the 50s and the mid 50s, and it's very much different than what his earlier works were very like out of this world.
It's
you know, like
surrealism
with the melting and all that shit. Yeah, like I think he's doing what you said. He's with the realism. He's showing us how we can connect with it, even though he's talking about these huge, all-encompassing ideas, like metaphysical even. But the beauty of the way the anatomy he drew Jesus and his mother makes it, we can kind of relate to it more, huh? Even though there's like unfamiliar things going on.
I think like who's that white lady up there? Why would there be white people in this?
Well, for me, it really
because he's Spanish. That's why.
It really does, bring Ezekiel's vision. So that, like, and it makes me wonder: does Salvador Dali have a vision of God? And this,
again, Center's on point. Everything I
said, but did he have it? And this is what I'm saying. And we're like, this is like, no, I really saw
subtlety that you just spoke of. You said in there is subtlety and grace and art and what Cynthia's saying, and in Ezekiel's definitions and interpretation, there are subtleties and grace and space in there, right? There's the shit's pertinent that she's saying.
And so that for me, it thinks, okay, this is more reason that I believe in what I'm reading, and because the signs come to me to confirm I'm on where I need to be. So.
Sorry.
Right. And Cynthia, those eyes, that's something that a lot of us see when we're on the psychedelic. Eyes everywhere.
And in Ezekiel's vision, there was a wheel inside of a wheel. And they going north, south, east, and west, and there were eyes everywhere. So it's interesting. There's these little dots it could be the sunflower. It could represent, you'd be like, they would think I'm crazy if I put up 1,000 eyes. So I'll interpret it because I'm an artist, and I'll do the sunflower.
I'm gonna change shit up a little bit. I love that we're talking about the interpretation, but it turns out that when you shine that laser and them motherfuckers do the DMT, we're back to them seeing the same thing. Only this time there's less interpretation. They can describe exactly what they see to the point where scientifically now you can do studies and shit. This is weird. You'll see it at the, I won't. Cynthia, I think this is gonna rock your fucking world when you see this.
I have it. It makes me think: is this DMT synthetic? If everyone's having the same vision, and like
it's in your body, Cynthia.
You
have DMT. You have DMT in you right now,
right?
And it's just that, like, when you smoke it, when you can get it from trees and plants, and we'll mix it with a couple things so you can smoke it, for example. And that's when people see the visions. But when some people think that when you dream, you release DMT, and especially when you die right before to get you to the next level.
Yeah.
But you release DMT when
you ever heard of embalming fluid? I'm sure you have, but people smoking it.
From Texas, she knows about that.
Yeah. Good. Well, it's a thing here in Chicago, more in the past than it is now. Still a thing though, but that's what they give people when they die. They stick it in them, and that's also what people smoke here to get that trip to see the visions. Embalming fluid near death is weird.
But it's synthetic, and it makes it like the TML was saying, like some of these visions are what there might be other entities, and people are chasing an entity that they view as something that it's not.
Yeah, you could tell, like, with some of those people that are like on meth and they've done horrible things and they take like DMT and mushrooms, you could tell like they've been visited. And like
got the
they
bad
got
guys, right? You know, when I do the shit, it's always the good guys coming to me, hang out. But you know,
Right,
some of them
exactly,
people with them crazy eyes, they saw the other guy. Yeah.
Cynthia, if you like this, and you would like Alex Gray, and he kind of like what you said about like where Dolly would use that flower. Literally, Alex Gray would use eyes everywhere.
Yeah.
He does that a lot, and he has a high level of knowledge about anatomy in the body. So he'll take like a real figure, human figure, and he'll just make it but infuse it with psychedelic imagery and stuff like that. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Yeah. I'm gonna play you guys' video machine real quick. I mean, not real quick. After this, it's almost done. And then Joe
blends science and religion. Now the question is for you: had you seen this painting before? Do you think Dali was insane for painting Jesus this way, or do you find some logic in what inspired him to create it? I'd love to read your interpretation in the comments.
And my thing with Josh, wherever you are, bro, like that's a good question. I would ask, do you think he's insane? And you probably would have said yes, and I would be okay with that. But the point is like, don't use these jokes or whatever, at least on my panel, as a way to like disrupt this shit, and at least make it can be funny if you are. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm jumping on you all.
I'm about to say something, but I'll behave.
I mean, I enjoy talking to him, but it's like, come on, man, enough is enough.
Especially when you're trying to get somewhere. Apparently, I'm not talking about when you're trying to get to a place is what we do over here. Now all the fucking jokes and extra shit, and you know, it's distracting and weird. Now it suddenly becomes irritating. We have flow state.
Exactly.
You know, it's a little different.
A little different. Yeah, we got work to do here.
Right.
Flow has his work. We have our work. This is Cynthia. This is Dolly, right, machine?
Oh man.
Tina?
Yeah, this is Dolly. Yeah.
Let me see. That's beautiful.
He loves these. I've never seen.
Let me see.
That's real crazy stuff, man. And it, you know,
won't let me zoom in.
Okay.
Everything has multiple.
It's called surrealism. So it like are they stuck in between two realms?
Wait till you see this little clip, girl. Everything you said is just lining. It's
the pillar thing. It looked like those cubes earlier when he did the other painting of Jesus.
That's dope.
With the cubes.
Cube. I didn't see the other painting, but I see the cube. Yeah.
This reminds me of the tarot card of priestess, high priestess.
Yeah, I feel like this is like connected to the other two ones somehow, right? Because it's like there's like how she said, like there's no cross in one of them, and there's a cross in the other one, and then there's no cross in this one, but there's an outline of the cross.
I see it.
And there's her throwing up the Illuminati sign.
Right.
and then the baby's in like inside of her opening a door to like the entire thing, and then they have the water in the second one.
There's
right?
a door.
Yeah, and then he's got one inside of him too. He's got a little opening inside of him too.
To his heart,
inside of his chest. Yeah.
Damn. Look at that. Yeah.
And then you got
why
the
she
egg.
split.
You know, the nest and the egg. You know, where it's just floating.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that goes along with it because before this has to be a prequel to the two we saw because the before there was a dove where the egg was. When he transcended. Yeah. Yeah. What is he on? A little pillow?
Yeah, he's on like a little like cushion. Yeah, like a little pillow.
A cushion. Yeah. He looks like he's hurting kind of.
Floating sphere and then a cross
in his hand. And yeah, he's spinning the planet on his finger. He has a cross, and there's something else, like an umbilical cord or something. Yeah. What is? Oh, there's a cross on her shroud.
I think it's like
on the right. Do you see?
Yeah, but I think it's like a little vase with like water coming out of it too.
Okay.
Or whatever. That's what it looks like.
Oh, like a chalice, a cup spilling over the water.
Yeah.
And there's a seashell. There's two seashells. So that a puffer fish or a seashell on the left?
Yeah, it looks like a little seashell right there, and then a little puffer fish, and then what else you got down here? You got a bunch of weird stuff down here.
Is that a clock? Because he always has like a clock melting.
It does. It looks like the shadow of the melted clock.
Yeah.
And if not the
good
clock
call.
itself, it could be the melting of time could be in here too. If
Yeah,
not, the
yeah.
clock used to represent other things.
Yeah,
Yeah, here.
like time isn't what we really think it is.
Yeah, underneath the blowfish thing, there's a fish on a plate.
Wait, blowfish.
Oh yeah, there
gets
is.
you to the trip. If that's the blowfish, there's your.
That's true. There's DMT in there. Yeah. Good call, Joe.
See, it makes me think, like what,
Good call, Joe.
what are people doing? Well, first of all, I think about in biblical times they didn't have processed food, they didn't have, sodas, so I'm sure their bodies were healthier, and could they achieve this naturally because of their physique and everything in there?
They had mushrooms and wild shit growing, and just as many crazy gases and shit that they could trip off of. They had a million plants. They had ways to trip just like us.
Well, did they? That's what I'm curious.
Well, we know
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking.
Right, with the peyotes and all that. Every culture had one. The fucking the oracle, the old ancient oracle from Spartacus.
Delphi.
Delphi, at Delphi.
She was getting high constantly.
Yes, apparently from the nauseous gases.
That's it. Yeah,
that's why they sealed up and didn't let nobody else go.
Simply, your burning bush. Moses, when he saw the burning bush, that they in the Bible it says that's an acacia bush. Acacia, but that's mostly where we get DMT from. Acacia bark.
And people say the burning bush represent taking that ride.
Exactly.
I've heard people say that shit. Where they going? Wait till she see this shit. It's gonna be great, bro. You ain't never did no hallucinogenics or DMT, son.
No.
This is you gonna do it tonight. You gonna do it tonight. You're gonna be too.
No, I'm not.
Joe, you need a doser.
No, he doesn't. What do you know?
When she sees the short, her curiosity, if you haven't done it,
I'm telling you.
Joe. You said no? Come on. Oh, shit. Is my shit live still? Is this live anymore?
I
don't think it's live anymore. What, my life's not coming up.
Oh, shit. No
What
way.
happened? No way. What happened?
You got 14 people watching.
But I'm looking for on my. Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. I'm sorry. Michelle's all. Oh, no way. Okay, I got it.
LSD show. Hey, girl, Batman. I just texted her.
Who's Batman?
So, she's a girl. She goes to watch me sometimes. She lives in the suburb in Chicago, right here. I don't know, 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes away from me. She stay right. That's her hood. Now she's in the suburbs. She go watch me and some of the guys sometimes. In fact, she's on at least one of my videos.
Joe, why didn't you printed the? I mean, you posted the link, but I can't hyperlink it. You should be able to do it. You're a mod.
Oh, I have it pulled up in the back.
Oh, good.
Oh, you did? Okay, we got it.
Is it a guy talking?
It's
do you have any
DMT laser or something? Laser DMT something. Yeah.
Want me to share it? With you?
Yeah.
No, this just
wait. Machine, do you have more of this?
No, it's just no. I just thought it was related to the other shit.
I think
it is
related. I think this is still going to be related. This is not going to move us at all. It's just a story too.
In the machine lies. This is a prequel, definitely to the other two. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Where's Cynthia's thing? I don't see it showing up. Cynthia.
In the back chat.
Oh, in the back chat. Okay.
I'll put it there for you.
You could have put it on the thing. Sure. Okay. I'll do it.
It didn't hyperlink, meaning it didn't go and it clicked on. Right?
Yeah, it should have hyperlinked.
Maybe it's the way I saved it.
Mods can hyperlink.
Did you see it?
I got it. Okay. I got it. There you go.
I don't even know if this is one I just found a short about it. What I've been looking into is later.
On Instagram, and I heard you and Danny.
Have you seen the DMT experiment with the laser?
I have seen it on Instagram, and I heard you and Danny talking about it. So you've done it.
Yeah, I saw it on Instagram and flew Danny to my house right away.
Like break this down for people because it got shared amongst my group, and it's like, what the fuck?
Exactly, and that's one question you're still going to have after you see it.
It doesn't answer any questions. It just invites a lot more.
Yeah, nothing else. There's absolutely there's code.
So the code's not like spinning there. It's literally like kind of written out static.
It's static. I can move the laser up and down and see all of the letters, but it's like 3-dimensional. So I can get close to the wall. I can look down inside of the laser that way. And I can look up in the laser that way.
What's your best guess at explaining that?
I would be a fool.
Okay. We can just leave it at that.
Maybe it's a universal consciousness that we're projecting something onto it.
So what happens? So they take DMT and they look at the laser?
They put a laser on the wall, and then you go up and you look at the wall, I think is what you're looking at, because all of them say that they're looking behind the wall, 4 to 6 inches. They all see the same thing. It's code written behind the wall, 4 to 6 inches behind the wall. And you can raise your head up and see the top of the code. The lower your head is 3-dimensional, and you can read it all. And some people, including that guys, are writing it down. But where it comes scientific is they took 100 motherfuckers, and some had never done it before, and all of them still saw the same code. How is that possible off of an acid trip? They see the same exact fucking code. Find another one, DMT lasers. Find another one, because that one ain't going to deep stuff.
That was a good start.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Because I've heard people seeing similar things while they're tripping.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I've heard of that before.
Yes, everybody takes DMT, say the same thing. You become part of it. I'm part of the tree. I was part of the soil. Joe, I was part of everything. They all say the same thing. That's crazy.
Yeah.
If it's just like me and you can't share the same dream, and it's just fucking real in some form or fashion.
Oh, that's in the Fort Worth Museum.
What are the most important things to pay attention to?
Oh no! Go back. Just hit back. That second picture.
Right here. This thing right here.
You've all seen the laser DMT experiment, right? If not, search laser and DMT. They take DMT, they look at a laser line on the wall, and they begin to see code. Now, I'm not talking about a few people. I'm talking about hundreds of people reporting this.
Okay, now I want to.
Okay, you know what? I have that. I just recently went to that museum and I recorded that image.
Cynthia, but you need to supplement. You need to supplement. You need to supplement.
The world.
I have it right here.
That does look like something that Cynthia would have in her house, actually.
I did code, but it shifts into other colors.
The world is trying to tell you something.
Cynthia.
Matrix, like right behind her, like she refuses to acknowledge it.
When she said she's gonna go walk with the security team, she's actually going to another dimension.
So they put the matrix in the house.
Hang on, oh, you know what?
You can share, Cynthia. You can share stuff on it.
I've never even took it off of my
Still on your phone?
Yeah, because I've seen it for years and years and years. So I'm like, oh yeah, I'll get another picture of it.
Joe, it's talking to her, man.
No one tells them what they'll see, but they all describe it the same way.
Isn't that crazy?
And here's the strange part. There's nothing special about the laser. It's just
a normal laser,
on the wall, but somehow they're seeing through it. Here's my theory. They're not hallucinating. They're no longer collapsing the wave.
God damn it.
DMT may actually, quantum physics observation creates reality. But what if on DMT, your mind stops participating?
Brilliant.
Hey, that's the museum I was at.
Reality.
No, dude, that's the whole thing. But that's why DMT is so amazing, is because you're still yourself, but you're seeing things that are completely different. Like you can still like be. It's like you're normally you, but everything's like they switch the setting on you.
I think.
But what if on DMT your mind stops participating? Just like a camera with no film, still receiving light, but no longer deciding anything. The light keeps traveling. The probability field stays open. You're not in control anymore. You're just witnessing. That would mean you're seeing reality before it's decided. They didn't just
you get to see reality before it gets decided.
Alter the laser.
I got to give you guys a quick. If someone's not familiar with the quantum physics, exactly what he is saying right here is you've heard of the Schrodinger's cat. In a box, there's a cat. We don't know if it's dead or alive. When you open the box and look at it, only then is it determined whether it's dead or alive. And that's a very base way of putting it. And the thing that makes that turns it from its original code is what he's saying is sitting there in code, and the observer, when it looks that the function experiment. So he is saying that our eyes senses no longer collapse the wave function, meaning it remains in code, and you can walk up to it and look at it. Normally, if you look at it, it collapses and it visits and turns into a car, a truck, a book, whatever you expect it to. Normally, it's just all code. That's what he's saying.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Just like our computer is right now.
Yeah.
And look at to add on to what Joe's saying, the guru says, what if then when you take this stuff to real effects, it makes you stop hallucinating?
That's what I always thought. You're dreaming with the same thing. Right. This shit is hallucination is too real.
I mean, to be honest, a lot of the stuff that we talk about here, we're not participating in the mass hallucination of the mainstream people. Resisting it. Yeah.
That's that they live shit. When you stop participating in the mass hallucination, you get attacked. Like in They Live, when the guy saw shit for what it was, all the aliens attacked him. Yeah, that's what's if you don't participate like you do, you will not be popular. Motherfuckers are gonna attack every theory and shit you got. Say you're a dreamer.
Call you a witch. A witch.
A witch. Yes.
Yeah, come on, man. I like Batman right here. She said a lot of good things right here. It's an honor. Yeah, to keep to stand next to Joe Cool, keeping them accountable. Absolutely, Joe Cool, always doing that. And Cynthia and Machine.
Yeah.
You guys.
Just the short in the back of that.
Okay.
I should go back to the museum and look at it more. Huh?
And you should try DMT. Yeah. Tool, Batman. As you know, Tool used the art of Alex Gray, who we were talking about earlier. Very DMT influence. So yeah, it's longer. I mean, DMT is short. It went from a minute to 10, 15 minutes, and then you go back. You go back to baseline very quick.
Yeah,
that's what I hear.
That's a crazy band. Tool. Yeah, it's a massive.
Oh yeah,
band.
super cool. It's mood music. It moves your cells inside you. Batman says, "I love to see my mom again, but I don't think I don't know, man. It would depend. I wouldn't bet the farm on it, but you never know with this stuff. You never know.
If what the shit we're talking about is true, then your mom is always there. It's information. It can never be. It can never go anywhere. Your mom would always be there. It may not be because when you see her at next time, she may not be, because you interpret it through flesh eyes and flesh fingertips and these type of thoughts. The code accounts for much more than that. Once you move back into the code, you would literally be one. Like the DMT says, everybody would be connected, part of the same system.
Joe looks at it. I like how you look at it as an engineer, but it makes sense.
I can see it visually now, so I can talk about it because I got it in my head now.
Yeah. See, like, should I go look behind it next time? I'm trying to see if
on DMT.
like, did I see the code?
Look at that.
great.
Yeah, that
That's
was
exactly it. That's exactly it right there.
Didn't you have another one you were showing too? I think.
I mean, I have
Code.
several. I only uploaded that one super.
No,
quick.
no, I thought Gabe was showing one.
No, I'm going to show a little longer one right here. But okay, so if you go to this, if you were on DMT, which I wouldn't recommend taking DMT in the
And then driving.
Yeah, of course. No, in the museum. To be honest, the wire machine, they have vape pens, right?
Yeah, like DMT vape. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want to, but you don't want to break something like fall down or something. break one of these installations. I almost did that at the Andy Warhol Museum in Pittsburgh. I had my son, he was like 8 months, and I was holding him, and I was just like, and he like squirmed. You know, sometimes they squirm out of you out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I almost dropped him, and when I was trying to catch him, I almost ran into this huge Andy Warhol sculpture of an elephant. I was like 7 years away hitting that shit.
And to recover would have been expensive as well. Anything can happen, that would have had to be.
I would have been like, sorry, Ben, I love you, but I'll take you gotta take this bump.
Right.
That's too much.
You would have paid, man.
Yeah.
I can't afford it.
Okay, so check this out. It's gonna be this is dope. I can't believe I never heard about this shit. This DMT laser experiment.
This is the guy who did the
most important things to pay attention
with
to.
100 people.
You can actually see code right there. Now, is this? They might have added to it to show us what it might look like.
No,
do you see the code right there?
Nothing's added.
You don't think so right here?
I'm sure nothing's added, but
I can see code in it. I can see code in it. Looking at it.
I'm on the small
Look,
If you're looking through the laser,
like if your eyes are like kind of like what they call it, meditation, when you unfocus them and look at it,
right?
You can kind of see the outline of some type of text.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
I'm not thinking like it's numbers and letters.
It is, and
it
shapes and stuff. Yeah.
Think of the elephant language in Lord of the Rings. It's crazy.
Yes, think
emojis and shit. Yeah.
I think
Not
of the
add
spacecrafts they
diffraction.
craft. They always have code in different triangles and shit on those too.
They're using all kinds of stuff.
and it falls on the wall. So even if you're sitting 2 or 3 feet away, like we're sitting here, you want to be looking at beyond the light, like you're looking through the window
you're not
versus
looking
looking at the surface of the window. Also notice how wide the diffracted panel of the laser is on the wall. People that choose lasers that produce this thing that just looks like one line,
it's too thin,
not wide enough for you to see anything because you're looking beyond the laser, not at the surface. So it will be too thin, too narrow of a crack to look through, so to speak. You can come closer like this, and I would recommend to cover one eye so the light doesn't hit your cornea. And then you would be looking from the side. And the side is better because you get a separation of the layers inside.
That's when you go inside.
You want to stay on this task for a little bit until you start seeing structures emerge. If you still don't see anything, you can actually come to the side of the wall, like so, and try and look at the edge of where the light becomes visible from the side. This weirdly makes it even more coherent. One extra emphasis I would give is that you want to stay with it until you start seeing digits. The separation between just seeing the structures and seeing the digits is total. When you still see the structures, it's possible to imagine that these structures are...
And these are very similar to what you see in DMT, Cynthia.
That's crazy because there was another exhibit that they did. That was shaped like just words going. It was weird, but you could walk on it. Well, not walk on it.
Wow.
Walk it. Yeah.
You see, like the whole thing about DMT is it reminds you that there's another level to reality, to the unseen. It reminds me that there's an unseen thing all around us at any time.
Is that God? Okay.
I think it is, or at least it's like cradling us. I guess. That's why we never feel like, at least me. Maybe it's just me. I'm optimistic. I never feel like not taken care of. You know, doesn't mean I'm not gonna try to do things to make my life better. But you know what I mean?
Yeah,
never can get that
you're not
bad.
alone. You're not alone,
Not alone.
right? You're
Right,
and
right.
cradled. I'm not saying as well as you did. You're taken care of. I got to put that in there somewhere too, because that's a loving so and so that got you. You still got to do
Yeah.
shit. And you still can get hurt, but it's got you.
Yeah. You know, I think that's for everyone. It's just that I was blessed enough that my mom like embodied that. So it was so that God's
reinforced it.
Reinforced it. Like was an example of that. Now, if you have a father or a mother that does that too, or a grandma, grandpa, that's good too. But like,
interesting.
Cynthia, it's all over the place. This is like as we speak right now. This is going on right now, all around us. Right? We could be it. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Batman. Cynthia lives in Texas.
No, I don't. I live in Texas, and it's crazy. I just looked at it. So it's got the words coming out of the water and then going into the wall.
Yeah. Out of the wall. Would you say right here, I can't do a bump and become felony left nostrils? Batman, you found the right place, Batman. Oh my God. I'm sure you do have some history stuff. Yeah, come up sometime. You're welcome to come up right now if you want.
Batman. I know Batman.
While you're looking at
Batman from 1A. I've never seen her on the panel. That'd be great. Pluto new panels. You be breaking new ground.
You be bringing them in, bro. You good people, Joe.
And then 1A people. That is great.
I know. They got time to relax.
Yeah.
Let their hair down and swap some stories. Right.
Stochastic pattern. But when you see the digits, this hypothesis
that's wild right there.
You will notice
seen anything similar to this before?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I've seen
really? Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen I've seen like these like pods, like it zoomed out, and then I've seen these pods, and they had like you could open them up, like they opened up and they had information like inside of it. Like it had like diagrams and shapes. Like it looked like it was like papers and blueprints and shit.
Can y'all understand what y'all read? Do y'all understand it?
Hell no.
Nope. I never heard anyone say they understand it. Yeah. But maybe at some levels you do, but not on a conscious level.
Good. Very good.
Right.
Yeah, you definitely see structures. See, this is what I was saying to Chris Roster the other day. I was saying that is the ideas creating the symbols, or is the symbols creating the ideas? Right, or whatever, because the information is in the experience, so it's not a hallucination. That's as much as I can say about it. More than two people have seen it. It's not a hallucination. Right?
So you think that Terrence McKenna was doing that purposely when he called it hallucination?
Well, he said that how he defined hallucination. He said hallucination is something that you perceive that you couldn't have conceived of with your own mind, and because you couldn't have conceived of it from your own mind, there's no reason to think it came from your mind.
It exists outside of you.
So he was like a sort of a Platonist or whatever, right?
Unlike with the cat who did all the cocaine dude, he said everything was about your dreams. He believed that you could only dream shit that you've experienced. So what we're talking about by definition is shit outside of it.
Yeah, dream is a direct parallel to it, because like a dream could be sent by like an entity, like you could meet different entities in your dreams, right? Or it could just be your mind creating the dream, or it could be a vision of some shit where you're seeing something, like that's not your mind creating it. Like that's some important information.
Right. Yeah. And the Bible separated visions and dreams. They made sure, it said young men will dream. No, the old man will dream dreams. Young men will see visions, or vice versa. I forgot.
So no, that thing's right, because the vision seems like a dream organized. Like it's more like you can what Cynthia was bringing, grasp it, like and try to express it, show it to people. Yeah. All that you ended up on the most psychedelic part of the Bible, Cynthia, besides Revelations, Ezekiel, I think.
God is talking to you, said he wants you to do DMT.
No.
He told me to.
No, I'm good.
God.
You ever go through
Cynthia's like,
that because Ezekiel came from a line of priests, and he was in exile for 5 years. And when he was supposed to be a priest, and he was on the river, and God still came to him in this vision.
Yeah.
And I guess either he was paralyzed or had a near-death experience because he fell to the ground, and God said, "Rise," and lifted him up. It's just interesting.
Despair.
Do we still see God?
That's the key, because it's easy to say all these great things now when we're relatively good, right? But when the shit hits the fan,
right?
That's why I think that we're here. I think we all say that we're this great over there on that side. We never betray you, God. You're the greatest thing since sliced bread. We come over here and you get tested, and then y'all do is stuff and run, and they'll do anything and totally forget about God. And suddenly, Trump is your God, and the stock market is the most important thing in the world to you.
And all I want to talk about is Charlie Kirk.
That's good, Track. There's another fucking one. Fucking yo, Jack.
Oh yeah, he came up. You know what? Fuck it. This is the best. This is the coolest panel, bro. Like this, this broadcast. I'm happy. I'm happy I came on today. You guys are great. I love you guys.
I'm glad,
yeah,
bro. The top I had to pick Machine Lies and Cynthia. Right? I'd have picked the host too for this conversation.
It's perfect because Machine Lies is like infinity amounts of experiences and also like the academia to back it up. But Cynthia will she'll keep us honest about it too. Cynthia will keep us honest. She's like Sergeant of Arms. Be like, okay,
even more than that, she's taught me this lesson where I have to go more from my intuitive side. And I think she's right in that, and I try to keep it in the forefront of mine now.
Yeah. And Joe Cool
can't be all logic.
He's the heart. Can't be all. Even though it's funny that I'm glad you're all logic, because if you weren't all logic, you'd probably be like a jellyfish. I love you to everybody. Like I love it. But it's there though. It's there though. And I think you're, but your rationality makes you even more powerful with the love you share.
I love you.
You be Chance the Rapper, Joe the Rapper. Jack without the edge. Jack with the edge. You're Jack with the edge.
Stay with that motion. The digits are usually much smaller than people expect. So keep looking until you see actual digits running. Numerals and what seems like Japanese katakana characters. If you're using a glass of water like here, what you can do, you can either look into the glass of water, into the little reflections that you can see inside the glass. And then what you want to do is to mimic the gesture that we do when we go a little bit cross-eyed, which you will notice is the same gesture that your eyes are doing when you're trying to look beyond something. It's also very similar to what we have to do when we're trying to look at a magic eye image. To anybody
we're gonna stop that real quick and then bring up our buddy. We just spoke on him, huh? Our buddy Josh is back again. No, I was kidding. Trackable. What's up, man? How's it going?
I thought it really was, Josh.
I got you, right? What's up? How are you, Trackable? Good to see you, man.
What's up, Jack?
Good. I didn't mean to interrupt. You guys can continue on.
Nah, okay. We're just relating some of this like reality, how you look at reality, DMT, but also looking at the Cynthia brought in the Bible, how she's studying Ezekiel right now. Some of these interesting similarities and whatnot.
Could I get you to scroll forward in the video a little bit till you see someone else or someone looking at the wall?
If not familiar, the magic
here
guy
look
is attention. You can all of a sudden see a three-dimensional image in there.
Oh, my bad,
but it's embedded in there. It's designed to do that. And the gesture you do with your eyes, if you're familiar with magic eye, is very similar to what we're trying to do here. So either we're looking at the glass directly and we're trying to expand those little reflective patterns. You will see some glistening portions inside the glass. And what you want to do is to expand them by doing the magic eye gestures with your eyes. And you will see the code running inside very coherently. Another option is to look at the light that hits the wall after it's being additionally refracted through the glass of water. So now we have a diffraction and a refraction pattern all together. You want to be looking at the area after it passed the water, which is different than
This
the
would be
light that hits the
helpful
wall
if I was
directly.
about to do it. I'm
Something
not. I want to
about
hear the
the
people
refractive index of
who
water that
actually
makes
do
what we
it. They
see in
got
the
video
laser
of
even
them.
more clear.
He is doing it. The guy, I think he probably did smoke DMT.
Yeah, but
Do you want to hear what he has to say?
I
I'll save you
don't.
something too. I have to say this, bro. If you do enough DMT, you'll have a breakthrough experience. It doesn't matter about the code on the wall or lasers because
right.
you just know that you're seeing something else.
And you know it's
You're seeing
real.
something
You
else.
come back here and the illusion is
Exactly.
so real. You'll forget that reality exists over here, and you believe this bullshit again.
That's what it makes you do laugh because it's like, why am I tripping about these little like stupid issues with this person and that? Whether like what I just saw was jokers coming out of a factory, a banana factory or something. Like that doesn't make no sense, right? Like it does not make any sense. And you're not high. It's not like you don't have the feeling where you're woozy or dizzy, or you're literally the same person you were 10 seconds before you hit the DMT. So yep.
I tried it. I didn't get there, but fuck, you made me think of something that I forgot.
You got to smoke it, Joe. You got to inhale like it's the last blunt you're going to smoke for the rest of the week.
Okay.
So
that's how you got to do it.
Interesting to me that you
I had to
can
learn.
take these narcotics and then explain your vision, and people will believe it. But then when you say, "Oh no, I know there's God. I felt him," you know. I didn't have to see him, but he touched me in a way that I know he's real, and people don't believe you. It's wild.
It depends on the person, Cynthia. Well, there's people that will totally believe what you just said about seeing God, and those same people might think someone's lying when they say they smoked DMT and they saw God.
Oh,
and
really?
then there's the psychedelic heads. Some of them might be like, you don't know what you're talking about. You didn't see God just by praying or whatever. So it just depends on the people you talk to.
I was thinking it's more likely and more often the opposite, that the people who won't give a pushback are the people who've done drugs and psychedelics. So when they say, I just feel God, they'd be easier for them to believe it. The people who haven't, who are more structured, they're the ones who's going to be more likely to tear you down.
Yes and no, because there are people that do a lot of psychedelics, and they're snobs. They don't want to take people's sober accounts into account, which I don't think that's a dumb way to look at. That's not psychedelic, I don't think.
No, it seems like contradictory.
There are people, but I would say the real psychedelic heads, they would be open-minded to someone that said like, "Oh, I felt God," because in the end, it doesn't. Why should they matter? Why should it matter to me, for example, right? What you
100%.
saw.
They did a study where, and I think this is why they made this shit illegal, psychedelics, where 90% of the people who they gave it to were now less likely to comply, follow orders, and those type of things, be free thinkers. That's 9 out of 10. That's how successful this shit is. And they could never go back. It's like you suddenly be like, you see that the world is fiction, and they never go back. 9 out of 10 of them, it changes. They no longer are under that spell. So they had to make it illegal.
Yeah, I mean, it would just ask too much questions.
Yes, and they know it's real though, because MK Ultra did it with the remote viewers. Russia had their program. Everybody, because use it for their people. U.S. sprayed it on the motherfuckers. They gave it to soldiers, sprayed it on random people at fruit markets and watched them at a distance because they knew something was with this shit. Gave it to scientists. One of them jumped out of a window famously. His family just got paid like 10 years ago. They've been denying it the whole time. It was considered a conspiracy. Whatever legal shit, it just came out like 10 years ago. Family got millions of dollars. Turns out they gave a bunch of scientists hallucinogenic. They all recovered, but the one dude was like, "This is bullshit. I'm gonna tell somebody," and they told him to meet him